What's up guys, this is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Join my Discord if you want to chat and share your thoughts, the link is in the description. 4 at chapter 91. Fist is afraid of young men, so is knife. As soon as this word comes out, the flames in front boiled directly as if they had been doused with hot oil. The terrifying temperature made the surrounding air twist. The collision of two Zanpakuto burst out infinite power at this moment. The collision between the killing intent fluctuations and the burning flames distorted the space. The ground is collapsing and disappearing. Even the grass far away was instantly scorched, then turned into coke and merged into the ground. The flames rolled back towards the sky, like a living creature, covering the sky above Su Feng, trying to swallow it. However, with the expansion of the killing intent fluctuations, the endless flames were all reclassified as spiritual suns and disappeared directly. Is this the power you were proud of? Yamamoto Uenyuji raised his eyes slightly, a very unique existence, this old man has never seen such power. The voice fell, and the strength on his arm greatly increased, directly forcing Su Feng back a few steps. Su Feng felt a little surprised by the great power transmitted from Zanpakuto. Obviously he's an old man who has lived for an unknown number of years. It's actually not inferior to young people in terms of strength. Yamamoto Uenyuji took off the white Captain Haori, threw it behind him, and even attached a Ryotsu to protect it. Obviously, this is also the performance of paying attention to the rules. I saw him pull off his death tyrant, revealing his body full of dense scars. It seems like a canyon with ravines interlaced, and it is like the earth that is dry and cracked due to lack of water. But no doubt, this is a medal of courage, a reward from battle, true brilliance. Yamamoto Uenyuji's muscles were knotted, he held the knife in his right hand, and stroked the blade with his left hand, and rounds of flames formed under the palm of 763, like a cluster of flowers, blooming on the blade. There are all kinds of things, all are ashes. The low voice was like the low cry of a demon, the air was shaking with it, and the terrifying temperature was twisting. It wasn't until the flames completely swept the blade that it turned into an explosive flame and exploded in all directions. The sky-high flames rolled upwards until they covered the sky. Yamamoto Uenyuji looked directly at the existence in front of him, and there seemed to be a flame burning in his eyes. Ryujin Jaka. The fire waves turned into circular arcs and spread out in all directions, covering a range of several thousand meters, almost enclosing the entire plane in a circle of fire. Bear the wrath of the elderly. 9 After Yamamoto Uenyuji finished all this, he raised his knife and pointed at Su Feng again. If you do something wrong, you will have to pay the corresponding price. He looked at Su Feng with a heavy tone. What, 99? Why don't you take the time to liberate Zanpakuto? I think with your character, you shouldn't be willing to turn to ashes. The corner of Su Feng's mouth raised slightly, and the Zanpakuto held in his right hand gradually shone with a dazzling light, like a star in the sky. In that case, that's as you wish. Facing the strongest Shinigami of the Soul Society, the only captain for 1,000 years. If you only deal with it in the form of sealed state, then it would be a bit too contempt for the other party. Su Feng slowly raised his right hand and held Zanpakuto upside down. The dazzling light above the blade became more and more dazzling, until it penetrated the blockade of the fire and swayed towards the sky. He looked indifferent, even surrounded by the endless wall of fire, he did not show the slightest panic. Although the eyes are asleep, the heart still lives. The sound of the wind suddenly rose, roaring the flames that swept up to the sky, turning it back toward the sky, turning it into the center of the storm. Watching the world, all phenomena are fluctuations. The moment the voice fell, a dazzling light in Su Feng's hand burst towards the top of the ceiling, and instantly penetrated the thick cloud layer at the top. In an instant, he returned to the palm of his hand. The world is authentic. Su Feng stood on the spot, the blade in his hand swung downwards, and on the translucent blade, a gleaming blue light bloomed. Like the purest light in the sky, a faint wave of power entangles it. Yamamoto Uenyuji, who witnessed this moment, opened his eyes slightly, and there was a hint of surprise in it. At the same time, the evaluation of the vice captain of Seirei in front of him was a little higher again. It was only a few years away from Su Feng's shot, but his strength actually increased again. This talent alone has surpassed all Shinigami in Soul Society. Even Hitsugaya Toshiro, who is known as a genius, is no exception. What a pity. Advertisement. Yamamoto Uenyuji returned to calm. If you don't go astray, maybe you will inherit the position of captain in the future. Hearing this, Su Feng shook his head and laughed, and said flatly. What's wrong? Is Captain Yamamoto sure that he is going the right way? Between you and me, it's just a different path. As soon as these words came out, Yamamoto Uenyuji's face full of ravines and wrinkles showed a thoughtful look, and then seriously said. The old man was reckless. It is precisely because of the different paths that there is today's battle. In this case, there is no need to say more. 5 The moment the voice fell, his figure just disappeared. When it reappeared, the scalding heat wave was already close to Su Feng's side, and the vast sea-like spiritual pressure seemed to be pouring from the sky, pressing towards Su Feng. The flames rolled and roared. The blazing blade slashed straight towards Su Feng. Boom! The explosion of Ryotsu and the power of wave resounded above this plane. The collision of red and sky blue turned into 2 huge arcs, covering the sky above. Seirei. Countless soldiers looked towards the sky to the south, and the surging red and blue rays of light had already covered up the brilliance of the sun above the zenith, dyeing the vicinity into red and blue. Hey, what happened? Is that the flame that fills the sky? Is it the commander-in-chief? Who is fighting him? Shouldn't the commander-in-chief be invincible? Similar words appeared in every corner of Seredi, and the team members stopped their actions and looked towards the inevitable sky. The trembling voice, as if encountering a natural enemy, spread fear in the hearts of the soldiers. They don't understand what kind of movement will directly affect the entire Seredi. Even at such a distance, one could still feel the suffocating smell of death. The team members had no doubts that if they approached again, they would inevitably turn into the purest spiritual child in the confrontation of the two forces and return to the embrace of the Soul Society. What kind of power is this? Such a large-scale battle made the soldiers wonder if the end of the Soul Society had come. Even the officers forgot to maintain order and stared blankly at the constantly changing sky. South Plains. The scorching flames have burned all the grass here, turning it into coke and melting into the cracked ground. Under the collision of the two forces, the ground tore apart huge cracks and lifted layers of boulders. Just one collision, the place is already a mess. The confrontation lasted only a few breaths of time. The two were directly separated and landed on both sides. Su Feng is still the same as before, no change. The wave of killing intent is centered around it and surrounds it, forming the strongest protective layer. Any attack in the form of a spiritual child falls within this range, and it will be consumed by it until it becomes nothing. And Yamamoto Uenyujai is obviously aware of this. His two long white eyebrows were tightly squeezed together, as if thinking about countermeasures. After two short matches, Yamamoto Uenyujai could no longer ignore the so-called vice-captain in front of him. Whether the opponent is Kendo, Shunpo, or the power that he named the power of wave, he is not in his own. Even because of his age, Su Feng's physical strength has the upper hand. After all, you can't force an old man who is over 2,000 years old to compete physically with a young and vigorous young man. This doesn't make sense, but it is clear that Yamamoto Uenyujai will not give up because of this. The more he realizes Su Feng's strength, the more he wants to end his different paths in this situation. Even if it can't be defeated, let it realize its mistakes. The flames flashed away in his pupils. Yamamoto Genryuzai's reishi is attached to Ryujin Jaka, and the flames on it are also more vigorous and scorching. Burn the city on fire. Ryujin Jaka slashed out from the bottom up, with a knife-raising posture, the flames rushing out from the blade, like a spouting active volcano, occupying the heaven and earth in front of him in an instant. Until Su Feng was also surrounded by fire, it was completely blocked. Advertisement in the face of the sudden fire, Su Feng did not panic at all. The power of the wave converged to the extreme, and the wave of killing intent surrounded the surroundings, engulfing the flames that were not flickering at a speed visible to the naked eye. The scorching temperature, as if the air is to be cooked, is full of rolling heat waves between breaths. At this moment, only just now did Su Feng realize another powerful aspect of the fluctuation of killing intent. If it weren't for the fluctuation of killing intent, the rushing flames would definitely turn everything around them into a paradise of flames. The scorching flames, under the control of Yamamoto Uenyujai, gathered towards the center, as if to turn Su Feng into ashes. Buzz one by one the violent wave force turned into a huge skull, prominent above the firelight, with arms on both sides converging, as if incarnated as a god who controls death. At the moment when his bloody mouth opened, the ultimate attack centered on Su Feng and swept in all directions. Volatility erupts. Standing surrounded by flames, Su Feng held the unbridled wave power with one finger to the sky. The fire splashed, and the solid city wall was like tofu scum at this moment, all smashed, turned into countless sparks, scattered in all directions, burning the surrounding land as much as possible. Yamamoto Uenyujai looked at the scene in front of him in shock. Incredible. In his heavy voice, a trace of anger was suppressed, even if it is the most proud disciple of this old man, Jingle and Jashiro. You can't have such a powerful strength at your age, 35. The flames erupted again above Ryujin Jaka, and Yamamoto Genryusai raised his arms high. Why do you challenge the justice in the old man's heart? Torch. The moment the firelight fell, a pillar of fire soared into the sky, and the spiral flames rolled up toward the sky. The tornado-like giant pillar of fire rushed towards Su Feng in an instant, as if to devour it. Above the sky, the heat wave was rolling, and the clouds even burned and disappeared, leaving only a piece of blue. Su Feng stepped forward, and the slender blade in his hand also fell forward. The dark blue energy, which is also a rotating posture, grows under the blade in a huge Uzumaki shape, covering a distance of hundreds of meters in an instant. The majestic suction is born from the Uzumaki. The towering fire pillar formed by Song Ming could not even resist the terrifying suction force, and was directly decomposed into countless tiny flames, completely annihilated in the unparalleled wave. The more he fought, the stronger the surprise in Yamamoto's heart. Although he knew that Su Feng did not use all of his strength when the captain was assessed. But when he stood on the opposite side of himself, he really realized how much strength this guy was hiding. If that's all, Su Feng even began to mock Yamamoto Uenyujai, then you may not be able to stop me. Perhaps, my path is the right one. What are you kidding? Yamamoto Uenyujai's eyes widened, surging killing intent surrounding him. This old man is the captain of the Godei 13th team. As he spoke, the Ryujin Jaka in his hand suddenly penetrated into the ground under his feet, and the fiery flames were centered on it, spreading 1.9 in all directions. Yamamoto Uenyujai raised his eyes and looked directly at Su Feng, his majestic voice sounded in the firelight. Hot hell. The moment the voice fell, the flames shot up into the sky, and dozens of fire pillars erupted on the plain, dyeing the entire sky a crimson color. As if the entire plain had been turned into an erupting volcano, the magma flowed in the ground beneath his feet. There were huge gaps in the ground, the deep red reflected on Su Feng's cheeks, the heat wave swept upwards, and everything around seemed to be twisted. Su Feng finally saw Yamamoto's strongest combat power in this state. The scorching hell that is enough to completely burn down this plain. Unfortunately, this kind of scoped attack is the most useless to Su Feng. With his Shunpo skills, he can easily flash the surging flames. The ground was cracking and collapsing, and the undulating cracks spread across the entire plain, as if some kind of huge creature was surging. The magma splashed, the boulder rose, and dozens of fire pillars approached Su Feng's direction. Yamamoto Yuanyujai was also very clear about the shortcomings of his own moves. He was holding Ryujin Jaka, who was emitting a hot wave, and instantly approached Su Feng and fell in his direction. Fight all the fights. Su Feng seemed to have guessed what the other party was thinking, and raised his knife to meet him, gold and iron intertwined. When he was restrained, he naturally had no time to take into account the surrounding fire pillar, so he could only endure the blow of Yamamoto Yuanyujai's best efforts. Certainly, the consequence is that Yamamoto Yuanyujai will suffer the same damage. In this way, only to lose both sides. Chapter 92. Violating Precedent, Declare War on Soul Society. Su Feng held the knife in both hands, bursting with strength, and he did not fall behind in the slightest. Perhaps because of the seldom shown. 35, Captain Yamamoto doesn't know much about information about me. As soon as this word comes out, a bad premonition emerged in Yamamoto's heart. It seems that Su Feng's next actions will completely break his cognition. Boom, the sound of detonation came from the air, and the already hot temperature was even more intense. Yamamoto Yuanyujai widened his eyes and looked at the translucent sky blue blade in Su Feng's hand, which turned out to be a raging flame is lit. How is this possible? He murmured in shock, there has never been a precedent. Su Feng naturally knew what Yamamoto Yuanyujai was referring to. Zanpakuto, as the fundamental power of Shinigami, can possess many different abilities, and it will show different postures before and after its liberation. For example, Suzumaki, Shikai and Bankai of Broken Bee have completely opposite attack styles. Another example is Minazuki of Yunohana Retsu, although the abilities are similar, but the form is completely different. But in the records, a Zanpakuto cannot have the exact opposite power. Like Hiranmaru and Ryujin Jaka, it is impossible to exist on a Zanpakuto, which is against the rules of the Soul Society. However, the appearance of Su Feng completely shattered this perception. Yamamoto Yuanyujai had taken a careful look at the previous captain's assessment. Su Feng used an ability similar to Hiranmaru, and the icicle that spread throughout the training ground was caused by his knife. And right now, the flames burning above the blade. Feeling the unusually high temperature so close at hand, the terrifying Ryotsu of Yamamoto Yuanyujai erupted again. A precedent breaker. The flames above Ryujin Jaka's blade seemed to burn through the air. A trace of extreme red flashed in Yamamoto's eyes, a pure flame, starting from the palm of his hand, swept across the blade. Let the old 23-year-old finish it. 39, swallow. Solution. Older people get angry, and it is more difficult to control. After learning that his scorching hell might be ineffective for Su Feng, Yamamoto Yuanyujai was even ready to completely liberate Zanpakuto. A touch of pure crimson burst out on Ryujin Jaka. The already terrifying Ryotsu was several times more majestic, as if to evaporate the moisture of the entire Soul Society. And right now, a huge net of spiritual power enveloped the sky above Seirei, instantly contacting all the captains and vice-captains. The captains and vice-captains of the Godei 13th Squad, acting vice-captain. Also, you travel misfortunes. Yunohana Retsu's firm and calm voice passed in everyone's ears. I am the 4th Division Captain Yunohana Retsu. The situation is urgent, the following is an urgent message. Listen to me, everyone, what I say below is the truth. 35. Aizen Sosuke, the former captain of the 5th Division, used Zanpakuto Kyoka Suigetsu's complete hypnosis as a medium to commit crimes in the underground council hall, killing all the 46th rooms, and taking 3 seats of the 5th Division Hinamori Momo and the 10th Division Heben. Jiyu Dongshilong was seriously injured here. At the same time, under the guise of Central 46, a false verdict was issued, and punishment was imposed. Because there is so much information, even if Yunohana Retsu summed it up in extremely concise words, it was still a few breaths of time after he finished speaking. Followed. Su Feng put away Guanxizhengzong, stood there, faced Yamamoto Yuanyujai, and said bluntly. Captain Yamamoto, should we continue to fight? Faced with his question, Yamamoto Yuanyujai's expression suddenly seemed a little uncertain. If he hadn't figured out what was going on, then the position of the captain would seem a little too conscientious. So far, Yamamoto Yuanyujai put away Zanpakuto with his backhand. Shunpo went next to his haori, picked it up and put it on again. Surprisingly, in the battle of the level just now, the Captain Yuri was only slightly charred at the corners of his clothes, which did not affect his wear at all. Special Captain Haori. 9 Yamamoto Yuanyujai seemed to see Su Feng's doubts. It can be immune to the old man's flame to a certain extent. If it is protected by Ryotsu, it can last for a long time. Su Feng nodded thoughtfully, but when he was about to speak, he heard Yamamoto Yuanyujai continue. Forget about the minutiae for now. He looked north, go to Sōkyoku Hill and stop the execution. Although he is pedantic, he will not kill innocent people by mistake. This is the principle of Yamamoto Uenyuji, and it is also the so-called justice he has adhered to for thousands of years. Advertisement. Su Feng nodded, activated Shunpo and disappeared in place. Next moment, the two of them appeared together on the hill of Sōkyoku. At this time, the captains had just recovered from the disarmed Yanmo cricket, and obtained the lost sight, hearing, smell, and Ryotsu perception. Kyoraku Shunsui and Jashiro Yugataki looked at the intact Su Feng with stunned expressions, shock almost written on their faces. As the students of Yamamoto Uenyuji, they know the strength of their teachers better than anyone else. If Su Feng killed Komamura Sajin in one blow before, it was only to surprise them. Then it would be a little scary when he reappeared on Sōkyoku Hill unscathed. Could it be said that this vice-captain, Su Feng, already has a strength comparable to that of the chief captain, Yamamoto Uenyuji? Boom! The thunder light exploded, and Shihoin Yoruichi burst out the extremely strong Thunderkido, breaking through the 6 light prisons that bound her waist. She looked around, and finally settled on Su Feng and Yamamoto Uenyuji, and said with a somewhat ugly expression. Tusen Kanami kidnapped Rukia. 39. He made a sneak attack with his Bankai and blinded everyone's perception. 35. At this point, everyone already knew part of Aizen's plans and knew that Tusen Kanami and Ichimaru Jin were his subordinates. Although they are not clear about their specific purpose, they are unwilling to let it succeed anyway. Aizen's behavior is tantamount to declaring war on the entire Soul Society. I see. 35. Su Feng's expression was flat, just when Kyoraku Shunsui opened his mouth to ask him what to do. The materialized wave force exploded from his body, creating a gust of wind that almost took away Shihoin Yoruichi around him. Between his forehead, there are 5 imprints of different colors surrounding him, and then they merge into himself. At this moment, Su Feng directly pushed the range of fluctuation perception to the extreme. In an instant, the entire Seirei is presented under his eyes. Dilapidated buildings, stunned soldiers, busy backs, screaming voices, sleeping Kenpachi. Until Su Feng raised the corners of his mouth slightly and whispered. Found it. On the roof of the executive room of the 5th Division, 35. When the voice fell, his figure disappeared in place. Open black lens bracket. The host has arrived at Sōkyoku Hill and faced Yamamoto Genyuzai Shigekuni head on. Close black lens bracket. Sign in completed. Close black lens bracket. Quest rewards are being distributed. Su Feng launched Shunpo in the air, and the figure flickered in the sky above Seirei, and the reward of the system could be considered a timely arrival. At the same time as the power of the wave increases, the speed of its Shunpo is also quietly raised to a new level. If Shihoin Yoruichi followed closely behind him, he would definitely find that his speed was far behind Su Feng, and it would be extremely difficult to even catch up with him. With the increase of fundamental strength, Su Feng's strength of the wave energy of the previous master also increased. Template progress. 45%. The new wave energy has been master. Fudo Mingwang formation. Close black lens bracket. Currently master. Wave power, wave mark, advanced wave sword, wave burst, ghost seal bead, evil light slash, killing intent fluctuation, unparalleled wave, immovable king formation, close black lens bracket. As the relevant skills of Fudo Mingwang formation poured into Su Feng's memory, the originally calm expression was also occupied by a trace of surprise. This time, it's actually the Fudo Mingwang formation. Su Feng stepped on a roof ridge and secretly said in his heart, this power. He has already judged this fluctuation ability a little badly. If it is really as shown in the memory, its power should be very terrifying. However, when thinking that this ability is Ashura's strongest power, everything seems so appropriate. Next step. 55. Su Feng pondered in his heart, is it time for Dark Sky to move his eyes? The 5th squad. Above the executive room. Abarai Renji collapsed to the ground, his body was stained with dark red, and his consciousness was already dying. Shiba Kaien on the other side was not much better, half kneeling on the ground, the huge wound on his chest seemed to run through his body. At this time, there is no more power to fight. The only one who still stood in place and persisted was Byakuya Kuchiki. And this is mainly due to the fact that his opponent is not Aizen Sosuke, but Ichimaru Jin, who is squinting and smiling. Oh. Ichimaru Jin stepped forward, and the retractable Shinso added another flesh and blood wound to Byakuya Kuchiki. The blood spring gushed out, almost knocking Byakuya Kuchiki to the ground. Captain Kuchiki, don't be brave anymore, advertisement. His smile was like Lion Majesty's hissing, shivering, you've done your best. Little Rukia won't blame you. On the other side, a huge black oval barrier occupies the entire roof. Tusen Kanami released his Bankai without hesitation, and controlled the last long-arriving captain-level combat power, so that it could not interfere with Aizen's next plan. Bloodstains kept appearing on Kurosaki Ichigo's body. However, he could only slash the blade in a useless direction, and he had never encountered such an opponent before, which made him directly helpless for a while. However, where Tusen Kanami hadn't noticed, pieces of the mask were constantly appearing on Kurosaki Ichigo's face. Obviously, as an open hanging player, when you cannot solve the opponent in front of you, the hanging has been quietly launched. The layered voice finally made Tusen Kanami aware of the abnormality. The travel disaster in front of me, I don't know when, was actually occupied half of the face by the empty mask. Hollow, Tusen Kanami spoke calmly and in a low voice. As a participant in the Captain Hollow incident half a year ago, he is naturally very familiar with this ability. Suzumushi's second-style red locust, without any hesitation. He stood very far away from Kurosaki Ichigo and launched his own move directly. Countless sharp blades rushed out from his hands like a gust of wind and rain, and instantly enveloped Kurosaki Ichigo. On instinct alone, Kurosaki Ichigo resisted the waves of sharp blade attacks in front of him. However, when Tsusankanami quietly changed his position, bloodstains began to increase on his body. That slim-fit Death Fighter outfit, like a tuxedo, was even more unable to resist the sharp blade that 763 flew by. In just a few breaths, Kurosaki Ichigo was stained red with blood and fell to his knees. See. Tsusankanami also released his own Bankai, and let the visual and auditory return to Kurosaki Ichigo. Young man in trouble, you have done your best. On the premise that the opening and hanging are not in place, Kurosaki Ichigo is not the opponent of Tsusankanami who is going all out. He looked at the opponent in front of him extremely unwillingly, clenching his teeth and making a creaking sound. On the other side, Aizen looked at the blue-purple gemstone in his hand, smiled and said, "It's amazing. It turned out to be such a small thing." Rukia fell at his feet. The hole above his chest was recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye, and it seemed that there was no intention of injury at all. Aizen noticed this, and said in surprise, "The soul itself is intact? Really superb technology." He took Hogyoku into his arms. "Unfortunately, you were useless." "Kill her, yes." Tsusankanami never had doubts or hesitations about Aizen's orders. He directly abandoned Kurosaki Ichigo in front of him, Zanpakuto in his hand lifted, and the light of Ryotsu bloomed on it. Kurosaki gritted his teeth and tried to stand up to resist. However, his action was a step too late. Above the blade, countless sharp blades flew out of it, instantly crossing the distance of space and heading straight for Rukia. Bakudo number 88 splitting void. A steel-like transparent wall fell from the sky, smashed hard on the roof of the executive room, and plunged directly into the room. "Oh!" Aizen looked sideways and looked at him from a distance. After realizing who was coming, an inexplicable smile appeared on his face. "It's finally here. Mr. Su Feng." A figure fell from the sky, and then Ichimaru Jin, who was still fighting anxiously, was pushed back with a knife. Seemingly aware of Rukia's danger, Byakuya Kuchiki also burst into another wave of potential, which directly put Ichimaru Jin into a hard fight. If it wasn't for his physical injuries and his combat power dropping, maybe Ichimaru Jin wouldn't be able to stay intact at this time. Urahara Su Feng, Byakuya Kuchiki looked up, and seemed relieved, and fell directly into the pool of blood on the ground. No more aristocratic demeanor. "Looks like I've come just right." 55. Su Feng pulled Rukia behind him and faced Aizen not far away. "If you don't mind, stay and talk about the grudge between us." The blade in his hand lit up, and the power of fluctuations wrapped around it, like a spiral, and the terrifying oppression suddenly erupted, covering the entire 5th Division in an instant. Aizen Sosuke. Chapter 93 The Strong, Draw the Sword to the Stronger. Hate. A look of surprise appeared on Aizen's face. "Don't say it so badly. You've been in the 5th Division for so long, don't you have a little friendship with your colleagues?" Su Feng took Rukia in his arms and released the remaining restraints with the power of waves. "Leave here first with Captain Kuchiki." Rukia, who had recovered a little, looked up at Su Feng. She was thinking of saying something, but she didn't dare to delay when she noticed Byakuya Kuchiki, who was dying. Immediately came to him, helped him up, and quickly left the 5th Division's quarters. Although he couldn't use Shunpo because his spiritual power had not recovered, it was not difficult to get out of the roof of the executive room. Aizen looked at his distant back, a trace of pity flashed in his eyes. "There are still 3 people left, Su Feng, what will you choose?" 39. Face this problem. Su Feng raised his head and smiled, not seeing the slightest embarrassment. "Do you want me to choose between the 3? Exactly, 99. Aizen nodded slightly, and seemed to like to see others embarrassed. But this time Su Feng didn't do what he wanted. "Renji and Kaien, I'll leave it to you." Su Feng's voice was transmitted to the distance, and Kurosaki Ichigo's ears had recovered a little. Hearing this, Aizen stared at Su Feng, trying to see something on his face. But to his disappointment, Su Feng kept a gentle smile from beginning to end. Just like when they first met. When Kurosaki Ichigo heard the sound, he hesitated for a while, then he held up the last of his spiritual power and activated Shunpo, and disappeared in place. Just as Tsusankanami and Ichimaru Jin were about to pursue. Boom! The violent wave power suddenly erupted from Su Feng, as if the world was collapsing, the end of the world. With it as the center, the surrounding buildings began to collapse, and countless dust swept up, covering the sky and the sun. However, before the dust and the sky blocked each other's sight, a more terrifying atmosphere spread and eroded around Su Feng. The wave of killing intent was confused with the power of wave, and instantly enveloped Aizen and the others. Ichimaru Jin and Tsusankanami froze in place immediately, as if the pause button had been pressed, and even their eyes froze. If it wasn't for the sweat dripping from their foreheads that betrayed them. This moment, Ichimaru Jin and Tsusankanami seemed to be in a sea of corpses and blood. Biting killing intent eroded their body and mind, as if the winter was approaching, and the extreme cold penetrated deep into the bone marrow. An experience like never before. This reminded them of what they had experienced when they were weak, facing the emptiness without the power to resist, and the desperation of dying swallowed their reason. This is. Su Feng's killing intent fluctuated with all his strength. Every shot you make. Aizen also seems to be influenced to some extent, just not as strongly as Ichimaru Jin Tsusankanami. It took me by surprise, from Metastasia to Neutra Herga to the fight with Captain Yamamoto. And the terrifying power of the moment. 99 His glasses reflected the cold light in the sun, making it impossible to distinguish his gaze. I thought Kurosaki Ichigo's existence was very unique. Aizen looked directly at Su Feng, as if to tell a very common thing, the natural hollow, the power of the Quincy, the unique power of Shinigami. The mixture of the three makes it a unique work of art. Because of this, he has the potential to push Shinigami's limits and become a presence alongside me. I thought deeply about how sad it would be to become the supreme being one day, but there would no longer be an existence of equal dialogue. I thought Kurosaki Ichigo would be the one to talk to, but I've changed my mind now. His hands fell, and the spiritual pressure rose from the soles of his feet. The terrifying aura that was several times more than the usual captain directly broke through Su Feng's killing intent fluctuations. The same effort goes all out. Mr. Su Feng, you are far better than him, 99. Far away. After placing Aburai Renji and Shiba Kaien in place, Kurosaki Ichigo went to the 5th Division's quarters again. And Aizen's words just happened to be heard in his ears. He was stunned, his expression stagnant, and he fell into deep self-doubt. Thanks for the compliment. Su Feng accepted these words unceremoniously, but it doesn't affect the grievance between you and me. The choice of Hogyoku, I don't care, advertisement. But the orders you gave to Tsusankanami made me very unhappy, 5. So, his left thumb pushed the knife and dart lightly, and the cold light bloomed in the palm of his hand, instantly illuminating the executive room that had been turned into ruins. At least pay a price. The 90 of Hado Black Coffin. Aizen was not a good person either, and when he realized that this battle was unavoidable, he launched an attack directly. A black torrent formed under Su Feng's feet, and instantly shrouded it, and countless black sharp swords were born in the torrent, as if they were going to be slashed by 1,000 knives. Boom! Su Feng drew his sword out, and the power of fluctuations surrounded the blade and exploded in an instant. At the moment when Black Coffin was about to be blocked, a huge skull appeared in the sky, and the mighty shock raged with Su Feng as the center. The indestructible black torrent, under the impact of the wave burst, was completely shattered, leaving no trace. Silver, yes. Aizen smiled and said, to overcome the fear in your heart is to swing the knife at the stronger, 99. If you don't want to live in that fear all your life, draw your sword to Jun Su Feng and do your best to fight for it. Ichimaru Jin and Tsusankanami recovered from their entangled state and looked at Su Feng not far away with a slightly shocked look. At this time, the black torrent under his feet had completely subsided, and the whole person was like a demon walking out of hell. That's what it means. Ichimaru Jin's eyes flashed with pure blue, and he directly reached out and drew the knife. Shoot him, Shinso. The moment the voice fell, a silver-white light emanated from under his palm. Base. The blade stretched instantly, and the dazzling light flashed over the ruins, directly stabbing Su Feng's heart. When? The crisp sound of gold and iron colliding, as if the morning bell was ringing, echoed over the ruins. Shinso's nearly 100-meter-long blade stabbed fiercely at the center of Su Feng's Zanpakuto's blade. Sparks splattered and fell. Ichimaru Jin. Su Feng's arm holding Zanpakuto didn't struggle at all, as if he was just holding it in this posture. Treat the Shinso that traverses 100 meters as nothing. If that's all, at the center of his palm, there are colorful wave imprints surrounding him, then I have to ask you to take a step first. Just when Su Feng was about to take action against Ichimaru Jin, Tsusankanami suddenly took a step forward, and the Ryotsu unfolded, holding Zanpakuto standing in front of him. Bankai. The sound of Suzumushi's screams filled the ruins in an instant. I saw his left hand pressing on the ring at the dart, pulling it to the side, and then a ring split at the center, turning into 9 rings, surrounding Tsusankanami. Not waiting for Su Feng's next move, the 9 circles surrounded him and Su Feng, and a strange black gushed out from the circle. The 9 phases and 9 characters, symbolizing death, appeared on the circle. Enchantment generation. At this moment, Su Feng's only sense of hearing and smell disappeared, as if he had been abandoned by the world. However, for Su Feng, this is almost completely ineffective. What Yan Mo Cricket aimed at was only the perception of spiritual pressure. As for Su Feng, he perceives the outside world with the power of wave. When he releases the power of wave, everything in the enchantment is presented directly in front of him. Tsusankanami stepped towards Su Feng and said to himself, everyone is sinful, and because of the delusion of self-righteousness, he asserts that everyone else is more sinful than himself. Just an illusion. 99 He seemed to say these words to himself. The justice that I once believed in is evil, and the reason why justice can become justice. Precisely because one's own justice must be constantly questioned. Su Feng listened to these words with interest, but felt that it made some sense. So, is that your excuse for evil? As soon as this word comes out, Tsusankanami's body froze for a moment, and he subconsciously said in surprise, can you hear what I said? 35. Is this any surprise? Su Feng responded with a smile, at least, you and I had similar fates. You wield the knife at the weaker to uphold the so-called justice in your heart. 35. As everyone knows, it will be contrary to justice until it reaches the end. Advertisement. You hate this rotten world and those rotten rules. He is very familiar with everything that Tsusankanami has gone through, and he can't call it sympathy, but he feels a little regretful. But if you want to uphold the justice you say, why not draw the sword to the stronger? For example, Suniyashiro Tokunada. As soon as these words came out, a riot broke out in the dark enchantment, and Tusen Konami's Ryotsu was like boiling water, restless. Ryotsu locked Su Feng's position, as if to peel it off. How did you know? He said word by word, as if squeezed out from between his teeth. Don't worry about the source of the intelligence. Think about what I said, and you'll have plenty of time. 35. Zanpakuto raised slowly in Su Feng's hand. Perhaps in the near future, there will be a chance to kill the enemy. There will be a chance to change all this rotten. The voice fell, and the Zanpakuto in his hand was already slashed downwards. The gorgeous sword slid out of the sword and slashed forward like a broken bamboo. The mighty power ripped apart Tusen Konami's dark enchantment in just one breath, allowing the light to reappear. Tusen Konami subconsciously pushed Zanpakuto in front of him in an attempt to resist the splendid sword pressure that flew by. The terrifying sword pressure that only Su Feng can perform. Boom, as if being hit by a speeding train, Tusen Konami flew towards the rear like a shooting star, until his figure ruthlessly landed on the edge of the 5th Division team building, stirring up the dust that covered the sky. Although it's not the first time I've seen it. Aizen praised, but every time I see it, I feel a sense of surprise. 99. What an exaggerated expression, only Su Feng can do it. A hint of surprise flashed in Ichimaru Jin's squinted eyes, looking at Tusen Konami, who almost disappeared from sight in the distance, and the rising dust in the sky. This colleague is already so embarrassed. If it is him, will it be the same? Or worse? In fact, Ichimaru Jin is a little concerned about this point. Su Feng's ability is better than Tusen Konami. The so-called deprivation of vision and other abilities has no effect at all for him. Coupled with being shocked by his words, Tusen Konami was caught off guard and was instantly killed by a single move. However, this is not its full outburst. Su Feng has only a rough estimate of his current strength, and the specific details will depend on the individual's display. At this time, Aizen looked up into the distance. Our old friend is here. With the sound of his words, a group of spiritual pressures rushed towards the direction of the 5th Division team building, which was extremely close. Before Aizen could make the next move, two figures approached him in a threatening manner, and Zanpakuto stood at Aizen's neck, trying to control him. Do not move. Under Shihuan Yoruichi's cold eyes, a hint of threat flashed. Zhao Wanghao. If you dare to move, you will be killed soon. Broken Bee continued with the second half of her words. The other captains also fell from a distance and stepped into the 5th Division's quarters that had almost completely turned into ruins. It's terrifying. Kiraku Shunsui looked relaxed. I didn't expect Su Feng to have the upper hand in a 1-on-3 situation. Hisagi Shuhei had already launched Shunpo in the direction where Tusen Konami fell at his signal. We're just a little bit slower. Jashiro Yukitaki's expression was calm, but his eyes were filled with shock that could not be concealed. Deputy Captain Su Feng has already dealt with Tusen Konami. 5. Yamamoto Uenujai walked in front of the crowd and looked directly at Aizen with a majestic look. It's all over, wicked man. You have to pay for what you do. Facing the threat of the sharp blade, Aizen did not panic at all, but still said slowly with a relaxed smile. I'm so sorry, Captain. Time is up. At this moment, Shihuan Yoruichi sensed a powerful Ryotsu wave coming from the sky. Back off. Broken Bee's change. The two figures left Aizen's side in an instant, and flickered to the far side at an extremely fast Shunpo speed. Boom. A huge golden beam of light fell from the sky, smashed hard on the ground, and swayed a lot of dust. Aizen and Ichimaru Jin were shrouded in it. The blue sky is like a smashed glass, with countless cracks covering it. Senran's claws of bones shattered the sky, protruded out of it, and tore the cracks continuously, spreading in all directions. One after another, terrifying figures with bone masks appeared from the cracks and roared silently towards the sky of Soul Society. 15. Announcing their arrival. Chapter 94. The Power to Break the World, Fudo Mingo. Menos Grande. Shihuan Yoruichi made out the figures occupying the huge black hole in the sky. Almost 100 jillions. There are other things deeper down that seem to exude a more terrifying Ryotsu. 35. Broken Bee gritted his teeth, looking up at the sky unwillingly. Black is like ink, seeping out from the big hole in the sky, dyeing the originally blue sky with layers of darkness. 3 beams of light descended from the sky, enveloping the 3 of them respectively. Su Feng was a little surprised when he noticed this scene. He originally thought that after the 3 were separated, he would leave Tusen Konami and Seirei, and then use it as a backhand to discuss the guy hiding somewhere in the dark. But now it looks like this Menos Grande's negation is tracked based on Ryotsu. Just this distance was not enough to keep Tusen Konami out of negation's reach. The ground was cracking, and the ruins of the 5th Division's quarters were further devastated. Float, float. Omeda Kichio looked into the beam of light in shock. Isn't there anyone to stop them? Boom. Broken Bee, a Shunpo, kicked him on the head. She has seen herself as an adjutant unhappy for a long time. If it weren't for the lack of suitable candidates, I would have wanted to replace this Omeda Kichio. Idiot. Broken Bee stood beside him, looking down at Omeda Kichio. Those beams of light are called negation, the ability Menos Grande used to rescue his compatriots. As long as it is wrapped by that light, the inside and outside of the light will form 2 completely isolated worlds that do not interfere with each other. Anyone who has played against Menos Grande knows that. Speaking of which, Broken Bee smashed Omeda Kichio's head with another punch. You, who never played Menos Grande, don't know. From the moment the beam of light appeared, no one could touch Aizen's hair again. With the help of Tezeman at the shooting range, Komamura Sajin looked up at the sky full of unwillingness, opened her bloody mouth, and roared towards the sky. Tusen. You get down there, Tusen. I don't understand, why did you become a Shinigami? Under the emotional excitement, his injury caused by Su Feng also cracked and a lot of blood splashed out, adding a bit of bright red to the dark red hair. Isn't it just for dead friends? Isn't it just for 763 to implement justice? Where did your justice go? But obviously, Tusen Kanami was temporarily unavailable to answer Komamura Sajin's question. He resisted Su Feng's evil light slash head-on and almost cut him off in the middle. In the case of a large amount of blood loss, he had temporarily lost consciousness and completely fell into a coma. Aizen's eyes fell, as if he was looking down at the entire Seirei, admiring his masterpiece. When his eyes fell on Su Feng, he paused slightly and then a smile appeared. I used to pay attention to your growth since I was in the Spirit Art Academy. With a faint smile on Aizen's face, as I said earlier, whether it's soul burial or metastasia. These methods don't make you feel any trouble, on the contrary, you surprise me time and time again. Unlike the filth and decay of Soul Society, you are like a ray of light breaking old rules. 39. We will have a chance to meet again, Urahara Su Feng. I'm looking forward to that day. Facing his words, Su Feng was a little surprised, but after thinking about it, it seemed reasonable. Aizen has never been an arrogant person from beginning to end. Maybe after getting Hogyoku, he was lost by power, but he returned to his original form after all. Why are you doing this? Jashiro Yukitaki looked up at the sky with complex eyes. Hearing his voice, Aizen lowered his eyes and said indifferently, in order to pursue a higher realm. Have you fallen? Jashiro Yukitaki was a little unwilling. Aizen. For Aizen, his perceptions are mixed. Once upon a time, they discussed work together and even laughed in the Male Shinigami Association. They both regard each other as spiritual friends. But now, everything that used to be is just Aizen's disguise. Jashiro, you are too proud. Aizen stood above the sky. From the beginning, there was no one in the sky. You, me, even God. As he spoke, he took off his black-rimmed glasses with one hand. The originally indifferent expression gradually became indifferent. Aizen's fingertips were turbulent, and he directly crushed the glasses into countless finely divided spiritual fragments, which were scattered from the sky. But this unbearable gap in the throne of the sky, CDBJ, is coming to an end. He reached out and brushed back his drooping short brown hair. Advertisement Aizen looked down at everyone, and there was not a trace of emotional fluctuations in the calm eyes. From now on, let me stand on the zenith. Looking at the completely changed Aizen, everyone couldn't help but be stunned, unable to express their feelings at this time in words. No one could have predicted it. The most popular captain at the time actually planned such a plan here. Goodbye, Shinigami. Aizen slowly turned around and walked towards the black hole. Goodbye. Mr. Su Feng. And just as he left, Su Feng took a step forward, and a vast wave of power surged around him. The clouds also gathered again above the sky, and then swept and rolled. The ground trembled, as if afraid of this force, perhaps. Su Feng smiled and faced the sky. I can't let you leave so easily. People always have to pay for their actions, whether it's right or wrong. Do not move. Mingwang formation. He stepped forward, drew his sword and pointed to the sky. At the handle of the sword, 5 colorful imprints of different colors appeared. It is a character that symbolizes the 5 great kings. In an instant, the sky seemed to be obscured by a huge black screen, and everywhere it went, it was dark. The captains looked at Su Feng ahead in amazement, a little puzzled by what he was doing. The existence of negation separates the inside and outside into 2 completely non-interfering worlds. Could Su Feng's power still penetrate the world? Next moment, a huge and complicated formation was formed in front of Su Feng, covering the entire 5th Division team building. 6 huge flame beads shone with dazzling rays of light, appearing on the ruins in a posture that covered the sky and the sun. Like 6 small suns, illuminating the dim sky, the incomparably dazzling flame beads wrapped negation, and then under the control of Su Feng, it spun wildly. The ground trembled violently, tearing open one after another hideous crack. The surrounding rock formations continued to explode, and the few remaining buildings collapsed, turning into countless rubble and flying into the air. Stabilize yourself with Reiki. 35 Yamamoto Uenuzai reminded loudly, if I get involved. His voice was muffled by the roar of the air. The high-speed rotation of the flame beads formed a huge tornado in the sky, and the majestic wave power contained in it, constantly distorting the surrounding space. Aizen looked sideways, looking at the dazzling light in front of him with interest. He doesn't think the current Su Feng can break the world. So much so that Aizen remained indifferent when faced with the scene that was so close and seemed like the end of the world. On the contrary, the captains who were in the ruins gradually changed from their surprised expressions to fear. The majestic wave power is right in front of them. The dark sky, the thick and reversed clouds, everything seemed like the end of the day. This kind of movement even spread to the entire Seirei. The expressions of the team members were even numb, and they stared blankly at the sky of the 5th Division. There. The thick clouds revolved around, and the thunderous thunder raged in it. The roar seemed to penetrate their eardrums. Noble Street. Tsuneyashiro Tokunada stood at a high place, looking at the sky of the 5th Division team building. His face was extremely gloomy. Although he didn't want to admit it, his heart was still occupied by fear. He couldn't imagine what it would be like if he were in that storm. The storm continued, spreading all around, the rock formations collapsed, the ground burned, and the fissures seemed to split the entire Soul Society. With such a scene, even Yamamoto Uenyuji couldn't help but look shocked. He has never seen. No Shinigami other than himself has the power to destroy the Soul Society. Such power does not seem to be enough to make me pay for it. Aizen smiled again, his voice clearly reaching Su Feng's ears. If that's all. 35. The corners of Su Feng's mouth raised slightly. That's what you want. His outstretched palms suddenly folded together, making a bursting sound of air. Next moment, the large formation covering the entire 5th Division team suddenly lit up with a dazzling blue-purple light, piercing into the sky, tearing the thick clouds directly. But the rays of the sun that followed did not occupy the sky of Seireii. On the contrary, that dazzling blue-purple filled the sky. And when Su Feng clenched his palm tightly, the flame beads suddenly stagnated in the air. Advertisement. Almost everyone could clearly see the complex patterns on the huge flame beads, as well as the characters that symbolize power. Wonderful. Nine-Ni Yuri's sharp voice resounded among the captains. His eyes showed symbols like mosquito coils, and he kept the characters on the flame beads in his heart. That's the real strength of that guy. 99. The captains looked at the sky with complex eyes, above the flame beads that covered the sky. For a moment, my thoughts flew. Su Feng's arm pressed down, and the stagnant flame beads revolved several times or even dozens of times the previous speed, and gathered towards the light beam in the middle. The power is constricting. The damage caused by the Fudo Mingwang formation was condensed into the blue-purple light. And it keeps getting closer to negation. Under this majestic force, the space formed a twisted posture until it shattered. Like glass, it was peeled away piece by piece. In the sky, darkness emerged again. Only this time, it was the power from Su Feng. Under Aizen's slightly surprised gaze, 6 huge flame beads slammed into the beam of light. Click. A crisp cracking sound resounded on negation. Aizen watched in surprise at the dense cracks on it, spreading out in all directions like cobwebs. Breaking the gap between worlds? 55. Seeing this scene, Yamamoto Uenyuji's eyes widened, and he was shocked by it. How come? Breaking precedent yet again. The flame beads exploded, and the ferocious and violent impact slammed on negation. The cracks were increasing, and the cracking sound of cracking was incessant. Looks like it. Aizen put away his smile and looked at Su Feng calmly. My previous evaluation of you was still a little too low. Mr. Su Feng, I look forward to seeing you again. You and I will stand on the ceiling together. After saying that, he turned and walked towards the darkness shrouded in Menos Grande. At this moment, the negation was also completely shattered, turning into countless golden lights scattered over the ruins. Oh, it seems a little too late. Ichimaru Jin squinted his eyes, and grinned like a fox with the corners of his mouth grinning to the sides. Never mind, Aizen said indifferently, Tucson when he was defeated. It has lost its value. As their voices fell, a figure also fell from the sky. The two of them didn't even look at each other, they just stepped straight into the darkness and disappeared from sight. When the black hole closes, the final strength of the Fudo Mingwang formation also exploded on it. It was only a trivial aftermath, and Jillian, who had no time to withdraw his claws, was completely eliminated. The crack in the sky finally closed, but even if everything has subsided, there is still a solemn atmosphere in the field. Everyone stared at the returning blue sky, but the expressions on their faces were extremely complicated. A long time. Shihouen Yoruichi just lowered his head and smiled, and said sideways, it's the end of it. 35. Isn't it? Kiraku Shunsui lowered his hat, took the conversation, spit out the grass root that made his mouth numb, and sighed. Yes, it's all over for the time being. Everyone present understood the underlying meaning of their words. As Aizen said, they still have a day to see each other. At that time, it will be a total war between Hueco Mundo and the Soul Society. I seem to be a little late. A gentle voice came from the sky, and I saw a huge shadow covering everyone. The huge and flat one-eyed giant ray slowly flew down from the air. Unohana Retsu came back from the underground council hall. Just in time for the end. Under her command, the soldiers of the 4th Division also poured into the 5th Division's quarters. Said to be the team building, what is left at the moment is just an endless ruin. When the team members stepped into it, they couldn't help being shocked by the sight in front of them. Many people murmured subconsciously, is this really something Shinigami can do? At the same time, they all turned their attention to Su Feng, who was standing among the crowd, and the expressions on his face were all occupied by awe. Perhaps. The strength of this 5th Division vice captain has surpassed that of the chief captain, right? Chapter 95. In the moonlight, under the stars, Captain Kuchiki is in charge of the 1st and 3rd classes. Captain Komamura is in charge of 7th, 6th, 10th and 13th. Deputy Captain Abarai has completed the 6th stage of the operation, and the 11th and 12th classes are ready to be transferred. Ijon Village Yachichiwa was in charge of integrating and distributing treatment. Because the soldiers were stunned by the ruins in front of them, they were in a hurry for a while, and even almost sewed the wound wrong. If there is no suitable commander, there may be more trouble. He is the most injured, open the purification barrier. Yashichiwa of Yijang village stood at a high place and piled up the ruins into small hills to facilitate his command. After the 8th stage operation is completed, immediately send it to the General Ambulance Center. Gyakuya Kuchiki was lying on the ground, completely unconscious. Even someone like Su Feng, who is not good at returning to Taoism, can detect the poor state of this guy, and he may leave his hand at any time and return to the West, bringing everyone a grand funeral ceremony. In this case, the treatment class can only deal with some superficial injuries. Similar to the penetrating wounds caused by Shinso, only Toru Yuone or Yunohana Retsu can heal them. Rukia. Su Feng gently rubbed the small head of Rukia, who had rushed back to the 5th division, and smiled gently. Remember what I said to you back then? At this moment, Rukia was looking at Byakuya Kuchiki with a worried expression. The elder brother who never looked at her in the eye had almost completely relied on his will to support him in the previous battle. Byakuya Kuchiki first fought against Shiba Kaien and Abarai Renji, 1-2, and then directly and completely liberated Zanpakuto, setting off a frenzy of cherry blossoms under the tower. At a critical moment, he found Tusen Kanami who had taken Rukia away, stopped fighting immediately, and chased after him under the pretext of guarding the laws of the Soul Society. Faced with an intact Ichimaru Jin while already injured. With tenacious willpower, he persisted until Su Feng arrived. Have to say, is a miracle. Guilty about Captain Kuchiki, 35. Rukia raised her head blankly and looked at Su Feng with puzzled eyes. I vividly remember that you said that Captain Kuchiki hadn't looked at you since you entered Kuchiki's house. Su Feng stood beside Byakuya Kuchiki. How much do you know about Kuchiki? He suddenly changed the subject. Rukia was stunned, then lowered her head and replied in a murmur. I heard that I am very similar to Miss Haijun in appearance. So much so that Byakuya-san brought me into Kuchiki's house as his younger sister. The corners of Su Feng's mouth raised slightly, completely ignoring the stunned expressions of others, and said to himself. But I know clearly that you are Miss Haijun's sister. Why, how could it be? Rukia looked a little flustered. A person like me, no. I mean, I have big brother Su Feng, you are already very happy. She seemed to realize something that made her speech seem incoherent. Do not worry. Su Feng patted her back lightly and reassured. Just continue to listen to me. His hand seemed to have a kind of magic, which made the flustered Rukia gradually quiet down. His eyes lowered, and fell on the unconscious Byakuya Kuchiki. Miss Haijun was sent to the Inazuri district with you when she was alive. But she can't live in that kind of place alone with you, so she had to abandon you as a last resort. And when Miss Haijun joined the Kuchiki family, she regretted and asked Captain Kuchiki to find you in Rukongai. Su Feng said indifferently, but you were taken back to Urahara's house by me at the time, and you missed it. Finally discovered by Captain Kuchiki in the Spiritual Academy. These words were also told to me by him, and I feel it is necessary to pass them on to you. Lest you have any unnecessary misunderstandings about Captain Kuchiki. Yunohana Retsu crouched by Byakuya Kuchiki's side, releasing green light from his hands, recovering as much as he could from his injuries. Because the injury was too serious, even with her level of return, she couldn't make her return to her original state at once. When he heard these words, Yunohana Retsu glanced at Su Feng in surprise. It turns out that there is such a story in it, it's really surprising. Rukia was stunned, staring blankly at the unconscious Byakuya Kuchiki, and fell silent for a while. Wait, is that so? Su Feng raised his mouth slightly and said gently, Captain Kuchiki, he is actually a person who is cold on the outside and hot on the inside. And the reason for such a character may also be related to some of his early experiences. For example, some changes in the Kuchiki family, or Miss Yoruichi's departure without saying goodbye. Advertisement, Shihuan Yoruichi hasn't left far, and is helping to clear the ruined buildings of the 5th division. Byakuya has become like this, shouldn't he blame the old ghost Yinling? 9. If it weren't for his strict enforcement of house rules. Before she could finish her words, the broken bee, who noticed something was wrong, was pulled away from the spot. In fact, Su Feng was right. In the early years, Byakuya Kuchiki was also a reckless character, very similar to Abarai Renji at this time. And because he is also a nobleman, he follows Shihuan Yoruichi all the year round, and is called Byakuya's younger brother. However, with the death of Kuchiki Kangchun and the incident of Kuchiki Shangha, coupled with the constant warning of his friend Shihuan Yoruichi, all dealt a heavy blow to him. This also allowed Byakuya Kuchiki to gradually develop a cold personality. Okay. 99 Su Feng pushed Rukia lightly. After so much, you have to take a good rest. Yangyan, she'll leave it to you. Be sure to supervise Rukia in the general ambulance for enough time. Huh? Rukia exclaimed, trying to say something more. On the contrary, Toru Yuyan directly reached out and took Rukia's hand and said excitedly. Come on, leave it to me. Regarding Su Feng's address to her, Yangyan expressed that he was very happy. After Rukia was forcibly pulled away, Yamamoto Yuanyujai walked to Su Feng again, and there seemed to be a flame burning in his slightly closed eyes. About Aizen, the old man still has many doubts. Even if he is wrong, this stubborn old guy still won't give in verbally. After everything is settled, please go to the first team for a detailed discussion. 99. It seems that he also realized that his tone was slightly heavier, and Yamamoto Yuanyujai also temporarily changed his words. In addition, and about your injury to Komamura Sajin. Regarding the accountability of Yamamoto Yuanyujai, it did not exceed Su Feng's expectations. In fact, earlier, he wanted to tell Yamamoto Yuanyujai some of the information. But Su Feng gave up this dangerous idea when he considered that Aizen had killed everyone with Kyoka Suigetsu complete hypnosis. If the time comes, Aizen is forced to hide behind the scenes. That Su Feng will be wary of will be the whole world. Retreat to advance. Let it achieve its purpose, but also no longer hide their ambitions. Standing on the zenith, it is unavoidable to be the enemy of the world. It will be fine to resolve it then. In this regard, Su Feng is still somewhat confident. As for now, there are new problems to be solved. Regarding the Central 46 who have all died, and the rotten nobles who are responsible for this matter. After Yamamoto Uenujai explained his words, he directly cast Shunpo and left. In addition to being unable to hang on the old face, it is more necessary to deal with the negative impact of Aizen and others after their defection. 3 Captain-level mutiny. All deaths at Central 46. Many captains were seriously injured and there were countless minor injuries. Including, but not limited to, the impact caused by the Calamity invasion. Yamamoto Uenujai can already imagine how busy he will be in the future. So much so that when he turned to leave, Su Feng sensed that his old face was covered with black lines. In terms of skin color contrast alone, to a certain extent, it is not inferior to Tusen Kanami. Captain Yu Jawa. Hisagi Shuhei suddenly shunpoed to Su Feng's side, knelt down in front of Yunohana Retsu, and lowered his head deeply. Also, please help me to cure the sinner Tusen Kanami. His injuries are very serious, and if we don't get medical attention soon. Hisagi Shuhei's voice was shaking. Although he tried his best to suppress his emotions, he still completely appeared in front of everyone. For Tusen Kanami's mutiny, advertisement the pain in Hisagi Shuhei's heart was no less than that of Komamura Sajin, and even more intense. Katakana middle dot katakana middle dot katakana middle dot seeking flowers katakana middle dot. When he was at a loss, he was taught by Tusen Kanami that those who are not afraid of the sword they hold are not qualified to hold a sword, thus strengthening their confidence. It can be said, the one who had a major impact on Hisagi Shuhei's life was Muguruma Kensai, the former captain of the 9th Division, and the current sinner Tusen Kanami. When Su Feng thought of this, he suddenly realized that in the Aizen plan, it was not Hinamori Momo, nor Ichigo Kurosaki, nor the captains who had been hollowed the most. It was the vice-captain of the 9th Division, Hisagi Shuhei. Muguruma Kensai, who saved his life and became the target of his efforts, was infused with the power of the void and became a victim of the hollow incident. And later Tusen Kanami, who has a firm life philosophy, is one of the planners of the former event. From this point of view, Hisagi Shuhei's life experience is so tragic. If it weren't for the firmness of his own will, he would have been completely lost in life at this time. Yunohana Retsu glanced at Hisagi Shuhei who was kneeling in front of her with regret, and nodded slightly. Don't worry, I'm going to deal with Tusen Kanami's injury. After that, she looked at Su Feng sideways and said softly, Mr. Su Feng, please come with me. The residual wave power of your sword pressure is quite difficult to handle. Hear this. Hisagi Shuhei suddenly raised his head and looked at Su Feng with worried and anxious eyes. Obviously, he hadn't forgotten who the hell made Tusen Kanami that way. Completely dying state. If he hadn't found a few familiar 4th Division officers in time to rescue him, perhaps Tusen Kanami would have died completely just now. Well, I have no opinion. 39 Su Feng smiled and said, after all, there is still some information to get from Tusen. Hisagi Shuhei breathed a sigh of relief. When the three came to the ruins where Tusen Kanami was, several officers were already treating him. However, they were swaying profusely, and the light on their hands was extremely weak, which seemed to consume a lot. However, this state seems to have only stopped the continuous bleeding, and did not make the injury better. To be more precise, the several officers joined forces to reply, but it was nothing more than hanging Tusen Kanami's life. Mr. Su Feng, I'm sorry to trouble you. Yunohana Retsu said softly, completely similar to Zaragi's situation, even a little trickier. Su Feng crouched beside Tusen Kanami. It must be said that the evil light slash caused almost destructive damage to it. Just a little bit, it was cut off. He stretched out his hand to withdraw the residual wave power on it, and the effect of the return path increased a lot. On the other hand, Yunohana Retsu pulled out his Zanpakuto. A strong Kido light bloomed above the blade, and when the light faded, a huge one-eyed ray appeared among the ruins. I saw its big mouth open, and directly swallowed Tusen Kanami into its belly. Injuries like this should be left to Minazuki to deal with. Yunohana Retsu explained gently, as long as it doesn't involve an injury like poison, it can handle it just fine. See. Completely relieved, Hisagi Shuhei bowed respectfully to Su Feng and Yunohana Retsu. Thanks to Deputy Captain Su Feng and Captain Ujiwa. There are other wounded to take care of, so I will go to help first. 99. Looking at its distant back, Yunohana Retsu lowered his eyes and said calmly. As for Tusen's behavior, I don't know if Su Feng has a different opinion. 35. In fact, she has a good opinion of Tusen Kanami, adhering to her own justice, and is one of the few normal people among the 13 captains. During my time in my post, I was more dedicated and never had any major problems. Even the 9th Division team members were the fewest in the Comprehensive Ambulance Center. About the reason for Tusen Kanami's behavior, Su Feng sighed, this may be about a tragic story. It touches on the nastiest side of Soul Society. He looked at Yunohana Retsu and said softly, if Yunohana is willing to listen, I will tell you slowly. In the moonlight, under the stars. Hearing this title, Yunohana Retsu's expression was slightly startled, and then her smile spread out, like a flower blooming in spring. Of course I would. Chapter 96 The Ugly Noble, Su Feng's View. Walk the streets of Seirei. Su Feng imitated Ni Muli's usual way, tapping his temples with his knuckles. He now seriously suspects that he is being influenced by Kyoka Suigetsu or Suzumushi of Tusen Konami. Otherwise, why would you say such a thing? Su Feng swears that at that time, he was just hot-headed. When he left the team building that was completely in ruins, he just realized the seriousness of what he just said. Su Feng let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately Ujiwa didn't refuse, otherwise. He shook his head and did not continue. If that scene really happened, it is estimated that a crack in the ground would have to be drilled down. Yeah. 35 Suddenly, a spiritual pressure approached and fell on Su Feng's side. Su Feng, please wait a moment. The pink feathers flew down and down. Kiraku Shunsui seemed to hand over the aftermath to Aizen, and he chased after him. Beijing band leader? Su Feng was a little surprised. Are you? Of course we went to the first team house together. Kiraku Shunsui said with some distress. You know the temper of old man Shan. When such a big mess occurs, it is natural to have a captain's meeting. Before the captain's meeting starts, there are still some specific matters to discuss. Under the circumstances of other captains being injured and being in a coma, wouldn't I be the only candidate? Holding a grass root that came from nowhere, he continued vaguely, of course, and what Jashiro and I committed. Although it is said that Rukia is innocent, and the order of room 46, 763, is false. But that doesn't prevent us from preventing the execution of the King of Ruined Valley at that time, which in a subjective sense violated the regulations of the Soul Society. If there is no accident, I will be severely reprimanded by old man Shan. Su Feng was thoughtful, but had no opinion on this. With Yamamoto's stubborn character, he has improved a lot by not drawing swords at Kiraku Shunsui and Jashiro Yugataki. In that case, let's go together. 39. Bah. Kiraku Shunsui spat out the grass roots in his mouth. It's poisonous again. The recent luck seems to be a bit backward. From Su Feng's fluctuating perception, it can be seen that this guy's lips are already a little swollen. It seems to be more serious than last time. Actually, what I want to say is more. Kiraku Shunsui's voice became more and more vague, but fortunately Su Feng was close enough to him that he could hear him clearly. Our previous plan, I seem to have forgotten to inform you in advance. When dealing with old man Shan, you only need to resist for a short period of time. After restraining the liberation of Sōkyoku, Jashiro and I will go to support you. His expression became more and more helpless. I have already thought about it before. If the three of us join forces, even if we can't beat old man Shan. 5. There's no problem with running. But whoever thought that you guy would have the upper hand in the battle, and even nearly forced out Bankai of the old man. The more you know about Yamamoto Uenyujai, the more you understand the horror of Su Feng's battle. For Kiraku Shunsui, it even surpassed the Fudo Mingwang formation cast after Su Feng. Because in his opinion, that may be the particularity of Su Feng's own power, which has the effect of breaking the gap of world space. But in the face of Yamamoto Uenyujai, only real combat power can deal with it. Or rather, survive. The strongest vice-captain in history. Kiraku Shunsui shook his head. It's not exaggerated at all. This statement is even a little restrained. It's really terrifying. 99 for these words. Su Feng smiled and accepted it completely. Similar to Kiraku Shunsui, he is obviously not the only one. First team quarters. When Su Feng and Kiraku Shunsui came here, the captain's quarters were already occupied by many well-dressed people. All of them have their nostrils turned upwards, eager to use their chins to look at people. The tone of voice is also full of intensity, as if he is also fighting for some opinions of Yamamoto Uenyujai at the same time of accountability. Oh yeah. 99 Kiraku Shunsui opened his eyes slightly. I seem to see quite a few disgusting guys. 5. Tsuneyashiro, Shihuan, Ryudoji, and even the Jashiro's house have come. 55. Advertisement. The sense of smell of these guys is even more outrageous than Guro in Komamura. Su Feng knows that Guro is an Akita dog raised by Komamura Sajin. While docile, he also has a sense of smell that is far superior to his peers. I have to say, Kiraku Shunsui's metaphor is quite clever. These nobles who came here, as early as when they invaded by misfortune, look like they had nothing to do with them. And when everything is resolved, the accountability and the seizure of power are really not as good as dogs. Su Feng and Kiraku Shunsui leaned against the beams outside the door, listening to the quarrel in the room. In the face of these so-called nobles, Yamamoto Uenyujai's temper seems to be restrained a lot. Perhaps this has something to do with the justice he holds in his heart. After all, the regulations of the Soul Society were designated by these nobles. As for the selection of room 46, I suggest taking the Jashiro family into consideration. The Shihuan family will not agree with your approach. The Jashiro family is nothing but a lower-level noble. Although it is the responsibility of the Longtang Temple family to repair the destroyed Noble Street, but if there is no certain compensation, it will be difficult for us to continue. The Tsuneyashiro family needs an explanation regarding Aizen's invasion of the Great Spirit Book Corridor, which is the most important forbidden area for the Soul Society. The chaotic words involved all aspects. It also made Su Feng recognize the ugly faces of these guys once again. At this time, Tsuneyashiro Tokunata hadn't had time to do anything to the master, so that these guys jumped repeatedly. As for the Shihuan family, the current head of the family is Shihuan Yushiro, and Su Feng once greeted him. Because of his weak personality, many Shihuan family affairs cannot be interfered with. As a result, some Shihuan people who are dissatisfied with the Urahara family often go to seek work. The situation of the Jashiro family is somewhat similar to that of the Shihuan family, mainly because Jashiro Yukitaki is in poor health and cannot be distracted by the family. The topic of debate between them is mainly about the allocation of places in Central 46. Central 46 is nominally composed of 40 sages and 6 judges gathered in the whole territory of the Soul Society, and is the highest judicial organ of the Soul Society. Strictly speaking, the composition of the members is all nobles and elders of the Soul Society. The civilians of Rukongai, no matter how well respected, could not participate. Rotten, dirty, stubborn, pretentious. This is Su Feng's impression of Room 46. In his opinion, Aizen had undoubtedly done the right thing by killing all these guys. And he will continue the development of this matter. Continue. It's disgusting, isn't it? Kiraku Shunsui lowered his voice and raised his eyebrows to signal to the nobles who were arguing in the room. I can only be glad that there is no such guy in the Jingle family. Of course, this is also related to our scarcity. Heard. Su Feng's heart moved, and he suddenly remembered the identity of the Jingle family. The superior nobles of the Soul Society are second only to the existence of the 5 nobles, and the master has a certain power. Kiraku Shunsui is the contemporary head of his family. The reason why he was able to serve as the head of the family was mainly because of his brother who died early. Kiraku Shunsui's full name is Kiraku, Jiro, Sozozo, Harasui, ranking second in the family, and his elder brother was cursed by the so-called fate of the Aiz family because he married a woman from the Aiz family, die young. And Aiz Naneo is definitely the niece of Kiraku Shunsui, which is the main reason why Kiraku Shunsui takes care of her. Under such circumstances, the Jingle family can be regarded as a rare clear stream among the nobles. Oh yes, and the Uraharas. Su Feng suddenly remembered that Suniyashiro Tokunada had previously applied to restore the Urahara family's noble seat in order to win over him. Then, under the operation of Gikuya Kuchiki, the Urahara family returned to the nobility. But the whole family, just him and Urahara Kazuki, was really useless at all. Among them, Urahara Kazuki's crime has not been exonerated. If he appears in Soul Society, he is afraid that he will not be arrested as a sinner. Says Su Feng. Kiraku Shunsui pulled down his hat, and the world could not see his expression, and a dull voice came from it. What do you think of Room 46? Su Feng pondered for a moment, but he didn't hide anything, and just said what was in his heart. Rotten, dirty, blood-sucking maggots lying on top of Soul Society regulations. In other words, I think Aizen's greatest achievement is erasing those guys. Hearing these words, Kiraku Shunsui sighed softly and said helplessly. Advertisement, that's what I'm listening to here. As long as you replace a captain or an old man, he will definitely draw a knife to you. Those guys are, after all, symbols of the Soul Society's face and regulations, with unparalleled power. He pressed the bamboo hat even deeper. If you don't have enough confidence, don't touch it. The hidden strength of the nobility, to a certain extent. Not weaker than Go Day 13. Su Feng heard what this guy meant. As a candidate for Yamamoto's position, Kiraku Shunsui started looking at the Soul Society early on. Obviously, he was also extremely dissatisfied with the so-called Central 46. If it weren't for the fact that too many nobles and elders were involved in this judicial organ, he must have wanted to do something about it. If it is possible. Su Feng did not give a specific time, maybe you need your cooperation. After all, subverting Room 46 is equivalent to subverting the entire Soul Society. It has nothing to do with others, it's just that Su Feng doesn't want to live in this rotten environment. Let the 46 chambers, who are weak enough to be inferior to ordinary Shinigami soldiers, rise above his head. This kind of life may not be as good as the present world, or even as Hueco Mundo. You're the one who dares to say such a thing. Kiraku Shunsui lifted his hat and glanced in surprise. Even he did not expect that the conversation between the two would progress to such a level. The nobles left the room one after another. From their gloomy and angry expressions, it could be vaguely guessed that these guys didn't get the promise they wanted. This is also normal. Soul Society is in vain, and the captains are still lying on the hospital bed. Even if Yamamoto Uenyuji is pedantic, he will not agree to their rude requests. This vice admiral will involve a lot of wrangling. Yamamoto Uenyuji has already thought about how difficult the future will be. Come in. An old voice resounded in the room. Let's go, Su Feng. Kiraku Shunsui had an undisguised smile on his face, as if gloating. Let's go and see old man Sean who has a headache. 5. Rebel. Yamamoto Genyuzi's eyes widened, and he yelled at Kiraku Shunsui with anger. The old man is busy here, you are still gloating on the side? Also, you will be in charge of the meeting on the noble side. 35. As soon as these words came out, Kiraku Shunsui's face suddenly collapsed, and he drooped. No, old man Sean. Let me negotiate with that group of guys, it's better to be dead than 1.9. He howled in the room without image, like a groundhog encountering a natural enemy. Su Feng pondered for a while, and suddenly remembered that Kiraku Shunsui seemed to be the least concerned about his personal image among the captains. Even the self-transforming guy of Ni Miuri pays great attention to how he looks in front of his subordinates. Humph. Yamamoto Uenyuji snorted coldly. If that's the case, let's discuss. About you and Jashiro preventing Sōkyoku's liberation without permission. Kiraku Shunsui sneered. It's not because we saw through Aizen's conspiracy to prevent innocent people from being tortured. Then why don't you explain it to the old man in detail? Yamamoto Uenyuji raised his eyes slightly, and the flames flashed away. You should know that this old man will believe your words. Cough cough. Kyoraku Shunsui's expression was rather helpless. I'll be in charge of attending noble meetings and negotiating. They shouldn't be too embarrassed for Jinglejia. Suddenly, he looked sideways at Su Feng, and figured out, I suddenly remembered. The Urahara family also seems to have regained their nobility. If that's the case, then Su Feng, come with me. In this regard, Su Feng pondered for a moment, and readily agreed. Alright, just let me take a look at the ugly faces of those guys. 35. These are just follow-up discussions. Yamamoto Uenujai interrupted the conversation between the two, his eyes burning like flames. Right now. 33. The old man is curious about the details of the betrayal of Aizen and others. I hope you can give appropriate answers. Chapter 97. Old traitor Yuan Lu Jai. As soon as this word comes out, the room suddenly fell silent. Su Feng is thinking about language, and Kyoraku Shunsui is thinking about how to take himself out of it. After all, he was guilty of an unreported crime. Also, Kyoraku Shunsui doesn't think he can handle the slashes of Ryujin Jaka if Shan Lao's hair is so high. Cough cough. Kyoraku Shunsui was the first to speak. Actually, I only found out about this after the execution was brought forward. The main reason is that Jashiro doesn't want to see his subordinates suffer. This guy dishonestly betrayed Jashiro Yukitaki. However, Yamamoto Uenujai didn't seem to be particularly concerned about this, and there was not even the slightest change in his expression after hearing it. In the room, the incense rose up, stained on the beams and pillars, and with the breeze blowing in from the window, the light ash disappeared. It was supposed to be a refreshing atmosphere, but Kyoraku Shunsui was sweating profusely under the gaze of Yamamoto Uenujai. Well, old man Shan, don't you care about these details? He tried to muddle through. After all, I have promised you to attend the noble meeting. As for the selection of room 46, I will definitely give you an answer that satisfies you. Here's such a promise. Yamamoto Uenujai's eyes dropped a little just now, as if the volcano had subsided again. Then, Deputy Captain Urahara Su Feng. In Kyoraku Shunsui's anticipation, he finally changed his target. Do you have anything to say about Aizen's mutiny? 99. Su Feng touched his chin and pondered. If you want to go back, it should be pushed back many years ago, when I first became a student of the Spiritual Arts Academy. Aizen should be very clear about the fact that Aizen served as a calligraphy teacher at the Spiritual Arts Academy, right? Yamamoto Uenujai nodded slowly, his expression eased a little. About his position, it was recommended by the old man. Although Aizen is rebellious, but in terms of calligraphy, few people in Soul Society can compare with him. He is pedantic, but he does not elevate himself by denying the enemy. To a certain extent, Aizen can do such a rebellious thing, and he can be regarded as the founder of Soul Society history. The ones that were damaged in his hands were already at the level of captains with more than double digits. This is undoubtedly a great loss for Soul Society. Aizen often talks about calligraphy, human heart, practice and spiritual harmony. Su Feng spread out his hands and said earnestly, this leads to the Shikai of Zanpakuto, and then liberates his Zanpakuto in it. And when I faced the liberation of Kyoka Suigetsu, I noticed something unusual. After that, the idea of joining the 5th Division to investigate Aizen was born, and when I got in touch with Urahara Kazuki. The hollow incident 100 years ago was also clearly presented to me. Yamamoto Uenujai's stubbornness, he has already seen it. So in terms of explanation, Su Feng also took care of the captain's temper as much as possible. After all, if you don't want to let the battle between the two detonate the entire Soul Society, Su Feng thinks it's better for him to cooperate. Under the serious expression of Yamamoto Uenujai, Su Feng told all Aizen's actions over the years, including but not limited to Kurosaki Ishin's battle with Shushiro, and the sudden appearance of Neutra in this world. You mean to say? Yamamoto Uenujai's eyes were bright, and he directly grasped the crux of the matter. Aizen began to plan his own plans as early as 100 years ago, and then when you knew all this, it was out of distrust of the old man in the 46th room. Therefore, he chooses to deal with Aizen's conspiracy in his own way. Including the invasion of travel, there is also a way of coping between you and Urahara Kazuki. Su Feng nodded as a matter of course, without the slightest hint of cowardice. It was in stark contrast to the reaction of Kyoraku Shunsui just now. This inevitably made Kyoraku Shunsui look envious and helpless. He also wanted to be as tough as Su Feng. You don't have to worry about the old man's Ryujin Jaka falling on his head. That's roughly what it means. Su Feng admitted it decisively. Besides, Shihuan Yoraichi is also included. As for the masked army, he shook his head. During the current world, these guys were very xenophobic. Even with Urahara Kazuki's help, they didn't want to meet Su Feng. Masquerade army. Advertisement. Kyoraku Shunsui was surprised and interjected directly. You mean, Lisa and the others? Su Feng nodded slightly, suddenly remembering that Yadomaru Lisa used to be Kyoraku Shunsui's adjutant. But because of his orders, he went to solve the Hollow incident, and became deeply involved in it, and became a part of the Hollow. 8 members including Hiriko Shinji. 35. Su Feng's tone was flat, and he didn't take these people to heart. After years of concealment, their strength had not improved in the slightest. Not even comparable to the newly promoted Captain Byakuya Kuchiki and Hitsugaya Dashiro. However, these two are considered geniuses among the captains, and they cannot be generalized. B. Kyoraku Shunsui frowned, locked tightly together, after proving their innocence and harmlessness. Can the masked army be brought back to Soul Society? After all, this time Aizen's mutiny, Soul Society suffered heavy losses, no less than the Hollow incident 100 years ago. It may be because of the previous conversation between the two in front of the door of the room. At this time, Kyoraku Shunsui seemed to trust Su Feng so much that the thoughts in his heart were spoken directly. Yamamoto Uenyujai glanced at his disciple in surprise. He knows. Kyoraku Shunsui never trusts others, but in Su Feng's case, he showed surprise. It's unlikely. Su Feng explained, some of them were also disgusted with Shinigami because of the 46-chamber trial. Otherwise, they wouldn't call themselves the Masked Army. Hearing these words, Kyoraku Shunsui was clearly disappointed. Obviously, he is still in deep guilt for his decision. If it wasn't for the original order, maybe Yadomaru Lisa wouldn't have ended up like this. The old man is generally clear. Yamamoto Uenyujai raised his eyes slightly and lingered over the two of them. Prepare for a captain's meeting. About your decision, be sure to inform every captain. Su Feng and Kyoraku Shunsui did not leave, but waiting for the arrival of other captains. After Chojiro Sasaki drew up the announcement, he directly notified all the captains, including the vice captain, in the form of a large sky standing up to the sky. In no time, everyone rushed to the captain's conference room in the way of Shunpo. Many people came with injuries, and the scene seemed very miserable for a time. It even made people think that this was a disability exchange meeting in a hospital. Among them, the vice captain of the 2nd Division, Omeda Kichio, hung his hands with bandages in front of him, and his head was also covered with white bandages, making him look like a half-finished mummy. However, in Su Feng's impression, this guy did not participate in any battles. According to his own words, it seems that he was smashed by a wall during the post-war repairs, so it became like this. The deputy captain of the 3rd Division, Kira Izuru, is even more in a trance, and it seems that he has not yet come out of the bad news of his own captain's mutiny. Only Su Feng was present in the 5th Division. Hinamori Momo's injury was even more serious, and he is still unconscious. The 6th team has become one of the worst teams. Byakuya Kuchiki and Abarai Renji were seriously injured and could not attend the meeting at all, so they were replaced by 3 seats. As a result, the 3 seats seemed a little uncomfortable in the spiritual pressure of the captains, and his face turned blue and white. The 7th Division was replaced by Komamura Sajin from the shooting range Tezeman to attend the captain's meeting. Although Su Feng calmed down when he started, he still caused many injuries that could be seen deep in the bones. Yunohana Retsu did not agree to leave the General Ambulance Center. Even if he has been treated by Minazuki, Hisagi Shuhei of the 9th Division fought with Shiba Kong and a group of people who came from Rukongai later. Although he freed his Zanpakuto on the spot, he was beaten up by Shiba Kuzuru with the secret Kido. Hisagi Shuhei might have been killed on the spot if it wasn't for the follow-up instructions from the other team members. The 9th Division also attended the captain's meeting as the 3rd officer. Hitsugaya Toshiro of the 10th Division was still under observation, and Yunohana Retsu ordered him to be confined in the ward. Considering the biting-killing intent, Hitsugaya Toshiro chose to obey. The 11th team was even worse. Only a Yasugawa Yumachika of the 5th chief appeared, and he was just a disfigurement treatment, and he came here with a bandage on his face. The 13th Division was represented by Toru Chingyan and Shaochin Sentaro instead. Shiba Kaien was seriously injured, and Jashiro Yukitaki either escaped or asked for leave again because of a serious illness. The only intact squads are the 4th squad, the 8th squad and the 12th squad. Yamamoto Uenyujai looked at the defeated soldiers in the room in front of him, his face gloomy to the extreme. Advertisement, but after remembering that he couldn't do anything. Instead, he could only suppress the fire in his heart. The purpose of this meeting, Yamamoto Uenyujai's dignified voice sounded, and immediately made several officers who were not even vice captains straighten their chests. It is mainly due to the aftermath of Aizen and others' defection, and the punishment for Urahara Su Feng's unreported, unauthorized contact with the sinners in the world. Although these words are loud and powerful, they are extremely majestic. But Su Feng didn't take it to heart, and didn't even bother to act out the change of expression. In the current situation, Yamamoto Uenyujai will never attack himself. Even, he still has to count on himself to stabilize the current situation. After all, as the strongest vice captain in history, the significance of Su Feng's existence is second only to his deterrence by force. Hear this. Everyone in the conference room fell silent. Everyone can see Su Feng's role in this incident. If it weren't for him, I'm afraid it wasn't Soul Society's face that Aizen pressed to the ground and rubbed it. Although Aizen's conspiracy was not completely thwarted, Su Feng also left Husen Konami behind, which was the first person to take credit. Since you have no idea, Yamamoto Uenyujai seemed to have expected this scene long ago, and said calmly. Then let the old man continue. Urahara Su Feng cooperated with Urahara Kazuki when he was on a mission in the present world, and learned about part of Aizen's conspiracy, but not the above mentioned to the old man in the 46th room, 39. Instead, 763 took a solution of his own and hatched a plan to stop the execution in the Soul Society. Everyone held their breath and listened carefully. Looking at Su Feng from time to time, also gradually changed from fear to awe. Especially when Yamamoto Uenyujai talked about Su Feng in his first battle, their expressions were extremely horrified. As the strongest Shinigami in the Soul Society, Yamamoto Genyazai has no doubts about his strength. And Su Feng's ability not to lose in the battle with him has already explained a lot of things. Including the extremely special attitude of Yamamoto Uenyujai. Above, 39 The voice of Yamamoto Uenyujai became more and more dignified, and the atmosphere in the conference room became extremely dull. Given that Urahara Su Feng's merits outweigh his demerits. Because the Soul Society is now in ruins, the old man recommended him to be the captain of the 5th Division. Do you have any objections? Su Feng took a deep breath. Finally realized, what is old and cunning, what is called ginger or old spicy. From start to finish, Yamamoto Uenujai has no idea of accountability. He just wanted to share a part of his burden, and he should have noticed it since he asked Hiraku Shunsui to attend the noble meeting. But even Su Feng didn't expect it. He will directly at this meeting recommend himself to be the vice captain of the 5th Division. Su Feng is the vice captain of the 5th Division, 35. Unohana Retsu's gentle voice seems to be able to heal people's hearts. After Aizen's betrayal, he is already in charge of various affairs of the 5th Division. I think he'll be able to be the captain. I have no opinion. Su Feng is the most suitable person, 35, same as above. It is only a few breaths of time, and all the members have passed, and even the captain's assessment has been omitted. Su Feng sucked in a breath. Obviously he had nothing to do with himself. Why did he attend a captain's meeting and suddenly became the captain? Also, Yamamoto Uenujai looked around for a week and immediately settled down and continued. Kira Izuru is in charge of the 3rd Division, and Asagi Shuhei is in charge of the 9th Division. As for the reconstruction of the 46th room, the 1st team and the 6th team will be responsible. Although it says so, but everyone present knew that only the 6th Division, which was a noble division, was qualified to intervene in this matter. The pedantic level of the nobles, they have seen the tip of the iceberg in this incident. For the next nobility meeting, Kiraku Shunsui's eyes flickered and he was thoughtful. At the same time, he could not help but look at Su Feng who was not far away. Asterisk asterisk, it should be very exciting. Chapter 98. This is impossible and should not be. The moonlight is like water, swaying in the Seirei. When the captain's meeting was over, he was about to return to the 5th Division's quarters. Before they could get out of the 1st team's quarters, they were blocked by Unohana Retsu. The Captain Haori was dressed in white, with black hair hanging down in front of him, but there was a hint of refusal in his gentle smile. She crossed her hands in front of her and stared at Su Feng as if there was light in her eyes. Mr. Su Feng, regarding the previous appointment, I wonder if you have time now? Unohana Retsu is not that kind of pinch girl. Love and hate are written on her face. And when Su Feng took that step first, she would not have any scruples. Of course there is time. Su Feng was no longer hesitant as he was at first, and agreed immediately. After I finish dealing with the affairs of the 5th Division, I will go to the 4th Division's quarters. About that part of the dark story, I'll tell you slowly. Toru Uone cautiously stood behind Unohana Retsu, his face flushed red as he looked at the two who were talking in front of him. At this time, her mind was blank, and she could hardly imagine that this was something her own captain could do. At a time like this, saying so, I wish it was a dream. Toru Uone was thinking to himself when he was suddenly pulled away by Unohana Retsu. Feeling the touch on her palm, she pouted, dispelling this unrealistic fantasy. Go away, Yongyan. 35. I don't know if it was an illusion, but Toru Yongyan actually heard a hint of lightness in the captain's tone. It's like a little girl who got her favorite toy. The 5th squad. When Su Feng returned here, the general outline of the team building had been reconstructed. Perhaps it was because of Niu Li's goodwill, there were many members of the Technology Development Bureau busy within the range of his fluctuating perception. When those black technologies appeared, the speed of repair and recovery also increased several times. At this rate, the 5th Division will be able to return to its original state within a week at most, and even add some other buildings. Lord Su Feng. Longtang Temple Liang Jia hurried over and said respectfully, do you have any comments on the repair of the team building? It's better to improve as it is. Su Feng shook his head and explained, after all, I have also lived here for many years, and I have long been used to the previous style. Heard. Ryosuke of Longtang Temple was also relieved. If Su Feng made some excessive demands, he really would have to spend a lot of time and experience. After all, he is not the talent in this area. Then, about Captain Aizen. Longtang Temple Ryosuke couldn't change his mouth for a while. Although Aizen betrayed Soul Society, it is undeniable that when he was in the 5th Division, he also treated his subordinates extremely favorably. The captain with the best reputation among the Gode 13. So that when a team member got the news of Aizen's mutiny, he couldn't accept it for a while. It was determined that it was the one who killed Central 46 in the fact of betrayal, and listed it as a major sinner. Su Feng said lightly about the decision at the meeting. In addition, if you encounter Aizen during the mission, try to avoid conflicts as much as possible, and focus on protecting your own life. 5. Ryoji of Longtang Temple looked puzzled, and when he was about to ask, he was interrupted directly by Su Feng. Because of his strength, Aizen is extremely dangerous. Captain Hitsugaya has been slashed by him. Do you want you to go up and die? Su Feng walked to his side, lightly patted Longtang Temple Liangsuke on the shoulder, and comforted. Do not think too much. Just do your own thing with peace of mind. 99. Aizen's affairs, leave it to the captains to handle. Say it. He walked towards the only built executive room. Ryosuke of Longtang Temple looked at his distant back, and after a long time he sighed and accepted the cruel truth. The night is like water, the moonlight is scattered, and the light wind blows, stirring the leaves to rustle. 4th squad. Outside the balcony of the captain's team building, the wide floor is made of solid wood, and the hook-like moonshadow in front reflects the branches and leaves. When Su Feng opened the door and walked in here, into the curtain, it was Unohana Retsu who was kneeling in front of him. She did not wear a white captain's haori, but a gray cherry-colored haori with different flower-like textures. Advertisement Unohana Retsu held a glass of wine, looked up at the crescent moon like a hook in the sky, and sat upright, reflecting her mature and feminine figure. Su Feng was startled, then slowly walked to his side and sat down with his knees crossed. As you wish. Be on time for your appointment. Unohana Retsu put down the wine glass in his hand, tucked his sleeves and poured a full glass of spirits for Su Feng. The strong smell of wine immediately permeated the surroundings. Su Feng suddenly remembered that Unohana Retsu likes food with a strong taste, possibly related to her hidden personality, and the same goes for alcohol. A story about Tucson. Unohana Retsu motioned Su Feng to raise the glass. Now we can start talking. Facing the beginning of this topic, Su Feng thought for a long time. A long time. He slowly opened his mouth and said, the former Tucson was also a man who believed in justice. He firmly believed that his own efforts could change everything in the world, and he met Jie Kuang on the road of finding justice. 99. Su Feng didn't mean to hide anything, but told the story about Tucson Kanami slowly. Just like the legacy of Jie Kuang he inherited. Everything is shrouded in darkness, although there is a little light, but there are also clouds that want to cover it. Tucson later wanted to be the one who pushed the clouds away, but unfortunately. He shook his head, his voice was a little low, killing the people of Jie Kuang, for the last seed of the Suniyashiro family, Suniyashiro Tokunada. By virtue of his status as a nobleman, Suniyashiro Tokunada got rid of the punishment. At this point, Tucson has completely determined his path, finding the strength to achieve true peace. Let all sins dissipate like a cloud. Although the words are very brief, Unohana Retsu, who is familiar with the darkness of soul society, still constructs pictures in his mind. A man who insists on justice and fails. Her voice is especially ethereal under the moonlight, and Aizen gave him hope of achieving peace and fulfilling his ideals. For the road ahead, Unohana Retsu turned to look at Su Feng, a gentle smile showing in the breeze blowing. Have Su Feng ever had an idea? Faced with this question, Su Feng thought for a while, and then responded with the same smile. Just protect the people you care about, like me, like you. Under the moonlight, the shadows of the two gradually approached until early morning. When Toru Yuin walked out of Unohana Retsu's room with a dazed expression, he suddenly realized what a big event he had just seen. Why is Deputy Captain Su Feng in the captain's room? Hu Chiangyan covered his hot cheeks and whispered, although the clothes are well dressed, did they do nothing all night? It's impossible, and shouldn't be. Suddenly, she patted her face fiercely and made a crisp sound. Be awake, Yangyan. Captain is not that kind of person, and Vice Captain Su Feng is not that kind of person. You must trust them. After speaking, Toru Yuin walked towards Unohana Retsu's room again. For some of the captain's serious injuries, Unohana Retsu will need to conduct multiple inspections. When she walked to the door, she happened to meet Unohana Retsu tidying up Su Feng's clothes, just like a virtuous wife sending her husband out. Tiger Toru Yangyan, who saw this scene, immediately froze in place, like petrification. Until Su Feng came towards her. Jin, is it progressing so fast? Toru Yuin said subconsciously with some shock. What progress? Su Feng said in surprise, don't you think? Before he could finish his words, he was pushed away by the flushed Toru Yuan, and hurriedly hid behind Unohana Retsu. Su Feng suddenly realized that Hu Chiangyan seemed to be thinking in some direction that was easy to imagine. Just when he was about to open his mouth to explain, Unohana Retsu urged with a smile, don't delay any longer. 5. The leader of the Jing band may have been waiting for you for a long time. Su Feng felt the temperature of the sun on his skin and sighed, then I'll go first. 8th Squad. When Su Feng came here, he was surprised to find that Kiraku Shunsui actually waited outside the door early. The pink-patterned feathers are particularly conspicuous against the sunlight. Hurry up. 35 Kiraku Shunsui whispered, the noble meeting is very strict, and those who are late will not be allowed to enter. Advertisement, there are only a few minutes left now. Su Feng nodded slightly, then followed behind him with Shunpo. Their target this time is Noble Street, which is located behind the 6th Division team building, which is the gathering place of the nobles in the Seirei in the center of power. Nobles have a very high status in the Soul Society. In a sense, it even surpasses that of the chief officer and even the vice captain. Of course, the members of the Godai 13 team didn't care too much about it either. After all, nobles rarely deal with ordinary soldiers, and only issue their own orders or wishes through the 6th Division or the 1st Division. Noble Street. When Su Feng and Kiraku Shunsui came here, they happened to meet an old man with gray hair and an old face, wearing a star pincer for decoration. The huge hidden spiritual pressure made Su Feng realize the identity of the other party. The former captain of the 6th Division, the former head of the Kuchiki family, and the Kuchiki Silver Bell. He is also Byakuya Kuchiki's grandfather. When looking at Su Feng and Kiraku Shunsui with slightly cloudy eyes, Kuchiki Yinling suddenly realized the identity of the two in front of him. The head of the Urahara family, Urahara Su Feng? It's really terrifying. Su Feng responded politely. Senior Kuchiki is wrong. Are you here to attend the noble meeting instead of Byakuya? Yes. When Kuchiki Yinling talked about this, a look of relief appeared on his face. I thought that Byakuya boy completely ignored emotions. But I didn't expect that he would be willing to fight to the end in order to protect Rukia, which is really beyond the old man's expectations. 35. A few years ago, because of the Kuchiki ringing the river, Kuchiki Yin-ling did not dare to discipline Byakuya Kuchiki too much, so Byakuya Kuchiki developed a cold and introverted character. So much so that the parent is always worried about whether Byakuya Kuchiki will continue like this. But it turns out that Byakuya Kuchiki is still very good. He just hid his inner emotions. Okay, you are also here to attend the noble meeting, right? Kuchiki Yinling invited, then let's go in together. This noble meeting was very lively, 5 obviously. The previous owner of the Kuchiki family was also very aware of the flies and dogs involved. When Su Feng entered the conference room, he was surprised to find that the scale of the conference room far exceeded that of the captain of the first team. In all kinds of external decoration, it is also extremely luxurious. Not to mention the precious luminous pearls, solid spiritual gems and other materials on the ceiling. Even the floor beneath his feet was made of murderous stones. As expected of a nobleman, 99 Su Feng couldn't help smacking his tongue. And his performance was naturally seen by other nobles. Although he didn't say much, he also subconsciously looked at Su Feng a lot, Zhao Wanghao. Since everyone has arrived, the man sitting in the first place said in a slightly gloomy voice, then the noble meeting begins. The purpose of this meeting is mainly to allocate the quota for the 46 rooms. And changes to Soul Society regulations. After these words, surprisingly, he did not stop speaking, but looked at Su Feng who was sitting in the last seat with a strange look, and said slowly in a low and cold voice. Long time no see, Su Feng Jun. Su Feng leaned back on the back of the chair and responded indifferently. The last time we met, you were not as beautiful as you are now. Suna of Suniyashiro. Sitting in the first place as the contemporary head of the Suniyashiro family, Suniyashiro Tokunada. As for how this split family became the head of the main family, there are a lot of tricks in it. Su Feng's impression is that this guy designed to kill his own clan, and climbed all the way from the last seat of the branch to the position of the head of the main family. Not to mention the means, it can be regarded as inspirational. Suniyashiro Tokunada sneered and said nothing. As for Su Feng, he is still quite afraid to change. Not to mention his secrets that Su Feng already knew. Just the terrifying strength displayed by Su Feng makes people a little terrified. About the allocation of the 46 rooms. As the head of the 5 noble families, the Suniyashiro Tokunada, who is the contemporary family of the Suniyashiro family, is naturally qualified to sit in the first place and preside over this noble meeting. What's your opinion? Just when everyone was silent, the most unexpected person spoke up. Su Feng crossed his hands and fingers in front of him, and his indifferent voice spread throughout the conference room. In my opinion, 35, it's better to just ban the so-called 46 rooms. Chapter 99 Unreasonable, the strong eat the weak. To ban the 46th room, do you know what you are talking about? It symbolizes the supreme existence of the highest judicial organ of the Soul Society. How can you, a small subordinate noble, interfere? 35. Did you pretend to be the captain of the 5th division, and you want to interfere in the exercise of the power of the nobles? 99. Whose instigation is this, Yamamoto Uenujai Shigekuni or? As soon as Su Feng's words were spoken, the empty conference room was suddenly filled with noisy quarrels. Almost everyone was targeting Su Feng's previous words. There is even no shortage of malicious people, who directly characterize the mastermind behind these remarks as Yamamoto Uenujai. Even Kiraku Shunsui, who was sitting next to Su Feng, looked at Su Feng with a startled expression, as if he was meeting him for the first time. Kuchiki Yinling opened her not-so-big eyes, looking directly at Su Feng's face with complex eyes, as if she could see some secrets from above. Su Feng admired the scene in front of him, and became more aware of the ugliness of the nobles. Suniyashiro Tokunada, who was sitting in the first place, showed a gloomy smile on his face. Like Lion Majesty hiding in the darkness, the snake letter vomited lightly, ready to attack at any time. Originally, he was still worried about how to deal with Su Feng. But what he didn't expect was that Su Feng actually jumped out and stood directly on the opposite side of all the nobles. Central 46 symbolizes the interests of the nobles and their noble status. How can it be banned by a frivolous sentence? Even if Yamamoto Uenujai wanted to interfere in this decision, he would have to bear the anger of the nobles. Su Feng is nothing but a low-level noble, the captain of the 5th division. Is it possible to solve everything with that strength alone? Suniyashiro Tokunada wants to laugh out loud now to show his inner comfort. He wanted to tell Su Feng that strength is not omnipotent in Soul Society. Even Yamamoto Uenujai needs to be careful in every aspect, otherwise unimaginable turmoil will be caused. The voices of the people arguing grew louder and louder, as if the roof was about to be overturned. All the spearheads were directed at Su Feng. Those ugly and disdainful eyes seemed to be peeling off its skin and then eating its flesh and blood. Until Suniyashiro Tokunada stood up from his seat, leaned forward, and said slowly in a disdainful tone. Urahara Su Feng. This is not the Gode 13, nor is it a place where you can speak. Your current status is only the Urahara family of the lower-ranking nobles in 763. His tone was full of schadenfreude. It will be your lifetime honor to witness the rebirth of room 46, 5. After all, a lower-level noble like you cannot enter the Purity Tower for the rest of your life, 99. When the voice fell, once again, many nobles stood up and agreed. Patriarch Suniyashiro was right. When do we need people from Gode 13 to accuse us? The lower-level nobles are the lower-level nobles, and they can never change the despicableness in the blood. If the head of the Suniyashiro family didn't apply for the restoration of the Urahara family's noble seat, you would not be able to participate in such a high-end meeting. Confused words, curses with extremely vicious language. Nobles do not always pay attention to the so-called etiquette. When someone touches their interests, these guys will come up to bite like a mad dog. The ugly side is undoubtedly revealed. So, Su Feng's indifferent voice sounded again. Is this what you discussed together? Ridiculous, but... Boom! The power of terrifying fluctuations spread directly with Su Feng as the center, and in an instant, it enveloped the entire noble meeting room. The huge oppression, like the overturning of the world, suddenly bombarded the hearts of the nobles. Those with poor tolerance, even if they were lying on the conference table in front of them. On the back of his hand and between his forehead, the blue veins burst out, and his face was extremely hideous. What's more, a staggered person didn't hold the conference table firmly, and fell to his knees directly on the ground, lying there without the slightest image. Silence. Years. It was only when there were only heavy breathing in the conference room that Su Feng reminded softly. Now is my speaking time. You guys don't feel good, do you? The fusion of the killing intent fluctuation and the fluctuating eruption made the pressure of this momentum far surpass that of the spiritual pressure. Although in terms of specifications, it is not comparable to the Ryotsu sealing Aizen. But in terms of quality, it has gone far beyond. Not to mention these nobles, even ordinary officers and even vice captains couldn't bear the oppression of Su Feng's full blast. I'm actually curious. Su Feng leaned back in the chair and said indifferently, what gave you courage? 39. Advertisement. Let you roar, curse, accuse the mighty? Have you been living in luxury for a long time? Have you forgotten the essence of the world? 5. The strong eat the weak is the real law of survival. At this moment, Kuchiki Yinling slowly raised his gaze, offsetting the enormous pressure that was also exerted on him with his own reiki. Yuan Luze is on the side of the nobles, 99. He said in a low voice, if something like today reaches his ears, it will definitely cause a more serious impact. Could it be that you don't even care about him anymore? The seemingly accountability words are actually worrying about Su Feng. Kuchiki Yinling knows the relationship between Su Feng and Byakuya Kuchiki so much that he worries that Su Feng will be punished by Yamamoto Uenujai for his recklessness. Su Feng naturally heard the meaning of his words. Remember the day before? Is that the scorching Ryotsu that swept the entire Soul Society, the captain? Hearing this, Kuchiki Yinling's eyes widened, suddenly remembering an impossible thing. As you think? Su Feng's expression was flat, as if he was talking about an ordinary thing. If the captain wants to hold me accountable, please do so on the premise of destroying the entire Soul Society, 99. I don't think I'm the strongest in the world, but if you make certain rules, you can still do it. Like now. He raised his palm, and a pure crimson color bloomed on his fingertips. The temperature in the aristocratic conference room suddenly rose a few notches. The ultimate explosion fueled by the power of waves. Boom. The pillar of fire rose into the sky, directly piercing the ceiling and spreading it. Just a few breaths of time. The huge conference room was left with only ashes. What is even more frightening is that some of the nobles who shouted and cursed the most were directly transformed into spiritual sons and returned to the arms of the Soul Society under the spread of the explosion. As I said before, Su Feng's expression was flat, as if he had just done a trivial thing. The purpose of this noble meeting is to ban the 46 rooms. As for the responsibilities of the 46th room, the first team is solely responsible. His hands fell, the boiling explosions also disappeared, and the temperature returned to normal again. All right. Beijing band leader, let's go. Kyoraku Shunsui put the hat back on his head and said with a helpless expression. Yeah, it's really stressful to be with you. Just attending an aristocratic meeting is to make such a big news. But I'm curious how old man Sean will deal with it. When he said these words, he did not shy away from the embarrassed nobles. As a minority among the aristocrats, Kyoraku Shunsui was extremely disgusted by some of their actions. If not for the sake of identity and strength, he has long wanted to do something similar. Thinking of this, Kyoraku Shunsui walked to Su Feng's side and said, scrutinizing his chin full of stubble, I'm really looking forward to it. After all, the two left together. All that was left was the ashes, and the wolves, CDBJ, were embarrassed by the nobles. Looking at the distant backs of Su Feng and Kyoraku Shunsui, these guys clenched their teeth one by one, the veins on the back of their hands burst out, and the anger in their hearts has never been so intense. When the two of them were gone, someone gritted their teeth and said fiercely, certainly, he must pay the price. It doesn't matter whether the goading 13 teams, or the Keto crowd, the private army they support doesn't matter. Be sure to do everything possible to let him die under the knife. And Kuchiki Yinling, who had not left, reminded faintly, remember my question? Some time ago, on the plain south of Gode 13, Genryuzai broke out a Ryotsu approaching Bankai. And his opponent is Urahara Su Feng. If you have the confidence that you can kill or plot an existence comparable to Yuan Luze with the existing means. The old man will also admire your ability very much. After such a remark, the person who said the harsh words was dumbfounded on the spot, and his mouth murmured several times, but he was unable to say anything. Although he is arrogant, although pretentious, although he looks down on all civilians. But that doesn't mean he has no brains. Advertisement. The game of interests between nobles still requires a lot of brains. Because of this, he just realized that most of the interests of the nobles come from the existence who supports them. That is, the captain of the Gode 13th team, Yamamoto Motonuzai Shigekuni. Today, even Yamamoto Uenujai is helpless. How can the nobles come up with suitable methods? But a few days, Aizen's mutiny, and what happened at the nobility meeting, spread throughout the Soul Society. Compared with the former, the residents of Soul Society are more concerned about the latter, and even talk about it. First team quarters. Yamamoto Uenyuji looked at the pile of documents in front of him with a dull expression, and he couldn't help but have a headache for a while. Regarding Su Feng's single-handedly banning the 46th room, although he was very angry about it, he was a little helpless. If you really want to punish him, even if it is myself, I am afraid that I must go all out to deal with it, until the entire Soul Society is destroyed. Central 46 and Soul Society, compared to the two, Yamamoto Uenyuji decisively chose the latter. Shojiro. Yamamoto Uenyuji ordered in a dissatisfied tone. Divided these documents into 2/3 and sent them directly to the 8th team's quarters. And Supervisor Kiraku Shunsui is solely responsible. Obviously, unable to punish Su Feng, he directly targeted his own disciple. There has to be a place to spread the fire, doesn't it? 6th Squad. After Byakuya Kuchiki woke up from the coma, he first heard about Su Feng's feat from Rukia's mouth. It can be said, there are many people in Soul Society who are dissatisfied with room 46. But no one has ever been able to pose any threat to it. The first person to attack it was Aizen, directly under the disguise of Kyoka Suigetsu, beheaded all the staff of the 46 rooms with the sword. In this regard, people are shocked, but also terrified. Because of such means, what if one day it falls on you? As for the second approach, it makes people feel numb in their hearts. The captain of the 5th division of the same group, with the same powerful force, directly announced the ban on the 46 rooms at the noble meeting in his own name, changing the tradition of the Soul Society for thousands of years. Compared with the former, the latter's approach is even more awe-inspiring. There is even more good news. There is news in Soul Society that the captain is old and is not as strong as the new captain of the 5th division, Urahara Su Feng. Although I know that these rumors are not true, but people are still very curious, Su Feng and Yamamoto Uenyuji. Who is stronger? But one thing is worth affirming, that is, Yamamoto Uenyuji in Shikai State is not as powerful as Su Feng in Shikai State. As for Bankai, you said you don't have Master Bankai yet? In the 4th division team building, Shihuen Yoruichi slapped the table with a shocked and numb expression. Su Feng nodded as a matter of course, isn't this a normal thing? In general, Shinigami Master Shikai takes decades or even centuries. As for Bankai, most Shinigami never reach that threshold in their lifetime. I don't have a Master Bankai, it's all too normal. 39. Shihuen Yoruichi was dumbfounded listening to such an unreasonable theory. She gestured with both hands and opened her left and right, it's so strong, even the captain of Yamamoto. Before Shihuen Yoruichi could finish speaking, he was interrupted by Su Feng. The two cannot be confused. Actually, when I came to you, I mainly remembered one of his inventions by Kazuki. Hearing this, Shihuen Yoruichi looked strange and said subconsciously. Turn the body? Su Feng nodded and admitted, that's it. One of the inventions of Urahara Kazuki, the god-turning body can forcibly copy Zanpakuto's body and visualize it. Among them, Urahara Kazuki and Kurosaki Ichigo completed their own Bankai through this prop. If you turn the god body, there are a few spares in the training ground. Shihuen Yoruichi said indifferently, since it is what you need, then I will get it back for you. After all, she disappeared into the room as Shunpo before waiting for Su Feng to respond. For the effect of turning the body, Shihuen Yoruichi is still very clear. As for whether it works for Su Feng, that's unknown. Chapter 100. The threat from Team Zero when Shihuen Yoruichi gave Su Feng the turning body. Coincidentally, Zaraki Kenpachi woke up from a coma. As a result, she saw the beast that broke free from the reins and roared at Su Feng, ready to launch a second challenge. Come and fight. Because Zanpakuto was taken away, Zaraki Kenpachi could only point at Su Feng with his finger. People like you must be eager to fight, as before, let's fight it all together. I am stronger now than before. Su Feng indifferently sips the tea in the cup, looking unmoved. It's about fighting. There is an orange-haired boy named Kurosaki Ichigo. He threw Zaraki Kenpachi directly to Kurosaki Ichigo. If you can defeat him, it's not too late for us to fight again. Zaraki Kenpachi looked at Su Feng with a suspicious expression. Although his brain is full of muscles, this does not prevent him from being able to see the ulterior motives of the guy in front of him. Really, Xiaojian? Grass deer Yachenliu jumped out from the corner of the room, with Jinping candy in his mouth, and he was a little vaguely excited. I have seen the battle of the Little One Guard. He is really strong and can beat other captains. Hearing this, Zaraki Kenpachi suddenly became interested, and a ferocious light flashed in his narrow pupils. If that's the case, then take me to find him, great. Kusaka Yachiryu jumped on Zaraki Kenpachi's shoulder, and after thinking for a moment, pointed out the direction to the north. Go this way. Before leaving, Zaraki Kenpachi did not forget to remind Su Feng. I will defeat that kid and come back to find you. Fighting or something is the most wonderful. After he finished speaking, he jumped directly from the second floor and flew in the direction pointed by Kaolu Yachenliu. Su Feng sensed his retreating back and shook his head regretfully. Not surprisingly, the next time Zaraki Kenpachi challenges him again, it is estimated that it will be more than 10 years. It was clear that he was referring to a straight line just now, but he changed directions 3 times before he walked 100 meters. Proceed at this rate. Finding Kurosaki Ichigo may not be far off. This guy is still as crazy as ever. Shihuan Yoruichi appeared beside Su Feng and shook his head helplessly. Back when she was captain, she was often a bit of a headache for the unruly Zaraki Kenpachi. I didn't expect that after so many years, this guy is still like this. Even the Ryotsu that escaped unconsciously was even more terrifying than before. Su Feng is very clear about the change of Zaraki Kenpachi. It was because he was worried about the death of his opponent that he could not fight to the fullest, and thus subconsciously sealed his own strength. But with the continuous strengthening of its fighting intensity, Zaraki Kenpachi's strength will be unblocked step by step until it returns to its peak. Strictly speaking, Kurosaki Ichigo belongs to the same category as him. It's just that the former is active and the latter is passive. Did you get the divine body? Su Feng turned his head and asked, I hope this thing will be useful. Shihuan Yoruichi fiddled with the humanoid props in his hand and reminded. Advertisement. You need to pay attention to the 3-day time limit when using the god-turning body. In addition, this way of learning Bankai can only be used once. The last point. She stretched out a finger and said with a smile, I'm interested in your Zanpakuto materialization. 99. I wonder if you can stand by and watch without affecting your battle? Su Feng pondered for a while but did not refuse. Zanpakuto is not his most important strength, and his Zanpakuto's abilities are not similar to Kyoka Suigetsu's existence that is easy to be guarded against when known. Guanxijung's ability effects are all based on the power of waves. That's a small problem. Su Feng stood up from his position, took the turning body from Shihuan Yoruichi's hand, and disappeared in place the next moment. Shihuan Yoruichi followed closely, and the two came to the training ground of the 4th Division together. Because there are still many wounded in the Comprehensive Ambulance Center, no one else can be seen in this empty training ground. Let's get started. Shihuan Yoruichi looked at the turning body in Su Feng's hands with anticipation. Without any hesitation, Su Feng pulled out his Zanpakuto and stabbed straight at the turning body. Click. The sealed state Zanpakuto shattered into countless tiny fragments at the moment when the blade touched the body of the god, floating in the air like dust. The turning body also showed a similar posture, turning into countless spiritual suns and integrating into the fragments. At this time, the surrounding space began to tremble, and the strange fluctuations centered on Su Feng spread out instantly, directly covering the entire training ground. Scoff. A black crack appeared in the air in front of Su Feng, as if a black cavity had been torn apart. Immediately after, cracks appeared one after another, as if due to the existing spatial strength, it was unable to withstand this figurative Guanxijungzang. Seeing that Zanpakuto's avatar had not appeared for a long time, Shihuan Yoruichi also frowned deeply, not knowing exactly what happened. When I was training Kurosaki Ichigo, it was obviously very useful. 35. But why? Scoff. Scoff. The sound of tearing kept ringing in the training ground. When the black crack touched the building, it directly smashed the building into a spiritual child with an irresistible force and merged into the darkness. This scene lasted for nearly 10 minutes, and the black cracks are almost all over the training ground, and even people can't stand. So that Shihuan Yoruichi had to change into a black cat form, crouching on Su Feng's shoulders and protecting himself with the power of waves. Well, when Su Feng found that the torn space was gradually recovering, he realized that this attempt to turn the body of God was a complete failure. It seems that the body of the gods cannot represent my Zanpakuto. 9. He raised his right hand, and on the hilt of the knife clenched in the palm of his hand, the small fragments were constantly reappearing and gathered until they were fully recovered. Just like the original sealed state, Shihuan Yoruichi in black cat form is a little dumbfounded. She has always been very confident in Urahara Kazuki's invention, but also began to doubt her life. Turn the body of the gods to be ineffective. This is the first time I've seen this. Su Feng retracted Zanpakuto into the scabbard with his backhand, and the white feathers flew behind him. Perhaps a new round of improvements can be made for the god-turning body. Just to ask, how are the recent research results of Ni Yuli? Advertisement. The 12th Division, Technology Development Bureau. At Shihuan Yoruichi's strong request, he also followed along. In order to prevent Ni Yuri from having some unnecessary curiosity about her in the black cat form, at Su Feng's request, Shihuan Yoruichi changed back to her original appearance. However, while changing clothes, she was accidentally spotted by Unohana Retsu. So much so that Shihuan Yoruichi was almost hacked to death on the spot in the 4th team's hut. In the words of Unohana Retsu, anyone who approaches Su Feng with an impure purpose should bear the corresponding price. Captain Unohana is getting more and more over the top. Shihuan Yoruichi spread his hands and complained helplessly. Su Feng guessed and took over. Your behavior is more extreme than hers. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Shihuan Yoruichi shook his head into a rattle, as if someone was shaking wildly in front of her with a cat wand. When Su Feng came to the Technology Development Bureau again, he was surprised to find that the building layout here has also changed. If the previous architectural pattern is somewhat similar to the sci-fi template of the future world, so the current architectural pattern is a bit like the heavy industry form of the 1980s and 1990s, with huge chimneys everywhere, bloated mechanical structures and external superimposed gears. Even the members who came and went appeared to be polluted by soot. The protective clothing of the jacket was stained with a large amount of oil stains, as well as some unknown form of viscous liquid. Are you sure this is the Technology Development Bureau? Shihuan Yoruichi has returned here for the first time since fleeing Soul Society 800 years ago. And this also caused her confusion and curiosity about the scene in front of her. Why does it feel like the development of technology has been set back 200 or 300 years? Su Feng didn't answer, but with the range of fluctuating perception, he immediately locked the location of Ni Yuli. Not surprisingly, under the ground of the Technology Development Bureau, the gigantic Keisha Jizo was twisting his body in a strange shape, and a violent ryotsu like a tsunami was exuding around him. It seems to be a peculiar killing Jizo that was generated based on information collected from Zaraki Kenpachi. After Su Feng showed the exclusive certificate given to him by Ni Yuli, he took Shihuan Yoruichi all the way down to the lowest level of the Technology Development Bureau. For flowers, it was a surprise. 99 Ni Yuli appeared at the entrance the moment Su Feng stepped into the Underground Research Institute. You actually come to me at this time. I heard about the big things you did at the noble meeting, 99. He spread his hands out, the extremely long nails of the middle finger of his right hand have been completely trimmed, and the whole person's dress has also changed again. A huge headdress similar to a sunflower shrouded Ni Yuli's head, and the black and white mask showed a pattern of interlaced stripes, which was extremely weird. Should it be said to be the aesthetic of a mad scientist? Even when it comes to dressing up, it's more weird than normal people. It's just that I no longer want those blood-sucking waste maggots lying on the top of my head. Su Feng said flatly, as if it was just a trivial matter. You don't need to care about the power of the nobility, 35. Ni Yuli's fingers trembled nimbly, as if a silk thread was involved. The problem is Central 46, as an important part of the 5 aristocrats left over 1,000 years ago. As an existence that often invades the Great Spirit Book corridor, Ni Yuli knows the secrets far beyond the General Captain, or even the 5 nobles. Their existence is directly under the orders of the Spirit King, that is, the Spirit King Palace above the sky. Although the Spirit King never interferes with any decision of the 46 room, it does not prevent the 46 room from symbolizing the Spirit King's power in the Soul Society to a certain extent. Point 0 The corners of Ni Yuli's mouth were pulled towards both sides, like a blooming sunflower, which looked extremely strange. As early as the end of the noble meeting, I invaded the Great Spirit Book corridor again. These information should be given away for free, no need to exchange anything. The impact of banning the 46 rooms is far greater than that of the 46 rooms. It's bigger to slaughter it cleanly. 35 inches The members of the 46 rooms are dead, and they can be elected from among the nobles, but if this institution is banned, it really ceases to exist. 35 Su Feng has already guessed what Newly thinks. The meaning to be expressed. About this matter. Do you mean that those guys in the Spirit King Palace will interfere? Bingo. Although Team 0 is not under the command of Central 46, and the 2 are not under the same department, they are under the direct jurisdiction of the Spirit King. When they realized that Room 46 was banned, they would naturally think Soul Society suffered indelible damage. That is to say, Urahara Su Feng, what you will face in the future. Shihuan Yoruichi, who was shocked to the side, subconsciously took over the words. Ordered by the Spirit King's 0 team. Nirvana Miyuri glanced at her and didn't say much. Once as Urahara Kazuki's subordinate, Nishikiri was familiar with Shihuan Yoruichi. It's just that he didn't catch a cold much. Then wait for them to come down. Su Feng didn't care much about this. Although the 0 team's combat effectiveness is very strong, and even 5 people are comparable to the entire 13th team of Goding, this does not mean that he will be afraid. It's time to come. Let's continue with the purpose of our trip. Hearing this, Shihuan Yoruichi handed several shrunken bodies to Ni Yuri, and looked at Su Feng with strange eyes at the same time. Those smart eyes, as if it was the first time they knew Su Feng, stayed on him and looked up and down. She was very curious, where did Su Feng get the confidence to face the upcoming 0 division? As the former head of the Shihuan family, she also has a certain understanding of the existence of Team 0. Because of this, Shihuan Yoruichi was even more curious about it. Oh, 99 Nimori took over the divine body, and immediately activated it and released it to its full form. It seems to be the invention of Urahara Kazuki. Can you concretize Zanpakuto's divine body? Su Feng noticed that when Ni Yuli was observing this spiritual tool, the whites of his eyes showed a strange green color, mixed with yellow pupils, which made it have a strange appearance. This kind of unreal feeling. This guy seems to have transformed himself physically again. Is it involved in the technology of transforming the soul? Specialized techniques. Although I don't want to admit it, I have to admit it. The intelligence of this disgusting fellow has surpassed that of the Soul Society by more than 99%, it's gone. Chapter 101. Ni Yuli's whimsy. Although Nimori is very disgusted with Urahara Kazuki in terms of perception. But I have to admit that only Urahara Kazuki can match him in science and technology. Maybe in Aizen. But because Aizen's ambition is not here, although Hogyoku has been researched, it is not recognized by Nimori. Actually, I'm looking for you this time mainly because of the ineffectiveness of the god-turning body. Su Feng explained, I tried to practice Bankai in the training ground using the god-turning body, but it only caused a large area of spatial tearing. There is no figuration of Guanxizheng. Ni Yuli and Su Feng cooperated many times, and they involved a lot in the study of various forces, which caused Ni Yuli to know a lot about Su Feng. Among them is the name Zanpakuto. As this. The 5 fingers of Ni Yuli's right hand were opened, and the fingertips were split open, like petals, splitting in all directions. A strange structure, but there are limits. What an ingenious idea. He stretched out his hand and pressed it on the god-turning body, and in just a few breaths, he dissected a complete god-turning body. I know why. Ni Yuli restored her fingers to their original appearance, and looked at Su Feng with strange green and yellow pupils. Because of the use of soul-transforming technology, in a sense, the transformation of the body can be regarded as borrowing ideas from hundreds of years ago. Su Feng knew that transforming the soul was originally a technology eliminated by Soul Society. This was part of the Soul Society's Vanguard program to re-infuse dead bodies with souls used for battle, so that the bodies can be strengthened accordingly. Use this as a way to transform the soul, so as to obtain a batch of combat power against Zan Shu. But in the follow-up, due to various 7 and 80 reasons, it was also directly abolished, and most of the reformed souls were directly destroyed. Only the soul of the Kurosaki Ichigo family still exists, and the 3 modified souls in the Urahara store. However, their combat power is not comparable to the ordinary Shinigami, but it can be ignored. Urahara Kazuki is not one to give up at will, obviously. Inspired by the technique of transforming the soul, he improved the body of the gods and used it in the practice of Shinigami Bankai. There's a big downside to this thing. 99 Ni Yuli looked at Su Feng with a weird look, that is, it takes a lot of spirits to merge with the body itself, so as to concretize Zanpakuto into reality. Simply put, those who use the power of wave as the fundamental power like you are not suitable for the practice of Bankai by turning the body of the gods. And even if you can, you won't be able to find a modified soul that matches your current fluctuations. Having said this, he thought for a while before continuing. If you use an analogy, this level of soul transformation is equivalent to 3 captain-level souls. Shihuan Yoruichi, who was on the side, was greatly shocked, and his smart eyes moved back and forth between Su Feng and Su Feng. It was the first time she knew these things. That's fine. Su Feng shook his head and gave up the idea of using the god-turning body to practice Bankai. According to his current progress, I am afraid that the next time he signs in for the task, he will reach the threshold of Bankai. To this, he was looking forward to it, since it's here. Ni Yuli invited, why don't you come and enjoy my latest work? As he said that, he glanced at Shihuan Yoruichi, and seeing the curious eyes in the woman's eyes, he did not mean to refuse her to come and watch together. Although his research, even if it is placed in the Soul Society, is extremely taboo. However, Shihuan Yoruichi has long been exiled to the world. If it wasn't for her innocence in the Aizen mutiny incident, Yamamoto Uenujai would have long since cut her off with Ryujin Jaka. After the 3 passed through a downward corridor, they immediately entered a more extensive underground space. The architectural style like a Tianqing is reflected in Su Feng's perception. The body of the demon embryo Fuyin had recovered from the posture of killing Jizo just now, and a huge body dozens of meters high sat cross-legged in the center of the round pit. Dozens of sophisticated equipment surround it, and at the same time, it is undergoing meticulous transformation. The golden spiritual pressure was continuously poured into the body of the demon fetus, causing the guy to keep making weird roars. Based on the materialized golden Ryatsu after Zaraki Kenpachi was unsealed, 99. Ni Yuli grinned and explained, assist with that Ishida Yulong's spiritual manipulation method, which is the so-called chaotic fighting spirit technique. For this, we will transform the body of the demon fetus. According to the original plan, when it is completely remodeled, it will be able to generate the Jizo for you. Hearing this, Su Feng took a step forward, pressing both hands on the guardrail, forcibly dissecting the demon body in front of him with fluctuating perception. In his perception, the body like a hill is being filled with the materialized golden spiritual pressure, and there are countless stitched spiritual bundles on top of the spiritual pressure, binding it firmly, and control. At the same time, Su Feng also noticed that this guy Ni Yuli used the power of refusal to block a wave of wave power and placed it at the heart of the demon body. But the effect is not gratifying. Advertisement: the power of wave constantly radiates outward, and erodes the few powers of rejection. According to the current progress, I am afraid that it will not only last for 3 days. If Vientiane's power of rejection collapses, Su Feng said flatly, the whole structure will also collapse directly. The end of being too greedy, don't you know, Ni Yuli? Hearing these words, Ni Yuli laughed twice and explained in a confident tone. Hey, I have already considered this situation. If the liberation is lifted, the Chaos Itagarba will exist in the form of a sealed state, and both the force of rejection and the force of wave will be fixed in a nearly static manner. In this way, the initial transformation is considered a success. In this regard, Su Feng did not say anything. He was actually very curious about whether Ni Yuli could create a Jizo to kill him. How far can science and technology go, beyond Yamamoto Uenujai? Or, like Urahara Kazuki, touch the fundamental power of this world, the Spirit King? However, Su Feng is very clear that the limit of the world is the Spirit King, and this is not his limit. Su Feng retracted his wave perception and surrounded himself. Your peculiar killing Jizo. Ni Yuli's mouth grinned open, revealing neatly white teeth. You won't be disappointed, 4th Squad, hello. Why are you so annoying? The fierce-faced 11th rank team members shouted with disdain. If you leave like this, it will be very difficult for me to do, 9. The 4th Division team member, who seemed to be somewhat honest, said with an embarrassed expression. I said it was all right. 35, if you're going to be long-winded, be careful that I peel you off. Just as they were arguing, a gentle voice appeared behind the 11th Division. You are in good spirits. The moment they heard this voice, the two of them were dripping with cold sweat, as if they had just run over from the end of Seirei with all their strength. You, Captain Yu Jawa, 117. Yunohana Retsu said with a smile, it's worth celebrating to be able to recover like this, but it's better to keep quiet in the ward, 55. As long as you are still under the roof of the Comprehensive Ambulance Center, your life is still in our hands. Don't forget that. Her smile was obviously so gentle and sweet, but the content of these words made the 11th ranked team members shudder, and their legs were even more swayed, completely different from the previous posture. The trembling voices of the two fully explained their mood at this time. Under the watchful eyes of Unohana Retsu, the two cautiously returned to their wards and closed the door. During the whole process, there was no sound. Unohana Retsu, so scary. I made you laugh, Mr. Su Feng. Unohana Retsu said softly to the people around her, because the soldiers of the 4th Division do not participate in the battle, they are often looked down upon by the soldiers of the other divisions. Things like this have happened more than once. Su Feng replied thoughtfully, if possible, let the team members of the 5th Division be responsible for maintaining order. After all, there are so many wounded, then trouble Su Feng Jun. Unohana Retsu's smile grew softer. Although the relationship between Su Feng and Unohana Retsu improved a lot that night, Unohana Retsu still had the same attitude on weekdays, but was much closer in behavior. Even a little too often, so that every time a team member sees it, it is a shock to the face. Tiger Toru Yongyan didn't even know how many vases he knocked over. Okay, it's time to carry out the task that the commander-in-chief gave me, 35. Su Feng gestured, those people in Kurosaki Ichigo should be ready, right? 5. I was notified in the morning, at this time. At the end of the corridor came the sound of greeting. Advertisement, Mr. Su Feng, Captain Yusahana, Kurosaki Ichigo and his party appeared in front of the two in excellent condition. We're ready. When to set off? Su Feng smiled and said, now. In front of the huge crossing gate, when Su Feng brought Kurosaki Ichigo and his party here, a hazy white light was being released in front of the door, and a large number of spirits escaped from it, forming a white gas visible to the naked eye lingering around. This is the gate of the Soul Society to the world. Su Feng walked in front and said without turning his head, the spirit transformer has been prepared for you, so you don't need to worry about accidents. Mr. Su Feng. I have a question for you. Kurosaki Ichigo's slightly serious voice came from behind, which made Su Feng's progress stagnate. Just ask. Did you know long ago about the Hogyoku hidden in Rukia's soul? 35. Kurosaki Ichigo stood there, staring at Su Feng's face, as if he could see a secret from above. You said this. The corners of Su Feng's mouth raised slightly, and said calmly. I have found out since I adopted Rukia, 39. The abnormality in the soul and the impact on the surrounding environment. Hogyoku's external performance is still very strong. Heard. An angry expression appeared on Kurosaki Ichigo's face, and he tried his best to restrain himself. Then why not let Kazuki help take out the Hogyoku? Su Feng said lightly, actually, the reason is very simple, the existence of Hogyoku will affect the potential of Rukia itself. It will take the form of desire to promote the strengthening of those around you. And for Rukia, it doesn't hurt. And the most important point is that if Aizen is not allowed to take Hogyoku, he will hide in the dark and use various means to obtain Hogyoku. At that time, do you think you can protect everything? Hogyoku this thing, said strong is not strong, said weak is not weak. In fact, it still comes from the power of the Spirit King. It can make the host stronger, entirely because the host itself has enough potential to tap and develop. Whenever you give Hogyoku to Araki Mikizik to try. To be able to make himself reach the level of a captain is considered a smoke from his ancestors. The two cannot be generalized. Aizen is strong, not entirely because of Hogyoku. Its very existence is already the pinnacle of Shinigami. Kurosaki Ichigo was silent, bowing his head deeply. This trip to invade the Soul Society made him deeply aware of his weakness. But if it's stronger, if you take the problem to the surface and solve it, Su 1.9 Feng calmly said, then the problem will be much simpler and the solutions will be diversified. Don't get caught up in the surface of the problem. Kurosaki Ichigo was silent for a long time before continuing to ask. Then, regarding the Quincy, Nether and Shinigami power mixes you talked about earlier with Aizen, 5. It's your own business, Su Feng said. You can go back and ask Urahara Kazuki, or you can ask Kurosaki Ishin directly. Oh yes, you might not know it yet, Kurosaki Ishin aka Shiba Ishin. He didn't mean to keep a secret for him at all, and directly wiped out everything about Kurosaki Ishin. The Shiba family is divided into the head of the house, Sora and Kaien and Ganju, but your cousins, 35. Also, Kurosaki Ishin once served as the captain of the 10th Division, and his strength is not weaker than any captain, and even in the forefront. More importantly, he was involved in everything you went through. The corners of Su Feng's mouth raised slightly, but the dark-bellied nature was revealed under the gentle smile. He is looking forward to Kurosaki Ichigo's performance when he returns. This is for you. Su Feng handed the Shinigami proxy card to Kurosaki Ichigo. In view of your own strength, you are no weaker than the general captain. This allows you to switch between humans and Shinigami out of concern for the safety of the world and supervise your position. He did not hide the role of Shinigami's proxy card like Jashiro Yukitaki did, and said it all directly. After all, in Su Feng's view, even Kurosaki Ichigo, who is open, is still within his control. It's a big deal, just beat him up. Chapter 102 Carry forward the Urahara family. Hueco Mundo. The gust of wind howled, rolling the layers of white sand flying into the sky. A vast and gigantic palace stands in the white desert, as high as a mountain. The dead wood similar to quartz is swept by the whistling wind from time to time, plowing marks on the white sand. Small and empty under the rock wall, the white sand breathed the high concentration of spirits in the air, adding a few different vitality to this desert. As for the location of the palace in the distance, they kept aloof, and did not dare to set foot within its range. In the Palace of Virtual Night, somewhere in the hall, Aizen sat on the top throne, propped his chin in his right hand, and turned his eyes to Ichimaru Jin beside him. About this plan, Silver, is there anything to reflect on? Ichimaru Jin is still the same fox smirk, and the light Kyoto accent has not changed at all. Well, this time, after all, I still underestimate Mr. Su Feng. The plan would have gone more smoothly without him. Aizen stood up and walked slowly towards the bottom of the seat, while not forgetting to say softly, "Do not. From beginning to end, I have never underestimated Mr. Su Feng. As early as when he joined the 5th Division under the name of Urahara Su Feng, I had completely noticed him. Surprisingly, he stood in front of the conference table, pressed his fingers on it, and a fine spiritual pressure poured out from his fingertips. Su Feng is even beyond my control. 35. From the time of the battle with Neutra, he has been on the path of the unobservable." Ichimaru Jin listened, and his expression became slightly dignified, no longer as calm as before. As I said initially, although the words were full of admiration for Su Feng, Aizen's expression never showed any nervousness or panic. I'm curious what role Su Feng plays in this chess game. Now I'm clear. A substance like white bones formed at Aizen's fingertips, constantly swallowing those fine ryotsu. Aizen raised his chin slightly and said with a smile as always. The one who controls the changes in the chess situation. Chess player. Shi 23 Maru Jin's expression was slightly startled, and the change in his mind could not be seen in his thin eyes. Does Mr. Aizen have any countermeasures against Mr. Su Feng? With his current strength, he didn't finish his words, but the meaning was very clear. Aizen smiled unchanged, and said softly, "When I was looking for the experience of Urahara Kazuki in the corridor of the Great Spirit Book, I accidentally found an interesting record. A blood burial seal somewhere in Karakura town. Soul Society. Seirei, the first team, the captain's quarters." When Su Feng received a summons from Hell Butterfly and came here, he unexpectedly found that only Yamamoto Uenyujai was alone. Yamamoto Uenyujai sat in front of the red solid wood table, and the fragrance of tea rose from the teacup. "It doesn't seem to be about accountability. Please sit down, Captain Su Feng." He stretched out his hand and pushed the teacup forward in Su Feng's direction. This strange attitude made Su Feng feel vigilant. Never had. For so many years, Yamamoto Uenyujai has never treated others like this, even his disciples. Su Feng sat down cautiously, with a vigilant look on his face. If it is a fight, he is not really afraid of Yamamoto Uenyujai. After all, on the premise of not completely liberating Ryujin Jaka, the other party has no way to do anything with him. And after Bankai, the damage done to Soul Society was nearly devastating. With Yamamoto Uenyujai's character, he never wanted to see that scene. Don't be wary of old man. Yamamoto Uenyujai seemed to see Su Feng's worry. This subpoena, you are here mainly for two things. One is the ban on the 46 rooms. 9. Just a while ago, the old man went to the Lingwang Palace alone, and met Dazisho of the Zero Division. Su Feng frowned slightly with a puzzled look on his face. Orimori, should it be Shutara Senjumaru? This woman has nothing to do with him. Why did Yamamoto Uenyujai mention this person? Is it because of Nimori? In Su Feng's impression, the relationship between Ni Yuli and Shutara Senjumaru was extremely bad, and was even evaluated by Ni Yuli as a guy who does things that look down on people. Zero and in the present advertisement he is the one who has the deepest relationship with Ni Yuli. Do not think too much. Yamamoto Uenyujai reminded. Shutara Senjumaru, as one of the framers of Soul Society regulations, has been involved in various aspects. Such as the Soul Society's existing vigilance system. Shutara rank is derived from his surname. As an old man who has lived for more than 2,000 years, Yamamoto Uenyujai knows the secrets no less than Niyuri, who often invades the corridor of the Great Spirit Book. And the 46 rooms you banned have a lot to do with it. It's impossible to study the details, and Shutara Senjumaru himself is unwilling to mention it. All the old man knows is that she will come to Seirei in the way of Tianju in the near future. 35. As for whether she came to be held accountable, or there are other things. Yamamoto Uenyujai shook his head. The old man won't know. That's it. Su Feng picked up the teacup and savored the faint tea fragrance in it. Soldiers come to block water and earth to cover. The big deal, just have a fight with her. I'm still very curious about the strength of Orimori. With the continuous improvement of strength, Su Feng has gradually developed in the direction of Zaraki Kenpachi. Don't talk about anything, just call and talk. You can't beat it, you have the final say. I can beat it, I have the final say. Simple and clear, no brains needed at all. One more thing. Before Yamamoto Uenyujai got angry, Su Feng directly interrupted and asked. The second thing is about the legacy of the Kuchiki family. 55. Su Feng was a little puzzled. What does the problem left by the Kuchiki family have to do with me? The relationship is naturally not big. 35 Yamamoto Uenyujai's slightly closed eyes slowly opened, but when it comes to the responsibilities of the captain, I think you still need to take care of it. It was not until he reminded him that Su Feng realized that he had become the captain of the 5th Division. This also makes it impossible to shirk some things that could be fished in the past. And, until now, he has not elected a suitable vice captain. As for Hinamori Momo, Su Feng believes that it is better for people who are not mentally sound to not participate in court work. On the contrary, Ryosuke Longtang Temple is a good choice. Su Feng believes that this guy's business ability is still relatively strong. In a short period of time, the 5th Division team has recovered 1/3. If there is a chance, maybe Rukia can be transferred to the 5th Division to assist. And just as he was thinking about it, Yamamoto Yuanyujai continued. I wonder if you've heard of Kuchiki Shanghai. Kuchiki Ringing River. For a time, Su Feng recalled the relevant information in his mind. Hundreds of years ago, Shinigami, the genius of the 6th Division and son-in-law of Kuchiki Yinling, was given the Kuchiki surname. But because of Zanpakuto Muramasa, he was framed as a traitor by Shinigami of other factions, and was subsequently imprisoned. Originally, Kuchiki Yinling wanted to persuade him so that Kuchiki Shanghai would wait for his rescue. But the young and vigorous Kuchiki Kyokuwa didn't trust anyone at all, and in a fit of rage, killed 3 Shinigami with great strength. Completely convicted of being a traitor. Then, under extreme emotions, he had a violent conflict with Yamamoto Yuanyujai and Kuchiki Yinling, which led to his being sealed in the present Karakura town. You seem to know something about it. 99 Yamamoto Yuanyujai didn't explain much. The space barrier that Yinling and I had created completely collapsed last night. If nothing else, Kuchiki Shanghai should have escaped from the seal. As for how he got out of trouble, and whether anyone helped him. In this regard, I hope that you can go to the present Karakura town to investigate. He put down the empty teacup in his hand, raised his eyes, and stared at Su Feng's face. As well as, take it back to Soul Society, face 46. Face the verdict of the first team. After Yamamoto's words were halfway through, he suddenly remembered that Central 46 no longer exists. At least, at this stage there won't be any more. As for whether it will appear in the future, it depends on the purpose of Shutara Senjumaru's trip. Since it is within the scope of responsibility, Su Feng readily agreed, then let me go. I'm also very curious about the Kuchiki Shanghai. The present. Karakura town. Su Feng took advantage of the team's piercing gait, and came directly to the world. This time, it is different from the past. There are very few that appear in the present world upright and bright. However, this visit did not go as smoothly as expected. As soon as he stepped out of the gate, a giant hand the size of a house faced Su Feng's head. What a different kind of welcome, advertisement. He flicked his fingers, and a burst of flame flew out instantly, landing directly on the giant hand. Unfortunately. 35. I do not like. Boom. The violent flame exploded instantly, turning into a huge crimson fireball, directly swallowing the giant hand and the owner of the giant hand. The pillar of fire that shot straight into the sky exuded a blazing high temperature, causing the temperature of the surrounding air to rise a lot. Such a scene shocked the girl in the sailor suit not far away. To this extent, the former deputy captain of the 8th Division, the current member of the masked army, Yadomaru Lisa. Through the lens, she reflected the terrifying flame that covered the sky and the sun, and a trace of imperceptible fear appeared silently in her heart. Shigami from Soul Society. A face I've never seen before, but that Captain Yori. Just when he was shocked and surprised, Su Feng's figure had already appeared on his side. It's still the surprising captain of the 5th Division. A gentle voice appeared in Yadomaru Lisa's ear. Yadomaru Lisa's pupils shrank suddenly, and he subconsciously slashed to the side with Zanpakuto in his hand. Ding! The shocking expression on the beautiful face was even more shocking. Yadomaru Lisa looked at the blade with disbelief, and a pure white finger lightly touched the sharpest point. How come? A simple application of a little strength technique, 99. Su Feng wields the power of waves around his fingertips, creating a performance similar to the steel skin of Menos Grande. There is also a little application for the fluctuation of killing intent. Have to say, the effect is quite good. Who are you? Yadomaru Lisa looked at Su Feng vigilantly, and a mask appeared on her beautiful face. As you can see, Su Feng said lightly, Captain of the 5th Division, Urahara Su Feng. Urahara, Su Feng. Yadomaru Lisa is not unfamiliar with this name. As early as when Urahara Kazuki matched them, he mentioned that everyone in the masked army would meet Su Feng. However, due to the extreme dislike of Shinigami by some people in the masked army team, the two sides did not meet. This time I came to this world. Su Feng explained, mainly because of the blood burial seal somewhere in Karakura town, 55. Hundreds of years ago, the Kuchiki Shanghai was freed from the seal and returned to freedom, 35. You should know something about his Zanpakuto Muramasa. When Yadomaru Lisa heard this, her light green pupils were once again filled with surprise. A series of things that happened in this short period of time really made her unable to calm down. First, the terrifying power that Su Feng showed, and then the news that Kuchiki Shanghai broke free from the seal. Although she had never experienced the matter of the Kuchiki-sounding river, she had heard about it when she was the vice captain of the 8th Division. Master Zanpakuto, Muramasa, the mighty Zanpakuto who restrains all Shinigami forces. A Shinigami nemesis. According to legend, Kuchiki Kyokuwa is full of hatred for Shinigami, even more extreme than the masked army. Getting out of the seal now will inevitably bring great disaster to this world. I'm the captain of the 5th Division. Su Feng nodded slightly and said softly, it's reasonable to come and learn about the specific situation. I'm going to see Kazuki first. if you want to come, don't put them together. Saying that, he used Shunpo to move forward in the air. Yadomaru Lisa looked at his back, and after hesitating for a while, he immediately followed. Kuchiki Hikari's escape from the seal is not just Shinigami's business. The members of the masked army are also unable to get rid of the use of Zanpakuto. Once it is targeted, it is difficult to come up with sufficient countermeasures. For the sake of my companions, Yadomaru Lisa thought so in her heart. Urahara store. Urahara Kazuki seemed to be expecting something, and stood at the door early and waited. And Tsukabishi Tessai is a burly body, carrying a huge metal spiritual tool, and his arms are wrapped around iron rope-like things. Oh yeah, Su Feng is actually the captain of the 5th Division. Urahara Kazuki fanned his folding fan and said somewhat unexpectedly. The hope of the Urahara family's re-emergence falls on you. He suddenly approached Su Feng's side, whispered close to Su Feng's ear and said, "Can you introduce more women Shinigami? I think this Lisa you brought is very good." Chapter 103 Bankai, the 8 Treasures Against Evil. Bang! Yadomaru Lisa held the scabbard and smashed it directly on Urahara Kazuki's head, giving no face at all. "Don't think I can't hear you." Holding the scabbard, she looked at the person in front of her with disdain. "Although this guy is very handsome, don't let others lead people indiscriminately, you be *************. Well, don't be so ruthless." Luo Urahara Kazuki covered his head and said innocently, "Our Su Feng is very good. Not only is he powerful, but he was already the captain at such a young age." "Boss, it's getting late." Tsukabishi Tetsusai reminded, "If you go later, you may not find any clues." Urahara Kazuki shook his head in disappointment. "Lisa, if you miss our Su Feng, you will regret it." 5. "Okay, let's go." When Yadomaru Lisa was ready to draw his sword, he skipped this topic with interest. "That kind of thing." Su Feng reminded, "If you are heard by Mao Jawa, your end will be even more miserable." Hear this. Urahara Kazuki's body froze, his head turned to Su Feng like a rusted machine. Could it be that you have already won that Captain Unoka?" Su Feng didn't look back. "Don't say it so badly. This is called spiritual communication, harmony and ease. 99. I'm just reminding you, don't say something out of the blue in front of other Shinigami one day. 55. If it's cut by then, I'll have to go to Ni Yuli to help you transform it." Urahara Kazuki shuddered and changed the subject directly. "Let's go to the blood burial seal site to see it first." When Captain Yamamoto and Yinling Kuchiki executed the barrier seal in Karakura town, I was not yet the captain. He retracted the folding fan into his sleeve and supported his fisherman hat. The information about the Kuchiki Shangha was obtained from the Great Spirit Book Corridor. Urahara Kazuki said without any hesitation, "Invading the Great Spirit Book Corridor seems to have become the tradition of your 12th Division." Su Feng remembered that Ni Yuli also often looked for the information he wanted in the corridor of the Great Spirit Book. It was like the back garden of his house, where he wanted to come in and out. Its use is much worse than Urahara Kazuki. Don't pay attention to these details. Urahara Kazuki Shunpo said in front of him, looking sideways, "The purpose of the Great Spirit Book Corridor is to use 99. Just a few minutes, the group came to the blood burial seal. Tsukabishi Tetsuai gently placed the huge metal spiritual tool behind the seal around the seal, activated it at the same time, and captured the traces of spiritual children and Ryotsu in the surrounding air. As the former Chief Kido Chief, Tsukabishi Tezai's accomplishments in Kido one way far surpassed other captains. At the seal, the sturdy ancient tree only had a huge deep pit left in place, and the nearby soil was scorched black, as if all traces had been erased. 4 guns blood seal. Tsukabishi Tetsuai's dull voice sounded, using a special spear to nail the limbs of the sealed person, and at the same time block his consciousness with the number 90 Hado black coffin. It is considered a relatively powerful seal Kido. The outer layer is the most basic and the most effective space enchantment. Hide the sealed person in another space, and only if you know the chant that the caster himself knows, can the enchantment be lifted. Having said that, he suddenly stopped narrating, such harsh conditions. Yadomaru Lisa also realized, could it be that Captain Yamamoto unblocked this space barrier? 35. Naturally this is impossible. 35 Tsukabishi Tetsuai shook his head solemnly. There may be a method of unblocking that I don't know about. After all, I'm not omnipotent in the Kido lineage. Even Joushin has to outperform me in some aspects. Yadomaru Lisa didn't speak anymore. She naturally knew who Tsukabishi Tetsusai was talking about. Also a member of the masked army, Hashijin was the deputy Kido chief of the Kido congregation, and has always been the adjutant of Tsukabishi Tezai. Capturing the 3 sides in the north and the remaining traces of the spirits in the 4 sides in the west. Urahara Kazuki stared at the setting screen of the spiritual tool with a serious expression, with unprecedented concentration. Tsukabishi Tetsusai also performed operations on metal spiritual tools according to what he said. After a series of manipulations, Urahara Kazuki finally saw what he wanted to see. He whispered, "The easiest and most effective way is to use the power of Hogyoku. Aizen has been initially recognized by Hogyoku. Advertisement as one of the developers of Hogyoku, Urahara Kazuki knows Hogyoku very well, and is more aware of its power. If nothing else, at least 2 more Ijukas have come here. With the power of Hogyoku given by Aizen, they released the space barrier and released the Kuchiki from the seal. 55. After discovering a clue, he thoroughly analyzed the truth of the incident. Or, Aizen didn't intend to hide anything, the simple and clear action, its purpose is to cause trouble to the Soul Society and the world, so as to provide enough time for himself to integrate with Hogyoku. If so, Su Feng sighed, then this trouble is a little tricky. Actually about the sound of the Kuchiki River. Urahara Kazuki suddenly looked at Su Feng and said, I suddenly thought of something Yoruichi said when he returned to this world not long ago. What? About the performance of the turning body's ineffectiveness to you. He fiddled with the buttons on the metal spiritual tool and said without looking up. Actually, the design of the god-turning body, to a certain extent, is a reference to Zanpakuto Muramasa of Kuchiki Hibiki. It's just that some of these side effects are avoided. Su Feng heard the meaning of his words. Are you referring to Muramasa's ability, which may also be ineffective for me? Yes. Urahara Kazuki raised his head, looked at Su Feng seriously, and explained, if there is a large-scale defection of Zanpakuto, then you will be the only existence that can confront it head-on. Confrontation. Strange laughter sounded from the roof not far away. How can you fight against us if you are just one person? Everyone looked at the sound, and saw a slender figure standing on the roof. A white suit set off its figure, and the armor-shaped mask that completely wrapped its head was particularly eye-catching. He opened his hands, as if embracing the world, and said aloud. Fall down, recoil. The moment the voice fell, the strange man in the suit and mask exudes a strange fragrance, which fills the surrounding area in just one breath. Yadomaru Lisa's eyes widened, and she looked up on the roof with disbelief. She made out the familiar Shikai language and the bone armor-like mask that she often saw. But the man's clothing, tone, and figure were all different from what Yadomaru Lisa remembered. Comes with the scent. Yadomaru Lisa finally realized that the other party had no good intentions. Everything in front of him turned upside down. Be careful, 35. She reminded loudly, this is Hiroko Zanpakuto's Shikai ability, and when we smell the fragrance, up and down, left and right, front and back, the direction of seeing and the direction of being slashed are all reversed in its vision. 5. If you fight with intuition alone, you will be injured because of it. 39. Although it's a bit unfortunate to say Hiroko Shinji Zanpakuto's Shikai ability at this time, but if he doesn't say it, I'm afraid not all three will be damaged here. Su Feng's expression was a little weird. In his memory, the ability to reverse touch is only for the visual aspect. But when he heard Yadomaru Lisa's words, he was surprised to find that everything he said was reversed. Could it be that Hiroko Shinji's development of Zanpakuto is not as good as the use of Zanpakuto itself? Yeah. Urahara Kazuki held up the fisherman's hat that had been swayed by the wind, and said with some embarrassment. It looks like things are a little tricky. It would be nothing if Zanpakuto, who was only Hiroko, was turned against him. 55. Just in case someone else's Zanpakuto also, he shook his head and did not continue. The situation is already clear. Kuchiki Shanga escaped from the seal, and the first target to strike was the masked army. In this way, under the rebellion of Muramasa, they have ushered in the first wave of attacks. Hey haha, that guy doesn't understand anything. Reverse caressed on the roof of the building and covered his face with his hands, and his 5 fingers were deeply immersed in the gap of the mask, making a strange laughing sound. Year after year, day after day in a broken warehouse. Where did he put me? I want to fight in front of everyone. And you? He suddenly pointed at the 4 of them, shouting in a presumptuous manner. Will be my first defeated soldiers to declare war on the world. Advertisement the moment the voice fell. The whole person disappeared in place in an instant, and when he reappeared, it was already close to Su Feng's back. From among the 4, he picked the one who seemed to be the weakest. Ryatsu is weak, and both eyes are blind. Although the Captain Yuri looked a bit bluffing, this guy obviously just picked up a leak. In the impression of reversal, the captain of the 5th division is clearly Aizen Sosuke, and before Aizen Sosuke's conspiracy was exposed, the entire gang defected directly from Soul Society. This guy must be used as a backup captain, must be the weakest one in this group. Hey haha, go to hell. The madness in the mask is vaguely visible through the eyes of the reversal. Hundreds of years of repression have caused dissatisfaction in his heart, and this dissatisfaction has been directly magnified countless times under the influence of the village's ability. Weak guy. Boom. A powerful force acted on the abdomen of the reversal, and there was a footprint on the white suit. Reverse Fu widened his eyes, almost unable to believe what was in front of him. It was not until the severe pain in the abdomen came that the whole person recovered from the confusion. What happened? Where am I? Who I am? How could this guy attack me? He was obviously affected by my ability. How could he adapt in such a short period of time? This scene was seen by Yadomaru Lisa, and although it was a little weird in the upside-down situation, she still had an incredible look on her face. Gee, how easy it is to get used to the ability to reverse strokes. She murmured in a low voice, although it's just hearing, it's too scary. Feel sorry. Su Feng turned around and raised his palm. Your ability is useless to me. Impossible. Reverse Fu roared loudly. My ability is obviously the strongest, how can I? Before he could finish his words, Su Feng's figure had disappeared before his eyes. When he reappeared, he was already in front of Nifu. Su Feng stretched out his big hand, and with an irresistible force, pressed it directly on the white bone mask that was stroking. The strongest? Aizen didn't dare to say such things in front of me. It's just a handful of Zanpakuto. 35. I saw that he was holding the head of the reverse stroke with one hand, and his arm suddenly lifted, directly driving it into the air, and then slammed it down towards the bottom. Boom. A large amount of dust flew up, and under the impact of the hard, Zhao Qian's skull, the ground cracked in all directions, a huge pit appeared under his head, and the whole person was deeply immersed in it. Su Feng pinched the head of the reversal, picked it up from the giant pit, and shook the dust adhering to it. The originally spotless white suit was now full of dust, and it no longer looked the same as before. Is this the so-called strongest? For this guy's ability, Su Feng didn't take it to heart. The power in his palm almost crushed the bone mask. If it wasn't for the fact that the bone mask was not similar to the hollow mask of the masked army, but a part of the self-defeating self, Su Feng would have pinched him to the point of bursting at the very beginning. I don't know if killing you will affect Hiriko Shinji, Su Feng said calmly, but given this possibility, I think I can hand you over to him. Far away, Yadomaru Lisa looked at what was happening in front of him in shock. Su Feng's previous scene of extreme violence caused a great shake in his heart. She never thought that Shinigami could fight with such a violent attitude. To know, even the group of fighting madmen of the 11th Division had never had such a violent fighting style. Holding the enemy's head and slamming it down towards the ground? Is this more outrageous than a lot of Menos Grande? Hey haha. Because of the protection of the white bone mask, Reverse Fu actually maintained a sober state after suffering such a blow from the front. Yes, I guessed wrong, however, since you are so powerful, you might as well try this. In his powerless right hand, a slender blade transformed from a spiritual child suddenly appeared. Swallow. Understand. The 8 Treasures Against Evil, Chun. Chapter 104 The resourceful Urahara Kazuki when the voice of reversal fell. With him at the center, a pedestal like Nadeshiko's flower rose up and surrounded it. Weird fluctuations spread out in all directions. In just one breath, all the cognitions within this radius were turned upside down. The petals fall. Taking advantage of Su Feng's unexpected relaxation, Ni Fu directly broke free from the shackles of his palm, dodged to the other side, and let out an extremely weird laughter. Hey haha. 35. The stronger the enemy, the more ineffective against me. 35. Taste this ability well. The 8 treasures, also known as the 8 auspicious phases and the 8 auspicious things, are 8 auspicious and auspicious things, symbolizing happiness. And when they were reversed, they turned into the ultimate fierceness. This is the true ability of reversal, inverting everyone's cognition of enemy and companion, except himself, regardless of enemy or foe, so that they can kill each other. Belongs to one of the Bankai banned from release in Soul Society. Its powerful ability will even affect one's own companions, and it is only suitable for use when alone. And this is the main reason why Reverse Fu came up alone. Obviously, Su Feng was also affected by this ability at such a close distance. In a trance for a moment, let him let go of the reverse stroke. But with the unfolding of the killing intent fluctuations, the negative state of his rebellious cognition was instantly eliminated. But someone in the distance had already launched an attack on him. Hado of 88, Flying Dragon and Thief Shocking Thunder Cannon. Tsukabishi Tetsusai's dull voice resounded in the sky. Next moment, a dazzling huge beam of light appeared over the city, surrounded by layers of thunder and lightning, rushing towards Su Feng's direction. The air was filled with a burning smell, and even the space around the beam of light was distorted. Bakudo number 81 Splitting Void. 35 Su Feng raised his palm and instantly formed a transparent wall of light in front of him that shot up to the sky, directly blocking the roaring Flying Dragon Thief Thunder Cannon on the outside. Completely contradictory perception. For this ability, he is a little helpless, although he can use the wave of killing intent to avoid his negative state. But this effect does not have the same effect on other people. Just as Su Feng eliminated the Flying Dragon and the Thief, the figure of Yadomaru Lisa had already appeared behind him. 780 Hollow's mask has already been printed on her beautiful face, and the cross-shaped gap is inlaid on the 4-cornered white bone mask, which is streamlined but has a special sense of deterrence. Break him, Iron Dragonfly. Yadomaru Lisa held up the giant Zanpakuto-like iron slurry and slashed towards Su Feng's head. The violent attack stance is in stark contrast to its appearance. In the face of this attack, Su Feng just raised his palm and defended it from the front with a seemingly fragile palm. When a dull collision sounded in the palm of the hand, as if a collision of metals. Steel of Menos Grande? In the distance, Ni Fu noticed this scene and subconsciously let out a surprised voice. It's not so, Su Feng explained without looking back, it's just an application of one's own power. He closed his palms and directly bound Yadomaru Lisa with the power of waves. Ice Blade. As soon as these words came out, Su Feng's white palm suddenly burst into a large amount of ice, and Yadomaru Lisa was frozen in it in an instant. Boom. Huge chunks of ice fell from the sky and slammed into the ground, adding another crater to the concrete road in Karakura town. Since there is no way to help you eliminate the state, Su Feng activated Shunpo, the figure flickered and disappeared in place. Then let's solve it one by one. When it appeared again, it was already behind Tsukabishi Tetsusai. Tsukabishi Tetsusai, as the former Chief Kido, is still very worthy of recognition in terms of strength. 99 of Bakudo Forbidden. I saw that he folded his hands together, summoning pimps and nails, trying to block Su Feng's arms. This Bakudo was originally extremely fast, and even Kurosaki Ichigo after the virtual form couldn't dodge it. The figure of Su Feng flickered, leaving a strand of hair on the spot, which was the number 99 Bakudo who successfully passed the seal. The third of Si Feng's secret footwork, Kong Chan. With continuous use, Su Feng's proficiency in this Shunpo technique has far surpassed that of Shihu and Yoruichi. In this regard, he attributes it to the difference in the fundamental force of wave power. Advertisement. Su Feng pressed his right hand on Tsukabishi Tizai's thick back and said softly. 99 of Bakudo forbidden, the same attack method. It's just that Tsukabishi Tetsuai can't use the advanced Shunpo skills, CDBJ, of cicadas, so he can only take such a punch. But he didn't let it go. Even if his hands are bound, it still cannot affect his chanting the Kido incantation. Pretty good fighting spirit. Su Feng shook his head and said regretfully, however, you are looking for the wrong person. 35. Bakudo number 99 number 2 swastika, 99, first appearance, stop stretch. The moment the voice fell, huge white cloth strips like bandages appeared around Tsukabishi Tetsusai, and they were directly and completely bound in a tangled way. At the same time, its Ryatsu is also bound together, and there is no possibility of attacking. Well, the next one. Su Feng unexpectedly discovered that Urahara Kazuki, who was not far away, had been holding up his body with a spiritual flow, standing high in the sky, staying in place without any reaction. The whole person seems to have been pressed the pause button. Although I don't know what exactly this guy did. He realized that this might be Urahara Kazuki's way of dealing with the 8 treasures. Moreover, this method is very likely to be carried out only on the basis of sufficient trust in oneself. Then it's just you. Su Feng once again locked on the far-off stroking, and her figure flickered. When he saw 2 consecutive people being instantly subdued, an ominous premonition had already emerged in his heart. Just as he was about to flee the battlefield, Su Feng's voice appeared behind him. Reverse psychology is reverse psychology. You said you'll be fine. Su Feng's right hand stretched out, like a net, and pressed it directly on the white bone mask. What are you doing with us? Boom! The violent force acted on the head of the reversal, and Su Feng again threw it towards the ground in the same way, like a tossing a ball. A large amount of dust swayed in all directions, huge deep pits sank into the ground, the rock layers cracked and spread in all directions, like a spider web shape, and under the wide gap, a white ice layer was vaguely visible. Su Feng didn't stop this time. While knocking him out, he instantly froze him in the ice layer with extreme cold. And as it passed out of coma, the completely reversed negative state of the other 3 also recovered. It's really dangerous. Urahara Kazuki recovered for the first time. Fortunately, I was prepared. He fiddled with a can of spray-like object in his hand, and explained with a smile. One of the great inventions from the Urahara store. Spiritual solidification device. Su Feng came to him curiously, took the spray, and asked curiously, what effect does this thing have? Seal yourself. Urahara Kazuki said, of course, it was invented specifically for Bankai's accidental injury to this guy Hiriko, 35. Just by pressing the spray on yourself, you can be immune to the completely reversed cognitive effect brought by the 8 treasures of reverse evil. But at the same time, it will also solidify its own spiritual child, as if it has been suspended. Su Feng said, what if you spray on the enemy? It didn't work at all. Urahara Kazuki seemed a little righteous, because as long as the direction of the spiritual child in the body is changed, this immune state will be broken. Can't even get in the way. As he was talking, Su Feng had completely lost interest in it. Weird, useless inventions that are useless at all. It is completely aimed at Bankai's ability to reverse the stroke to prevent accidental injury by teammates. Su Feng lifted Bakudo, who had banned Tsukabishi Tetsuai, and the ice that had bound Yadumaru Lisa. When the 2 recovered completely, they both looked at Su Feng with strange eyes. Although they have a preliminary understanding of Su Feng's strength. But no one thought that this strength would be so terrifying. After receiving the full blow of Yadumaru Lisa after liberating Zanpakuto, he also sealed it with ice. At the same time, with Kido, who is best at holding Wei Taijai, he was completely banned, and he was no longer able to fight. And all this happened in just a few breaths of time. Su Feng had come to his side again when he didn't even realize the reversal from a distance. Too exaggerated, Yadumaru Lisa whispered, her eyes under her lustful glasses stared at Su Feng, as if she could see flowers on his face. And Urahara Kazuki approached him cautiously and whispered. How about it? The strength is very strong, and the whole person is also very mysterious. Yadumaru Lisa replied in a low voice subconsciously. Advertisement. Urahara Kazuki nodded earnestly and said solemnly. If that's the case, why don't we go deeper? 99, like getting married or something. Boom. Yadumaru Lisa came back to her senses, and then a heavy punch hit Urahara Kazuki on the head, causing him to fall directly from the sky, sending a large amount of dust. It was a delightful sight. Su Feng stood tall and said with a smile. Urahara Kazuki was too eager. Can this kind of thing be forced? It's cruel. When Urahara Kazuki flew out of the dust again, there were already 2 different Ryatsu coming towards him. It's Hiriko Shinji and Sarakaki Hiyori. Yadumaru Lisa recognized the identity of the person who came. Hi, Mr. Urahara. Hiriko Shinji is extremely kind when facing Urahara Kazuki. This is 35, the current leader of the 5th Division of Soul Society, Urahara Su Feng. Yadumaru Lisa introduced in advance. I came here specially to investigate the escape of Kuchiki Shangha. The 2 looked around at the battlefield on the street below, and there was an undisguised shock in their eyes. From this end of the street to the end of the arrival. Dust flying everywhere, huge deep pits several meters in diameter, even tens of meters in diameter, the spreading ice surface, and the pungent burning smell. Even more shocking, in the deep pit in the distance, the figure that was completely frozen. Hey, this guy can't be a bald Zanpakuto, right? Saruwaki Hiyori was just as Su Feng had imagined, with a straightforward temper and no manners at all. Hiriko Shinji, as the owner of the reverse stroke, was naturally aware of this at the first time. At the moment, he only needs to go and subdue the reversal and then be able to take back Zanpakuto again. Introduce yourself. Hiriko Shinji didn't immediately go to subdue the stroking, but looked at Su Feng with a weird smile, and the thorn in the center of the tongue was particularly eye-catching. The flat feet, plus the son of Ono's sister, the real foreskin, plus the son of Zinzi Mentao, 35. So it's Hiriko Shinji, please advise. Su Feng nodded and asked casually. Now, how much Zanpakuto of the masked army has been turned against? As soon as these words came out, Hiriko Shinji's expression became a little embarrassed. Except for the fallen stroking and Lisa's iron dragonfly, the rest of the army was wiped out. To this, Su Feng was not surprised. Muramasa's ability is too strange, and for Shinigami, he is already a natural enemy. Any Shinigami who will not close his heart can't avoid Zanpakuto being turned against him. Unless Zanpakuto has no dissatisfaction with its owner. Just like Yamada Hanataro of the 4th Division, his Hisagomaru never had any dissatisfaction with him, so even after being materialized, he did not attack Yamada Hanataro. Can you find the location of the Muramasa or the Kuchiki Hibiki River, 35? Su Feng asked the question that most wanted to know the answer to. Hiriko Shinji shook his head reluctantly. I have absolutely no idea, 35. We were deliberating in the warehouse about countermeasures against Aizen, and all of a sudden. He made an exploding pose with an extremely exaggerated expression. My reverse stroke appeared directly in front of us in a burst of light, 99. Although all the companions knew about the power of recoil, they were confused by the seductive aroma and could not participate in the battle at all, 35. So that the later Zanpakuto, materialized one by one, left our station. Yadomaru Lisa was attacked because he went out to buy some kind of unsightly books, and encountered several phantoms on the way back. In the case of passive counterattack, he also happened to meet Su Feng, who came from Soul Society. Hence the follow-up development, no surprises. Urahara Kazuki's expression became serious. Kuchiki Kyokuwa may be raising an army of Zanpakuto to go to the Soul Society to complete his revenge. And that's what Aizen is for. As long as Soul Society loses enough, it can no longer affect his plans. Hiriko Shinji's expression suddenly became solemn, and he couldn't deny Urahara Kazuki's words. As early as when they learned that Aizen had successfully defected from the Soul Society, they began to discuss countermeasures. But I never expected that Aizen's movements were so fast. What's even more surprising is that Kuchiki Hikari was able to find the Cayman's garrison, and without hesitation, turned against all their Zanpakuto. At this time, everyone, Su Feng calmly said, the first thing we have to do now is not to find the Kuchiki Shangha, but to deal with the Zanpakuto already surrounded, 39. Chapter 105 Talents come out of the 15 with Su Feng's reminder. Others just discovered that the surrounding area has been filled with powerful spiritual pressure, and along with the formation of the green enchantment in the distance, the place has been completely surrounded. The army is 8 inches, and there is no reason to retreat, 35. Blue bar, white bar, black bar, red bar. On a tall building in the distance, a small child, like a baseball bat, chanted the Kido incantation with his hands folded, and the mask with fangs was very eye-catching. After catching each other, they fell into the sea. The city gate of the dragon's tail, the city gate of the tiger's bite, the city gate of the turtle armor, and the city gate of the phoenix wings. 4 beasts closed the door. As his voice fell, the location of Hiriko Shinji and Saruwaki Hiyori was immediately blocked by 4 huge gates, and even Ryotsu could not seep out. Tsukabishi Tetsusai looked shocked and said in surprise. This is Zanpakuto with Akita. Its ability is to be able to recopy the Kido that was released last time. However, before he could finish his words, another 4-beast plug gate directly sealed him together. The original defense Kido, in front of this Zanpakuto materialized, turned into a sealed Kido. Break him, Tengumaru. Above the sky, a burly figure was holding a huge mace, with a burning flame burning on it, blasting down in the direction of Su Feng. Truncated, Orochi. Another figure appeared behind Su Feng, the jagged Zanpakuto, as if to cut it in half. Be ashes and ashes, cut off the wind. The howling wind came from the front, as if mixed with countless sharp blades, which was enough to cut off everything in front of him in an instant. You really look up to me. Su Feng smiled indifferently and said softly, it seems that Kuchiki Shangha has learned some information. So much so that he came forward to attack without his strength. If that's the case, then it's as he wishes. While speaking, he had already stretched out his right hand and pointed to the sky. Volatility erupts. The violent force erupted above Su Feng, whipping up a terrifying storm, rolling back in all directions, destroying the gust of wind, extinguishing the flame, and cutting off the jagged blade. Although I have seen it more than once, but every time I see it, I feel quite scary. Urahara Kazuki, with his extremely agile Shunpo, evaded Jinchara's attack while staying away from the center of the battlefield. He has seen it. The Zanpakuto who materialized the masked army were completely aimed at Su Feng. It may be Aizen's intelligence, it may be Kuchiki Shangi's thoughts, or something else. But obviously, these guys picked the wrong target. The end of the eye. A gigantic skull like a mountain peeped under the blue sky, its mouth opened wide, its white teeth densely arranged, and it roared silently in the sky of Karakura town. The shock wave visible to the naked eye swayed around it, and instantly destroyed the 3 Zanpakuto that came from the attack. Su Feng, who made up his mind, released his power recklessly. Because of the green barrier, the aftermath of the power will not affect Karakura town too much, at most it will turn the area of 1,000 meters into ruins. The wave burst released with all his strength directly killed the Orochimaru and the Tengumaru who attacked from the sky. Have to say, Tengumaru's luck was quite poor, and the whole person fell directly into the mouth of the skeleton, and the shock he suffered was the most terrifying. When Su Feng dissipated and the waves erupted, he had fallen from the sky like a bloodman and completely lost consciousness. It's a pity, Su Feng shook his head, facing the groundbreaking wind, you were the only one left. Swallow. Understand. Without the slightest hesitation, Duandifeng released himself immediately and the violent wind swept around him. Iron Fist, Windbreaker, he cast Shunpo, and the fist bones were wrapped around something like a crawler. Just a mere Shinigami. Duandifeng raised his fist high, with white wind lingering on it, trying to bombard Su Feng's chest. Boom. Su Feng's right hand fell, just colliding with his fist. The wave of killing intent rushed out like a river, and in just one breath, the gust of wind that hit the groundbreaking fist was completely eliminated, leaving nothing left. Try to taste the desired freedom. Su Feng said calmly, just like the nature of wind, it's a pity. Your power is too weak, but that may be the reason for Master Zanpakuto, 99. The moment the words fell, he already clenched the opponent's fist, the whole person bullied him forward, clenched his left hand into a fist, and exploded flames on the fist bone. Try this, let the fire take advantage of the wind. Boom. Advertisement. The flaming fist slammed into Duanfeng's abdomen, causing him to bow and stare like a shrimp, not as fierce as the wind at first. The blasting flames spiraled upwards, turning him into a fireman, and like the other 2 companions, he fell from the sky and smashed to the ground. When the firelight dissipated, the groundbreaking wind had turned into coke. In just a few breaths of time, only Zanpakuto of Hashijin and Jinshiluo of Hobashi Rojiro were left. Seeing their companions fall, the remaining 2 were also a little panicked. Immediately, Jinshiluo completed the Bankai. The original Shikai's long whip-like blade continued to spread and split, repeatedly twisting and twisting, thereby creating more than a dozen dancers with golden flowers on their heads and long whips all over their bodies. Jinshiluo Dance Company. Jinshiluo waved the golden baton in his hand, and the golden dancers immediately gave up Urahara Kazuki in front of them and surrounded Su Feng directly. The huge sound of water flow filled Su Feng's ears, as if Wang Yang was descending from the sea, giving people a feeling of suffocation. The deception of dance. 35 Su Feng revealed Jinshiluo's ability in one sentence, and did not give him a chance to continue to exert himself. Quite peculiar ability, if the enemy doesn't know the weakness. Guan Shizhengzong pulled it out from the scabbard, Su Feng didn't hesitate, and swung it down directly. Evil Light Slash. The gorgeous huge sword pressure instantly covered the Jinshiluo dance troupe and Jinshiluo who was commanded in the distance. Completely crushing power erupted above the sword pressure. In just one breath, all the golden dancers were destroyed, and Jinshiluo was cut off from the waist, directly losing the ability to fight. If it wasn't for the essence of Zanpakuto, he would have died here at this time. Well, there's one last left. 35 Su Feng's fluctuating perception was released, covering the entire green enchantment in an instant, and the next moment he appeared in front of the short figure. Fear filled his pupils. Faced with this demon-like existence, Hachigen's materialized Zanpakuto was completely unable to resist. Under the astonished eyes of everyone, he directly lifted the green barrier and shouted towards the west. Hashijin, I am willing to surrender. A high-pitched voice echoed over Karakura town. Outgoing far, far away, the spineless side surprised Su Feng too. At this time, he suddenly discovered that Zanpakuto of the masked army had materialized, and his face was wearing the exact same mask as his master. And in terms of personality, there are also great similarities. Hashijin is not the kind of competitive character, so when his Zanpakuto materialized, he has no intention of fighting. Just block the surroundings with Kido, and seal the others in it with the 4 beasts. Release the 4 beasts, I will not hurt you for the time being. Su Feng threatened, also, don't do anything that makes me unhappy. The short-statured guy nodded again and again, looking extremely comical with his ferocious mask. When the 4 beasts were removed, Hiriko Shinji and the others looked at the horrific image in front of them and remained silent. To a certain extent, Zanpakuto's physical strength is not much weaker than its master's. Even stronger. Just like Hiriko Shinji's reversal, until now, Hiriko Shinji has not been able to reverse the voice heard by the enemy. But the reverse stroke was easily done, and this was the difference. But even so, when facing Su Feng, he was still powerless to fight back. The entire battle took less than half an hour. Among them, even the effort spent by Hiriko Shinji and others to communicate with Su Feng. If so, does it mean that Su Feng alone can solve the entire masked army? Thought here. Hiriko Shinji shuddered involuntarily. He suddenly realized that the newly promoted 5th Division Vice Captain was no longer inferior to Aizen in terms of strength. What about the rest of the masked army? 99 Su Feng flew in from a distance and landed in front of Hiriko Shinji and Saruwaki Hiyori. In front of Su Feng, the arrogant Saruwaki Hiyori was like an ostrich with its head buried in the sand, and he didn't even dare to take a deep breath. That completely tyrannical scene caused great harm to her young mind. It is even far greater than the influence of the crowd when they were hollow. Split up. Hiriko Shinji rubbed his smooth golden hair. After Zanpakuto materialized, we looked in different directions. Katakana middle dot for flowers katakana middle dot. Hiyori and I are in charge of the east side of Karakura town. Just when I came here, I saw the scene of your violent beating and stroking. But according to this battle, it is estimated that they will come over soon. And just when he finished saying this, a black figure flew from the north sky, and its shunpo speed was no less than that of any captain. Advertisement. As he approached, Hiriko Shinji realized that the fighting here had affected the entire city. Oh, he grinned and said in a welcoming gesture, Kurosaki Ichigo. You again. Kurosaki Ichigo had apparently met with the masked army. When he looked around and found the battlefield that had turned into ruins, he was immediately stunned. Mr. Su Feng. Facing his question, Su Feng nodded and explained, these enemies are Hiriko Shinji and their Zanpakuto materialized. Hundreds of years ago, he briefly told Kurosaki Ichigo a story about the Kuchiki Hibiki River. Where is this guy now? Kurosaki Ichigo had a solemn expression, clearly realizing the urgency of the situation. Just ask and you'll know. Su Feng disappeared in place, and when he came back again, he was already carrying a guy in a tattered suit and an armor-like mask. Hiriko Shinji stared at his miserable appearance, and the corners of his eyes twitched. 0. But when he realized that other people's Zanpakuto was even worse, he suddenly felt a lot better. You or I? Su Feng asked unceremoniously while holding Akoma back. Let me do it. Nien. Hiriko Shinji was afraid that Su Feng would throw another explosion and burn Zanpakuto directly. Under the pressure of the strong spiritual pressure, Nifu woke up from the coma. When he saw Hiriko Shinji, he was still arrogant when he saw Su Feng who was standing beside him. So ever. Reverse Stroke is very honest to explain everything he knows. That guy Muramasa should go to the Soul Society on the way. 35. If Kuchiki rang the river, it was he who told us to come here to ambush you. He racked his brains and thought, it seems to have something to do with that Aizen. As for their specific locations, they should still be in our warehouse, in that warehouse. 39. Hiriko Shinji raised his head in astonishment. He did not expect that he and others would be played by Kuchiki Shonga. It is clear that the other party is a crazy existence who has been imprisoned and sealed for hundreds of years and whose mentality is almost extreme. But that's what happened. A group of masked troops was played around by him. Fright is chaos. Su Feng didn't care about this. I lost my Zanpakuto, so naturally I couldn't think calmly. 5. But now is not the time to think about that. If we don't get rid of Kuchiki Shonga as soon as possible, the whole Soul Society will be in chaos. After throwing the reversal to Hiriko Shinji, he directly activated Shunpo and disappeared above the sky of Karakura town. Su Feng is still very interested in Zanpakuto village in Kuchiki Shonga. If possible, let him try to materialize his Zanpakuto. Although it has entered Zanpakuto's space through the sword Zen many times. However, Su Feng has never seen anything resembling Zanpakuto materialized in it. I hope Muramasa can bring me a little surprise. Naruto City. Su Feng's figure is flying fast over the city, although it is not clear where the masked army is stationed. But the range of his fluctuating perception was long enough to cover the entire city. And outside the garrisons of the masked army, there is a high-level enchantment such as the 8 lines and 2 cliffs, which is particularly obvious under the perception of fluctuations. Found. 35. Su Feng was above the sky, and his fluctuating perception directly locked the station of the masked army. And the extremely extreme Ryatsu of Kuchiki Hikari is hidden in it. Next moment, Su Feng has already come to the front of this abandoned warehouse. I'm not in the mood to play hide and seek with you. He stretched out his palm, and the blue energy gathered and rotated in the palm of his hand, turning it into a chaotic spiral ghost print bead. Boom. When the ghost seal beads landed above the abandoned warehouse, the terrifying shock turned into a burst of light, releasing energy unscrupulously. Just for a moment. The entire warehouse was directly raised to the chapter 106 channels are different, refused to communicate. Kuchiki Kyokawa is negotiating with Muramasa how to get revenge on the Soul Society. At critical moments, the terrifying energy was vented above the warehouse, and everything around was completely destroyed, turning into the smallest dust floating in the sky. And Muramasa reacted immediately, using the shadow binding technique to copy countless shadows to form protection, blocking them in front of them. Soul Society's Shinigami, Kuchiki Shonga seemed extremely frantic, and the whole person was like a devil. Hundreds of years of sealed time have made his mentality go to extremes, and even his body has become skinny because he can't absorb the spiritual pressure from the outside world, like an evil spirit that has come out of hell. After the shadows surrounding them dissipated, the two finally saw the figure standing not far from them. Shinigami. When Kuchiki Shonga saw the familiar costume, he immediately determined the identity of the other party. He disliked Shinigami so much that even Kido threw it out. A violent fireball swept the air, causing the surrounding dust to sway in all directions, heading straight to Su Feng's head. Regardless of the identity of the other party, nor the purpose of the other party. He just wants to kill every Shinigami that appears in front of him. Bang! Su Feng's expression did not change in the slightest. He stretched out his hand as if swatting a fly, and swept the fireball out with his backhand. And he was not affected in the slightest. With the continuous enhancement of the power of fluctuations, he once again has a new understanding of this original power. In essence, it is no different from Ryotsu. Su Feng believes that since Ryotsu can do things, the power of wave will only replicate this process perfectly, or even stronger. When he imitated the use of Ryotsu by other captains of 780, he also developed a more powerful fighting method. For example, Zaraki Kenpachi's materialized Ryotsu defense. It can even be done to ignore the cremation of Hado on the 96th. If Su Feng did his best, he could do the same, and in the face of Kuchiki Shongi's casual Kido, it can be completely ignored. Who are you? Su Feng's performance immediately made Kuchiki Shonga vigilant. He is emotionally extreme and has a very bad mentality, but that doesn't mean he's a fool. When he saw his Kido being slapped by others, it inevitably made him pay more attention to it. Soul Society, Urahara Su Feng. 35 Su Feng raised the white smoke in the palm of his hand, and then faced the Kuchiki Shonga with the palm of his hand. Your behavior has violated the rules. Hado number 88, Flying Dragon strikes Thief Thunder Cannon. With a flash of light from the Wave Spirit Tool, a dazzling blue light suddenly lit up in his palm. Boom! Accompanied by the trembling sound of the air, a light cannon with a diameter of several meters rushed out from Su Feng's palm, like a pouring river. Damn it! Kuchiki Shonga cursed in a low voice, but found that it was too late to escape. In desperation, they can only fight with the same level of Kido. King Kong Blast. He combined his hands in front of him, and the violent flames blasted out from the front, turning into a fireball as high as a building, and heading straight for the light cannon. Boom! The two collided fiercely, the ground around them was constantly cracking, and the rock formations shattered. Even if it is only the aftermath of the escape, it will plow out deep ravines on the ground farther away. The city of Naruto, which was just built a few years ago, has once again suffered the devastation of Shinigami. Even sadder. Su Feng participated in the two battles that were enough to destroy the city. Fortunately, the location of the masked army was chosen in a suburban location on the edge of the city, so that the surrounding area was deserted, and there were not many living creatures. The aftermath recedes. Kuchiki Shonga panted and looked forward, waiting for the flying dust to dissipate. Su Feng appeared intact in front of him. Is that all that matters? Su Feng rudely provocatively said, draw the sword, come to fight. But to his surprise, Kuchiki Shonga did not fall into a state of madness, but looked at him coldly and said in a strange tone. I remembered. That high and one low broken face Menos Grande once reminded. The epidermis of Kuchiki's face was tightly attached to the bones, showing a twisted posture. Beware of a blind Shinigami who calls himself Urahara Su Feng. It should be you. Su Feng frowned slightly, and following his description, he even thought of the pair of Yami and Ulquiorra in Espada. Really, the release of Kuchiki Shonga has a certain relationship with Aizen. Advertisement not surprisingly, it should be the same as Urahara Kazuki's guess. The fusion of Hogyoku will take time, and Aizen's sole purpose in unleashing Kuchiki is to throw the Soul Society into chaos again. Often the simplest strategy, the effect is extremely gratifying. If it weren't for Su Feng's previous ban on Central 46 at the Noble Meeting, the task volume of the major squads increased sharply. Yamamoto Uenyuji will not directly assign the task of investigating the world to him who has nothing to do. All of this will not develop so smoothly, don't try to lie to me. Kuchiki Shonga suddenly became irritable. Whether you are that Urahara Su Feng or not, it has nothing to do with me. Because of you, you are destined to die at my hands. In his hand, a spear, usually composed of spirits, suddenly appeared, and there was a blade like a crescent moon at the tip of the spear, which had a very special shape. Su Feng identified that this thing was originally a special spear that used the 4-spear blood seal to seal the Kuchiki Shonga River. Obviously, in the absence of a suitable weapon, this guy took the material directly on the spot. Muramasa, assist the attack. With a low roar from Shonga, Kuchiki rushed straight towards Su Feng like lightning, and the spear between the lightning and flint had already smashed towards Su Feng's head. There is absolutely no beauty in combat, but extreme violence. The gaff mood made Kuchiki Hikari completely unable to fight calmly. Death to me! The roar echoed through the empty streets, and Kuchiki slammed down with his spear. As a genius from hundreds of years ago, his fighting skills are still extremely good. Otherwise, he wouldn't have let the two old guys Yamamoto Uenyuji and Kuchiki Yinling target him together. When Su Feng covered the power of waves in the palm of his hand and raised his hand to catch the special spear that fell. I said, draw the knife. Click, under its terrifying power, the specially made spear was directly crushed into pieces and scattered all over the place. A look of disbelief appeared on Kuchiki's face like a demon. At the same time, the whole body suddenly retreated, and in just an instant, he returned to the original place. This also made Muramasa, who was prepared to assist him with the shadow binding technique, froze in place. Is this man so strong? Compared to the almost crazy Kuchiki Shonga, his Zanpakuto village is much calmer. Hundreds of years of searching for a way out of the blockade have taught Muramasa to deal with anything with the most calm attitude. He believes that as long as he stays by Kuchiki Shongi's side, there will be no problems that cannot be solved. In terms of loyalty, it can be described as full. Damn it, damn it, damn it. From this aspect alone, Kuchiki Shongi's mentality is not even as good as Neutra's. Su Feng frowned slightly, a little unhappy. Doesn't this guy still understand what he means? No matter how strong Kuchiki is, can it still be stronger than Yamamoto Uenyuji? I said that, Su Feng activated Shunpo, and his figure was like a ghost, and instantly appeared beside Kuchiki Shangha. Draw the knife. 35 His palms covered Kuchiki Hikari's face like an inescapable mountain. Be careful. The village is aware of the danger, but has not waited for him to help. Kuchiki Shangha was thrown out by Su Feng like a bowling ball. The whole person slammed into the abandoned building not far away, only to hear a rumbling sound. The building collapsed in an instant, stirring up the dust that covered the sky and the sun. Why isn't everyone listening? Su Feng stood in the air, his hands drooping naturally, as if he was not the one who collapsed the building just now. You don't even need Zanpakuto, why are you talking so much? Boom! A figure flew out from the ruins. Kuchiki Shangha stepped on the sky, corresponding to Su Feng Yaoyao. His face was extremely distorted. He could see that the opponent's strength was completely different from his own. If you want to solve the other party like you did before, it is completely impossible. In that case, the voice of Kuchiki Shangha also became hoarse and hoarse because of the extreme emotion, like sandpaper rubbing on gravel. That's what you want. I saw his right hand stretched out to the side, and his palm suddenly opened. The village is standing in the same place with a happy expression on his face, and immediately turned into a light and fell on his palm. After hundreds of years, we finally have the chance to fight side by side again. Advertisement. Kuchiki Shangha clenched the handle of the knife, his hatred eyes fixed on Su Feng. Bear the pain. Buzz. One by one its figure turned into a light and disappeared at the end of the sky. The blade flashed a cold light and fell towards Su Feng's head. When, facing Muramasa's slash, Su Feng also pulled out his Zanpakuto for the first time. Sparks splattered in the sky, and some sparks fell on the ground. Whisper, Muramasa, Kuchiki Shangha has no intention of restraining at all, and all the means are for the purpose of killing. On the body of Muramasa's sword, a purple light suddenly burst out, like a dazzling amethyst, occupying a large part of the color in the sky. However, after the light passed, nothing happened. Su Feng's Zanpakuto was still the same as before, firmly pressing against the blade in front of him, without any change. How is this possible? Kuchiki Shangha was shocked, unable to understand the scene in front of him. He knew Muramasa's ability just as he knew his own madness. A phenomenon that has never happened before. With this ability, he killed 3 Shinigami guarding him hundreds of years ago. Even hundreds of years later, Kuchiki Hikari still uses Muramasa's ability to disrupt the world and materialize many Zanpakuto. Urahara Su Feng did not close his heart. Muramasa's voice echoed in Kuchiki Hibiki's mind. But his Zanpakuto directly ignored my abilities. What's more terrifying is that I seem to see the vast universe. Hear this. Kuchiki Hikari's pupils shrank suddenly, and the shock on his face could not be concealed. Never before. Since he has Muramasa, he has always been invincible. Even Yamamoto Uenujai's Zanpakuto, which is the strongest in the Yan family, and Ryujin Jaka can't resist Muramasa's ability. Impossible. Kuchiki Kyogo roared, Muramasa's ability is invincible. Bankai. No hooks, kill Muramasa. As the light above his blade blooms again, Su Feng can clearly perceive that Muramasa's power is constantly invading his inner world. Although Su Feng did not use the power of fluctuation to block his heart. But when Muramasa's power touched Kan's Masamune, he was met with strong backlash. Just by counter-attacking in an unconscious state, he was able to sense that Muramasa's power was being wiped out bit by bit. It's not like disappearing like a spirit child, but in the true sense, disappear without leaving the slightest trace. Inner world. Su Feng's consciousness was divided into two, and the surrounding environment suddenly fell into gray and white, and everything was frozen by the stopped time. In the power of the circling wave, Muramasa's figure appeared. Like a grinding disc, the wave force crushed everything in him until nothing remained. Looking at 1.9, maybe Guanxi Junzong really does not have the concept of materialization. Su Feng gave up this unrealistic idea and waited expressionlessly for the village to be completely consumed. Outside world. Kuchiki Shangha coughed violently suddenly, and the red blood sprayed above his chest. Not waiting for his next move. The Zanpakuto Muramasa he held in both hands was shattered little by little until it was completely eliminated. How is this possible? His eyes widened, unable to believe what was happening in front of him. The heart seemed to be tightly grasped by the hands, and the breathing also stagnated. The lack of strength made Kuchiki Shangha almost fall from the air. The importance of Zanpakuto to Shinigami is obviously self-evident. The village was completely wiped out for invading the Zanpakuto space of the Kan sect. All right. Su Feng's expression was indifferent, your role will end here. With the sound of his voice, the Guanxi Junzong in his hand suddenly burst into a gorgeous light. Kuchiki Shangha noticed the abnormality, and when he launched Shunpo even further away, his figure flickered, trying to escape from Su Feng's attack range. However, he only took a few steps. The majestic absorption force came from behind. A huge vortex formed in front of Su Feng, like the eye of the deep sea, vast and infinite. No double wave. Kuchiki Shangha, who was not Su Feng's opponent in the first place, lost the power to resist after losing Muramasa. After just a breath of pulling, the whole person fell directly into the unparalleled wave. The hateful eyes fell on Su Feng, and before he could say the curse words, he was completely shattered by the powerful twisting force. Kuchiki ringing the river, die, Chapter 107. Your expression is really offensive. Soul Society. The first team, the captain's quarters. So, that's the reason you gave. Yamamoto Uenujai looked at Su Feng in front of him with a heavy expression, with a rare hint of melancholy in his tone. Hum. 39 On the contrary, Su Feng's demeanor was extremely indifferent, holding a delicate teacup in both hands, savoring the rising scent of tea. Have to say, Yamamoto Yuanyujai will still enjoy it. Every time I come here to drink tea, it is the finest tea in Soul Society. And according to his words, this was given to him by the old guy Kuchiki Silverbell, and the enjoyment on the noble side is more extravagant. Kuchiki Shanga escaped from the seal with the help of Aizen's men. Yamamoto Yuanyujai sighed and recounted the mission execution report that Su Feng handed him to him. Urahara Su Feng, the captain of the 5th Division, learned the whereabouts of the Kuchiki Hikari River from the mouths of the Zanpakuto after the battle with the materialized Zanpakuto of the masked army and others. Then in a fierce battle, he was killed head-on. What do you think about this matter? His eyes turned and stopped on the other person in the room. The man's face was old, with many wrinkles and ravines, as if it could kill a fly. The luxurious clothes and the star-struck pincers on the top of his head undoubtedly showed his identity. It's over, it's over. Even if it was a big mistake, it had already come to an end at the moment when his life ended. 99. Kuchiki Yinling shook his head and stopped talking. For Kuchiki Shanga, he used to value it very much, and even regarded it as a real relative for a time. Although due to his identity, Kuchiki Shanga cannot inherit the position of the head of the Kuchiki family, nor can he serve as the captain of the 6th Division. But if he can become the vice-captain of the 6th Division, he will certainly be able to usher in an unprecedented moment of glory for the 6th Division, and even suppressing other divisions is not impossible. But all this, with the end of his life, completely disappeared. Then I'll leave this as 23 thoughts for you. Su Feng thought for a while, and pushed the pincer that belonged to Kuchiki Shanga to the silver bell of Kuchiki. This thing is of high value, and it is not inferior to the silver and white wind flower yarn that symbolizes the identity of the Kuchiki family. Even if it is placed in Noble Street, it is a precious item that can be exchanged for 10 houses. Although this thing is of no use, it's just a status symbol. The star pincer. Kuchiki Yinling looked at the headgear on the table and fell silent. A long time. He raised his eyes to look at Su Feng and said a little heavily, "Thanks a lot." Kuchiki Yinling left the first team with the star tongs, watching its heavy pace, obviously preparing to return to Kuchiki's house to announce the incident. Hundreds of years ago, Kuchiki Shanga had a great influence on Kuchiki's house. Now that he has passed away, it is better to inform his family members as soon as possible. Seeing that the matter was over, Su Feng drank the last bit of tea and was ready to get up and leave. Captain Su Feng. Yamamoto Yuanyujai suddenly said, "You have done a good job with regard to the Kuchiki Hikaru. As you can see, he was also a victim of the rivalry between nobles. After causing a great deal of panic in Soul Society, this grey incident is finally over." Su Feng responded with a smile. "No need, Captain Yamamoto." 99. These are just what I should do. Besides, there's one more thing. Yamamoto Yuanyujai opened his slightly closed eyes, and the fire flashed away in the depths of his eyes. According to the communication from the Lingwang Palace, Shutara Senjumaru will arrive at Seraiti on the Tianju chariot soon. 99. Be prepared in advance. Having said this, he paused for a moment, and his voice seemed to be a little low. As the captain of Goding 13, this old man cannot stand on your side in this battle. Su Feng frowned slightly and immediately stretched out. Shutara Senjumaru. I see. The 5th squad. When Su Feng returned here, Longtang Temple Liang Jia was confronting the woman in front of him, with his right hand on the scabbard, with a serious expression. This is. Su Feng's suspicious voice came. Advertisement. Longtang Temple Liang Jia glared at the woman in front of him, then looked at Su Feng slightly flatteringly, and explained. Master Captain, this guy slipped into the 5th Division while you were away, and he also wanted to go to your team building to investigate the secrets of the division. Fortunately, I found her while patrolling and stopped her here. 39. Heard. Su Feng asked with interest. So, Lisa, you didn't tell Ryosuke about your identity? No. Yadomaru Lisa seemed to have lost her mind for a while because she had just returned to Soul Society. The monk Liang Jia Zhong of Longtang Temple was puzzled and asked blankly. Captain, do you know each other? Su Feng explained with a smile. She is Yadomaru Lisa, the former vice-captain of the 8th Division, who was exiled to the world by Room 46 because of the hollow incident 100 years ago. Then because Aizen's conspiracy was exposed, this time come back with me. If nothing else, Lisa should be our vice-captain. 35. In this world, because of his own work, Su Feng thought about finding a reliable vice-captain. It seemed very important. So under the guidance of Urahara Kazuki, Yadomaru Lisa was officially invited to return to Soul Society. Then he mentioned that to Yamamoto Yuanyujai when reporting on the mission. In this regard, Yamamoto Yuanyujai not only did not mean to question, but asked whether the other members of the masked army had the possibility of returning to the Soul Society. After all, under the influence of Aizen's mutiny, Soul Society's captain-level combat power once again showed an unprecedented emptiness. Until now, the 3rd and 9th divisions are still represented by Kira Izuru and Asagi Shuhei. Yadomaru Lisa's eyes widened. This is different from what we said. Start with the team? Su Feng gestured. It's not necessary. 55. After all, I don't want that guy from Jingle to trouble me. What position did you have before, and now you still get the same treatment? Hearing these domineering words, Yadomaru Lisa sighed helplessly.
She herself didn't understand why she agreed to Su Feng's invitation before and became the first member of the masked army to return to the Soul Society. Maybe it's because of Su Feng's power to sweep everything in the world.
Or was it because of the unreliable words Urahara Kazuki said? Thinking of this, Yadomaru Lisa only felt a little hot on her cheeks and lowered her head subconsciously, faintly seeing the white smoke rising from her hair.
This time, 35. Su Feng reminded, for the time being, you should familiarize yourself with the affairs of the 5th Division with Ryosuke. Although it was a little strange why Yadomaru Lisa suddenly blushed, Su Feng didn't ask any more questions. After all, it seems reasonable that a girl who likes bad books occasionally recalls certain plots in the book. Time passed quickly, and it had been 3 days since Su Feng returned to the present world. During this period, Aiz Nanao heard the news of Yadomaru Lisa's return from this world, and came to meet him specially. The two had a good relationship 100 years ago. Even after 100 years, it is still the same. On the other hand, Kyoraku Shunsui didn't ask much. In his opinion, it was extremely valuable that his former subordinates did not completely deviate from Soul Society because of this. After all, the order from Central 46 was to be dealt with together as Menos Grande.
If it weren't for Shihu and Yoruichi, I'm afraid that this group of people, together with Urahara Kazuki and Tsukabishi Tetsusai, would have suffered a punishment comparable to the death penalty. Perhaps in Kyoraku Shunsui thought, Yadomaru Lisa can stay in the 5th Division as the vice captain, which is already the best place to return. After all, Su Feng's strength is considered to be the strongest group in the entire Soul Society. Even if there is a full-scale war with Aizen in the future, Su Feng will be able to protect Yadomaru Lisa.
Early morning. The moment Su Feng stepped out of the door, there was a hell butterfly approaching, and a small sky Ting Kong Luo played a role in it, and a slightly low voice came from the hell butterfly. A Megan C. notice. Captains and vice captains, please move to the headquarters of Gote 13.
Above, the headquarters of Gote 13 is located at the rear of the first team's quarters, most prominently in Seirei. He was clearly aware of more than one infernal butterfly passing through Seirei's various divisions. Obvious. This time it was not a captain meeting, but a different event. When Su Feng arrived at the so-called headquarters, he already realized that many captains had already arrived. Yo, what a spirit! Kyoraku Shunsui complimented. Captain Su Feng wearing Captain Haori seems to have a different flavor. Put away your misleading words. Yunohana Retsu said with a slightly unpleasant expression, it's better not to say such things, definitely not. Advertisement killing intent enveloped Kyoraku Shunsui, causing him to shudder involuntarily when he put away such a hippie smile. There were few people in the entire Gote 13 that frightened him, but Yunohana Retsu was clearly among them. After witnessing the history of Yunohana Retsu as the first-generation Kenpachi Unoka Yachiryu, Kyoraku Shunsui has always had an inexplicable awe of him. Even after he became the captain of the 4th Division, he still maintained it. Ha ha ha, although I have seen your appearance more than once. 35. Ni Yuli let out a strange laugh, like a baboon in heat, but every time I see it, it feels a little weird. 35. If you look like you, don't judge others. After Yunohana Retsu finished scolding Kyoraku Shunsui, she turned her head and scolded Nimori again, completely giving no face to the other party. Okay, Captain Ni. Shout, Ni Yuli snorted in disdain. Obviously, since the last time Su Feng met with him, this guy has changed his outfit again. The petal-like decorations surrounding the head were smoothed back as far as possible, like thick hair. It's just that in terms of hairstyle, Ni Yuli chose the most difficult to control the big back. Even the mask on his face has become Uzumaki's posture with black and white stripes, which is extremely weird. As Yunohana Retsu said, this guy really has no right to judge other people's clothes. Long time no see, Captain Su Feng. Jashiro Yukitaki has a peaceful smile and is pro-crystal, and he has become one of the few normal people among the captains. Because of his illness since Aizen's mutiny, he has been recuperating in the rainy hall, and has not appeared in the public eye for a long time. Long time no see, Captain Jashiro. Faced with the kind and friendly greeting, Su Feng naturally responded generously. Like Ni Yuli, it is better to choose to ignore it. After all, that guy doesn't care about shame. Ha, Urahara Su Feng, let's fight 780. Zaraki Kenpachi, holding the jagged Zanpakuto on his shoulder, grinned, I already know its name. 35. The so-called lamentation is nothing but the desire to fight and kill. Su Feng was finally moved when he heard Zaraki Kenpachi's words. Even he didn't realize that after beating Zaraki Kenpachi violently, he actually led him in one step and knew Zanpakuto's name directly. And even with the eye patch specially made for him by the Technology Development Bureau, he was still able to sense the Ryotsu escaping around Zaraki Kenpachi. Even an existence like Yadomaru Lisa, standing beside him frowned slightly, feeling slightly uncomfortable. The change in its strength is evident, is it wild? Su Feng said calmly, Shikai's words alone are not enough to defeat me, Zaraki. As soon as these words came out, Zaraki Kenpachi's grin suddenly froze, as if the pause button had been pressed. Really, it's surprising. Zaraki Kenpachi didn't care how Su Feng knew Yi-sun's name. All he cares about is the second half of Su Feng's words. Since Shikai can't beat you, try to understand Bankai. Thinking of this, when he looked at his Zanpakuto, which was full of serrated teeth, there was already a fanatical expression in his eyes. Captain Su Feng. A dull voice came from behind. When Su Feng turned around, he saw a huge, dog face. Thank you for leaving Tucson behind. Komamura Sajin seems to have stopped caring about his appearance, although he has been silent for a while. There is always hope, isn't it? Also, this old man is a werewolf, not a dog. Your expression is really offensive. Su Feng coughed twice to hide his embarrassment. You misunderstood. He avoided Komamura Sajin's suspicious gaze and focused on the others. Among them, Broken Bee is still the same old-fashioned, arrogant, and only maintains the laws and regulations of the Soul Society. But when she looked at herself, the strangeness in her eyes was really surprising. As for Byakuya Kuchiki of the 6th Division, his expression did not change at all. Even when facing Su Feng, he just nodded. Thank you very much for the matter of the Kuchiki swaying river. Calm words, without the slightest emotional fluctuations. The last remaining Hitsugaya Dashiro, with his arms around his arms, seemed to be seriously thinking about the purpose of summoning them today. While everyone was chatting, boom! Yamamoto Uenyansai held a cane and slammed it on the ground heavily, making a dull sound. Silence. 99. Pay attention to your manners, the Tianju carriage will be here soon. Chapter 108. The concubine is becoming more and more interested in you. Tianju carriage? When he heard the name, Broken Bee subconsciously exclaimed. On the other hand, Omeda Kichio, who was beside him, looked blank, and the corners of his mouth were still stained with senbei crumbs. Tianju carriage? What is that? It seems a little familiar. Broken Bee hated iron and gave him a stern look and said coldly. Team Zero is the means of transportation between the Spirit Palace and the Soul Society. You don't even know about Team Zero and the Spirit Palace, right? Omeda Kichio was frightened by the eyes of the Broken Bee, and did not dare to speak loudly for a while, but only whispered. Captain, you also know that I haven't been the vice captain for a long time. Team Zero is the recorded royal spy, serving the Spirit King. Broken Bee's petite face also showed doubts, but they will only appear when the Soul Society is about to be destroyed. Could it be that the existence of Aizen has threatened the entire Soul Society? As soon as these words came out, the surrounding captains also had serious expressions. What Aizen has committed is already enough to be called a treason, and he is the one who caused the greatest loss to the Soul Society in 1,000 years. But even so, it's not enough to destroy Soul Society, right? Just as everyone is guessing. Yamamoto Uenujai's majestic voice sounded again. Don't guess at random. Team Zero is only a member this time, and it has nothing to do with the destruction of the Soul Society. Above the sky, there was a roaring sound. Boom. The Tianju chariot, which was like a huge stone pillar, fell heavily on the ground. The airwaves rolled, and countless dust flew up and rolled towards the crowd. Spiritual pressure drumming. Yamamoto Uenujai stood at the forefront, instantly dispelling the dust that filled the sky with a huge spiritual pressure. Coming. As the Tianju carriage opens to both sides, elegant classical music also flutters from it, mixed with the sounds of drums, flutes, shamisen, and trumpets, which are extremely melodious. Accompanied by classical music, it is also a woman dressed in a very classical fashion. The black medium-length hair with side-parted bangs hangs down, wearing quite complicated golden jewelry on it, wearing a white drapery with white clasp, and a tattoo of Shendingwa, which symbolizes the Zero Team. Then there are the 6 skeleton arms that are completely inconsistent with their temperament, and it is these that play the sound of classical music. Under the Peugeot appearance, there is a slightly pale skin and eyes that ignore everything. Dodge a show of the Zero Team, Shutara Chianshumaru go up. Shutara Chianshumaru bowed slightly, without that kind of domineering temperament. But those indifferent eyes did not seem to take the Gode 13 in front of them. Long time no see, Shutara. Yamamoto Uenujai's majestic voice did not change in any way. Please tell me the purpose of your trip. Naturally, because of the Central 46 ban. Shutara Chianshumaru did not continue to speak, but the shadows under her feet were heavy, filling the depths. Who am I supposed to be? It turns out to be your guy. Ni Yuli's words were full of disrespect to him, as always. Do something that looks down on people. Has this already invaded this uncle's research room? Oh. Shutara Chianshumaru's eyes drooped slightly, and the long eyelashes fluttered, as if to recognize. What an exaggerated appearance. I'm still thinking about who it is. It turns out to be Ni Yuli. The skeleton arm behind her fluttered, making a crisp sound. Invasion or something, still exaggerated as always. The concubine just put her hand on the door and it opened easily. 0.35. At the same time, Shutara Chinjimaru also revealed a secret. It's a lot easier than when my concubine was here. Obvious. Before joining the Zero Division, Shutara Senjumaru once played against the 12th Division, and the master was in the research room. Now, after the research room was replaced by Nimori, he did not carry out too many secret reinforcements, so that when Shutara Senjumaru came to Seolingen, it was only a few breaths of time, it was directly into it. It's really arrogant. Ni Yuli was obviously much more arrogant than before. And this arrogant confidence naturally comes from his research on himself and the outside world. I hope your trip goes well. Advertisement. He let out a strange laugh, and then stopped talking. Obviously, after hearing the purpose of Shutara Senjumaru, Ni Maori no longer had any hope for his trip. Others don't know who Su Feng is. Does he still not know? Behind the seemingly gentle and elegant, in fact, the black belly is fierce to the extreme. Without a word, they are drawn to each other. The most important thing is that as long as there is one in the Soul Society, one hand that can beat him can count it 2 or 3 times. Shutara Senjumaru raised his eyes slightly, looked at Yamamoto Uenujai, and said softly. Captain Yamamoto, also asked the person who banned the 46th room, is he among them? When it comes to the second half, her eyes have clearly fallen on the other captains. Regarding the takedown of Central 46, Su Feng took a step forward, his expression indifferent, without the slightest fear. Could it be that the high-ranking Team Zero, Daiori Mori, has any different ideas? Heard. The skeleton arm twitched, covering her red lips with a smile, Shutara Chianshimaru said slowly. As the highest judicial organ of the Soul Society, it consists of 40 sages and 6 judges. The purpose of their existence is to convey the laws of the Soul Society. And when it's outlawed, where are the Soul Society regulations? Faced with this problem, it is not difficult for Su Feng. The so-called Soul Society regulations, to be enforced by a bunch of rotten diehards. It is only a more rotten world that has been shaped. 35. And when the so-called sages and judges have selfishness, what kind of attitude will the world show? 35. Su Feng stepped forward, aggressive. Could it be that the world opened up by the Spirit King was handed over to the nobles who cut it off? As soon as this word comes out, the surrounding atmosphere suddenly became solemn. A faint spiritual pressure was wrapped around Shutara Chianshimaru. Unexpectedly, many secrets are known. 99. Her eyes dropped, and her long eyelashes fluttered. My concubine is becoming more and more interested in you. Obvious. The things Su Feng mentioned were undoubtedly about the secret of the Spirit King. And these are things that ordinary people cannot know, and even ordinary captains are completely unaware of them. There are only existences like Yamamoto Uenujai who have lived for more than 2,000 years, or Bikuya Kuchiki, the head of the Kuchiki family, who is one of the 5 noble families, or Ni Yuri, who often invades the Great Spirit Book Corridor. In addition, there should be only Kyoraku Shunsui, who is regarded as the successor of the chief captain, and Jashiro Yukitaki, who is the incarnation of the right arm of the Spirit King. Wow. Kyoraku Shunsui pretended to be surprised. Captain Su Feng seems to have revealed some incredible secret. You'd better pretend not to hear. 35. Ni Yuli let out a disdainful sneer. How can such words be regarded as not heard? About the secrets of creating the world, and the dirty business of the nobles. If it wasn't for Urahara Su Feng, this uncle would have kept it in his memory for a lifetime. Cough cough. Jashiro Yukitaki coughed and said, it's better not to spread such a thing widely. I hope you all keep in mind, cough, about the activities between the Spirit King and the 5 nobles. Su Feng remembered very clearly that when the ancestor of Shiba's family, Nibe, persuaded the Spirit King to change the world, the ancestor of Suniyashiro directly attacked him and sealed the Spirit King in the crystal. But because King Ling saw the changes in the future with his own ability, he chose to sacrifice himself. However, the ancestor Suniyashiro was worried about the ability and power of the Spirit King, so he later cut off his limbs, dug out his internal organs and deprived it of power, and then dispersed in other worlds. Several nobles, headed by Suniyashiro, constantly weakened the power of the Spirit King, hoping to create a king under their domination. The only one who held a different view was the Shiba ancestor, who always insisted that the sins we have committed should be made public and judged by the world. He even wanted to replace the Spirit King with himself and become a wedge for the maintenance of the 3 realms. This led to the exclusion of other nobles. Even now, the Shiba family is still the weakest among the 5 nobles, and even moved from the noble street of Seirei to Rukongai. The concubine was very curious. 35. Shutara Chianshimaru smiled and looked at Su Feng with a hint of coldness in his eyes. I wonder what Captain Su Feng thinks about the establishment of Soul Society regulations. Faced with this question, Su Feng already had the answer in his heart. Naturally, the weak eat the strong, and the strong make the rules. In this regard, he coincides with Aizen, advertisement. But the way Su Feng chooses is slightly softer than Aizen. Disintegrating from the inside is far easier than facing the entire Soul Society directly. What a surprising answer. 35. Shutara Chinjuan originally thought that Su Feng would say that someone with high moral character presides over the law, or that a serious and selfless person enforces the law. Unexpectedly, Su Feng actually said the words of the weak and the strong. In that case, the skeleton arm above Shira's white drape began to move. Then let the concubine come to see her, the strong eat the weak. Yamamoto Uenujai suddenly looked around, and the voice of hearing that echoed in the headquarters of Gode 13. All spread out. The captains are not fools either. Seeing that the topic of this chat went wrong, as early as when Shutara Chianshimaru opened his mouth, he picked up his vice-captain and spread out into the distance, making room for the 2 of them as much as possible, out enough space. Su Feng noticed the Ryatsu hidden in the dark. What is this? Is it better to strike first? Shutara Chianshimaru covered his face and chuckled, and his moving voice echoed in the open space. The concubine's movements are still very fast, after all, the name Shinjimaru is not called for nothing. 35. The voice fell. Around Su Feng, a huge black hole appeared, like a black cavity opening. Countless black prosthetic limbs formed like shadows spread out from it and directly grabbed Su Feng's body. This method. Su Feng stood still and didn't move. It doesn't fit your identity as the Dazi show of the Zero Division. 99. Boom, the violent wave force exploded in all directions with Su Feng as the center, and the impact visible to the naked eye scattered in all directions, directly smashing the black prosthetic limb that was about to touch him. The terrifying oppression spreads and spreads in the headquarters of the Gode 13 teams, until it covers farther places. The wave eruption shattered the black prosthetic limb, and even the black hole that formed it was completely destroyed. At the same time, it is also the experience of Shutara Chianshumaru. What is the ultimate explosion that is unreasonable? It's exaggerated as always. Ni Yuli smiled strangely. This guy Urahara Sufeng seems to be stronger than before. What kind of monster is it that keeps getting stronger with this attitude? As a collaborator of Sufeng, he has a more intuitive and clear understanding. During Shinigami's long life, the speed at which Sufeng became stronger can already be described as a monster. This level of power. Hitsugaya Toshiro gritted his teeth unwillingly. How much water did this guy put in during the captain's assessment? Huh. Zhao Qian's, huh, that's right. Zaraki Kenpachi laughed wildly like a demon. That's right, Urahara Sufeng. Only when we become stronger together can we withstand the endless and fun fighting. 99. Looking at the black prosthetic limb that had been transformed into a spiritual child, Shutara Chianshumaru frowned, and when she looked at Sufeng again, she had already put away her contempt. What a terrifying power. No wonder you have the guts to say that the weak will eat the strong. She manipulated the skeleton arm, twisting the invisible thread, or, are you ready to become the king, who creates new rules? 39. Just as he speaks, Sufeng noticed the abnormality again, and the whole person seemed to have become an insect that fell into a cobweb. The death tyrant is in the restraint, changing. I don't care about too lofty ideals. Sufeng smiled, and the wave of killing intent was centered on it, covering the death tyrant outfit, eroding the invisible thread that spread. What I want to do, it's just to protect the people you care about. This moment, Shutara Senjumaru stared at him like death. The biting chill broke through his special clothes, and even the silk thread composed of Ryotsu was eliminated little by little. Although the other party closed his eyes tightly, she still felt that there seemed to be a pair of huge eyes staring at all this above the zenith. Subconsciously, Shutara Chianshumaru mobilized all the spiritual pressure, and with his own body as the center, countless needles and threads were woven into layers of extreme clothing under the frantic wandering of the six-padded skeleton arms. And not far from her, under Sufeng's feet, a large area of blue and purple spread towards the distance. At this moment, countless complicated formations were completely unfolded on the battlefield. Sufeng raised the corner of his mouth slightly and said softly, "Feel the power of the waves. Fujian Mingwang Formation. Chun. Chapter 109 Let's Play Fairly, Ujiwa." Sufeng stepped forward, and the authentic guanxi was unsheathed, and on the blade of the sword flashing cold light, the wave imprints that symbolized the 5 kings of Ming dynasty emerged. The gorgeous light blooms on it, vigorously blooming that vast sea-like majestic power. This moment, the sky in Seredi suddenly darkened, and above the zenith, there seemed to be an endless dark curtain covering everything, and the thick and solid dark clouds shrouded everything, swallowing up the sunlight. The only light, it is the bright blue-purple color on the open ground. What a delightful sight to see. It seems that Ni Yuli's desire for the power of fluctuation is even more urgent because of the continuous transformation of the body of the demon fetus. Unfortunately, this level of intelligence can't be applied to the body of the demon fetus. In his pupils, countless symbols appeared and flipped, as if recording everything at the moment. Compared to the last time, it's even better. Kiraku Shunsui raised his hand and pressed his bamboo hat to prevent it from being blown away by the howling wind. Hey, old man Shan, do you think Sufeng can win? In the face of his disciple's question, Yamamoto Uenyujai felt very tired and did not want to answer, and threw a red cannon at him. The last time Sufeng put up such an immovable Mingwang formation, the entire 5th division was directly razed to the ground, and it has not been repaired until now. Now that they were fighting again, the headquarters of Gode 13 did not hesitate to use this move. Yamamoto Uenyujai reckoned in his heart that the next time he was afraid that he would not be going to the Lingwang Palace. When Zaraki Kenpachi looked at Sufeng, his eyes were full of excitement and fanaticism. With the violent agitation of the surrounding energy, the fighting spirit in his heart became more and more excited. Since the battle with Sufeng, his power has continued to rise, like a thermometer inserted into the ground under the scorching sun. An endless and complicated huge formation was formed under Sufeng's feet and covered further away. In just an instant, it enveloped the entire Gode 13th team headquarters. In front, Shutara Chianshumaru looked at everything in front of him with cold eyes, and the 6-padded skeleton arms flew up and down in all directions around it. Invisible silk threads roamed the battlefield, weaving layers of extreme clothing, isolating the external energy. Even if the heaven and the earth are mixed up here, the power of fluctuations and the high concentration of spirits fill the surroundings, they still can't affect her at all. As one of the members of Team Zero, Shutara Senjumaru's strength is worthy of recognition. At least 780 there are not many of the Gode 13 squadrons who can fight her head-on. In the hands of Shutara Chianshumaru, the ultimate clothing is not only a killing technique, but can also be converted into an ultimate defense. The defensive effect of a single ultimate garment is not weaker than number 81 Bakudo Splitting Void, let alone stacking it up layer by layer and applying Yila Kito's seal enchantment. The defensive power has already reached its peak. This is the strongest defensive technique of the concubine, the Luosheng sleeping ball woven from tens of thousands of layers of extreme clothing. Shutara Senjumaru's voice was gradually obscured by the storm that was rising around him. I hope your moves will work. As the voice fell, his entire body was also completely wrapped in the ultimate clothing, forming a huge ball of thread, standing in the center of the battlefield. On the Luosheng Mian ball, 5 evil ghost faces with different postures appeared, all mocking gestures, as if mocking everything in front of them. Very different defense techniques. Su Feng responded indifferently. With the surge in the power of volatility, his figure also appeared to be a little distorted. 6 flame beads that are enough to cover the sky and the sun rise under the complex array, and the dazzling light completely illuminates the dark and gloomy sky. The ground is tearing apart, and the incomparably wide gaps spread towards the end of the mountain not far away. It is the team building of the first team and the residence of Yamamoto Uenujai. The dazzling and magnificent flame beads surrounded the battlefield, and the terrifying twisting power acted on the Luo Shengyan ball, tearing the layers of extreme clothing on it. But weirdly, whenever a layer of extreme clothing is torn, the 5 evil ghost faces with different postures will chew on the broken extreme clothing and recomplete it. The speed of recovery is even faster than the destruction speed of the flame beads. Sure enough, it is worthy of the name of Senju Maru. Su Feng praised, since that's the case, let's increase the intensity. As his voice fell, the dazzling flame beads like a small sun revolved at high speed in the sky, and instantly turned into a tornado of extremes, raging on the battlefield. The rock formation was constantly bursting, and the boulders flew into it, and then was crushed into powder by the terrifying force of the twisting face. The ground is constantly collapsing and disappearing. Advertisement in just a breath of time, only the area where Su Feng and Shutara Qianshuan were left was intact. Fix the ground with silk thread. Su Feng sensed the opponent's means, then pull it up together with the ground. The thick clouds circled in the sky, and the vibrating and hissing thunder continued to make a roaring sound, resounding above the Seredi. The storm roared, smashing the few remaining rock formations, peeling off the ultimate clothes, and the hideous cracks on the ground seemed to open bloody mouths, swallowing everything around. Facing the motionless Luo Shengmian ball, Su Feng raised his right hand and then closed it suddenly, making a bursting sound of explosion. Next moment, the storm suddenly stagnated, the clouds above the sky were also rigidly fixed in place, the 6 flame beads stopped endlessly spinning, and the extreme blue-purple rays of light erupted in the complex array, turning into the beam of light shot into the sky. This time, Shutara Qianshumaru had a bad premonition in her heart, and before she could make the next move, the stagnant flame orb started to spin again. The power of distortion that was several times or even dozens of times before erupted, directly tearing the only intact area and bringing it into the field of flame beads. The wild wave power acts on the Luo Shengmian sphere, constantly shattering the extreme clothing on it, and the 5 evil ghost faces with different postures cannot continue to be repaired. It's like peeling off an onion. The strongest defense in Shutara Qianshumaru's mouth can no longer resist the immovable king formation, and he can only watch himself gradually fall into the endless twisting force. The flame beads exploded, completely eliminating all the extreme clothes. If she hadn't reacted quickly and used a black prosthesis to block her, I'm afraid she would have ended up the same way. Su Feng activated Shunpo and disappeared in place. Like thunder and aurora, it instantly crossed the space distance. When he reappeared, he was already close to Shutara Qianshumaru's side, and the sharp sword pressure cut off all the remaining black prosthetic limbs in just an instant. It's over, Senjumaru. Su Feng held the Guanxi Zhengzong and gently touched the white neck of Shutara Qianshuan. A touch of red, slowly sliding down the swan-like neck. Sudden change. Shutara Qianshumaru was stunned on the spot, then his eyebrows lowered, and his long eyelashes fluttered gently. Once again, it was beyond my concubine's expectations. I have never had a setback since joining Team 035. Su Feng also withdrew his Zanbakudo after sensing that the other party had completely restrained his Ryotsu. Kill Shutara Senjumaru. You don't have to. As members of Team 0, their lives have long been tied to Zero Fanli Temple. As long as the Spirit King exists, the Spirit King Palace will not be destroyed, and the same is true of Lingfanli Hall. Even if the members of the Zero Squad die, they will be resurrected in the Lingfanli Hall. If you really kill this guy, it will make things a little more difficult. The next time I'm afraid I won't be facing all the members of Team 0. As you wish. Shutara Qianshumaru put away the scattered extreme clothing, although it was dilapidated, it did not have any protection and killing ability. You have taught your concubine what the law of the weak is, 35. A rather unique and, CDBJ, powerful force, from Zanbakudo? Su Feng nodded and explained, the power of wave that belongs to me alone. Your existence reminds the concubine of a person from the past. Shutara Qianshumaru rearranged his demeanor and returned to his original elegant appearance. The skeleton arms were woven quickly around him, and he was once again woven into a white cloak around his body. Kiyashiki, the former 7th generation Kenpachi. She calmly gave the answer. Kenpachi, the original cuthouse, is just like you, with the most unique Zanbakudo and the powerful strength of 1 horse to 1,000. Team 0 sent him an invitation, but he refused because he couldn't take the boring guard job. Listen to Shutara Senjumaru's words. It reminds Su Feng of Zanbakudo about Kiyajiki Kenpachi. The existence called the Hungry Corridor has the power to devour everything. Shikai will later summon 30 white spheres the size of brown bears with only a huge mouth, under the control of Kenpachi Kuriashiki. And his Bankai, on the ground in the radius of Shuling, transformed into a giant jaw, and performed indiscriminate devouring and biting. Except for Kenpachi, everything else would be spared. This also resulted in the banning of Bankai from Kenpachi of Kuriashiki from playing in Seirei. Because of his own strength, Team 0 sent him an invitation, but Kenpachi Kuriashiki did not accept it. Then, in the challenge of Muchung Shuangya, he was crushed by internal organs and died, and Muchung Shuangya also inherited the name of Kenpachi at the same time. Advertisement in Su Feng's impression, these two should be regarded as the strongest among the Kenpachi in all dynasties. However, the ending was not very good. Kenpachi died tragically, and Muchang Shuang was also tortured in the endless hell, although he entered it voluntarily. When thinking of this guy, Su Feng suddenly realized one thing. If there are strong battle fluctuations in Seirei, Mojo City Shuang, who fuses his own spirit child with Seirei spirit child, should also be aware of it. And because of that, only then did he discover the existence of Aizen and pay attention to all the changes in Seirei. Overall, this guy is a ticking time bomb. In this regard, it is better to have a snack. Temporarily write down the matter of Mochang Shuangye. After solving other troubles, Su Feng will go to the infernal hell to have a good talk with him. All in all, he is also a poor man with extreme thoughts. It is also a good choice if there is no conflict. You said this, is it because Monk Eye has a similar idea? Su Feng couldn't deny that after realizing that he was out of control, Hayasabi Ichibei should have adopted similar means to invite himself. As the true leader of the Zero Division, the strength of the monk Hayasabi Ichibei can be said to be far superior to the other four. Well, don't get me wrong. Shutara Chianshumaru covered his face with a chuckle and said in a mocking tone. That pedantic guy won't make arbitrary decisions, everything he does is to better guard the Spirit Palace. If your existence threatens the Spirit King, then it's another matter. In this regard, Su Feng didn't care much, joining Team Zero or something is simply impossible for him. It is undoubtedly an extremely stupid decision to bind oneself, who has unlimited development potential, in a small spiritual palace. Even if he just continued to practice step by step, he would be enough to stand on the same level as the Spirit King, not to mention the existence of cheat. Unless the head is kicked by Jillian, it is impossible to make such a choice. Regarding the takedown of Central 46, the folding fan that Shutara Chianshumaru took out from somewhere, swayed and fanned, and the cool breeze blew through her hair. The concubine has a unique idea. Su Feng didn't speak, and waited quietly for her next words. The work in room 46 can be handled by the 1st and 6th teams. We are very satisfied with the work efficiency and ability of Captain Yamamoto. 5. As soon as these words came out, it proved in disguise that Shutara Chianshumaru's service was soft. Obviously, she also transferred the work in room 46 to Team 1 when she could not win the battle against Su Feng head-on. In fact, this has nothing to do with the responsibilities of their Zero team, it is just a matter of face as a noble. With the passage of time, as the Zero squad, they have already forgotten about them. As long as the Spirit King exists, everything is easy to say. As for Mr. Su Feng, Shutara Senjumaru stared at him with inexplicable eyes, as if he was admiring a piece of art that was unparalleled in the world. My concubine wants to weave an exclusive Death Tyrant outfit for you to express my apology for this visit. The sudden change in the front of the conversation caught Su Feng by surprise. And this topic was opposed by Yunohana Retsu, who came from a distance. Impossible. Luo Yunohana Retsu's killing intent was awe-inspiring, like a demon who stepped out of hell. Even though the smile on his face remained the same, the biting chill had already enveloped the surroundings. It's so stingy. Shutara Chianshumaru seemed quite calm, and she who never feared death, how could she care about other people's opinions? It's just to borrow your man, it's not that I won't give it back to you. No. Yunohana Retsu was extremely firm, obviously. She is very aware of Shutara Senjumaru's nasty hobby when he sews Deathlord clothes. Well, if that's the case, then let's avoid it. As the youngest member of Team Zero, Shutara Chijumaru was a little inferior when facing first-generation Kenpachi. However, the concubine will not give up easily. Unowa. Chapter 110 The near-deficit fiscal situation. Shutara Senjumaru left. Before leaving, he did not forget to ask Su Feng for his size. Although these are all Yunohana Retsu substitutions. And Su Feng also saw the transportation mode of Team Zero, the launch of Tianju ran, and a deafening roar broke out in Rukongai. Shiba Kongi's skilled esoteric Keto skills reminded Su Feng of the Keto that hit him at the beginning. As expected, none of the 5 nobles is a fuel-efficient lamp. In this regard, he expressed his sigh. So far, the ban on the 46 rooms has come to an end for the time being. On the other hand, Su Feng was not worried about the nobles. With Byakuya Kuchiki guarding it, there will be no major problems. Although there are many idiots among the nobles, the Kuchiki family, one of the 5 nobles, will never let them do anything wrong. Unless these guys want to be exterminated, after a few days of rest. Su Feng took Yadomaru Lisa to the first team building. What is reflected in the perception is a piece of ruins to be repaired. The soldiers of each squad shuttle through the ruins and repair at a speed visible to the naked eye with the help of the black technology provided by Keto and the Technology Development Bureau. But even so, it was not an easy task to completely restore the headquarters of Gode 13. After all, the destruction this time was no less than the previous 5th division. A large area of ruins is separated between the first team building and the headquarters, and the adjacent scenes are completely contrasted. Captain Su Feng, there is one thing I think you should know. Yadomaru Lisa pushed up the glasses on the bridge of her nose, about the funding of the squad. Before repairing our own team building, we have almost emptied the funds in the team, and now it is the repair of the headquarters. After serving as Su Feng's vice captain, Yadomaru Lisa's lenses were also replaced with narrow-rimmed gold-rimmed glasses similar to Aiznaneo, a deadman outfit that cinched the waist, and a delicate lower skirt, giving him a kind of secular style, the style of working women. And this, naturally, came from a little request from Su Feng. Yadomaru Lisa's process from initial resentment and resistance to tacit acceptance afterward is not enough for outsiders. In her words, Captain, you obviously can't see, why do you have to change her clothes forcibly? And Su Feng responded indifferently, I have read through all of your treasured books. The boss occupies the subordinates drama, accounting for nearly 70%. At that time, before his words were finished, Yadomaru Lisa disappeared from his perception. This also made Su Feng realize the potential of his own vice-captain again. The speed of Shunpo alone was no less than that of the captain of the 2nd Division, Broken B. Su Feng was surprised. Could it be that we have to end up in the same situation as the 11th team? Yes. Yadomaru Lisa said with a blank expression, while taking out the work log that he carried with him from his arms. As for the financial flow, 98.37% of it was used for the repair of the team building. As for the rest, it is used to pay salaries to the players and maintain documents. Obviously, in terms of management, Su Feng is not very good at it. At this rate, I'm afraid our finances will fall into deficit next month. 35. Yadomaru Lisa put away the logbook, and probably worse than the 11. It's really troublesome. Su Feng was a little helpless. Compared with the 6th team, we are really poor. The 6th division has always been the richest division. After all, a headdress of their captain is worth 10 houses. Don't worry too much about it. Su Feng waved his hand. I will ask Byakuya for help. As a big dog, he should not be stingy with such a little help. Yadomaru Lisa looked at Su Feng a little helplessly, and seemed to see the shadow of Kyoraku Shunsui from him. The two captains have been so lazy and have nothing to do. The two came to the team building of the first team together, and also saw the purpose of Su Feng's trip. Captain Yamamoto. Su Feng greeted with a smile and jingle. As early as just now, you already informed the old man. The majestic voice of Yamamoto Uenyujai sounded in the room. What is the reason for coming this time? 95. Kyoraku Shunsui, as usual, responded rather lazily. What is it that makes you so solemn? Obviously it's enough to hand it over to old man Sean, but he even let Lisa inform me. Advertisement. Yamamoto Uenyujai glared at his unworthy apprentice. When the teacher is already over 2,000 years old, the disciple still pushes all the affairs to the teacher, which is really outrageous. About Aizen. Su Feng sat cross-legged across from the two of them, and unceremoniously picked up the prepared tea and tasted it lightly. I have discussed with Urahara Kazuki before. When they heard Aizen's name, their expressions suddenly became more serious. As the most rebellious person in the history of Soul Society, Aizen's existence undoubtedly affects the minds of the two. In this case, when Su Feng mentioned Aizen, it would naturally lift their spirits. Su Feng considered the words, and his expression became a little more serious. Regarding Hogyoku, Urahara Kazuki explained to me its effects and strengths. This also leads to a kind of existence that breaks the boundaries of Shinigami when Aizen and Hogyoku are completely merged. And, regarding Aizen's purpose, Kyoraku Shunsui took over the words and said solemnly, Jashiro and I used to conduct a detailed inspection in the corridor of the Great Spirit Book. Aizen not only read the relevant information about Urahara Kazuki, but also found the secret about the Spirit King and the method of Wang Jian's creation. 55. According to his previous words, it is inferred that this guy should want to create the king's key, so as to go to the Lingwang Palace and occupy the so-called throne of heaven. Su Feng showed such an expression and continued, now that Aizen's purpose is clear. Then why don't we choose to strike first? Should he be allowed to merge with Hogyoku until he crosses the boundaries of Shinigami and reaches another level? He put down the teacup with a serious expression on his face. Don't tell me, Captain Yamamoto has certainty for future battles. Yamamoto Uenyujai shook his head and sighed, a little helpless. Although I don't want to admit it, but I can't guarantee that Aizen will succeed. 35. Before long, Su Feng had already analyzed the strength of Aizen with them. Just killing Hitsugaya Dashiro with one knife has already explained a lot of things. The frankness of Yamamoto Uenyujai made Su Feng a little impressed. I thought that the other party would still maintain sufficient confidence. After all, Aizen Sosuke didn't show much of his level of strength as the pinnacle of Shinigami because of his interference. So many people have a wrong estimate of its strength. Even old man Sean said that. Kyoraku Shunsui was silent for a while, and he was in trouble for a while. As Yamamoto, who is known as the strongest Shinigami in the Soul Society, he does not dare to win Aizen Sosuke lightly. This is undoubtedly a major blow for Soul Society. In that case, Su Feng recounted the purpose of this trip again. Why don't we choose to take the initiative to solicit Hueco Mundo? Yamamoto Uenyujai fell into deep thought, a long time. He raised his head and looked at Su Feng, with a firm look in his squinted eyes. About Hueco Mundo, all intelligence needs to be presented. Conquering Hueco Mundo must be put on the agenda. But one day, the captain's meeting is held in the conference room of the first team. The content of this meeting also made many not-so-normal guys seem extremely excited. Ha ha ha. Hoarse laughter echoed in the conference room, and Zaraki Kenpachi looked around with wild beast-like eyes. This kind of thing, of course, has to be handed over to the 11th team. I can't wait. Between the opening and closing of its mouth, white steam can be seen rising from it. Since knowing his name, Zanpakuto, this guy has become more and more crazy and unrestrained. Hey, the corners of Ni Yuli's mouth were pulled towards the sides, as if there was no limit, almost touching the roots of his ears. Please let me follow along with this kind of thing. The flesh and blood of Menos Grande in the Tech Development Bureau is running out. 99. Hueco Mundo. I've been looking forward to it for a long time. In fact, a long time ago, Nikori often went to Hueco Mundo to hunt for Menos Grande. But since Aizen's mutiny, the depths of Hueco Mundo have also become a forbidden place for Shinigami. Advertisement, asterisk asterisk. Even with a captain leading the team, they are not allowed to go deep. For this kind of thing, it's best to have a logistics team follow. Unohana Retsu looked at Sufeng tenderly, and seemed to have some information from Yamamoto Uenujai. I'd like to be one of them and follow along. Yamamoto Uenujai's slightly closed eyes opened, and his majestic eyes looked around the crowd, and the room suddenly became quiet. After a short study and discussion, the old man and Captain Sufeng agreed that this matter requires complete preparation. 39. He clenched Ryujin Jaka, who had turned into a walking stick, and strands of flames overflowed from the lower end, causing the temperature in the conference room to continue to rise. So the purpose of this meeting is to select a team to conduct the quest for Hueco Mundo. In view of everyone's self-recommendation, after thinking about it, the old man decided to let Captain Sufeng lead the team. For Aizen, Yamamoto Uenujai's perception used to have great expectations for him. Aizen, who had not defected before, was regarded as one of the few normal people among the captains. But in the end, they took a path that was completely contrary to the Gode 13. Today's Yamamoto Uenujai just wants to get rid of Aizen as soon as possible, in the name of Jungo Day. He paused for a moment before continuing. Follow with Unohana Retsu, the captain of the 4th Division, as the logistician. The 11th Division Captain Zaraki Kenpachi, supplemented by the 12th Division Captain Niyuri, will form a vacant team, and they will go to the vacant circle in 3 days. The corresponding vice captain should also go together. 35. 0 for this decision, the other captains have no objection. The terrifying power shown by Sufeng has been widely circulated in Soul Society. Among them, many players believe that his strength is not inferior to that of Yamamoto Uenujai. There are even very few radicals who think that Sufeng has completely surpassed Yamamoto Uenujai, who is known as the strongest Shinigami in terms of strength. And this conclusion is undoubtedly from the team members who carry out repair work day after day. In this infinite repetition of work, they agreed that Urahara Sufeng is definitely a first-class existence above the destruction of the team building. I've never had this kind of work intensity, said a player who did not want to be named. I haven't slept for 3 days in a row. However, there is still no hope that the work will end. This is the report obtained by Seirati's correspondents in an interview. There are not many such words. The popularity of these remarks made the other team members more and more believe that Captain Urahara Sufeng of the 5th Division is the strongest Shinigami. Everyone about this. After Yamamoto Uenujai finalized the vacancy team, he looked around and said, "Is there any other opinions?" Seeing the silence of the crowd, his voice increased a bit. If that's the case, then it's decided. During these 3 days, Captain Niuli will be responsible for constructing a black cavity channel that can withstand the passage of multiple captains. 3 days later, we will prepare at the headquarters, in the atrium of the 12th Division, positioning Hueco Mundo. Party. Originally, I wanted to gather at the Gode 13 team headquarters. But Yamamoto Genryuzai just realized temporarily that the headquarters is still under renovation, and the progress is only halfway through. Nimori drilled his temples with his knuckles, making a tooth-crunching sound. What a hassle. 35, almost forgot about this. Although he often travels to Hueco Mundo, through self-made black cavity, to conduct hunting experiment material. But this doesn't mean that Ni Yuli can now come up with a black cavity channel that is enough to support multiple captains and pass smoothly. Looks like I have to find that disgusting guy. He moved his fingers, making it appear a twisted posture, completely violating the physiological limit. If that's the case, it should work. Ni Yuli looked at Sufeng. I need your help, Urahara Sufeng. It is not an easy task to create a black cavity channel that meets the requirements within 3 days. Sufeng nodded and agreed. The captains gradually dispersed, and Sufeng and Ni Yuli went to the 12th Division. About the black cavity. I once got a Kido mantra from Urahara Kazuki, Nuri said indifferently. On this point, I still need your help to identify it. 35. He grinned. After all, I don't trust that guy Urahara Kazuki. Chapter 111. Give me thousands of years, and the King of Spirit will also kill you. Place the contact boundary stone in my right hand, and hold the sword of reality in my left hand. The gallows chair of the black-haired shepherd, the colorful clouds gather here, and my generation hunts the ibis. Sufeng pressed the air in front of him with one hand and recited the Kido mantra that Niuli taught him. According to Nimori, it was invented by Urahara Kazuki. Completely different from the method he developed to open the black cavity. That's why he asked Sufeng to try. After all, not everyone has such terrifying strength and can withstand fault tolerance. Although Ni Yuli thinks that he is also very strong now, this does not prevent him from taking precautions. Science needs to be treated rigorously. Ni Yuli snapped her fingers, and several mechanical arms extended from the research room, surrounding Sufeng. After Sufeng chanted the Kido incantation, the light above the wave spirit tool bloomed, and the surrounding spirits gathered in large numbers and gathered in front of him. He stretched his palm forward, and just by pressing it lightly, the space in front of him was shattered, revealing a deep darkness. Hey, it doesn't seem to be a problem. Ni Yuli grinned at both sides with a strange smile, although I don't want to admit it, it's the truth. The black cavity opening keto developed by Urahara Kazuki is 39.72% higher than mine in terms of stability and convenience. This guy seems to have started to study black accents very early. Heard. Su Feng couldn't help but think about the manufacture of half-finished hogyoku. The hogyoku made by Aizen uses the soul of Shinigami, while Urahara Kazuki uses the soul of Menos Grande, on the contrary. As for where the soul of Menos Grande came from, it is natural that 780s need to go to the virtual circle to collect it. Apparently, Urahara Kazuki started researching related technologies as early as 100 years ago. Ni Yuli inspected the small black channel in front of him and said to himself, according to this line of thinking, perhaps we can take a more radical approach. Opening the black cavity is a skill that forces the use of spiritual pressure to destroy space, just find this point. While speaking, this guy started beating on the surrounding equipment for a while. Yadomaru Lisa looked at each other in confusion. As one of the victims of Hollow 100 years ago, she has never dealt with Nimori, and she doesn't know how extreme this guy is. And attainments in science. Swastika. Solution. Nirvana pulls out his own Zanpakuto in front of him, and its form is completely different from the original sealed state, but presents a half-Shikai appearance. With a baby-like face, he was sleeping peacefully at the handle of the knife. The golden blade does not seem to have the sharpness of the conventional Zanpakuto, but is just a spiritual tool in the form of a knife. The golden scorpion kills Jizo, the body of the demon fetus. A large mass of flesh and blood spit out from the baby's mouth, and in just an instant, it transformed into a demon body like a hill. Yadomaru Lisa was shocked, completely unable to understand the scene in front of her. Other than Minazuki of Yuno Hanaretsu, she is the first to see the liberation of Zanpakuto of the biology department. Zanpakuto, one of the few biology departments in the Soul Society. Su Feng explained to him kindly on the side. Ni Yuli used the knowledge in his mind to transform the Jizo again and again. From the initial waste of 5 dregs combat power, gradually became the leader among the captains, 35. Hey, it's too much. Ni Yuli turned back in dissatisfaction, with a disgusted expression under the black and white mask. Is this uncle so bad before? 35. If it hadn't killed you, I would have made you a specimen. Obviously, Ni Yuli was extremely dissatisfied with the evaluation given by Su Feng. The leader among the captains, Yadomaru Lisa's expression was extremely surprised. She never thought that a captain in charge of scientific research could get such an evaluation from Su Feng. You know, the current captains are outrageous one by one. In addition to Komamura Sajin, Broken Bee and Hitsugaya Dashiro, any one of them has the strength to kill Menos Grande in seconds. Yadomaru Lisa believes that even after Hollow is far behind them. But Su Feng actually said that the guy in front of him, who seemed like a weirdo, could take the top spot in this group of monsters. How can it not be surprising? Shout, Ni Yuli snorted coldly, if you give me enough time to prepare, I will kill the annoying guy next to you. It's not impossible. Su Feng sneered and replied with disdain. Enough time to prepare, do you mean hundreds of years, or thousands of years? Advertisement. It is true that the characteristics of the 12th division have been brought into full play, and this kind of words can be said. If Su Feng was given the same time to prepare, not to mention the Spirit King in his prime. Just standing at the top of this world is not so difficult for him. The increase in the power of volatility is not stagnant. Although not as violent as cheat, it must be unreasonable. But Su Feng can still get stronger a little bit through hard work. Moreover, the speed of this strengthening is extremely terrifying for Shinigami. Ni Yuli put his head aside, as if he didn't talk anymore. Only half an hour later, this guy stopped the research at hand and asked Su Feng for enough fluctuation power. In his words, the effect of this thing is far stronger than that of Ryatsu. Using it as energy to open up the black cavity channel will stretch the stability and expansion of the channel to the extreme. Another half hour passed. Nirvana Lee continued to beat and obtained a perfectly round sphere. On the crystal clear appearance, the complex Keto mantras are engraved and arranged densely. In the sphere, there is azure energy lingering in it, as if it were a deep night sky, and it was decorated in it. It's an absolutely beautiful piece of art. He admired the sphere in his hand and said intoxicatedly, it's just a pity. Under Yadomaru Lisa's surprised expression, Nimori threw the sphere on the ground. Accompanied by a crisp cracking sound, the power of fluctuation surged out of it, and through the conversion of the Keto mantra, it was pulled and twisted in front of it, and in just one breath, a huge door more than 3 meters high was formed. Hey, it's done. Nirvana's efficiency is still worthy of recognition. In just 1 hour, based on the scientific research results of himself and Urahara Kazuki, he completed the latest black cavity channel. I decided to name it the Black Chamber Stone. The name that is completely unrelated to the sphere fully reflects the degree of inner twist of this guy Ni Yuli. It's bad enough. Su Feng shook his head, not complimenting it. 3 days passed in a hurry. When the captains gathered in the 12th Division's quarters, they couldn't help but be shocked by the sight in front of them. If I did not remember wrong, Kiraku Shunsui looked at the scene in front of him suspiciously. It wasn't like this the last time we came here. Jashiro Yukitaki replied, well, the facilities from south to north are completely different. It's only a week, right? The last time he came with Kiraku Shunsui, it was mainly for Nimori to analyze the data. Screening of intelligence in the corridor of Aizen's search for the Great Spirit Book. Originally, they had already brought all the materials that Aizen had read, and they only needed to do a simple classification. In front of them, Ni Yuli put on a show of invading the Great Spirit Book corridor. Smooth operation, skilled reading. Nirvana facilitates the entry and exit of the database in the Great Spirit Book corridor, as if it is familiar with him at home, without the slightest jerky feeling at all. In just a few seconds, he listed the various information that Aizen focused on, and made a complete table, which was handed over to Kyoraku Shunsui and Jashiro Yukitaki. This made the two stunned, and at the same time, they couldn't help but feel suspicious. How much of the Soul Society's secret information does this fellow Ni Yuri know? Don't make a fuss. 35 Ni Yuli walked out of the research room, holding the 3 improved black cavity stone in his hand. The 12th Division has overcome various scientific problems all the year round. We don't have to fight, we have plenty of time to change our base. He casually threw the black cavity stone to Su Feng not far away, but in recent years, I have only paid more attention to the inner level. And all thanks to the advice of this guy Urahara Su Feng. To say that there is a strong enemy hidden in the shadows is completely intimidating this uncle. Su Feng played with the black chamber stone in his hand, and was able to perceive the structure of the stable wave force in it. After so many years, although Ni Yuli was unable to develop something for the power of wave. But in terms of simple use, he has brought the wisdom in his mind to the extreme. A single stable structure is enough to list nearly 100 species. Advertisement, is it the same as before? Su Feng asked, fall to the ground? You can also crush it. Ni Yuli greeted Ni Yinming to come to his side, I'm ready to set off. With the force of Su Feng's palm, the crystal-like black cavity stone cracked directly. Light bloomed in the palm of his hand, and countless Keto incantations overflowed from it and landed on the open space in front of him. The stone of the black cavity has fixed the specific orientation. On the number 3 stone wall outside, Hueco Mundo, which is one of my usual hunting spots, the Menos Grande within a radius of 100 miles has been hunted clean. Ni Miyuri fixed the teleportation direction early. The Keto incantation was fixed on the open space, turned into a solid and huge door, and opened to the sides. A dark and deep black cavity is presented in it. Everyone, get ready to go. Imagining countless experimental materials, waiting for his presence, Ni Yuli couldn't hold back his excitement. Similar to him is Zaraki Kenpachi of the 11th Division. After this guy gradually unblocked his own strength, he also changed his previous image. First of all, the little bells on his hair that were used to sense spiritual power were removed by him. The black frantic hair was casually scattered behind his back, like a lion's mane. The Death Tyrant's suit was pulled to the sides, revealing the countless hideous scars on his chest. Captain Yuri had his long sleeves that hindered the battle cut off and hung on the outside. The eye patch above the right eye has also been specially improved by Nimori, which optimizes the appearance at the same time. It also makes it stronger enough to suppress the spiritual pressure of Zaraki Kenpachi at this stage. In his words, the current Zaraki Kenpachi is like a ferocious beast that broke free from the reins and was hungry for an unknown period of time, possessed by complete animal nature. If there is no existence that can suppress him, it is best not to perform tasks with him. Hopefully our trip goes well. Yunohana Retsu stood by Su Feng's side, smiling softly, his eyes flashed across Su Feng from time to time. Su, Captain Su Feng is here, there must be no problem. Toru Yuone timidly hid behind Yunohana Retsu, and whispered with a blushing cheek. Hearing this, everyone couldn't help but turn their attention to Su Feng. Even though he felt the erosion of spiritual pressure escaping from the black cavity at close range, Su Feng still didn't feel nervous at all, as if this trip was just an outing. Lisa, remember to follow me closely. Su Feng reminded. Other captains remembered to protect their adjutants in the dark voice. Let's go, after all. Without waiting for the others to speak again, he stepped into the black cavity in one step. Yadomaru Lisa followed. Xiaojian, go. 35 Kaolu Bachanliu can be regarded as the one with the most relaxed mentality in the entire team, except for Su Feng, go and fight in the Fun 1.9. Understood. Long-winded, Zaraki Kenpachi replied impatiently, and the next step was to walk into the black cavity. Yinming, keep up. Ni Yuli's voice was full of expectations. Yunohana Retsu and Toru Yuone will stay after the final break in case of an accident. However, Ni Yuli's scientific research level is still worthy of recognition. Until the closing of the black cavity, there was no fluctuation at all. It's really worrying. Kyoraku Shunsui looked at the completely closed black cavity, sighed, and said helplessly, I hope that Su Feng is reliable enough. Hueco Mundo. The white dust was flying like bone, and the rolling quartz twigs and gravel made a screeching sound in the sand. Under the strong wind, a thin layer of dust and sand was blown off from time to time on the generous stone wall. Tiny animals wandered around in the sand, as if they were playing games. However, at this moment, they seemed to realize something, and their limbs moved frantically, escaping in a farther direction. After a few breaths, the surrounding spirits quickly gathered, the concentration soared rapidly, and even formed a substantial storm, sweeping the white sand. Next moment, the space was torn apart, the air shattered like glass, and darkness emerged in it. Su Feng and others stepped out of it and faced this barren land. Just as Su Feng was about to speak, a familiar sound came from his ear. Sign in task. Please go to Suya Palace to sign in. Close black lens bracket. Quest reward. GE Ashura template increases the progress by 5%, and you can comprehend the new wave energy. Close black lens bracket. Template progress. Extremely Ashura 45%, to be awakened. 5 at chapter 112. Make a cup of black tea. The sign in task that appeared suddenly confirmed Su Feng's guess. Awakening mission. Su Feng pondered in his heart, it doesn't seem to be too difficult, it's just a sign in at the Suya Palace, 99. No matter what, this trip to Suya Palace is a must, 35. He raised his chin slightly, and the wave perception bloomed on the stone wall, spreading out into the distance. The virtual circle was bigger than he imagined. Its scope is no worse than Soul Society. It is not an easy thing to find the location of the Suya Palace in this. As far as Su Feng knows, Suya Palace is not the only commander in Hueco Mundo, it is only one of them. Although the overall strength of Hueco Mundo is not as good as Soul Society. But that doesn't mean that there are no powerful presences in Hueco Mundo, from the original Hueco Mundo, King Baragan Luisenbairn, and his own brother, who is also Wang Shu. The original Hueco Mundo, of the ancient times, the two of them are the only two Menos Grande in the Hueco Mundo. Then the Menos Grande, all slowly devoured and evolved. But this does not mean that the strength of other Menos Grande will be weaker than these two. In the long journey of time, there are countless emptinesses that have evolved their own bodies in the process of swallowing and killing, and have become unique existences. The zeroth of the previous Espada, Zailaporo Glance, after swallowing up his own brother, in a long time of swallowing evolution, he became an existence that can defeat the Vasto Lord level, and then he was conceived one by one due to the study of perfect life, thereby splitting the body and weakening itself. Coyote Stark, who has completed the self-destruction, the current Espada number 1, also split himself, but he did not fall from the level of Vasto Lord, only weakened part of his strength, but still firmly occupies the first place, the location of Espada. Master Ulquiorra, who has the ability to return to the second stage, is also very strong. Besides, there may also be hidden Menos Grande, Vasto Lord, or Ijukas. Maybe they didn't use the power of Hogyoku to complete the break, but that doesn't mean that their strength will be much weaker. Bah, pa. Ni Yuli spit out the white sand that flew into his mouth, and said dissatisfiedly, although I had expected it, every time I come to this dirty place, I will be filled with a mouthful of sand. It's disgusting. While this guy was transforming himself, for some reason, he completely hid his spiritual pressure. But from the point of view of spiritual pressure perception, Niuli is like a human being in the present world, composed of tools, not spiritual children. In comparison, whether it is Unohana Retsu or Zaraki Kenpachi, because of the Ryatsu that escapes unconsciously around their bodies, if there is only a little sandstorm, it will not affect them at all. Now, in which direction should we go? 35 Unohana Retsu has always kept the task in mind, and is considered the most dedicated existence in the group. Even if Su Feng stretched the range of wave perception to the extreme, what he could perceive was still endless white sand, and he didn't find any Menos Grande or any traces of emptiness at all. There are only a few small animals hidden in the desert, and there is no point in making a move. Just the external escape of the group of Ryatsu is enough to make their bodies collapse, and there is no possibility of survival. As far as I know, Su Feng said, one of the only two kings in Hueco Mundo, Baragan Luisenbairn once built a palace called Suya Palace in Hueco Mundo. 5. And when Aizen came to Hueco Mundo, he deceived him with Kyoka Suigetsu's ability and accepted him as his subordinate. If nothing else, Aizen and the others should be in the Palace of Void Knight, 99. Ni Yuli looked at Su Feng with suspicious eyes and said subconsciously, you be asterisk 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 D. You seem to know a lot, 35. Probably because I know more about this information. Su Feng said without looking back, you must know that Urahara Kazuki once came to Hueco Mundo, more than once in order to create an incomplete Hogyoku. 5. As an opponent, you don't know his level of excavation, right? What's more, Urahara Kazuki is more skilled than you when it comes to invading the Great Spirit Book Corridor, 99. He pushed this matter on Urahara Kazuki's body, completely without the slightest disobedience. Even Ni Yuli was skeptical and no longer entangled in these things. As far as I know, forget it, I still don't know, 39. Su Feng waved his hand and commanded, the concentration of spirits near the Suya Palace is the highest among the virtual circles. You should be able to find the corresponding position based on this, right? Small things like this, Yinming can do whatever they want, 35. As if being insulted, Ni Yuli seemed a little furious. I'll leave it to you, Yinming. Find the area with the highest concentration of spirits in Hueco Mundo. Yes, Captain Ni. I saw Ni Yinming pull out a radar-like device from the wide cuff. Just a few clicks on it, the thing fell on the sand, stretched out the mechanical limbs and plunged deep into the white sand. Countless mechanical gears scattered from the radar, arranging and combining in the air. Su Feng couldn't help but be surprised by the scene in front of him. Advertisement a style completely different from this world appeared. Compared to the Shinigami who would draw their swords at every turn, Nimori was really a mudslide among the captains. A huge light curtain is projected in front, occupying half of the sky. Hey, it looks like things are not that simple. Nimiuri let out a strange laugh, tapped his knuckles, and made a dull sound. Look here, everyone, there are 3 identical high-concentration spiritual sub-areas. What does this mean? 35 he asked himself, excluding coincidences, Aizen was already prepared for this. And the positions of the 3 areas show the extreme interweaving of 3 points. It is impossible to go to the same time, only separate actions. Su Feng frowned slightly, feeling a little surprised by Aizen's method. Other than that, Ni Yuli continued, building an area with a high concentration of spirits is not so difficult and troublesome for Aizen, 35. Although I don't want to admit it, this guy's achievements in science are not much worse than Uncle Ben. Let me think, it should be similar to that guy Urahara Kazuki. Everyone selectively ignored his second half sentence. In this case, it seems that we have to act separately. Su Feng directly finalized the action plan of the vacant team in one fell swoop. Shout, I don't care about that. Zaraki Kenpachi held Zanpakuto on his shoulder, as long as there are enemies. I can't hold back my desire to fight. 33 Su Feng looked at the three huge red dots on the projection light screen, thinking about how to best allocate them. After a few breaths, Niuli, you and Nianming act together. He turned his head and instructed, go to the northernmost high-concentration spiritual sub-area. No problem, Niuli grinned, the corners of his mouth almost touching his ears. I really hope that your choice is correct. If it's wrong, remember to leave me a few Menos Grande bodies. In the Technology Development Bureau, there are no more materials to use. Su Feng nodded and took these words to heart. Nimori is able to use these Menos Grande flesh and blood materials to the extreme. As for the rest, Su Feng sighed, just trouble Unohana to take care of this guy Zaraki. I think it is still necessary for you to act together, 99. Hello. Zaraki Kenpachi resented, I also act alone, 35. How can this kind of killing be distributed to other people? He still has memories of Unohana Retsu, it is completely a purer killing embryo than him. When it comes to fighting, Zaraki Kenpachi thinks Unohana Retsu will take at least half of his opponents. How could he let this happen? Well, then let Yang Yin follow you. Su Feng said in a tone that could not be rejected, don't think about rejection if no one else follows. I'm afraid you and Yachin Ryu won't be able to run back to Soul Society. Zaraki Kenpachi, who was still thinking of rejecting it, immediately froze when he heard this, and even the scar on his chest turned red. Damn it, I really want to slash you in the head. Toru Yuyin glanced at Zaraki Kenpachi with some fear, then timidly faced Su Feng and asked in a low voice. Captain Su Feng, can I really? Su Feng said with relief. Relax your heart and believe in yourself. Trust Zaraki as well, he's a beast who has inherited Kenpachi's name. Except for Aizen, there is not much that can threaten his existence in the virtual circle. Zaraki Kenpachi showed disdain, and snorted coldly. What about Aizen? This uncle will still chop that guy. Bachenliu, let's go. Without waiting for Su Feng's instructions, he chose a direction and was ready to head towards one of the areas. Go, Yuone. Unohana Retsu smiled, believe in yourself, and believe in Zaraki. He's not the Zaraki Kenpachi he was originally. Obviously, as a former opponent, Unohana Retsu has sensed the change of Zaraki Kenpachi. Because she had been defeated in his hands, she was very aware of Zaraki Kenpachi's strength level. Advertisement with his encouragement, Toru Yuyin strengthened his confidence and chased in the direction where Zaraki Kenpachi left. Her voice echoed in the desert, Captain Zaraki, you're going in the wrong direction. Ni Yuli glanced at Su Feng, the corners of his mouth grinned, and then he said. Yinming, let's go too. Since then, the Emptiness team has been divided into 3 directions, moving towards the high-concentration spiritual sub-area. 3 figures are moving fast in the Hueco Mundo. In fact, Su Feng wanted to act alone, but considering this kind of thing, neither Unohana Retsu nor Yadomaru Lisa would agree. It's better to just take the 2 of them and go out together. Fortunately, their Shunpo speed was much faster than the other 2 teams. If you find that the area you are heading to is not the Night Palace, it will be too late to turn around and help Zaraki Kenpachi in time. What? Why don't you help Nomori? Su Feng believed that even if all the Junkshu team died, this guy Ni Yuli would definitely be fine. Since in the cooperation, he inadvertently mentioned a sentence such as the 3 caves of the cunning rabbit and the immortality of the soul, this guy has begun to study in this direction. Not long ago, Ni Yuli had already achieved certain achievements in this regard. Moving forward in Hueco Mundo is undoubtedly an extremely boring thing. The unchanging scenery made Su Feng feel a little bored in his heart. The crescent moon hangs high, illuminating the western sky. The moon rises and sets in Hueco Mundo, is the exact opposite of that in this world. Under the bleak moonlight, a majestic palace stands in the endless desert. Its scope is large, even comparable to a small city. In the Palace of Virtual Night, the most 780 is the conference room at the center. In front of the oval classical conference table, 10 benches were neatly placed, and the slender backs were long enough to withstand a guy the size of Yami. 10 figures appeared in the conference room, and the low voice of discussion echoed in the empty room. At Area 38, there is a high-risk signal. The soft voice, as if joking, was the first to speak. The owner of the voice is wearing a glasses-shaped mask, with short pink hair giving people a sense of evil, and golden eyes constantly patrolling other people, obviously with no good intentions. Espada 8th, Zael Aporo glance. It's really remote, it seems to be in the outermost direction. Baragan Louisenbairn, like an old man, propped up his head with his right hand, and said slowly in a majestic voice. This time the enemy is much stronger than before. Zael Aporo grinned, tongue poking out like lion majesty, don't be careless. Especially the one named Urahara Su Feng. Shout. The guy sitting in the 5th Espada position, disdainfully, I will definitely hack him to death. If Su Feng were here, he would be surprised to find that the 5th Espada looked exactly the same as the Neutra Gilga he killed. Even Ryatsu is very similar. The only difference is that in those golden pupils, there is no longer a surging killing intent, but a vicious appearance. I dare to talk big. Zealaporo said disdainfully, even Neutra himself died at the hands of that guy, you just swallowed and copied his spirit body. Stop thinking of yourself as that disgusting guy. What qualifications do you have to evaluate this uncle? Aranillo looked at Zealaporo with a ferocious look, I will definitely eat you. Seeing the conflict broke out, the atmosphere in the conference room became worse and worse. It's really sleepy. Coyote Stark stretched and looked around helplessly, it's just a little thing. What's so noisy about these guys? Crunch as the door in the deepest part of the conference room opened, the surroundings suddenly became quiet. Two figures walked out slowly, and the steady footsteps seemed to be stepping on the hearts of everyone. The leader has short brown hair, white slim-fitting clothes, and the hem of the clothes moves lightly in the wind. King of the Void, Aizen Sosuke. He stepped in front of the conference table and looked around with a dull gaze. Good morning, Espada. 99 Aizen sat at the front and said softly, when the enemy comes, we will first make a cup of black tea. Chapter 113 We are in front of us, absolutely invincible. Aizen sat at the front, with his right hand propped up with his chin up, and his posture was extremely elegant, like a real noble. The black tea on the conference table in front of him gave off a faint scent of tea, adding a bit of vigor to the cold conference room. Did everyone get it? 99 Aizen's voice was not loud, but it echoed in everyone's ears, then. Everyone drinks and listens to me. Silver, I'm sorry to bother you. Yes. Ichimaru Jin, who was not seated, narrowed his eyes and operated from a distance. The central position of the conference table suddenly unfolded like a vortex, forming a huge light curtain, reflecting Espada's face. 8 intruders. 99 Aizen said calmly, Unohana Retsu and Yumi Toru from the 4th Division, Zaraki Kenpachi from the 11th Division, Yachiru Kusaka, and the 12th Division's Ni Miuri and Ni Yinming. And Urahara Su Feng from Division 5, and Yadomaru Lisa. When he saw the figure on the light curtain, Aranillo's eyes suddenly widened, and an uncontrollable surging killing intent flashed through it, as if to tear the figure in the picture apart. This guy, he gritted his teeth, his voice seemed to be squeezed out between his teeth. Kill him, be sure to tear him up bit by bit. As the ghoul that devoured Neutra, this guy inherited Neutra's memory too much because of some of Zealaporo's operations, so that his emotions are no longer complete, and he will be affected by Neutra's own memory all the time. So that when he saw Su Feng, he couldn't suppress the killing intent and madness in his heart. Be quiet. The old-faced Baragan slowly opened his left eye, and his ferocious and domineering aura surged into the conference room in an instant. This is not your palace. 35. These guys, I prefer the very cruel guy, he must be very strong. In the face of this guy's almost reprimanding words, Aranillo actually suppressed his temper abruptly, leaning on the back of the chair with his arms around him, and stopped speaking. I think this guy should be interesting. 35 Zealaporo pointed to the extremely strange Ni Yuli on the light curtain, I can smell the same kind of smell from him. 39. Come on, this guy should have a job similar to mine in Soul Society. Hear this. Even Aizen glanced at him unexpectedly. He is Ni Yuri, the captain of the 12th Division, and the director of the second generation of the Technology Development Bureau. 35. Strictly speaking, he should be the person with the highest level of scientific research in the Soul Society. Zealaporo stared at the light curtain fiery, tapping his fingers rhythmically on the armrest. That's the guy, Master Aizen, please let me deal with him. Aizen lowered his eyes and said softly, please be patient. Don't deliberately underestimate them, these people are still very strong. 35. The leader of them, Urahara Su Feng, even under the gaze of countless eyes, defeated Negation head-on and left Tucson in the Soul Society. 5. Hearing this, Espada was surprised and looked at the light curtain with extremely unexpected eyes. Looking at the figure that came straight to the Suya Palace. Actually, let this guy win the grand prize. Zealaporo smiled negatively, obviously, there were 3 areas with the same concentration of spiritual essences, but this guy still chose them. I'm really lucky. Just as everyone was talking, Grimjow, the 6th of Espada, suddenly stood up from his seat and walked towards the outside of the conference room. Oh. 35 Ichimaru Jin leaned against the wall and said softly, where are you going? Huh? Grimjow. Grimjow stopped and said coldly, I'm going to kill them, get rid of the intruding bugs, and do this. There's nothing wrong with it, right? Hannibal, the 3rd of Espada, scolded coldly. Lord Aizen has not ordered yet, come back and sit down. 359. I'm going to kill those guys for the sake of Aizen-sama. Faced with rebukes, Grimjow had no intention of listening at all. He desperately wanted to fight, and with the name of Aizen alone, he couldn't suppress it at all. Even if Aizen was sitting not far from him, Grimjow. A calm voice resounded in the conference room, and immediately stopped him in his footsteps. I'm glad you acted for me, Aizen said indifferently, but I haven't finished speaking yet, please go back to your seat now. Okay. Grimjow looked back slightly, and seemed unwilling to go back there. What's wrong? Aizen pursed his lips and looked at Grimjow, I didn't hear your answer. 35. Grimjow Jakar Jack. Advertisement hummed the terrifying Ryotsu, as if the sky was falling, slammed down around Grimjow, and the surrounding air seemed to be swept away. Grimjow's eyes widened, his inner pupils shrank suddenly, and the extreme pressure slammed onto his body, causing his knees to bend slightly, and a large sweat slipped down his forehead. The body made an overwhelmed creaking sound, like a rusted machine. Aizen withdrew his Ryotsu and returned his gaze to the conference table again. Looks like you understand. It was only a few breaths of oppression, and Grimjow was surprised to find that he had reached his limit. If it continues for a period of time, I am afraid that the body will collapse along with it. He was panting, half squatting, looking at Aizen not far away with unwillingness, sweating profusely, and he was already on the verge of collapse. Although unwilling, Grimjow also clearly recognized the gap between himself and Aizen. If you are more stubborn, I am afraid that you will be killed directly. Aizen has never paid much attention to his subordinates. Whether it exists or not, he never relies too much on his subordinates to do something. For Aizen, the existence of Espada is more just icing on the cake. All right. Aizen looked around, let's continue our meeting. There should be a specific response to how to get rid of the bugs that entered the Hueco Mundo. 39. The forced entry of Su Feng and others, although somewhat unexpected, was still in the prepared plan. So that when they suddenly appeared under surveillance, Aizen was not much surprised. Espada, you've all seen it. Aizen stood up. There are 8 enemies in total, although you can't underestimate them, you don't need to pay too much attention to them. You go back to your posts and act as we originally planned. No worries, no worries. Don't be afraid. His right hand is spread out in front of him, as if the world is in his palm. No matter what happens, just stay with me. We're invincible ahead of us. Su Feng is not clear about the Espada meeting held by Aizen in the Suya Palace. But if he knew that there were not only seats but also black tea at the Espada meeting, he would definitely find a way to return to Soul Society to reform. He has already protested to Yamamoto Motoezai many times for the requirement that all members of the team must stand during the captain's meeting. But I don't know why. Yamamoto Uenujai was unexpectedly firm in this regard. Even when he opposed the banning of Central 46, he had never been so firm. No matter how Su Feng lobbied, this guy just wouldn't let go. It has always been firm that at the captain's meeting, all members must stand. Until later, Su Feng made a proposal about this matter to Unohana Retsu in a conversation. Unohana Retsu shook his head and laughed, explaining the reason to him. In the first captain's meeting, there was actually a conference table and matching benches. Because the content is too long and complicated, and most of them are useless nonsense. This also leads to, from Kiraku Shunsui to Zaraki Kenpachi, and Nishikiri, all fell asleep at the captain's meeting. In this regard, Yamamoto Uenujai was furious many times, but it had no effect at all. In a fit of rage, he removed all the conference tables and chairs, and all the captains, including the vice-captains, had to stand for the meeting. It's not entirely without its downsides, though, because Yamamoto Uenujai is too old and has poor physical strength. The meeting has gradually reduced from the initial lengthy and complicated to the current situation that is concise, and ends quickly. The concentration of spirits ahead seems to have changed. Su Feng stopped Shunpo, who was moving forward, and the wave perception spread to the distance. There is Shu coming in our direction. 95. As soon as he finished speaking, the roar of boiling noise came from this side with the spread of the wind. Wow ah. 5. Bahahahaha. There are only 4 figures, but the noise caused by them seems to be a legion approaching them. The figure at the front is petite, hidden under a cloak, like a human child. The guy who was chasing her looked a little weird, and was completely challenging Su Feng's imagination. When they broke into the fluctuation perception range, Su Feng had already identified the identities of these guys. Former Espada III, Nelly L. du Odyssey Vanki. The other ugly-looking guys were her subordinate officers, Peishwe Kadish and Donkaka Bilstein. Advertisement: there is also a phantom that looks like a giant earthworm, which is their pet Bawa Bawa. Although the current scene, some terrible, but these guys are actually playing some kind of unspeakable game. The cheerful atmosphere was gradually boiling, spreading in the direction of Su Feng and others. Until the terrifying oppression descended on the desert, and it hit the surrounding of this line of emptiness heavily. Boom. Boom. The first to fall was the pet Bawa Bawa, followed by Don Dachaka and Peishwe. They looked up with difficulty and looked towards the center of oppression. The 3 figures were slowly approaching in their direction. Zhengchu couldn't determine the direction of Suya Palace. Su Feng walked to Nilu, who was bewildered, lowered her head, a gentle smile appeared, and said softly, "If you don't mind, how about pointing us in the direction?" Unohana Retsu also looked at the people in front of him with a look of surprise, and said unexpectedly, "In the broken face, there is still such a weak existence?" At this point, Su Feng had already removed the oppression brought about by the power of volatility. When Donchaka heard this, he subconsciously retorted, "Where are we weak? We are obviously." However, before he could finish his words, Peishwe punched him in the head with a fist. "Idiot, didn't you see who they were? Shinigami, Shinigami, Shinigami. They will kill us." 35. Donchaka, who was woken up by a punch, was also shocked, and together with Nilu, they covered their faces and let out a scream. We will surely die. Boom. Before the screams of the two were over, they were punched in the head by Peishwe again, and they stopped crying. "Be serious with me, idiot." Peishwe was obviously the one with the higher IQ among the 3. If you still remember the information in your head before, please read it carefully. Of the 3 of them, 2 were wearing white. Captain Haori, 99. This also means that these 2 were the captains of the Shinigami. Donchaka was clearly woken up by the beating and returned to normal. Why, how could a captain come to Hueco Mundo? Su Feng smiled and faced the 2 of them, while Nilu shivered by his legs, not daring to look up at him at all. Introduce yourself, Captain of the 5th Division, Urahara Su-fung, 35. This is the Captain of the 4th Division, Unohana Retsu, Zhao Qian's, and she is my adjutant, Yadomaru Lisa, 35. Donchaka and Peishui looked at them nervously, and even the pet Bawa Bawa behind him buried his head in the white sand and trembled. What should I do? It's really Captain Shinigami. For Lord Nilu, we are willing to fight to the death. Just as they were discussing countermeasures in a low voice, Su-fung said again. Do not worry, I just hope you guys can show me the way. Unprovoked killing or something is not my style. He stroked Nilu's little head lightly, and ruffled her messy emerald green hair. For your peace of mind, I can tell you one thing for free. Neutra de Jerga died at my hands many years ago, as soon as this word comes out. Donchaka and Peishui immediately froze in place, their mouths open against their physiological limits, as if they could swallow a basketball. As Nilu's subordinate officers, how could they not know who Neutra is? The main reason why Nilu became what she is now is because of this Espada 5th. Now that you have said so, 35 Peishui is undoubtedly the most rational one. I think you should already know our identity. 5. Su-fung nodded slightly. Nelly L. du Odyssey Vanki. Former 3rd Espada, who lost all memory due to a sneak attack by Neutra and Zaya Laporo, which resulted in the mask being shattered. Donchaka and Peishui lowered their heads and stopped speaking. They didn't know Su-feng's purpose, and the sudden appearance of Captain Shinigami was completely beyond their expectations, and there was no sign at all. Let's make an exchange. Su-feng said calmly. Show us the direction to the Void Knight Palace. I'll help Nilu restore her original posture. Chapter 114 Unohana Retsu's Ways of Parenting. What? Donchaka and Peishui suddenly raised their heads and looked at Su-feng with disbelief. What are you saying is true? Do you have any value to deceive? Su-feng responded indifferently. In terms of combat power alone, you are not as good as my adjutant when you add up. And as a virtual identity, is there still a lack of virtuality in this virtual circle? In fact, Su-feng's idea is very simple. Considering the balance of the world, if Hu in Hueco Mundo is killed cleanly, the consequences will be extremely serious. And Nilu is undoubtedly one of the most useful broken faces. Compared with other Espadas, Su-feng is more willing to believe that she can guard the world as the new Hueco Mundo king. As for how to help her recover, it's just a trivial matter. It doesn't matter to Nimori or Urahara Kazuki, so there is no need to worry about the effect. Hearing this, the two looked at each other, then took Bawa Bawa to the side and discussed in a low voice. Unohana Retsu looked at Nilu tenderly and asked softly in a friendly tone. Are you afraid of us? Nilu subconsciously hugged Su-feng's thigh, her small hands tightly grabbed his trouser legs, and looked at Unohana Retsu cautiously. Wow, no, don't kill Nilu. Nilu will be very obedient. 35. Under the gazes of Unohana Retsu and Yadomaru Lisa, Nilu's young mind couldn't bear it any longer, and she burst into tears. It's too much. Yadomaru Lisa gritted her teeth. Even though they're both Shinigami, it's also the first time we've met. Why is this little guy not afraid of Captain at all? Unohana Retsu tapped her chin with her fingers and thoughtfully. It's so popular with children. I want to come when I bring my children. Su-feng must be very good at it. 35 Yadomaru Lisa blushed and exclaimed, Captain Usahana, what are you thinking of offending? Isn't it possible? Unohana Retsu's eyes curled like crescent moons. These are all things that must be experienced. Faced with this kind of topic, Su-feng wisely chose not to talk, not to interject, and even turned his head to the side. After a while, Donchaka and Peishui, together with Bawa Bawa, ran to Su-feng and the others again, and knelt directly to the ground. The heads of two big and one small were almost buried in the white sand. 780. Lord Su-feng, Lord Nilu, please, wise choice. Su-feng praised, you can rest assured of Nilu's safety. I will return her to you when I leave the Suya Palace. Although it is not clear what Su-feng was doing in the Suya Palace, it can be vaguely judged from the identity between Shinigami and Shu, which is definitely not a good thing. Trouble Mr. Su-feng. Donchaka and Peishui are just not very smart on the surface, but that doesn't mean they don't know the difference in strength between them. The terrifying oppression that was like an abyss at first was enough to wake them up. Not to mention them now, even with Nilu who was in good condition, it would be difficult to escape in front of the 5th Division captain in front of her. Saying goodbye to Don Donchaka and others, Su-feng and the others also set off in the direction of the Void Knight Palace again. Through Nilu's confirmation, the direction they chose happened to be the right path to the Suya Palace. If I remember correctly, Nilu stretched out her finger and pointed forward. This area is the legendary forest of Menos Grande, where countless terrifying Menos Grande live. 35. Along the direction it was pointing, a large area of quartz branches appeared in Su-feng's perception. They emerge from the ground and are densely distributed in this area. This natural barrier, Su-feng said, if Aizen doesn't take advantage of it, it will really hurt his IQ. The voice just fell. The sand layer in front began to surging, like a storm coming in the ocean. Countless white sand turned into waves and rushed towards everyone. The surging white sand obscured the sky and covered the sun with an indomitable attitude, covering all that could be seen. Nilu buried her head in her hands with some fear, not daring to look at it. Su-feng took a step forward, his palm stretched out, and the power of waves wrapped around it, and the extreme chill burst out from his fingertips. This level of dust should be just an appetizer. With the surging chill, the surrounding air instantly moved towards the stormy white sand that covered it. With Su Feng as the center, the ice layer spreads forward. Just for a moment. Advertisement: the white sand that was hundreds of meters high was solidified under the ice surface, and there was no threat at all. CDBJ, intruder. A dull sound like thunder spreads up from under the sand. A large amount of white sand condensed again, turning into a towering giant dozens of meters high, like a sandcastle-like head, looking down at the people under the ice. By the order of Shu Yegong, I will turn you into sand in the desert. Welcome to the trial of Lunagonka. The thick arm like a stone pillar smashed heavily on the ice. Bang! The white sand exploded, turning into sand rain and falling down from the sky. Lunagonka's eyes widened, and the face made of solidified white sand looked extremely funny. How is this possible? Su Feng laughed. If the ice layer was condensed by the power of wave and was broken by a Menos Grande, what would he do to face Aizen? You must know that this thing in front of you is nothing but a good thing. Even at the level of Rukia, he can kill him with one knife. Although it is a little bit of restraint in ability, it is undeniable that the so-called Lunagonka is only the outermost guardian of the Void Knight Palace. In terms of strength, it is quite ordinary. Come out, guards. 35. Although Lunagonka's brain does not seem to be very useful, he is not a pure fool. Seeing that he couldn't defeat the intruder, he directly inserted his hands under the sand surface. The sand layer in a radius of dozens of miles suddenly began to surge, and a sandstorm that was hundreds of times more terrifying than before was formed. White sand condensed. Soon dozens of Menos Grande similar to Lunagonka were formed. Meet the wrath of the guardians, intruder. 35 Lunagonka roared. Turn them into white sand and merge into Hueco Mundo. Su Feng rubbed Nilu's head and said helplessly, isn't it good to die honestly? Why are you struggling so much? He pushed the knife with his left hand lightly and a cold light flashed out. Under the moonlit night, the explosion lit up the sky here. A dazzling light that has never been seen before shines in front of Lunagonka. Even the sun above the Void Knight Palace is not as magnificent and terrifying as it is now. Boom. Su Feng slashed the blade in his hand, and the scorching red flames turned into a river-like light curtain, sweeping out above the blade, covering the sky. Everything in front was cut off. The ice was melting, and the surging heat wave covered the white sand guardians. Lunagonka was naturally reluctant to let it go. Even if he faced the fear of death, he still roared and launched his final attack. The white sand, like the waves of the ocean, surged out from under the sand layer, soared to the sky at a higher level, and then pressed down toward the blasting flames that swept in like magma. The sky darkened again, and only the bleak moonlight illuminated the endless desert. Intruder, you will surely die. Lunagonka saw that Su Feng's explosion was suppressed, and a hint of joy flashed in his eyes. But the joy didn't last long. Above the thick layer of sand that was pressing down, cracks appeared one after another, as if magma was flowing in it. Boom! Just like the eruption of a volcano, the terrifying explosive flames completely burst into the ultimate destruction at this moment. A huge pillar of fire rose into the sky, covering a range of several thousand meters, almost swallowing all the white sand guardians. Under the terrifying high temperature, the guardians condensed from white sand crystallized at a speed visible to the naked eye, then evaporated by a more fiery explosion, turned into spirits, and returned to the embrace of Hueco Mundo. Nilu stood there, opened her mouth wide and stared, looking at everything in front of her with a shocked expression. The crystallization of a large area of desert white sand, looking around, is full of crystal clear feeling. And the white sand guardians who were like mountain peaks disappeared completely, turned into spirits, and completely disappeared in front of them. Okay, so scary. Wow. 35 Holding the blade upside down, Su Feng quietly faced the front, without taking away his fighting stance. As he had said earlier, the white sand guardians are just an appetizer. The fun has just begun. Advertisement: with the complete disappearance of the Ryotsu such as Lunagonka, the sand layer began to tremble. As if the earth dragon was rolling, cracks appeared on the crystallized sand surface. Boom! With the rise of countless quartz branches, the complete forest of Menos Grande also appeared in front of everyone. The legendary forest of Menos Grande. Nilu didn't care about the fear of Unohana Retsu, she just clinged to her side and looked at the huge forest that suddenly appeared in fear. The forest of Menos Grande stretched its branches upward with all its might, gradually obscuring the moonlight sky. It is said that there are countless Menos Grande here, and the weak beings who fell into it have never appeared. Nilu glanced carefully at Unohana Retsu, seeing that she did not object to her standing behind her, so she hid deeper. Donjaka reminded me more than once. 35. Be sure to stay away from here, otherwise, you will be eaten. Unohana Retsu showed a gentle smile and said thoughtfully, you are so close to me, aren't you afraid that I will kill you? Wow. Nilu was frightened by the black-bellied Unohana Retsu, and subconsciously ran to Yadomaru Lisa's side, fell into her arms, and dared not look at Unohana Retsu again. Yadomaru Lisa said with a strange expression, Captain Unoka, isn't your way of parenting a little too extreme? 99 Unohana Retsu smiled and explained, it's just an attempt, don't worry about it so much. Just as they communicated, the complete appearance of the forest of Menos Grande is already present not far away. The dark forest shot straight into the sky, completely obscuring the only moonlight, and a little red light emerged from it, like countless upgraded fireflies. But as the red light gradually approached, its original appearance gradually appeared in front of everyone. Yadomaru Lisa subconsciously placed her hand on Zanpakuto's hilt, There are so many Jillians. Looking around, the red light filled the air, almost becoming a red ocean. The forest of Menos Grande was trembling, and the quartz trees were constantly being smashed and trampled to make room for Jillian's army. Su Feng frowned slightly. In his impression, the forest of Menos Grande is not all Jillian, and the number is far less than the current. Could it be that those lower-level virtuals were all converted into Jillian by Aizen? The huge black long body spreads down like a witch's cloak, and the spikes like a neck ring surround the middle and upper part of its body, and there is no emotional fluctuation on the clown-like white bone mask. As Jillian, most of them only have the instinct to eat and devour. Only by constantly devouring the same kind can one enter the Ajukas from among the Jillian tribe. The ground was shaking, and the Jillian swarm kept getting closer. The huge shadow added a bit of death silence to this dim sky. Among them were a small number of Ajukas, who were in the cracks, staring coldly at the three people in front of them. No warning, no harsh words. After one of the cheetah-like Ajukas opened his bloody mouth, and a large number of spirits condensed in it, the other Jillians followed suit. A more dazzling red, condensed in the Jillian group. Sero. In addition to melee combat, Jillian's only long-range attack. For ordinary Shinigami officers, Jillian is not invincible, and even in head-to-head combat, there is the possibility of killing the opponent. But what happens when this group expands 100-fold, 1,000-fold? A terrifying red light condensed in front, and a large number of spirits were evacuated, and even the surrounding white sand was constantly being decomposed. The storm condensed, and the sky became darker and darker. Only that huge red light is more and more dazzling. That's an exaggeration. Even Su Feng couldn't help but sigh after seeing this scene. It really is the quantitative change that causes the qualitative change. Boom! Countless Seros merged together, swept forward and erupted. The ground was plowed out of a ravine like an abyss, and everything round was instantly erased, leaving no trace at all. The terrifying oppression covered the hearts of everyone. Even Yadomaru Lisa subconsciously had a hint of despair in her heart. This time, is it really going to die? Su Feng stood still, never moving half a step until the fusion Sero approached. 5 waves of waves are imprinted on the handle of the knife, and with the power of extreme waves, a gorgeous light shines on the blade. Chapter 115 Madness and madness in the face of such a level of attack, Su Feng did not have any fear in his heart. Waves are engraved around the handle of the knife, and the power of majestic wave is flickering on the blade, brewing. As Su Feng slashed forward, the power of the wave exploded. The colorful swords covering the sky rushed forward, tearing the surrounding air, adding a few different colors to the original monotonous red Sero. But even so, under the face of Sero, who was magnified nearly 8,000 times, the power of evil light slash still looks so insignificant. The sword pressure enough to cut through the sky, under this fusion Sero, is like an unarmed child facing a fully armed adult. The exaggerated gap makes it hard to accept. Even the despair in Yadomaru Lisa's heart has not disappeared. On the contrary, it has grown more and more until it is occupied by the heart. Trust him. Unohana Retsu's gentle voice sounded in his ears. Yadomaru Lisa looked at her in astonishment. An expression of disbelief appeared on her face. Just like when you first came back to Soul Society with him. Unohana Retsu said calmly, I believe that Su Feng can protect everything. If there are only 10 or dozens of Jillian's group, Yadomaru Lisa will not have any fear. Even dare to face and fight them, and have the courage to draw a sword. When this group expanded to 1,000 times, the Sero they released alone seemed to occupy the entire sky and turned into a crimson light curtain. This hysterical despair makes it impossible for people to resist. But even in this situation, Unohana Retsu still believes in Su Feng and everything he can do as before. When these words fell, a huge and colorful sword pressing across the heavens and the earth descends on Sero. The collision of crimson and gorgeous colors burst into a more gorgeous light in an instant. A shocking scene happened. Yadomaru Lisa's eyes widened, like Nilu in her arms, and the two compared the limit size of their own eyes. In the depths of their pupils, a very spectacular scene was reflected. Under a dim sky. The crimson sky is usually Sero, and it is divided into two from the middle by the huge colorful sword, and it is completely cut off. The deep ravines plowed on the ground were swept away by the sword pressure, and a large amount of the white sand condensed by the spirits was eliminated, leaving a moat like an abyss, flowing in the depths of endless darkness. Evil light slash remained unabated, and rolled upwards toward the front. The storm was accompanied by colorful rays of light, which completely engulfed the dark Jillian group in an instant. The violent sword pressure ripped apart the Jillian's bodies, crushed them completely, turned them into spiritual children, and disappeared into the air. When the darkness was completely gone, in the desert ahead, only the abyss and ravines that spread to the end of the line of sight, and the white sand that filled it constantly. The messy desert has a strong recovery. When the endless sandstorm swept through again, this almost apocalyptic scene was almost half restored. This is the end. 35 Yadomaru Lisa couldn't believe her eyes, let alone this terrifying fact. Nearly 1,000 Jillians disappeared like this? It was like a thunderous roar, roaring all night, and only 3 drops of rain fell in the end. But even if Yadomaru Lisa didn't want to believe it, she knew very well in her heart that Su Feng was facing all this, but if she was replaced, she wouldn't even have the courage to draw a knife. Wow. Nilu cheered, so Su Feng is so strong. Unohana Retsu glanced at her lightly, and immediately let it slip into Yadomaru Lisa's arms again. Her previous words really brought a lot of psychological shadow to Nilu. Okay, The obstruction is gone. 35 Su Feng put away Zanpakuto, and Lingren's aura returned to normal again. It's time to move on now. In the forest of Menos Grande, the Shinigami Asido who fought for his faith and stood firm in this area, Su Feng also thought about finding his trace. But when the wave perception was amplified to the extreme and completely enveloped this area, Shinigami's Ryotsu was still not found. Su Feng didn't know whether the forest of quartz trees in front of him was really the entire forest of Menos Grande. But the Jillian group that appeared in front of them before definitely had Aizen's interference in it. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many Jillians gathered at the same time. As for Asido, who has captain-level strength, whether he went further afield, or whether he has already been killed, Su Feng has no way of knowing. He can only wish this guy to stick to his beliefs. Advertisement regarding the existence of the Suya Palace. Nilu once lived in it for a long time because she was one of the Espadas and had her own palace. But most of the memories related to it disappeared along with the shattering of the mask. During the journey to the Void Knight Palace, Su Feng also checked Nilu's current situation, but could only come to the conclusion that it was like a lower-level void. Nilu's Ryotsu seemed to be suppressed deeper. Whether there is a possibility of repairing the damaged mask depends on the scientific level of Urahara Kazuki and Nimori. But Su Feng has nothing to worry about. After all, these two guys can make Shinigami or Spirit King substitutes through Yishin technology and Yigu technology. Repair a broken face mask, there is no contrasting difficulty at all. In the Palace of Virtual Night, inside the hall, Menos Grande emerge in an endless stream, walking cautiously between various bottles and cans, for fear of knocking over something, and thus being pulled to perform some indescribable experiments. Although Espada is broken, it is more extreme in terms of emotions. But compared with the current owner of this palace, there is a certain gap. Zael Aporo looked at the screen in front of him with excitement. On it, two figures stepped in the desert. One of them wore a headdress like a decaying flower, and an exaggerated expression appeared on the black and white striped mask. Ni Yuli shuttled through the desert, and from time to time, his fingers split out like ropes, exploring and excavating in the sand. Neon Dream is constantly recording on the side. Any discovery made by Nirvana will be recorded and analyzed to a certain extent. They don't know. In an unknown corner, there is a lower-level virtual in animal form, observing them. Afterwards, all the observed pictures were transmitted to the Void Knight Palace. A Shinigami who studies science in Soul Society. Zael Aporo's smile became more and more morbid, like a mental patient. And his appearance has been maintained since he came out of the main hall of Yusuya Palace that day. The Menos Grandes made by him have long been seen. A few curiously asked more questions, which had turned into fertilizer and filled it into a petri dish not far away. It's really exciting. He stared at Ni Yuli on the light curtain. If you eat this guy, it must be closer to a perfect life. Hueco Mundo, in the flying sand. Bah! Ni Yuli's face was filled with resentment. Damn it. There seems to be more white sand here than before. Ni Yinming replied expressionlessly, Captain Nirvana, please pay attention to your words. As we went deeper and the wind increased, the amount of white sand that was blowing also increased by 37%, 35. Also, you told me earlier, to remind you of your image. Ni Yuli gritted his teeth, and a low growl came from the depths of his throat. This is not the time to say this. 35. Just as the two were arguing, the white sand on the ground suddenly began to flow in the opposite direction. What happened? The corners of Ni Yuli's mouth grinned, and the smile looked rather strange under the mask of black and white stripes. An attack from the enemy? It's finally here, so exciting? As soon as he finished speaking, 4 pale arms suddenly stretched out from the white sand, pulling them directly under the sand layer. Ni Yuli and Ni Yinming had no intention of resisting at all, and allowed themselves to fall under the sand. Until the cold white sand completely submerged their nose and mouth, they still did not see the slightest change in their emotions. It turned out to be this kind of creature. Ni Yuli's eyes have also been remodeled to a great extent, and only Baisha's words can't affect his vision at all. Exactly for the environment of Hueco Mundo before his eyes. A huge creature like a swimming fish is swinging its tail in the white sand. Advertisement katakana middle dot seeking flowers on both sides of their bodies. There are streamlined arms, and the holes on them breathe white sand, maximizing their speed. To some extent, this kind of imaginary speed is not even weaker than that of Shunpo's full power. This kind of weird existence, if there is only one, may still appear. Ni Yuli's smile gradually became gloomy, but there will never be a second one. A fellow scientist. It's really exciting. Ni Yinmeng's arm rotated and stretched, and under the instructions of Ni Yuli, he directly cut off Yu Yushu's arm. Then, like an electric drill, the white sand above was cut open and returned to the ground. Hurry up, Yinming. Ni Yuli said indifferently, but the enthusiasm in his eyes became more and more obvious. I can't wait to meet that guy. With the existence of 2 different worlds, what kind of results can be researched? In the direction of Suya Palace, Su Feng and the others moved at a very high speed, and Menos Grande, who burrowed out of the sand from time to time, was directly killed by Yadomaru Lisa. As early as when everyone marched for the second time, she completed Hollow and went to meet Su Feng's enemy who was nothing but a fish in her strongest state. Of course, in Yadomaru Lisa's view, this is also an extremely hard work. But she didn't want to make any achievements in this trip. Zero, so he applied to Su Feng, and on the premise of not affecting the forward speed, handed over the enemy who was not a broken face to her to solve. From the initial lower-level phantom, to the phantom that did not appear in a strange form afterward, until now Jillian. Yadomaru Lisa is also from the usual state, to the liberation of Zanpakuto, and finally to Hollow. In terms of fighting form alone, she has reached her limit. If you continue, it will delay the speed of travel. And Su Feng and Unohana Retsu also slowed down a little bit. Anyway, it has been determined that the direction ahead is the road to the Suya Palace, and Su Feng has nothing to worry about in this regard. As for the safety of Nimori and Zaraki Kenpachi, Su Feng thinks it's better to worry about those espadas, otherwise, if they are killed too cleanly, the balance between Hueco Mundo, the present world and the Soul Society will be broken. Boom! Under the white sand, another figure rushed out, cutting off the path of Su Feng and others. Different from the previous Menos Grande look, the figure that appeared this time was closer to the human form. Broken face. Unohana Retsu looked forward calmly, her posture a little more serious. Su Feng, on the other hand, looked at the figure in front of him with interest, and had a little impression of the guy who suddenly appeared. But since he had already appeared in front of him, the rest should also be nearby. Just as he had guessed, another few figures came swiftly from a distance, swaying a large amount of white sand like tail gas, fluttering behind them. The power of the explosion was manifested, stirring up dozens of meters of white sand, rustling down like a torrential rain. Finally found. The last slender figure descended from the sky and landed in front of Su Feng and the others, looking at everyone with an extremely arrogant attitude. With his hands in the pockets of his uniform, he stared at him with his chin raised. The light blue short broken hair is paired with sky blue eyes, and a few locks of hair fall down, and the bold clothing highlights this person's character. The intruder who broke into Hueco Mundo, you should be the strongest of the bunch? He smiled flamboyantly. Aizen once specially introduced you, the existence that broke the barriers of the world, and shattered Negation's super-strong Shinigami. Not only that, even the trash Neutra died in your hands, which is really unexpected. He has always kept in mind the relevant information about Su Feng. In fact, to a certain extent, he and Neutra have similar personalities, like to challenge powerful opponents, and enjoy the fun of fighting and killing. The only difference is that he will not attack weak opponents, and when the enemy loses his ability to resist, he will choose to let him go. It's really exciting. Su Feng stepped forward, approached just now and said with a smile. As expected, it's a really arrogant personality. Grimjiao Jacquard Jack. Now, Chapter 116 Maojiwa 8000 streams. Come on, it is Espada 6th, Grimjiao Jacquard Jack. And his subordinate officers. Among them are Eldolad Leonis, Nakim, and Deroy. What makes Su Feng a little curious is that Grimjiao, who was supposed to be 5 subordinates, seems to have only brought 4. The remaining one. If he remembers correctly, it should be Espada's 8th Zaelaporo Glance's brother, Ifrante Glance. This pair of brothers had done bad things as early as before they were alive. As an older brother, Ifrant often brought humans to Zaelaporo as his test objects, and carried out some kind of cruel experiment. After the two died suddenly, they came to Hueco Mundo, together. And Zaelaporo swallowed the soul body containing Ifrant and other test objects together, after a long period of hunting and evolution. Zaelaporo became a leader among the Vasto Lord, and then became one of the researchers of the Palace of Void Knight at the invitation of Baragan, the king of Hueco Mundo, at the time. After Aizen replaced Baragan and became the new king of the Virtual Circle, Zaelaporo was also named number 0 in Espada. Compared with Yami's power that can only become stronger by relying on anger, Zaelaporo's power is more controllable and stable. But later, this guy pursued a perfect life and began to study the concept of conception, so that he split himself again, and his strength also deteriorated, and he fell to Espada. It was not until the completion of the research on conception notification that Zaelaporo returned to the ranks of Espada again, ranking number 8. At the moment, with Ifrante's disappearance, it's hard not to wonder if he was taken away by Zaelaporo for some kind of unknown experiment. Perhaps. The current Zero Blade of 780 may still be Zaelaporo. What a surprise. 99 Grimjiao smiled disdainfully. I didn't expect you to know of my existence. Did you know it from the mouth of that trash Neutra? Su Feng shook his head and did not answer the question, but instead asked, you are prepared to be the guardians of the Void Knight Palace. Did you come to intercept us? Huh? Grimjiao smiled more and more disdainfully. Who would guard that kind of thing? I just heard Aizen mention that you are the strongest in this group, so you came here to challenge. 5. Only a smooth battle is worthy of this uncle's seriousness. Su Feng was thoughtful, and his expression became serious. If that's the case, let's fight. Hopefully after the battle, you can tell me what Aizen plans to do next. 99. They entered Hueco Mundo, long before Aizen merged with Hogyoku, even before Inoue or Hime was brought into Hueco Mundo. So, there is a high probability, until now, Aizen has not been able to fully integrate with Hogyoku. But it does not rule out that he has other means. After all, at the scientific level, even proud fellows like Nimori would admit Aizen's attainments in this regard. So confident? In Grimjiao's blue pupils, there was a burning intent to fight. It's so exciting. Without warning, he launched an attack directly at Su Feng, with one hand like a leopard's claw, and the palm of his hand was facing Su Feng. The rapidly condensed high-concentration spiritual child formed a dazzling red light in an instant. Sero from Espada directly toward the air, exuding a strong burning smell around it. As if to destroy everything, layers of white sand suddenly rolled up above the desert, forming violent dust and sand under the aftermath, running towards Su Feng. Grimjiao's eyes were full of fanaticism, and he looked at Su Feng with excitement. As early as when Aizen made a targeted introduction through the surveillance screen, he had already discovered that Aizen attached great importance to this man named Urahara Su Feng. If it wasn't a real powerhouse, how could it be worthy of Aizen's attention? If such a strong man was easily let go, how could he be called Grimjiao Jakajak? Sero, who was almost at his full strength, rushed towards Su Feng. Even with a tentative attack, Grimjiao still had no intention of holding back. Under his expectant gaze, the crimson beam of light swept through the dust and landed on Su Feng's position. Can face such an attack. Su Feng never left his original position from beginning to end, and he didn't even mean to defend. Just as Grimjiao felt annoyed in his heart, he finally raised his right hand, like swatting a fly. The defenseless right hand slapped the red beam of light fiercely. Boom! Sero pressed against Grimjiao's face, flew behind him, and landed on the sand surface, stirring up sand waves dozens of meters high that shot straight into the sky. Grimjiao stood where he was, letting the raging wind ruffle his shattered hair. A long time. He felt a wet feeling slip across his face, and subconsciously reached out to touch it, only to find that his palms were stained red with blood. The bright bloodline and the slightly pale palms formed a sharp contrast. Advertisement Sero, who had no restraining power at all, rubbed his face and flew over and wounded him. Grimjiao felt his breathing stagnate, as if he was being strangled by some unknown existence. How is this possible? He stared at Su Feng stubbornly, not knowing exactly how the other party did it. Grimjiao gritted his teeth as if the words were coming out of his teeth. Are you surprised? The bad side of Su Feng's character gradually became prominent. Just doing it casually. If you have to ask why, it may be that you are too weak. Such provocative words naturally aroused the anger in Grimjiao's heart. His sanity was directly burned by anger. That's too weak. Grimjiao's entire body of spiritual pressure erupted directly, and a gust of wind swept around him, and the sky-high beam of light illuminated under the moonlit night. Keep it to yourself. No sign at all. He pulled out the blade around his waist with his backhand, as if teleporting, and came directly to Su Feng. He held up a sharp blade of cold light, and under the moonlight, he released his power to his heart's content. The wild blue Ryotsu is blooming, like the roar of a beast. Boom! Without hesitation, Grimjiao slashed directly at the top of Su Feng's head. When? The sound of gold and iron interlaced echoed in the empty desert. Grimjiao's pupils shrinked. Although he didn't want to believe it, the facts were just before him. Su Feng took his attack very flatly with his defenseless right hand. Such a picture is not more frightening than the one that flew to Sero with a fan just now, and it even caused more serious psychological shock to him. It's so exciting. Grimjiao abandoned the fear of the unknown and turned it into the ultimate fighting spirit. He stared at Su Feng below, the muscles on his right arm bulging, like an ancient tree made of knots. The wild Ryotsu was raging and erupting around it. Vaguely, Su Feng seemed to hear the roar of a leopard, and the breath of a beast rushed towards him. In that case, Grimjiao was laughing wildly, with all his arrogance, then let's fight with all our strength. Life and death are up to you, crack it, Leopard King. Boom. The blue Ryotsu hissed like a living thing, wreaking havoc around Grimjiao with all its might. The blade in his hand was even more dazzling at this moment. When the light reaches its limit, it completely melts into Grimjiao's palm and becomes a part of it. The outer white clothes were quickly fused with his body under the influence of the spiritual pressure. Grimjiao's appearance is changing. At this moment, the originally slender body seemed a bit hunched, but on the whole it was more capable and flexible. The ends of the arms and legs turned black, and sharp blades spread out, flashing a pressing cold light. At the same time, his short blue hair that day stretched back continuously until it hung down at the waist, which was extremely exaggerated. The turquoise eyeshadow also extended towards the back, spreading to the vicinity of the temple, and the ears turned into leopard ears, slender and flexible. The half section of the mouth was transferred to the top of the head, like a shining crown. In a very short period of time, Grimjiao completed the return to the blade, incarnated as a real Panther King, and tried his best to be a king. Come on, let's fight. Without any hesitation, the sharp claws shone with cold light and grabbed directly towards Su Feng. Ding! At the critical moment, Su Feng finally pulled out his Zanpakuto and collided with it. Splashed sparks scattered in the desert, wiping out a little white sand. You are finally willing to draw your sword. Grimjiao, who has completed his return to the blade, has a great increase in strength. But at the same time, his character is closer to the level of the Leopard King. Crazy leopard claws ripped apart the air, and white rays of light appeared in the air. Nice fighting style. Advertisement Su Feng praised, you are a little stronger than I thought. But unfortunately, it's only a little. As soon as these words came out, Grimjiao's attack became even more frantic, forming afterimages in the air. Seen from a distance, it was as if countless leopard kings were besieging their prey. It's just that this prey is too strong. When Su Feng fought Grimjiao, his subordinates were not idle either. He surrounded Unohana Retsu and Yadomaru Lisa in the rear, seemingly out of concern for the enemy. Before the battle had even begun, they had completed their return to the blade. Unohana Retsu looked at the four broken faces curiously and speculated, although the liberation method is somewhat similar to Shinigami's Zanpakuto. But fundamentally, it's completely different. 99. It's natural. Xiao Long's expression was cold and he replied mechanically, returning the blade is our unique ability of Bromian, returning Bromian's body to its original attack power. In this form, our power will be expanded to the extreme. And you will be the lambs to be slaughtered under the butcher's knife. Exactly, kill them, intruders will be severely punished. The other three broken faces echoed these words. Although they are subordinates who follow Grimmjow, in terms of character, these guys are not as restrained as Grimmjow. That's right. Is convergence. Grimmjow's character is even better than the tyrannical villains. Unohana Retsu stepped forward and stepped on the soft white sand, with a gentle smile like a warm spring breeze. I haven't fought like this for a long time. Yadomaru Lisa said worriedly, Captain Unoka, why don't I come? In hollow state, I should be able to last until the end of Captain Sufeng's battle. Before she could finish her words, the whole person seemed to have fallen into an ice cave, eroded by the extreme cold, and the bone-piercing pain completely enveloped her. Please be quiet, Lisa. Unohana Retsu looked sideways slightly, and only glanced at Yadomaru Lisa out of the corner of the eye. Undisguised killing intent surged from his body, and the surrounding temperature seemed to drop along with it. This is my opponent. Just looking at him, Yadomaru Lisa seemed to be in a sea of corpses and blood, surrounded by endless screams, and fear eroded her soul. If he hadn't endured Hollow's pain before, I'm afraid Yadomaru Lisa could no longer bear it at this time. 1.9 For some reason. Xiao Long and the others looked at the calm and indifferent woman in front of them, and their hearts were inexplicably occupied by the cold. An ominous premonition spread from the deepest depths of their hearts, and the originally white Captain Haori was gradually covered with blood in their eyes. Unohana Retsu held the scabbard and stood upright in front of him. It seems to be affected by Su Feng's previous battle, or it may be because of Su Feng's constant suppression in kendo exploration for a long time. Unohana Retsu at this time has absolutely no idea of using Kido to solve the battle. Under everyone's gaze, she slowly pulled out her Zanpakuto. Above the ordinary blade, there is an inexplicable tinge of extreme red. It seemed to be a crimson color that was condensed from countless blood. At this time, Xiao Long and the others, the emotion of fear was quietly swallowing their hearts. Come on. 39 The corners of Unohana Retsu's mouth rose again, it's a long-lost fight. The moment the voice fell, Xiao Long's pupils shrank suddenly, and he subconsciously placed the sharp claws of his bones in front of him, trying to resist the incoming attack. However, with a touch of blood rising, his eyes widened, almost unable to believe what had just happened. That hollow feeling in my chest, has it been penetrated? What is? When? The darkness devoured his consciousness and completely wiped out his vitality. Unohana Retsu stood up behind her, facing the other three broken faces, a little blood on her cheeks, trying her best to show her beauty. She smiled and looked at the opposite, and the elegant voice sounded. Let us keep fighting happily. Chapter 117 is so insignificant. Calm voice, bloody blade, as if telling a simple thing. And this scene magnified the fear in the broken faces to the extreme. Incomprehensible, he didn't even see what the other party was doing. The strongest among them Xiao Long, the first broken face made by Hogyoku, the number 11, and the return blade that was completed before the battle even started. The broken faces have never underestimated their opponents. As early as the beginning of the battle, they have already shown their full strength. But even so, it was still pierced through the chest by a knife, and the wound was oozing blood, gradually soaking the white sand. Xiao Long collapsed helplessly. Breaking the battle strength, the loss is the first. What a wonderful scene. Unohana Retsu stepped on the soft sand without making a sound. Don't hesitate any longer and launch your strongest attack. Let me see the true power of Broken Face. The voice fell. The three broken faces looked at each other, although they all saw the fear in each other's eyes, but the color of firmness still dominated most of the emotions. Kill her. A high-pitched voice came out of Eldalad's mouth. Arms like heavy hammers were raised high, and the moonlight was obscured by its broad shadow, covering Unohana Retsu's figure. Nakim, who was slightly fat, pressed his hands on the sand surface, and the white sand immediately flowed like a stream. Under his control, Shirasha seemed to come alive, wrapping directly around Unohana Retsu's ankle, tying him to the ground and limiting his speed. As for D-Roy, there was a blue-gray light on his arm, and layers of gray-white bones wrapped around it, turning it into an attacking weapon like a drill. With Nakim's assistance, D-Roy and Adolad were one after the other, completely blocking the possibility of Unohana Retsu dodging. Nice fit. Unohana Retsu praised, it's a pity. Before she could finish her words, the spiritual pressure bursting out from under her feet had already tore apart the white sand and returned to the surface of the sand. The figure is like a ghost, not retreating but advancing, deceiving himself. Slightly petite, compared with the burly Eldorard, it seems that there is a gap of 23 between a normal person and a giant. The slender and sharp Zanpakuto in his hand was as tiny as a toothpick. But that's it. When Unohana Retsu approached, cold sweat slid from Eldorad's forehead, instantly soaking his white clothes. In terms of strength, it's a little bit worse. When the second half of her sentence fell, the Zanpakuto in her hand was raised high. The blade under the moonlit night glowed with a cold light, reflecting the color of blood. A drop of blood slipped from it and was soaked in the white sand. Puff of bloodstain appeared on Eldorad's huge arm like a hammer. The boulder-like fistbones and the sturdy arms are staggered in a manner visible to the naked eye, falling in the opposite direction. Flesh was completely torn. On the flat wound, A large amount of blood springs spewed out, like a blooming flower of death. How come? Edolad didn't die because of it. He stared at the completely broken arms, his eyes full of shock and fear. A combat experience like never before. As Grimjow's subordinate, he is also very similar in character. I like to fight, yearn for fighting, long for the battle with the strong, and even more for the bloody fight. This is full of bizarre combat experience, but his heart is gradually occupied by fear. Incomprehensible. Strong arms. Unohana Retsu said with satisfaction while admiring the beautiful view. In front of her, you are a little stronger than the one just now. Instead of targeting Adorad, she glanced sideways at Nakim, who kept trying to restrain her with quicksand. You seem a little tired. 35 Unohana Retsu activated Shunpo and disappeared instantly. The agile figure is like an elf's dancing under the moonlight. Spiritual pressure, compared to just now. When she reappeared, she was already behind Nakim, much weaker, 35. As soon as Wagang finished speaking, Zanpakuto, who was flickering with cold light, slashed towards Nakim's chest. Ding! Unohana Retsu was surprised by the interlaced sound of gold and iron. She looked at the relatively thin figure that suddenly appeared in front of her with some surprise. The weapon like a drill was so strong that it surprised her. Completely incapable of severing. Advertisement with a full blow, only a few cracks appeared on it. Compared with its huge volume, it is not at one level at all. You seem to be more interesting than the other three. The corners of Unohana Retsu's mouth raised slightly, and a strange beauty bloomed on her body. Come on, fight with all your might. Adolad, ignoring the severe pain from his arms, suddenly opened his bloody mouth, and the red spirits condensed in front of him. Nakim's palms became more like duck webs, mercilessly inserted under the sand surface, and the white sand with a radius of nearly 1,000 meters flowed under his control. Deroy gritted his teeth and made a creaking sound. With all his strength, he pressed Unohana Retsu's blade downwards with his backhand. This moment, Unohana Retsu's figure was fixed in place and could not break free for a short time. The white sand wrapped around it, turning its surroundings into the center of the Uzumaki and sinking deeper into it. Go to hell, Shinigami. Eldorad stopped thinking about the honor of the so-called warrior. Sero burst out from in front of him, with all his Ryatsu blows, engulfing the Unohana Retsu in the bunker. But joy has not yet had time to come, but a deeper level of fear has completely swallowed their hearts. The place of entry. An extreme white light burst out above Sero. The violent Sero was cut in half by the opponent. The beam of light split and fell towards both sides, causing 100 Zhong sand waves, and the white sand that filled the sky scattered downward. Actually, cut off Sero from the front. Adolad froze in place, ignoring the blood that kept oozing from his arms. That's it. Unohana Retsu raised her head and glanced at the other two with a smiling gaze. At the next moment, its figure has already crossed between the two of them. The blood splashed, adding a bit of poignant atmosphere to the moonlight. Not far away, Yadomaru Lisa, who hugged Nilu tightly, was completely dumbfounded. She never thought that Unohana Retsu's strength would be so terrifying, even though he was only the captain of the 4th Division of the logistics team. And this elegant fighting style, it made people feel weird, as if she was not fighting, but dancing under the moonlight. In every move, it shows its elegant and graceful posture. Far away, Su Feng, who was fighting with Grimjow, also noticed this scene. There was a bit of weirdness on his expression. I muttered to myself in my heart. Could it be that in the daily kendo practice, the Ujiwa was suppressed too hard? What led to such a tragic incident for these guys? Damn it. 35 Grimjow let out a roar like a wounded beast deep in his throat. He looked at Su Feng unwillingly. Just now, Grimjow tried his best to kill Su Feng with his conventional attack method. But the other party is just holding a mediocre Zanpakuto. That is, it has never moved a single centimeter in place. The difference is huge, one can imagine, that's all. Su Feng faced Grimjow with a smile, and just now he took time to take a look at the flower of Uzumaki. But it goes against your Espada's 6th place. Hearing this, Grimjow froze his hair, like a cheetah about to attack. Stop looking down on people there, I'm just testing you, 35. Although he is weak, he is tough. As soon as the voice fell, Grimjow reappeared beside Su Feng with his claws. A burst of blue light surging on it, it's all said. Su Feng stepped up with a knife, intertwined with its sharp claws. Don't fight with such a playful attitude anymore. If not, he leaned forward, and under Grimjow's stunned gaze, kicked him hard on the chest. Boom. The huge impact force exploded in the chest cavity. Grimjow's whole body turned into a blue meteor, and suddenly smashed into the sand surface at a distance of 100 meters, stirring up huge sand waves, which swept down overwhelmingly. Advertisement between the mighty and mighty, a huge deep pit was formed again. I felt the sharp pain coming from the chest cavity and the slightly collapsed chest cavity. Grimjow tightened his sky-blue pupils and looked at Su Feng with astonishment, completely unable to comprehend the sudden burst of power. You will end badly. It was only then that Su Feng finished the last half of his words. The unwilling Grimjow erupted with a more intense Ryatsu, and the blue light was as vast as the ocean. On his sharp and slender claws, the ultimate light extended, exuding a biting chill, and the sand surface around the deep pit was suddenly split by the remaining waves, forming a short-term vacuum. This moment, Grimjow really pulled out all the stops. In the state of returning to the blade, his strength was many times stronger than before. At the moment when all the spiritual pressure erupted, the air in the vicinity was almost drained, giving people a feeling of suffocation that could not be breathed. He suddenly stretched out his right hand towards the front and pointed directly at Su Feng. 5 dark green missiles burst out from the elbow, carrying billowing smoke and dust, and flew towards Su Feng. Leopard Hook. The unique ability of Grimmjow after returning to the blade. The dark green missile was directly slapped by Su Feng and landed in the distance, causing 1,000 layers of sand waves. The power of this attack has exceeded the previous Sero by a lot. But, in front of Su Feng, there is no influence at all. But Grimmjow is not one to give up easily when Su Feng fanned the dark green missiles. He has already activated the ringing, and the figure disappeared directly in place. This disappearance is not an exaggeration, but a real disappearance. Menos Grande's swivel, similar to Shinigami's Shunpo and Quincy's scythe feat, is based on high-speed movement and performs azimuth changes. But there is one difference, that is, you can use this to avoid the probe of the probe. This is especially important during the Menos Grande Civil War. When Su Feng backhanded Zanpakuto behind him, blocking the light above Grimmjow's claws. Covered with missiles to attack from behind. 35. Although it is a very simple fighting method, it is surprisingly effective. It's just that the strength is 780 points worse. Grimmjow's pupils contracted, and before he had time to make the next move, he felt a terrifying shock erupting in front of him. In the faintly visible smoke and dust, a huge skull appeared in the sky. The skeleton roared silently, as if it had a heavy aura hovering on its left and right sides. Grimmjow turned into a blue light again, dragging a tail light visible to the naked eye, and disappeared at the end of the sky. But soon, he turned towards Su Feng again at a faster speed. The galloping figure raised chaotic dust on the white sand and rolled over. Being repelled many times did not damage Grimmjow's confidence. Instead, this belligerent guy completely inspired his inner fighting spirit. As if a fire was burning. Huge blue light marks spread out on his claws, as if the sky was torn apart, and an attack like a light curtain descended on Su Feng's location. Claws of the Panther King. Grimmjow is one of the strongest attack methods in the state of returning to the blade. Compress it to the claws with an absolutely powerful Ryotsu, and completely split the world. Scoff. When the claws of the Leopard King fell, there was a tearing sound in the air, and a huge ravine appeared on the sand surface, like a moat. A time. The white sand is surging, and the dust is flying. With one hand in front of him, Su Feng chanted the Keto mantra long before the attack. Heaven's favored man, the Iron City Wall, the dragon walks, the lion roars, the tiger roars, the wolf rushes, severing the heaven and the earth before it collapses. Bakudo number 81 Splitting Void. Although this defensive Keto is very useful, Su Feng felt remorse in his heart when he used it. The claws of the Leopard King all landed on the transparent wall of light, bursting out with a sour creaking sound, which made one's scalp tingle. Before the next round of attacks came, Su Feng released the Splitting Void by himself. This is comparable to the sound of a mental attack, and even him, it is somewhat unbearable. The sword flew out over Zanpakuto. Holding the handle of the knife, Su Feng shuttled through the gap between the claws of the Leopard King. The agile figure showed no signs of injury at all. And when he got close, already saw the blood spilling from Grimmjow's claws. Although the attacker is in him, he also bears a very strong counterattack force. Looking directly at Su Feng's calm face, Grimmjow grinned with a bit of tragic expression on his face. This kind of battle is challenging. The roar echoed over the desert. I saw him cross his hands in front of him, using the blood overflowing from his palms as a medium, and almost all the spiritual pressure was condensed in it. The blue light is as vast as the blue sky. Wang Shu's flash. Chapter 118. Mutually elegant, extremely ugly. The blue sky seemed to be obscured by another layer of sky. A huge blue light curtain unfolded in front of Su Feng. The air was shaking, and the space was twisting. The sand surface collapsed along with it, and the deeper strata also cracked, revealing all kinds of hideous cracks. Just the aftermath has already created a scene like the end of the world. The huge crater appears in the desert of Hueco Mundo. From above the sky, it looks like the endless desert has been hit by a huge meteorite. Large swaths of sand waves swept in all directions with the giant pit as the center. Like a tsunami erupting. Faced with such a blow, even Su Feng was a little surprised. At the beginning, Neutra also used Wang Shu's flash after he had completely returned to the blade, but its power was not even half of that of Grimmjow now. In the majestic blue light curtain, there is a little cyan mixed with it, as if it is Grimmjow's blood spots. Wang Shu's flash, as a means unique to Espada, is different from the regular Menos Grande Forest, and its powerful power is even forbidden by Aizen to display near the Suya Palace. Because of this move was regarded as one of the trump cards by Grimmjow just now. Pity. Although this Wang Shu's flash is very strong, but Su Feng is no longer the time to entangle and fight with Neutra. He was more than twice as powerful as that time, when the endless blue light curtain falls. Su Feng held the Guanxi Zhengzong and pressed down toward the front. In an instant, a pure blue Uzumaki formed under the blade, like the eye of the abyss, distorting all the energy nearby, whether it was Ryotsu or Reiki. Even the white sand in the desert was completely turned into nothingness, leaving no trace. Beneath the blue Uzumaki, a deeper black can be seen faintly. No double wave. The huge Uzumaki, separated from Wang Shu's flash, absorbed all the terrifying shocks from the attack, making it completely wiped out, leaving no trace at all. The vigorous and mighty blow was eliminated by Su Feng so lightly. Grimjow stared at everything in front of him in astonishment. In the distance, Su Feng's feather weave was whistling with the gust of wind, and his hem was constantly changing postures in the gust of wind. He couldn't understand, and for the first time there was fear in his heart, the kind of fear that couldn't be spoken. That indifferent figure was deeply imprinted on his heart and became a psychological shadow that could not be erased for the rest of his life. Su Feng reached out and pressed his hand, and Wushwangbo disappeared. The surrounding quicksand filled the gap in front of him at a faster speed. During the time when the two were fighting, this boundless sand sea area was a little lower than the farther out of thin air. Those white sands that disappeared were not consumed into tiny spirits, but melted into the air. It is to be completely erased by a stronger force, and there is no trace of it. Su Feng tried to step on the recollapsed white sand, but it was unexpectedly firm, and there was no sign of vein at all. Maybe it's the self-healing ability of Hueco Mundo. He stepped in the direction of Grimjow, seemingly slow pace, but arrived in front of Grimjow in an instant. The battle is not over yet. Grimjow gritted his teeth unwillingly. Although he knew the gap between them, he would never give up hope of fighting until he died. This is the glory from the Panther King. When he was ready to attack again, the terrifying pressure seemed to be pouring from the sky, exerting a heavy force on his body. Asterisk a carat asterisk dollar asterisk carat boom. The explosion sounded. Grimjow's body seemed to be hundreds of times heavier, and the whole person was deeply immersed in the white sand. The storm swayed, but the surrounding dust seemed to be solidified, leaving only the endless howling of the storm, which rolled backwards and rushed towards the sky. That's it. Su Feng said indifferently, as if stating a fact. I fully recognize your will to fight, but you also need to face the gap in strength. 39. Under pressure. Grimjow leaked blood, and the white sand in his chest and in front of him was directly dyed red. At this moment, the terrifying oppression imposed on him made him recall the experience in the Void Knight Palace. The same indifferent gesture, the same calm expression. Even the voice of the words seemed so similar, in a trance. Grimjow seemed to see the figure in front of him, just like Aizen Sosuke. But as the body loosens, the force of oppression dissipated, causing Grimjow, who had been supporting him with all his strength, to make a roaring sound from the bones of his entire body. At this moment, at least 10 of his bones were broken. It can be said that this is the most serious injury that has been suffered since the beginning of the battle. Dipped in blood, turning it into a bloodman, it looks quite embarrassed. Advertisement. Even when Grimjow tried to regenerate his injuries at a high speed, he found that his whole body's spiritual power was almost exhausted in the previous confrontation. An experience like never before, he tried his best to almost completely consume his spiritual power. But his opponent was unscathed, not even the white sand. Not on one level at all. I lost. Grimjow completely gave up his thoughts of fighting. More than 10 bones in the whole body were broken, and even the movement seemed quite difficult, and there was no possibility of continuing. Won't you kill me? He looked up at Su Feng and asked without emotion. What's the use of killing you? Su Feng wondered. Remember what I said before the battle? 95. If you don't mind, tell me about Aizen's plan. In exchange, I will make this virtual circle more clean and pure. Grimjow's eyes widened slightly, his pupils constricted, as if pondering the meaning of those words. Clean and pure? It was just a simple word, which indeed made him think of some bad things. Regarding the Shinigami named Urahara Su Feng in front of him, Grimjow always felt that he was not as calm as he seemed, nor as gentle as his words. In the course of the battle, although he has been at a disadvantage. But it can still be noticed that Urahara Su Feng is like a suppressed abyss. The endless majestic breath is deposited at the bottom of the abyss, waiting for the time to come. And his choice, although it will not affect Hueco Mundo too much, will undoubtedly affect his own destiny. After a moment of silence, Grimjow spoke slowly, his voice hoarse from the injury, like grit rubbing against him. Aizen has shown about your presence at the Espada conference. And in the introduction, I emphasized your name, which seems to be appreciated. Hearing this, Su Feng was slightly startled, but immediately relieved. He understood what Aizen was thinking. Just as he walked alone all the way, there has never been anyone of the same kind who can truly talk to him on an equal footing. Aizen is strong, but also lonely. Grimjow didn't notice the change in Su Feng's expression. Instead, he recalled to himself and continued. As for the follow-up plan, he asked us to stick to our posts. 5. No need to worry, no need to panic. Even when I set out from the Void Knight Palace, I didn't warn me. It's like business as usual, not taking your invasion to heart at all. Listen to this. Su Feng frowned slightly, thinking about Aizen's thoughts. When he tried to think about the problem from Aizen's point of view, he found that all he needed to do now was only one thing. Promote the fusion of Hogyoku in oneself. If you think about it this way, their invasion really doesn't make any sense. Whether it is to create Wang Jian or to wage war on the Soul Society. The premise of this issue is based on the premise that Hogyoku fully recognizes and integrates. In this regard, Su Feng has no practical way to target Aizen. Unless the whole world is destroyed, but what surprises me is that Grimjow's eyes were lowered and his aura was a little weak. Since his return from Soul Society, Aizen and Zealoporo's exchanges have gradually become more frequent. In the past, he was the most trusted of Ulquioras. Heard. Su Feng's heart moved, as soon as he understood Aizen's thoughts. As a scientific researcher in Hueco Mundo, Zealoporo is not as good as Nuri and Urahara Kazuki, but he is still one of the best. Even if it is placed in the Technology Development Bureau, it is the absolute top existence. As for Hueco Mundo, Zale Aporo is completely different from other Espada's style of painting, and it is a scorpion shit, the only one. Research on how to speed up the fusion of Hogyoku. Su Feng took this down quietly and didn't take it too seriously. Grimjow changed his position, lying on his back in the white sand, letting the gravel stain his wounds, completely giving up on himself. Zale Aporo, dear comrade, the strangest looking guy. There has been a great deal of interest. 95, if nothing else, he should have found that guy right after I set off from Suya Palace. Heard. Su Feng was stunned, and subconsciously said, this guy Sar Apo. Is it prepared to serve as experimental material for Nimori? He doesn't understand. Even more do not understand. Advertisement. How could a scientific researcher like Zale Aporo become as belligerent as Grimjow? Can't they rush to death one by one? Another side of Hueco Mundo. Neonli's hands fell, and the golden pupils were full of complicated Kido incantations. He stared at the person in front of him with excitement, and the small words were like an old man who was babbling, talking non-stop. Espada in intelligence. What a coveted anatomy, you seem completely different from the Menos Grande I know. And on the opposite side of him, the elegant Zale Aporo took off the monitoring device behind his head and looked at Nimori with a relaxed expression. We finally met, Shinigami. Please also introduce yourself so I can mark your name in the petri dish. You will be my most proud work. Nuri moved his arms, turned his flexible wrists, and faced Zale Aporo with the same morbid smile. What a coincidence. Our thoughts coincide. What a wonderful thing it is to put your name in a bottle. Done. The two looked at each other and smiled, morbid to the extreme. Espada 8th, Zale Aporo glance. Captain of the 12th Division, Ni Yuli. Zale Aporo grinned, spreading his hands to his sides. To show my respect for the test subject, so, try this. As his voice fell, he directly pulled out the blade from his waist, and swallowed it straight into his mouth under Ni Yuli's unexpected gaze. Sip it. Evil concubine. A dazzling brilliance burst out from the blade, completely covering it. Zale Aporo seemed to be wrapped in a mass of flesh, and the whole person was hidden in the deepest part. With the explosion of the outer skin, Zale Aporo in full form was also presented in front of Niuli and Nianyanming. That's all about being elegant. 35 Zale Aporo grinned, it's the most perfect life. As he spread his hands to both sides, his strange form was completely revealed. The messy tentacles of the lower body are entangled, turning into the feet and the hem of the clothes, and behind him there are 4 wings covered with pendants, which are stretched out in all directions. The strangest thing was his outstretched hands. Its eyes rolled up and down, making a grunting sound. Grace? Ni Yuli let out a disdainful laugh. This posture is also worthy of being elegant and perfect. 35. It's so funny. What a fearless ignorant. A trace of irritability flashed in Zale Aporo's 4 eyes, and he devoured his elder brother again. Although, Zhao Qian's Reiki once again returned to Vasto Lord's level, his mentality had not fully recovered for a while. Well, then let's win by means. 35 The pendant-like object behind him exploded directly, and countless black juices flew out in all directions, just landing on Ni Yuli's palm. With the surge of Ryatsu and light, a body completely similar to Ni Yuli stood up from the ground. And when the black juice is contaminated more and more, there are more and more similar figures, until they form a legion-like scale, covering the desert with black pressure. Of course, there is also a replica of Nirvana Dream. This ability has been continuously improved and evolved. Zale Aporo did not forget to introduce to Ni Yuli. From the beginning, he only imitated the movements of the main body, and now he has initially possessed the same fighting skills. This also means that you will face hundreds of thousands of you. Noisy voices emanated from the dark crowd. Ni Yuli looked at the scene in front of her and felt unhappy in her heart. He was a unique existence. It would be difficult for anyone to accept the sudden appearance of so many replicas. Inferior means. 35 Nirvana pulled out his Zanpakuto in front of him, and there was a strange and colorful light on the split blade. Since you have returned to the blade, let me take out something too. Swallow. Understand. Golden killing Jizo, demon embryo symptom body. Boom. The abnormal flesh mass surged on its Zanpakuto, spreading out in large numbers in all directions. In just one breath, a huge figure like a mountain appeared in front of Zale Aporo. Only the white eyes stared at each other, and under the dark skin, there was a golden light. Zale Aporo was stunned and subconsciously murmured. What is this? Chapter 119 Perfection means despair. After many transformations, the body of the demon fetus has been greatly different from its original appearance. At first, golden cracks appeared on the dark skin from time to time, as if a golden fluid was swimming under the cracked skin. The huge fuzzy on the abdomen is also engraved with Kenpachi in small letters on both sides. But if you don't look carefully, you can't see it at all. In this regard, Ni Yuli also specially wrote it to commemorate the last transformation of the body of the demon fetus. Ah! The body of the demon fetus is more emotional than before, and it is also much more irritable than before. When it noticed that there were so many masters around the crayfish, it suddenly showed a strange manic attitude. The stubby huge arms waved on both sides, and a hurricane suddenly set off, rolling towards the black-pressed clones. But it didn't work. Although Ni Yuli's body is weak in combat, it can be regarded as a shame for the captain. But no matter what, this guy is also a captain in the true sense, and the 4 basic combat abilities of slashing fists and walking ghosts are still relatively qualified. Just a little hurricane was not enough to affect them. Get out of the way. The complex Kido mantra in Ni Yuli's pupils twirled rapidly, and his palms pressed against the dark skin of the demon body. Just a few breaths of time. It is to pass all the information related to himself into it. Unfortunately, the replica doll still has certain flaws. Zael Aporo also seems to realize this, can't replicate the Bankai of the captain. But it could also be caused by too much copying. He kept these in mind and waited for the next study. Zael Aporo believes that when he kills and captures the guy in front of him, the level of scientific research will definitely be improved. In order to truly realize, kill this guy. Frenzy flashed in Zael Aporo's eyes, and his black fingers pointed in the direction of Nimori. Suddenly, the entire clone army immediately rioted. Either close combat or remote Kido. At time, the chaotic light directly occupied the sky. The time is just right. The corners of Ni Miyuri's mouth almost reached the base of his ears. Just when a red cannon was about to land on him, the body of the demonic fetus on his side was directly torn to the abdomen, and his thick arm stretched out from it, and fell fiercely in front of Ni Yuli, forcibly. The red artillery 780 was crushed directly on the ground. For myself, there is no need to gather intelligence. Ni Yuli spread her hands out, obviously trusting the killing of Jizo this time. The ultimate defense and violent brute force alone are enough to solve all this. In Zael Aporo's shocked gaze, a burly figure with a height of 100 meters appeared in his sight. Boom! The palm like a stone pillar fell, crushing dozens of clones into bloody water and seeping under the white sand. I'm not good at Shunpo myself, and it's okay to be weak in combat. Ni Yuli told his shortcomings without hesitation. No matter how much waste there is, it will not produce some kind of qualitative change. Far away, the giant slaughtered Jizo like a tiger entering the flock, causing unimaginable casualties with every move. And the golden materialized spiritual pressure defense appeared on his skin, and the attack of Kido and Kendo of the clone alone could not break the defense at all. Even Shunpo's evasion is far inferior to killing Jizo. In just a few minutes, the army of clones was completely killed. Zael Aporo looked at everything in front of him with a grim expression, letting the river of blood flow under his feet. What an exaggeration. 9. I have to admit, you won the first game. But the battle between us has just begun. As his voice fell, the originally red blood flow instantly turned black, covering it towards Nirvana. The speed is so fast that even Nianming, who has been paying attention to the changes in the battlefield, has not noticed it. When the intact Nimori broke free from it, he looked at Zael Aporo with strange eyes. What means is this? Can you give me a massage? The special wing pendant behind Zael Aporo was directly magnified several times, and after it was broken, the doll exactly like Niuli just fell into his hand. This is called Domination Doll. While speaking, he had already tore open the belly of the doll, took out the internal organs, and then smashed it into pieces. Puff advertisement Niuli immediately knelt on the ground, her eyes almost bulging out of their sockets, and a large mouthful of blood spurted out, which was also mixed with a lot of internal organs. The extreme pain hit every nerve in him. At the moment when the pain hit, he already understood the other party's means. The thing called the doll, and its own body, once the doll is damaged, the body will suffer corresponding damage. What an astonishing method. Ni Yuli lay on the ground, barely raised her head, and looked at Zael Aporo with a strange look. Do not know why. Zael Aporo, who clearly had the upper hand, felt a sudden thump in his heart when he was caught by this gaze. A bad premonition dominated his emotions. Obviously a defeated general, how dare you be so arrogant? Zael Aporo once again took out several pieces of internal organs from the doll and crushed them violently. Ni Yuli also cooperated to show extreme pain, spewing out large pieces of internal organs randomly mixed in dark red blood. Master Maori. Just as Ni and Mungi came over, Ni and Lee held Zanpakuto and stabbed directly into his abdomen. Accompanied by the emergence of pale golden light. Ni Yuli's spiritual pressure returned to normal directly. A mighty force called the power of rejection in Vientiane. In my 3,986 attempts, I have finally stored up to a trivial point. He stood on the spot with a relaxed posture, his hands spread out, like a lecturer, explaining everything. I'm sorry, it's similar to the ability to dominate dolls. It doesn't work for me at all. Zael Aporo stared at his eyes, unable to believe what was happening in front of him. Taj. On top of scientific research, being completely crushed made him doubt himself for the first time. My everything is truly perfect. Ni Yuli tilted his head, stared at him with doubtful eyes, and said word by word. Perfect. Beautiful? 99. He snapped his fingers lightly. Not far away, an astonishing amount of poisonous mist erupted from the pores of the giant Zushijizo, instantly covering a radius of 1 kilometer. Really? Ni Yuli moved his neck and walked in the direction of Zael Aporo. Since I completed the transformation for the Jizo, I have also developed a little bit in the direction of Zaraki Kenpachi's arrogant man. This poisonous mist contains a huge amount of superhuman medicine and poisonous ingredients such as nerve paralysis. To put it simply, for 1 year, the effect of superhuman medicine is to magnify your perception infinitely. 1 second is equivalent to hundreds of years. In the sight of Zael Aporo, Nimori seemed to be standing still. Do not. It should be said that everything around is still, the sound of wind, breathing, and even the flow of sand. You're going to be in this state until you're useless sand. Ni Yuli said lightly, as I said before, perfection does not exist. What's the point of perfection? Nothing, nothing at all. I hate perfection so much, and when perfection occurs, it means the end. He opened his hands as if speaking, without room for creativity, it means that wisdom and talent will not come in handy. Do you understand? For us scientists, the so-called perfection is despair? CDBJ, better than anything that currently exists, such as Urahara Sufeng, Urahara Kazuki, Aizen Sosuke. However, it's definitely not perfect. Scientists are constantly troubled by such contradictions, but they can find joy in them. Hueco Mundo, on the other side. Under the instructions of Toru Yuyan, Zaraki Kenpachi rushed forward sullenly, trying to reach the Suya Palace first, find a suitable opponent, and then come to a hearty fight. Or what opponents encountered on the road, such as Espada and the like in Su Feng's mouth. But after running wildly for nearly a few hours, there was still no trace of the enemy at all. Even, the concentration of the spiritual child is getting thinner and thinner. And the discovery of this also made Toru Yuyan feel a little uneasy in his heart. The one chosen by Captain Zaraki is not faked by the enemy. Although it is very close to the correct answer. But Tiger Toru Yuyan still wanted to go to the specific location to see it. Wouldn't it be a pity if I missed it? So ever. The group continued to move forward, the closest place to the Void Knight Palace. Su Feng learned a lot of information from Grimjiao, such as Grimjiao's devouring the replica of Metastasia, and some of Neutra's remaining spirits in the virtual circle. Advertisement. This made the guy jump from 9th on the Espada to 5th on the Espada. However, from Grimjiao's tone, it could be vaguely heard that he was not convinced by this guy, and seemed ready to challenge him and take the 5th position in Espada. Not only that, Arenillo also studied with Zaya Laporo for a while, as to whether he got any changes. This is unknown. There is one thing worth noting. This guy is emotionally vulnerable to Neutra's memories because he devours too much of the Neutra spirit. In other words, the person Arenillo wants to kill most is Su Feng. That said, Su Feng pondered, I suddenly became interested in this guy. Of course, there may be more planning information and such. Grimjiao said feebly, but that's all I know. By the way, why are you so cooperative? Su Feng asked curiously, shouldn't you fight to the end? Grimjiao looked down, glancing at his sunken chest, his expression a little stiff. Perhaps you think I'm very loyal to Suya Palace? Aizen, who gave me the power to break the face, never put the word loyalty on his lips. In his view, we are nothing more than a dispensable tool. Su Feng laughed, but forgot that. Whether it is Ichimaru Jin, Tusen Kanami or Espada, Aizen regards it as a dispensable tool. Maybe he had his own plans in his heart, but he never showed it on the surface. This also led to the fact that, except for the likes of Ulquiorra and Tusen Kanami, most of the remaining ones were subdued by Aizen's force. I see. 99 Su Feng got up and said indifferently, I will continue to go to Suya Palace. As for your words, this injury should not kill you. Hear this. Grimjiao stared at Su Feng earnestly, and said solemnly, I will not be willing to fail completely. 35. Even if it is the slightest chance, I will fully grasp it and continue to grow stronger and evolve. Until it completely surpasses you. Ideal is full, the reality is very skinny. Su Feng nodded with a smile, but it didn't break Grimjiao's faith. Confidence is a good thing after all. I hope he can maintain this attitude in the days to come. Good luck. Su Feng waved his hand, brought Unohana Retsu, Yadomaru Lisa and Nilu, and continued to move in the direction of Suya Palace. Under the moonlit night, the four figures gradually drifted away. The size of Hueco Mundo exceeded Su Feng's expectations. In other words, the teleportation location set by Ni Yuli was a little too remote. When Su Feng and others looked at the huge palace like a city from afar, the surrounding sky had already entered noon. Finally reached, Yadomaru Lisa sighed, not in a good mood. Because she knew that the next battle might be far more intense than the previous one. Not surprisingly, she will still be like before, completely unable to join the battle, and even unable to bear the aftermath. Thinking of this, Yadomaru Lisa glanced at Unohana Retsu quietly. The previous battle scene under the moonlight really left a deep impression on her. The fighting style is like dancing, and the slaughter is displayed in a beautiful and elegant posture. It's as if Unohana Retsu's fight isn't a fight, it's pure art. And powerful than ever imagined. The broken faces with the 4-digit serial numbers arranged at the very front fell down after only a few minutes. Although it seems that not all died in the end, but also completely lost the ability to move. Apart from that, the power of Su Feng also refreshed Yadomaru Lisa's cognition again. If there were any doubts about the strongest Shinigami in Soul Society. After this, Hueco Mundo, trip, Yadomaru Lisa also stood on the side of the rumors, and her confidence in Su Feng was unprecedentedly firm. Let's go. Su Feng let Nilu lie on his shoulders and said indifferently. Go to the Void Knight Palace. Chapter 120 completed. Sign and task, Espada killed in seconds. Thousands of quantified Jillian swarms from the Guardian of the Night Palace, Rukongai, to the forest of Menos Grande. It took only a day or so to arrive here, and Aizen brought Su Feng a big surprise. Whether it is Rukongai or the Jillian group in the forest of Menos Grande. In his impression, they are not as powerful as the ones he encountered before. And these, as if Aizen made preparations for this. But obviously, these are just appetizers. The real highlight is still in the Palace of Void Knight. In a situation where Hogyoku has not yet reached a fully integrated state, how will Aizen greet him? To this, Su Feng was extraordinarily curious. The group officially stepped into the range of the Void Knight Palace. Although it was still a long way from the front, they could vaguely feel the increasing concentration of spirits around. As the former king of the Virtual Circle, Baragan has been operating in the Virtual Circle for 1,000 years. Although he has no greater ambitions, he also occupies 1/3 of his own land and, reluctantly, survives. If it wasn't for Aizen's arrival, Baragan still maintains his original appearance, living in his own Virtual Knight Palace. In this regard, the geographical location he chose was also one of the few areas in the Virtual Circle with a very high concentration of spirits. It's not inferior to the Underground Council, Yadomaru Lisa said softly. As we go deeper, the spiritual concentration has been climbing. At this rate, I'm afraid I won't get close to the Purity Pagoda soon. Su Feng knew it. As the residents of the original 46 rooms, the Purification Tower occupied an extremely important position in the previous Soul Society, and its spiritual concentration also reached the threshold under the construction of the Technology Development Bureau. The only one that can surpass the concentration of spirits in the Purity Pagoda area is the upper-level Spirit King Palace. However, after the 46th room was banned, the Purification Tower was also abolished. The original Underground Council Hall has been transformed into the executive room of the first team, and a large number of documents are piled up in it. Its original efficiency is also much higher. The only downside is that there are not enough staff. As a result, Yamamoto Uenujai transferred a lot of people from other teams. The Purification Tower has been dismantled, 99 Unohana Retsu said calmly. Some of the facilities were handed over to the 4th Division's quarters. As soon as this word comes out, it made Su Feng a little surprised. Unexpectedly, Yamamoto Uenujai was really broken. Seeing that the 46 rooms could not be reorganized, they directly demolished their residences. As for whether any of the nobles came out to make trouble, it is unknown. But think about it, no matter how strong the nobles are, they can't face Yamamoto Genryuzai head-on. The three of them talked and headed towards the Suya Palace, while Nilu was lying on Su Feng's shoulders, looking around curiously. For returning to this place, everything around her felt new and familiar. The inexplicable sense of familiarity also brought back some memories of the past. But at the same time, it also made her a little scared at this time, so she could only snuggle up beside Su Feng for some warmth. The seemingly long distance, under the speed of Shunpo of Su Feng and others, soon reached the front of the Void Knight Palace. The magnificent building is like a city wall, standing on the white sand. The door is closed. Su Feng smiled and said, "It seems that the host here does not welcome us." Then, Yadomaru Lisa was about to ask, but saw Su Feng reach out and put his hand on the tall portal. As Runaganka and Grimjow said, "We are the invaders." Naturally it is. Boom! The violent ghost seal beads formed in Su Feng's palm, and suddenly the portal in front of him completely burst, turning into countless fine rubble, splashing in all directions. Break in. 99 people stepped into it. Inside and outside the Suya Palace, there are completely two different scenery. Perhaps it borrowed the power of Hogyoku, or perhaps Aizen's own scientific attainments. In the Blood Shadow art, he created a new sky, just like another world. The complicated alleys and passages are like a maze, confusing everyone's judgment. And when Su Feng officially entered it, the sound of the system sounded timely. Open black lens bracket host has arrived at the check-in location. Check-in begins. Close black lens bracket. Sign-in completed. Close black lens bracket. Quest rewards are being distributed. With the surging power of wave, Su Feng's whole body surging like a tidal wave of materialization. And this scene naturally caught the attention of Unohana Retsu. Mr. Su Feng. Before she could finish speaking, she was interrupted by Su Feng reaching out. Don't worry, it's just a little accident. 39 as his voice fell, all the changes in his body returned to normal. Template progress. 50%, the new wave energy has been master. Dark sky wave eye, close black lens bracket. Currently master. Wave power, wave mark, advanced wave sword, wave burst, ghost seal bead, evil light slash, unparalleled wave, Fudo Mingwang formation, dark sky wave eye, close black lens bracket. And with the subsidence of the final strength, Su Feng's posture also changed insignificantly. Above the tightly closed eyes, a slight thunder light flashed away. Although it is very small, it is still noticed by Unohana Retsu, who is always watching Su Feng. Advertisement, Su Feng nodded and admitted, it is a trivial change caused by the increase in strength. Like Kurosaki Ichigo, after Master Bankai, the Deathlord outfit will also change to other styles. That's all. Even though he said so, the two still looked at him with strange eyes. Not this trivial change, it was because he was already incredibly strong, yet he was able to become stronger again. It's a little too outrageous indeed. Su Feng is naturally aware of his own changes. He has a hunch that when the Dark Skywave Eye is fully released, it may usher in a more complete change. To this, he was looking forward to it, the depths of the Virtual Knight Palace. Aizen sat in front of the light curtain, propped up his chin with his right hand, and looked at everything in front of him indifferently. Every move of Su Feng and the others was caught in their eyes. Are you still breaking in? Ichimaru Jin's soft voice appeared behind it. Looks like the Grimjow guy is a little bit more fortunate. No need for that, Silver. Aizen said quietly, we never put much hope in Grimjow, did we? As planned. Mr. Su Feng entered the Suya Palace with ease, like the master here. But unfortunately, he shook his head in disappointment and said softly, "This is not the time for us to meet. Follow the direction of his line of sight, not far from the research room in a tall petri dish." A crystal clear, blue-purple radiance gemstone was suspended. If Urahara Kazuki is here, he must be able to recognize that this is the Hobyoku he made. But it also raises doubts in the mind. Didn't Aizen incorporate Hobyoku into his body? The size of the Suya Palace is beyond everyone's imagination. The passages are intricate and intertwined, forming an extremely large-scale labyrinth hall. Go with your gut. Su Feng didn't care too much. The purpose of this trip has been achieved. As for whether it can face Aizen and fight with it, it's kind of hard to be sure. When they officially stepped into the passage, the darkness around them was immediately dispelled by the fire on the wall. Although it looks a bit shabby here, but under the construction of Aizen, it is also quite convenient. Boom! With the gradual deepening, the walls on both sides began to merge towards the middle, and even numerous dense spikes were attached to them. Its speed is even comparable to the captain-level Shunpo. Swish! Unohana Retsu drew the sword and sheathed it. The smooth movements seemed to have been practiced thousands of times. Just a breath of time. The spikes on the walls on both sides were all cut off and scattered in the passage. It's like the self-defense method of the Void Knight Palace. Su Feng deduced, Aizen is not so petty yet, and just as his voice fell, a golden slash erupted directly at the end of the passage. The walls were plowed out of deep ravines, and countless rubble scattered, as if to bury them here. Su Feng raised his hand, surrounded by waves of killing intent, and directly wiped out the slash, and engulfed the surrounding fallen gravel, turning all of them into spiritual suns. This clears a wider path directly, finally meet. Familiar voice, familiar figure, appeared in front of Su Feng again. With a height of just over 2 meters, with the round neck on his back, the person who came in made him look taller. The giant sickle was waving in the air, making bursts of restless sounds. Espada fifth, Neutra Gilga. Do not. Su Feng recalled the intelligence provided by Grimjow and thoughtfully. Aranello. Aranello put the scythe on his shoulder, faced Su Feng with a more tyrannical expression, and said loudly. That's right, it's my uncle, Urahara Su Feng. Your disgusting face has been lingering in my uncle's memory. This time, I must chop you into minced meat. Katakana middle. Flowers compared to Neutra. This guy's breath is more violent, and emotionally, it is also the most negative part of Metastasia and Neutra. Advertisement. Perhaps it was the reason that it devoured too many other spiritual bodies, which caused this guy to completely lose his character. Even most memories are tangled in the brain, so that Aranello maintained the appearance of Neutra even in his usual posture. It's really sad. Su Feng shook his head regretfully. Should I call you Aranello or Neutra? Of course Noi. B******************. D. Of course Aranello, 35. He also seemed to be aware of the abnormality, and although he corrected it quickly, Su Feng was still aware of it. Poor test subject. Su Feng raised his palm, as if a hurricane was forming in his palm. End your miserable life. The majestic blue energy is converging and is forced to be compressed into a small ball, and the chaotic energy circuit wanders around irregularly. After the template progress reached 50%, Su Feng's control of his own power has reached a new level. Just like the ghost seal beads he is currently casting. From the outside, it looks like a dazzling gem. From a certain point of view, it even has a certain similarity with Hobyoku. Damn it. 9. Aranello held a sickle and pointed at Su Feng. Don't underestimate this uncle. An aura of tyranny followed. He opened his mouth suddenly, and the 5 on the tip of his tongue was particularly striking. 0. The golden spiritual pressure gathered on it, condensed into a small ball, and then turned into a burst of light, sweeping the surrounding dust and lacing towards Su Feng. The whistling sound oscillated, and the farther walls seemed to be shaking, and countless dust fell rustling. Followed. Su Feng also pushed out the ghost seal bead in the palm of his hand and attacked Sero head-on. Boom. 2 colors of light burst through the passage, and dozens of walls collapsed one after another under the impact of the aftermath. You seem to be getting stronger, Su Feng said seriously. Neutra. Of course. I am not now. Araniero was furious. B**********************************************************************************************************. I must kill you. Pray, holy crying mantis. The golden spiritual pressure rose into the sky, almost opening the sky cover of the Suya Palace. It is exactly the same as Neutra's return blade, but it is much stronger in momentum. Aranello didn't just devour Neutra and Metastasia. He is the only Jillian among the Espadas, devoured Menos Grande, countless. On the spiritual pressure, it also seems quite terrifying. However, this guy's fighting style is not as despicable as Neutra's. When the light fades away, Aranello held 6 double crescent-shaped sickles with crescent-shaped horns, crossing from the temple, and his tyrannical eyes looked cruelly at Su Feng. Welcome to death. There was no hesitation, and he was even fighting by instinct. Before he finished speaking, he took a step forward, like an arrow from a string, and quickly approached Su Feng's side. The double crescent-shaped sides waved in the sky, turning into a death storm, sweeping everything around, and even sucking the air away. The sturdy ground was cracking open one after another, and dust and sand were flying. The storm of death rolled back towards Su Feng, blocking all angles of evasion. Face such an attack. Su Feng's expression didn't change at all, he just stepped forward and slashed horizontally. The power of wave is like a spiral, surrounding the blade. When the sound of gold and iron interlaced echoed in the broken passage. Aranillo looked at Su Feng with a grim face, and said sharply, "Look, 55. My uncle blocked your attack, next, it's time for you to die." Puff the blood erupted like a fountain, swaying in the dust. Aranillo's pupils shrank suddenly, and his hideous expression changed into a look of fear. How is this possible? He looked at the neat slits above the 6 sickles in astonishment. The familiar fear once again occupied his heart. "You're getting stronger," Su Feng said indifferently, "but have you ever thought about? I'm stronger too." At this time, Aranillo, who has the strongest steel skin in Espada, was cut off by Su Feng, and blood was splattered. In fear, Aranillo only felt that his eyes were gradually shrouded in darkness, and he completely lost consciousness. Another Espada, dead. And, Chapter 121, The Unreasonable Face, and Aizen's Plan. Aranillo is the 9th in the former Espada and the only Jillian in the broken Espada. In terms of strength alone, it is completely unranked in Espada. But because of his special abilities, he has some infinite possibilities for evolution. It's just that the speed of evolution is a little slow. Even if it integrates all of Neutra, even including the more than 30,000 phantoms he devoured, it is still at the limit of phantoms. Be precise. It is the limit of his own soul. Su Feng believed that Aizen had high expectations for this guy. Trying to make it a new force, an equal existence enough to be on an equal footing with him. After all, being a Jillian, being able to join the Espada is no small miracle. But even so, the so-called infinite evolution is based on the upper limit of its own soul. In the long run, Kui Virtual has become a joke. Let's go, years. Su Feng said calmly, this guy should have made a fool of himself and came here to die. He wasn't finished yet. In the collapsed passage, new changes suddenly appeared. The black aura, like frozen raindrops, was constantly gathering from the air, underground, and sky. As if a slow rain fell in reality. Su Feng stopped, his expression was a little dignified, and a faint thunderlight appeared above his slightly closed eyes. The black aura is constantly gathering, merging in the middle direction. Under everyone's astonished expressions, a portal inlaid with 2 huge skeletons appeared in front. Their skeleton heads were pinned to both sides, and the skeleton claws were tightly attached to the doorframe, exuding an extremely dangerous atmosphere. There is no decoration on the door, except for the gorgeous and deep ones that can swim in the 7 or 80 amount. Only 2 simple sentences are inlaid with skeletons. But it was this scene that made Unohana Retsu, who has always been calm, startled. Door of Hell. Yadomaru Lisa was even more startled by the scene in front of her. She covered her face and lost her voice, and she was unable to speak for a while. Scenes that have never appeared, are only seen in records. Legend, Zanpakuto washes away sins. Seeing that Su Feng did not move, Unohana Retsu calmed down a little and explained, but those who sinned deeply in their lifetime should fall into hell. Obviously, this broken-faced Espada named Aranillo has this condition. Heard. Su Feng's heart moved slightly, and naturally he also remembered relevant information. The gates of hell are not just for the sinners to fall into, as Unohana Retsu said. In fact, existence above the captain, the reason for the team burial ceremony is entirely because the Soul Society cannot decompose their souls, so that the Reiki completely returns to the Soul Society. So, that is, a team funeral ceremony is needed, and it is classified into hell. About this, Su Feng has already got a positive answer. When the gate of hell in front of him opened, the black chains that spread from it, as well as the breath of countless strong men, were clearly perceived by him. That is, captains who have always died, become stronger. There is a corresponding price to be paid. Let those souls who have lost their place of return because of their pursuit of their own strength and have nowhere to turn to fall into hell. Only then can redemption be obtained, but this does not hold true for Su Feng. Want to take away the existence I killed? Su Feng's calm voice revealed a trace of untraceable excitement. Even if you are the rules of this world, you will never be allowed. I pronounce sentence, Araniero Ururueri, deserved eternal death. The voice fell. Terrifying killing intent spread under Su Feng's feet, completely covering Aranillo's body in an instant. It was as if 110,000 years had passed. Aranillo's corpse was sanding and disappearing at a speed visible to the naked eye. It is only a breath of time, and even the soul no longer exists. Everything in Aranillo was completely erased, and there was no concept of the spiritual level. When the gate of hell opened, in the deep darkness, there were countless black chains floating around. They seemed to be searching for the target, looking for the sinful person who was brought into hell this time. Seeing that with the complete elimination of Aranillo, the chains have also lost their goals. The roar came from the depths of hell. As if there were countless howls and roars erupting, the majestic black aura was rushing from the gate of hell. In an instant, the black aura completely enveloped the collapsed passage. Volatility erupts. A silent roar erupted in Su Feng's palm, and the terrifying attack instantly dissipated the black aura and disappeared. Advertisement: a more sinister skeleton appeared above Su Feng's head. The skeleton arms on both sides of it seemed to embrace the world, covering the collapsed passage. I can think that. Su Feng faced the wide-open gate of hell with the thunder in his eyes. Are you provoking me? With these words, the black aura converged in the abyss and reintegrated into hell. And when the skeletons glowed red on the 2 gates of hell. The gate of hell also quietly closed towards the middle, and finally returned to nothingness, completely disappearing in front of everyone. Compared to its grandeur when it appeared, the convergence at the time of disappearance seems a little rushed. What is this? Su Feng was somewhat dissatisfied, fleeing without fighting. 9. For hell. He still has some ideas, since hell will be due to the increase in the number of captains sent to it, resulting in an overall imbalance. Does that mean that it can be artificially imbalanced? After the imbalance, what kind of attitude will these so-called captain-level powerhouses appear in the world? Hate, guard, or neutral? Su Feng is unknown, but he is very curious. With his current strength, can he completely surrender to hell? However, with the persecution of the gate of hell, this idea can only exist in my mind. Leave it for later, there will always be a chance. Su Feng's current strength, but there is still a lot of room for improvement. The black aura floating around, like raindrops, also disappeared. Once again integrated into the ground, there is no trace of existence. Face this situation. Yadomaru Lisa on one side was completely dumbfounded, and even Unohana Retsu, who was always calm, also looked at Su Feng with unexpected eyes. There seems to be a ray of light in his eyes, like a clear spring in the mountains. Never mind. Su Feng waved his hand and motioned the three to follow him. Leave it for future opportunities, and then study it. 55. The depths of the virtual night palace. Aizen watched the scene just now with interest. Whether it is the death of Aranillo, or the opening of the gate of hell, they are all in sight. It is precisely because of this scene that happened. Only just now made him more firm in his thoughts. What a dangerous guy. Aizen put his hands on the armrests and tapped his fingers lightly, making a rhythmic sound. This way of thinking about things was learned from Su Feng. The rhythmic sound makes it easy for its thinking to enter a logical state, so that it is easier to find the source of the problem. A long time. The sound stopped abruptly. Silver. Lord Aizen. Ichimaru Jin appeared in the research room at that time. Are you ready for the special black accent? Well, wasn't it already ready when Su Feng and the others entered, Hueco Mundo? Ichimaru Jin said with a smile. As for the location on the coordinates, it was determined at the number 36 block of Sōkyoku City in the present world. Are we going? Aizen looked at the screen ahead. Su Feng and others on it were constantly moving towards the deeper part of the Void Night Palace. The corners of his mouth raised slightly, and his smile was full of danger. Since Mr. Su Feng has given his means, then, of course, we can't fall behind. Let's go to the present world, after the gates of hell disappear. Su Feng and others are moving deeper. As for whether Aizen is still in the Palace of Void Night, he has no hope. The door has already been opened, but it has not yet appeared. There must be other plans to carry out. However, if you come to the Suya Palace once, and there is no greater gain, doesn't it mean that it is a waste of time? So ever. At the suggestion of Su Feng, prepare to clean up the Night Palace and discuss the replacement of the King of Hueco Mundo. As they crossed the end of the hallway, several figures appeared in the brightest place in front. It's broken again. Yadomaru Lisa noticed the strange appearance of the other party. Compared with the enemies he encountered before, the broken faces that appeared this time were obviously not as strong as before. However, compared with the spiritual pressure alone, it is also an existence that cannot be underestimated. Advertisement, the subordinates of the Broken Espada. Su Feng identified some of them, especially the chief subordinate officer who belonged to Baragan. A pervert named Charlotte Kurufeng. Just observing these guys with fluctuating perception almost made Su Feng unbearable. No passage here. Under the vast space, stone pillars with white stone texture stand around, supporting the sky cover and reflecting the soft light. The digital subordinate officers, holding a blade and surrounded by Ryotsu, responded to Su Feng and others in a fighting stance. The leader is a broken face who does not belong to any Espada. Purple wavy braids, purple eyes, and under the eyes on both sides of the cheeks, there are drop-shaped marks. Once belonged to Espada's broken face, active number 105. Tiruti Sandovich. Invader, your journey is over. Tiruti looked at everyone disdainfully with arrogant eyes. I, the great Tiruti Sandovich, will lead the crowd to break the face, and grant you death. Faced with such arrogant words, even Su Feng couldn't help but be surprised. Don't you notice the previous battle? Su Feng believes that the battle that broke out before has at least disturbed the entire Suya Palace. Don't say it's broken, even the dog that Yami raised should know how terrifying this battle is. Without Espada leading the way, where did these broken faces come from to stand in front of them? Damn it, I saw doubt in your eyes, open close. She cursed in a low voice and looked behind the broken face. A figure sprang out of it and pressed its backhand on the white stone pillar next to it. Immediately after, a dark ray of light bloomed on the stone pillars, like silk threads, directly enclosing the space completely. Under darkness, Su Feng could clearly perceive the weakening of the surrounding spirits, as if being swallowed by some unknown creature. Or even completely deprived. Although I disdain that guy, this is still his creation. Tiruti said unhappily. Zael Aporo had already set up traps here long before you invaded. 35. After entering here, the spiritual power will be completely restrained. In his words, it is to create a space similar to a murderous stone structure. Although I, Tiruti, don't know what a murderous stone is. Down with these words. Su Feng also understood where their courage came from. Didn't Aizen tell them? I never use psychic powers. The wave-like power of the tide rushed out with Su Feng as the center and pressed down in all directions. As if 10,000 tons of seawater smashed around the broken faces fiercely. Boom! The terrifying oppressive force seemed to completely evacuate the air on all sides, and all the broken faces were slapped on the ground by a straight 1.9. In just a moment, they all fell to the ground. Even more unbearable, the body seems to be twisted. The weakest broken face can't even breathe, and even every beat of the heart seems to let them see death beckoning. They looked up with difficulty, trying to beg for mercy to Shinigami in front of them. But just a small movement almost consumed all of their strength, and the depths of their brains were even more blank. Their whole body was soaked in cold sweat, and under the pale complexion, they were already occupied by extreme fear. Endless despair, like countless insects, madly gnawed at their hearts. This moment, the broken faces recalled the endless emptiness in their hearts when they became Menos Grande. More terrifying oppression is coming. As if the sky was falling, a strong force captured their hearts. Boom! A dull crack sounded from a broken face, at once. He completely lost his vitality and consciousness and fell into endless death. And this seems to be just the beginning. One broken face after another, under Su Feng's suffocating burst of fluctuations, was stripped of its vitality. Until all died. The present, Sōkyoku City, the top of an old apartment in the far north, above the blue sky. The clear sky suddenly shattered and was torn apart like a curtain. Broken gap, showing irregular sawtooth. Two figures slowly walked out of it. The long-lost present. Aizen glanced at the city below with a smile, and finally settled on the old-style apartment. As well as Completebringers, Chapter 122. I feel sad from my heart. In an old apartment, Tsukishima Shukiro, who was holding a book, suddenly raised his head and looked at the sky. The originally calm expression showed a hint of shock. He couldn't understand. What kind of existence is this? Why did it come directly to the sky above Execution's headquarters without him noticing it? If it wasn't for the squinting man beside him who had leaped a little Ryotsu, he may not be able to realize its existence until the other party walks in front of him. Highest alert. Tsukishima Shukiro reminds the others in the old-style apartment. Foreign enemy invasion. Identify the enemy as Shinigami. As his voice fell, several figures flew out of the old-style apartment and landed on the roof. Oh, Aizen looked at the figure that suddenly appeared and greeted with a smile. First meet. Introduce yourself, Aizen Sosuke. The moment they heard the name, the members of Execution fell into shock. Although they are not Shinigami, they are Fullbringers. However, as the leader of the Execution organization, Ginjong Kongo is the first-generation agent Shinigami, and naturally has a channel to obtain information from the Soul Society. Because of this, just now they knew how terrifying and difficult the man in front of them was. An existence that plays the entire Soul Society in the palm of your hand. Aizen Sosuke. Ginjo Kongo's plan is only the beginning, and has not yet been fully developed and implemented. With vigilant eyes, he looked up at the sky and said in a low voice, "You come to find us. What's the purpose?" Purpose? Aizen looked down at everyone, his smile never changed from beginning to end. Even if the other party's emotions have gradually moved to extremes under vigilance. Don't look at me that way. Aizen opened his palm, as if the world was under his control. Blubbering will only make you weaker, and just as he speaks. The strange and subtle Ryotsu had already acted on him. Aizen could clearly perceive that his memory was being tampered with. It's like a book that is being drawn and written at will. How offensive. 35 Aizen lifted his chin lightly, letting the other party use his full-bloom ability. Can it be considered that you are declaring war on me? Tsukishima Hidakuro's complexion changed slightly, looking a bit sinister, and he whispered in surprise. How come? Full Bear still works, but the power seems to be divided. It's like, Aizen took his words and continued. It's like painting on a false thing. No matter how the nib is drawn, or the color of the paint, the essence cannot be changed. Buzz one by one the bodies of the Completebringers suddenly sank, and their expressions were extremely difficult to see. It seems that there are endless mountains falling directly on them. The air was shaking, and the space was twisting. A terrifying Ryotsu erupted in the sky above Sōkyoku City. Above the sky, cloudy clouds rolled up, as if a storm was about to come. Aizen looked down at the Fullbringers expressionlessly, with a calm tone, as if telling the simplest thing. What kind of attitude will your essence be? 39. Right now. As far away as the Urahara store in Karakura town. In the research room in the underground space, Urahara Kazuki was adding a more unknown form of liquid to the inside of some unknown liquid, and suddenly he shook his hand and directly crushed the two test tubes. He looked in the direction of Sōkyoku City with a serious expression, regardless of the strange color on his hands. A low murmur echoed in the research room. It's a big deal. How could this guy appear in this world? Soul Society, Technology Development Bureau. Bujo is operating the Lingbo detection device, routinely observes the current Lingbo every day, and prepares the upload and analysis of the data. Advertisement, however, just as he was pounding hard on the keyboard in front of him. A huge red dot appeared on the front screen. Its range is almost the size of the entire city. A harsh alarm sound and a dazzling red light erupted in the research room. The movement was so great that it was even worse than the last time when he invaded by misfortune. This Reiki. Cold sweat fell from Bujo's smooth forehead, and the originally steady hands were shaking uncontrollably at this moment. This spiritual pressure. He murmured to himself, an absolute major event, far exceeding the Shutaro level of the first level alert. It must be reported to the first team immediately. Bujo was extremely flustered, and crawled to the communication room while still talking to himself. Sinner Aizen Sosuke has appeared in the present-day Kaihara city. Soon. The news spread throughout Seirei, and the most urgent captain meeting was also held at the first time. Several figures shuttled at high speed in the sky above Seirei. Together they went to the most central location, the first team building. The present. In Sakihara City. When Aizen's voice fell, the fullbenders were already aware of the abnormality. And this also caused some of the more violent guys to attack him without hesitation. Several fulfillment agents emerged from the hands of their respective masters. In just an instant, they completed the transformation of Fullbloom, turning into beings with different postures, offsetting Aizen's terrifying oppression like a torrent with wild Ryotsu. What a peculiar existence. 35 Aizen commented softly, Silver, what do you think of them? Ichimaru Jin squinted his eyes, blue light flashed in them, and smirked like a fox. Something like the liberation of Zanpakuto. 99, no, or rather, it should be more like the return of the broken faces. Aizen faced the Fullbringers again, and a calm voice sounded. Strength ends in the same path, and finally leads to the road of unity, 39. But before that, the experience was different, and it was a different feeling. Such a contemptuous gesture naturally aroused the anger of the crowd. Ginjo Kongo held the cross gallows in both hands, and a dazzling lavender light erupted from it, illuminating the entire sky directly. You're in my understanding of the word strength. Aizen stretched out one hand, it's actually a world of difference. The violent slash fell directly on the palm of his hand, leaving no trace at all. Ginjo Kugo's pupils shrank suddenly and looked at Aizen with disbelief. I saw that his palm exerted a little force, and it was the slash formed by the huge amount of spiritual pressure. Crushed. Aizen smiled, his eyes lowered, and he said softly, the gap is actually such a huge gap, 39. 90 of Hado black coffin, black torrents spread from below. As if the erosion of shadows after sunset, above the border of the old apartment, climbed. It was so fast that it didn't even have time to react. Countless black crossed swords stand out on it, penetrating it all. The sound of tearing flesh and blood continued in the black coffin, like an absolute sound. As the strongest person, Ginjo Kongo forcibly used his Shinigami power and the power of Fullbloom to fuse to increase his upper limit of strength. At the same time, he was able to avoid the key points under the cover of others. When the other members activated their abilities one after another, they suddenly discovered that their abilities were directly ineffective under the shroud of black coffin. Except for the pure power of Ryotsu, everything else is ineffective. Did you notice it? Aizen looked at them calmly and said indifferently, Fullbringers are very powerful. In many ways, even Shinigami can't do it, but the strength of the ability does not mean the strength of the strength. When you can't have strong strength to protect yourself, strong ability will only become a burden. After his last words were finished, all the members except Ginjo Kugo were completely covered by the black torrent, which was completely penetrated by thousands of swords and blades, annihilated. The rest are just broken bodies. Also, there's an untraceable vitality. Aizen didn't want them dead now because he had other work to do. It's over. 35 Aizen looked at Kugo Ginjo in the sky. Why? Ginjo Kongo hated Aizen with a painful look on his face, as if to dig out his cramps. There is no enmity between us. Even I've been thinking about subverting Shinigami, subverting Soul Society. Aizen nodded thoughtfully, and actually explained this question seriously. Advertisement, as you said, there is no enmity between you and me. But you have what I want. 35. What? The light on the gallows of Ginjo Kongo was uncertain, symbolizing his unstable emotions. The power of fullness. Aizen took out a test tube in his arms, and there was a silver light in it. Or, the power of the Spirit King. As soon as the words were finished, a more terrifying Ryotsu immediately covered Ginjo Kongo's body. This caused him to subconsciously raise Zanpakuto to deal with it, and at the same time resist with the Ryotsu of his entire body, in order to reduce the pressure on himself. Damn it. Ginjo Kongo's forehead bulged with blue veins, and the muscles on his arms were knotted, making his whole person seem like a monster. Don't underestimate people too much. A dazzling light erupted from the cross gallows, and a huge beam of light rose into the sky, heading straight for Aizen. This was the strongest attack that he made with all his strength, even under the condition of overdrawing his vitality. Ginjo Kongo believed that with such an attack, even the captain-level Shinigami would suffer serious injuries and lose his combat effectiveness. In this way, he has a chance to escape. That's right, run away. After hearing about Aizen's deeds, Ginjo Kongo never wanted to stand on the opposite side of this guy. Especially when the other party sent Kido, which almost destroyed the entire execution organization. A huge amount of Ryotsu, which was even more terrifying than before, almost emptied it directly. Boom. Countless rays of light exploded directly in front of Aizen, splashing in all directions, like a jet of fireworks. How come? Ginjo Kongo's eyes widened, almost unable to believe what was happening in front of him. Bright white light appeared above Aizen's eyes, forming a defensive barrier similar to splitting void in front of him. Single shield. A move developed with the power of Hogyoku. Its powerful defensive power can even ignore captain-level slashes. And when Aizen poured more Rishu into it, its defensive power was so terrifying that it was no longer a mere Ginchung Kongo that could break 780. Oh, that's scary. Standing beside Aizen, Ichimaru Jin spoke in an exaggerated tone. I didn't expect that even an attack of this magnitude would be unable to defeat Aizen-sama, 35. Although his tone seemed to be complimenting, a trace of untraceable sadness flashed in the depths of his eyes. Just like predicting the fate of the future, Aizen disappeared in place, and when he reappeared, he was already by Ginjo Kongo's side. The test tube glowing with silver light was opened by him, and all the liquid in it was poured onto his left hand. With the help of your research again, Urahara Kazuki. Aizen's eyes swept to the other side. With a tone that seemed to be chatting with an old friend, the figure hidden in the dark came out of the darkness. About soul foreign body extraction medium. Urahara Kazuki stood calmly above the distant sky, staring at Aizen with icy eyes. I don't recall it having the effect of extracting the power of Fullbring. As early as when he noticed the outbreak of Aizen's spiritual pressure, he put down all the work at hand and came to Saihara City for the first time. And, through the combination of the black cloak and the number 26 curved light, hide in the dark and observe Aizen's every move. But it was unexpected. With only a slight fluctuation of Ryatsu, Aizen captured the hidden self. Just a small change. As Aizen spoke, he had already stretched his silvery palm into Ginjo Kongo's chest. And Ginjo Kongo, who had almost exhausted all his Ryatsu, could only watch this scene helplessly. Watching Aizen drain his Fullbring power away. With the loss of strength, he collapsed to the ground weakly, without the slightest strength to stand up. As for the remaining members of execution, Aizen followed suit, and they all seized the power of full existence. At this time, whether they live or die, it has nothing to do with Aizen. Urahara Kazuki squinted at everything in front of him and stood there, as if indifferent. Not that he didn't want to stop Aizen, but relying on him alone, he can't do this step at all. Even if all the forces in the world add up, they can't stop Aizen from doing what he wants to do. The gap is often so huge. Aizen stored the power of Fullbloom that he had captured in a specially made test tube. To devour and fuse it at a distance, a further small purification is required. He put away the test tube and stared straight at Urahara Kazuki in the distance with an indifferent gaze. Existing like this for you. I feel sad from the bottom of my heart. Chapter 123. The Battle of Guarding the Void Knight Palace. Sorrow, Urahara Kazuki repeated the word with a complex expression. At the same time, he looked up at Aizen, looked directly into the other person's eyes, and tried to detect the emotional change from them. But unfortunately, Urahara Kazuki failed. He could not observe any fluctuations in Aizen's mood. Those indifferent eyes are like a goddess aloof, in this situation. Urahara Kazuki naturally did not want to say anything more to him. Simple remarks have no effect on Aizen, though you can't stop your actions. He looked up at Aizen, but if you don't do anything, it would be too much to say. And the moment he finished speaking, Aizen disappeared directly in front of him, and when he reappeared, he was already holding Zanpakuto and directly piercing his chest cavity. Why am I not? 35 in the calm voice, Aizen was afraid of him. As a fuser of Hogyoku, Aizen is well aware of the upper limits of Urahara Kazuki's various research abilities. And because of this, he did not hesitate to act when Urahara Kazuki appeared. But before Aizen could draw out the blade, Urahara Kazuki, who was pierced by it, exploded like a balloon. A surprised expression appeared on Aizen's face for the first time. Interesting means. He retracted Zanpakuto, it's hidden from my perception. It's just that. Before Aizen could finish speaking, the real Urahara Kazuki appeared beside him, pressing one hand on his back. Bakudo number 61. 6 light prisons. The Ryatsu burst out, and the light overflowed from the palm of the hand, turning into a 6 paths light sheet that bound Aizen's limbs. This level of Bakudo shouldn't be the means you use. Aizen's eyes were like the sun, emitting a scorching light. As you wish. Urahara Kazuki lowered his bucket hat to prevent it from being blown away by the screeching wind in the sky. Bakudo number 63. Chains of locks. Bakudo number 79. The 9 lights binding. The thick chains flowed out of his cane, like a light snake, flying towards Aizen and bound him tightly. 9 black spiritual bodies broke through the limitation of space and appeared in front, back, left, and right of Aizen, strongly suppressing his spiritual pressure. This moment, Aizen was literally fixed in place, unable to move. Since you want to see it, Urahara Kazuki said calmly, that's as you wish. 35. 1,000 hands, the unreachable dark hand. The archer in the sky that cannot be reflected, the light is scattered on the road, and the wind of the seeds is fanned. When they gather together, there is no need to be confused. He was standing high in the sky, his cane pointed directly in the direction of Aizen. Countless scorching bullets like water droplets were suspended around it, and the powerful spiritual pressure evacuated all the surrounding spiritual children to condense them. Aizen's eyes widened slightly, finally showing a stunned expression. He didn't think so. Urahara Kazuki is so decisive and has such a strong fighting ability. He, who has never shown strong combat effectiveness, seems to be subconsciously ignored by others. Just think Urahara Kazuki is just a researcher, but the starting point of this idea is itself wrong. Scientific research requires an extremely intelligent mind, and after possessing this mind, things like cultivation, which are based on logic, naturally come naturally. Urahara Kazuki's power far exceeded Aizen's expectations. Following what I said, light bullets, 8 body, 9 articles, heavenly scripture, fast treasure, great wheel, grey turret. Draw the bow into the distance and dissipate brightly. The cane in his hand burst into a dazzling light, making the sky darken. Hato's 91,000 Shan Jiao Ocean Elimination Cannon. The droplet-shaped light bullets stretched and turned into a cone-like attacking stance. Under the control of Urahara Kazuki, they all landed on Aizen's body. Boom! A violent explosion occurred in the sky of Sōkyoku City, and the violent wind broke out at this moment, sweeping towards all directions. As if a hurricane was formed, the clouds in the sky rolled back and flew towards the distance, or turned into clouds and filled the surroundings. It's like the formation of a sun. Even if it is separated by dozens of kilometers, the dazzling light can still be seen. Hato, number 91, who was doing his best, tried his best to show his own terrifying outbreak. Even Ichimaru Jin, who was watching the battle from a distance, couldn't help but gasp in amazement. Is this the researcher's combat capability? Oh, it looks really scary enough. By the way, is Aizen-sama really going to be alright? Even though he said so, there was no sign of worry on Ichimaru Jin's face. Advertisement. He was more expecting Aizen to be completely dealt with by Urahara Kazuki. Although this possibility, almost slim, the light faded and Aizen, who was bound in place, also appeared again. It is regrettable. He was not seriously injured as Urahara Kazuki had expected, and it was difficult to see the appearance of the injury even from the outside. I'm sorry, Urahara Kazuki. Aizen smiled and walked out of the burst of light. Hogyoku has approved my will. Although I'm still far from reaching the limit, I can feel that I am constantly getting stronger. It's just such a small trick, it has no effect on me. Launch Shunpo. Like teleportation. Aizen disappeared on the edge of the light, approaching Urahara Kazuki's side. If it was someone else, I might expect to fight for a while longer. His voice, appearing behind Urahara Kazuki, can face you with endless means. Let's end the fight as soon as possible. Aizen held the blade, and the reiki pressed down, slashing directly at Urahara Kazuki's body. But just as it was about to fall, Aizen's body suddenly froze, as if he was nailed to the spot, unable to move anymore. You after getting Hogyoku. Urahara Kazuki held up the fisherman's hat that had been swayed by the wind, and explained, I have completely lost my vigilance and prudence. Although it is powerful in this form, it lacks the awe of the outside world. The Ryotsu vent above your hands was sealed by me with Kido, you. I will be burned to ashes from my body by my own spiritual pressure. Boom. An explosion far exceeding the power of the previous Chianshu Jiao Ocean Cannon exploded above the sky, forming a beam of light that penetrated the heavens and the earth, tearing the ground below, turning into an abyss-like horror scene. Such movement. Naturally, it also attracted the attention of other people in this world. Kurosaki Ichigo and Kurosaki Ishin in Karakura Town, Ishida Ryujin of the Pure Blood Quince, Masked Army of Naruki City, etc. They rushed in the direction of Sōkyoku City at the fastest speed. When Aizen walked out of the light, he showed a slightly embarrassed posture, which showed that Urahara Kazuki's method still had a certain effect. However, this effect is extremely limited. I think I have attached great importance to you, but I didn't expect it to be a little too underestimated. Aizen looked in the direction of Karakura Town in the distance, and several powerful Ryotsu were coming towards him. There is a spoiler. Then see you later. He appeared beside Ichimaru Jin, his eyes still on Urahara Kazuki. I believe the next time we meet, my strength should surprise you even more. Silver, let's go. Ichimaru Jin pulled out Zanpakuto, the blade fell on the empty space beside him, and darkness spread. The sky was torn apart, revealing the deep black cavity in it. Urahara Kazuki did not stop the two from leaving. Because he is very clear, when the individual strength reaches a certain limit, the advantage in quantity will disappear. Just relying on the words of Kurosaki Ichigo and others. At the current stage, it is impossible to be Aizen's opponent. It's just an increase in casualties. Kazuki, what happened? Kurosaki Ishin appeared beside Urahara Kazuki for the first time, looking at the scene in front of him with a shocked expression. A huge gulf appeared on the level ground. As a result, the buildings on both sides collapsed, turning into ruins and covering them. Urahara Kazuki glanced at it with complicated eyes, and the people who kept coming, stated in a low tone. Aizen just came. Regarding the fact that Aizen appeared in this world and seized the power of forbearance of all members of execution. Su Feng and others in Hueco Mundo did not know. After ending Tiruti, who was guarding the trap, they continued to march deeper into the Nether Palace. And their every move, naturally, it is also seen by other espadas. Master Aizen has left. Hueco Mundo. Ulquiorra faithfully carried out what Aizen told him before he left. With regard to the treatment of the invaders, he completely delegated it to you. Either besiege or fight alone. His indifferent gaze swept across the faces of the other espadas. Even if you run away from fear of death, Aizen-sama won't blame you. Advertisement in Ulquiorra's voice, there was a hint of lowness. The intruder this time is a little too powerful, 99. For Su Feng's performance, although some specific circumstances, they are not known. But since Grimjow, Arenillo and Zael Aporo lost contact, the espadas began to pay attention to the strength of the invaders. So he came to the conference room to observe it. Then came the terrifying scene in which Su Feng burst out the power of oppression and crushed all the broken faces to death. To such an extent, the espadas here, although they think they can do it. But that is when you need to do your best and face a bad face alone. Compared with what Su Feng has done, it is completely different, not on the same level. Aizen-sama gave me a new life. Zamari said with a frenzied expression, We should obey Aizen-sama's orders and swear to guard the Suya Palace. Kill the invaders and wait for the return of Aizen-sama. As the most fanatical member of Espada, Zamari Ruro, Espada's 7th, has the most unquestionable loyalty to Aizen. Even Ulquiorra is inferior. When hearing this, everyone could not help but look at this guy with strange eyes. To be able to say such a thing, I'm afraid it's not that the brain is stupid to be steadied by Zealapuro. Aizen didn't take you to heart, you look loyal, who are you doing it for? Although he was sullen in his heart, he did not express it in the end. Anyway, Suya Palace is also their territory. If Shinigami was allowed to go in and out of it, his face would really be rubbing against the ground. My suggestion is to do it together, Espada's 3rd Tia Hannibal calmly analyzed. The target of the other party is unknown for the time being, but it may have something to do with Aizen-sama. But just because of the behavior along the way, we will not let each other out. Shinigami and Shu have a relationship similar to that of natural enemies. For Hannibal's words, everyone did not mean to refute. If you let them defeat them one by one, the demise of the Suya Palace will be imminent. Hannibal's voice was low. At the moment, the only option is to take the initiative. Sarah, it's really troublesome. Espada's first Coyote Stark slumped lazily in his chair, completely unwilling to participate in the discussion. I just want to sleep now. Years, although it is, Zhao Qian's, Espada first, it is the most uncontested in character. Intruders only. 35 Baragan Louisenbaron made a dull and dignified voice, and there was a tyranny in his slightly opened one eye. Just kill them all. Humph. The burly Yami gave a cruel laugh, and there was a white air rising between his teeth. This powerful Shinigami, I'm curious about the taste of his soul. I must let me eat him. Ulquiorra looked at the others indifferently and said calmly. Since everyone has the same goal, 99, then get ready to go. Ulquiorra has done his best to play his part as a loyal communicator. His purpose was also successfully achieved. The rest of the Espada are ready to join hands and face the invaders together. In the corridor of Suya Palace, the footsteps of Su Feng and others echoed in the empty corridor. The surrounding fire does not seem to be lit, only the light at the very front became the only light source in the corridor. Do not know why, the surrounding atmosphere became more and more depressed. Even Nilu, who was the weakest at the moment, looked around cautiously, for fear that a broken face would emerge from nowhere. When they reached the end of the corridor, a wider space appeared in front of everyone. Everything in front of him seems to have been specifically broadened by the space Kido. Standing here, it is as if you are in the city of this world. Blue sky, high sun looking at the endless plains and rolling peaks. As well as, above the sky, looking down at the crowd, the Six Paths figure is pure. A vast sea-like spiritual pressure, like an abyss, descends into this space. Broken face Espada, see above, chapter 124 Arrogance is also a sin. Is it these guys? Baragan sat on the throne, looking down at Su Feng and the others with disdain. I seem to feel the familiar Ryotsu from that little guy. Stark stared, and looked at Nilu, who was lying on Su Feng's shoulder, with suspicion. It was her, former Espada 3rd, Nelly L. Duodisi Vanki. Framed by Neutra and Zael Aporo teaming up to break the mask and lose power. Although he is very salty on weekdays, Stark seems to know a lot of secrets in the Void Knight Palace. Then he was thrown out of the Void Knight Palace by Neutra. I thought I was dead, but I didn't expect it to be like this. It's surprising. Zamari looked down in disdain and said in a cold voice. Now this guy has thrown himself into the enemy's camp. As a traitor, the only fate should be to accept death with ease. Hannibal did not speak, but stared at Nilu with serious eyes, as if seeing his own shadow on her body. The same as the 3rd for Espada. The two are very similar in terms of fate and character. So that when Hannibal saw Nilu, he rarely had any idea of fighting. Even want to let it out of the battlefield, so as not to be affected. 50Z. Su Feng smiled sideways and said, Protect Lasanilu, 35. Hear this. Yunohana Retsu hesitated. Although he didn't know the limit of Su Feng's strength, he understood the power of the 6 enemies above the sky. No one is weaker than the captain of Gode 13. Among them, the old man sitting on the throne gave people a sense of danger, like death itself. If it were only 1 or 2 enemies, perhaps she would not have any worries. But, under the pressure of the superposition of the 6 Espada Ryotsu, the feeling of suffocation that was almost desperate was absolutely impossible to ignore. Su Feng said with relief, Believe me and believe in yourself. Seeing Su Feng insist, Yunohana Retsu also took Lisa and Nilu and retreated to the entrance of the passage, just in time to observe the battle in the battlefield. At the same time, she also made up her mind in her heart that once she saw anything wrong, she would immediately intervene in the battle. I don't know since when. Su Feng has become a more important existence in 780's heart than kendo fighting. Are you ready to face it alone? Yami grinned, a cruel smile on his hideous face. How arrogant. I seem to have seen this guy die tragically in front of me. Even the best-tempered Hannibal could not help frowning when he saw this scene, and said with a little dissatisfaction. Do you have enough confidence in yourself? May he be as strong as this confidence. 35. Anyone who is so underestimated will be psychologically unbearable. What's more, what about Espada's more extreme emotions? Let's fight. Since learning of Aizen's departure, Baragan has repositioned himself as the king of the void. Between the words, it is all about giving orders. Let me kill this disrespectful Aizen-sama. Zamari made a loud spin and disappeared in place in an instant. As the fastest broken face in Espada, Zamari can even form an existence similar to a clone. When the continuous figure appeared by Su Feng's side, the original worries of the broken faces also fell. I thought how strong this guy is. Yami bared his teeth and smiled cruelly at Zamari's speed. I'm afraid he can't even touch his clothes, Kakuzu. He wasn't finished yet. It is to see a black shadow flying to the distant mountain at a faster speed. Boom. Zamari slammed into the mountain savagely, swaying the dust and covering the sky. It's a little too condescending. Su Feng retracted his outstretched big foot and said indifferently, do you want to test me without even using the return blade? How arrogant. Zamari rushed out of the collapsed mountain, and his whole body was no longer the same as before. The whole body is covered with dust, and even the white clothes have many cracks, which looks quite embarrassing. Arrogant. Zamari looked a little grim. He was caught off guard and suffered a big loss, or in front of other Espadas, which could not help but ruin his face. Advertisement. He stood not far from Su Feng and suspended the blade in front of him. Peace. Cursed eyes Sanga. Zamari folded his hands together, and his neck showed a 90-degree bend. The whole CDBJ person seemed to be extremely strange. The Zanpakuto in front of him also folded and burst open, and a large amount of smoke erupted, enveloping him. When the white smoke clears, a more bizarre gesture appeared in front of Su Feng. There are some black lines on his face and chin, the white clothing wraps his head like armor, and the ugly skull decoration is vaguely visible on the neck. In the lower part of the body, the legs disappeared, replaced by pumpkin-shaped balls like peach, floating in the air. Zamari's whole body has huge eyes with dozens of yellow pupils, giving people the feeling of scalp tingling. Let's face your destiny calmly. He stretched out his palm, the huge eyes on it, staring at Su Feng's right hand. I'm going to make you suffer from suicide. Pull out the blade and cut your own throat bit by bit. Under his explanation, Su Feng actually reached out and pulled out his Zanpakuto, and wiped it towards the slightly fair neck. Just under Zamari's expectant gaze, the blade that shone with cold light was about to rest on his neck. Su Feng suddenly stopped Zanpakuto, who was constantly advancing, and grinned. Look at Zamari, saying. I lied to you. He waved his hand and pressed it on the black mark that looked like a sun pattern. How can this inferior ability work? Zamari widened all his eyes and looked at Su Feng with an expression of disbelief. How is this possible? How can the power of the cursed eye Sanga fail? 35. He screamed frantically, as if he had lost his mind. For Zamari, who has always believed that the power that dominates is the truth, the scene before him is undoubtedly a complete collapse of his belief. Nothing is impossible. 99 Su Feng waved his arm, and the black mark on it disappeared suddenly under the action of wave power. The ability of the cursed eye Sanga is actually very simple. That is, where his eyes can reach, it can imprint a black mark like a sun pattern on the enemy, so as to control its body parts. If it is printed on the head, the whole person will be completely dominated by Zamari. The strongest power called love. But the crux of the problem is that the strength of the ability is mostly based on the strength of the Ryotsu. The power of the cursed eye Sanga is really incomprehensible. But for Su Feng, who has the power of huge fluctuations, it is completely ineffective. If you want to dominate Su Feng's body, you must have at least the level Vizon on the Ryotsu level. It's just a difference in strength. Su Feng raised the Zanpakuto in his hand. I can't understand the pain of suicide. It's better to let you try the pain of being cut off. The power of the colorful waves surrounded the blade like a spiral, and the terrifying oppression came like a tsunami. By one's own power alone, Su Feng used strong coercion against the 6 Espadas and still had the upper hand. Even the remaining 5 Espadas above the sky were crumbling under this terrifying oppression. Only then did they know. How did the broken faces who were near the trap before die? This is like the oppressive force of Tianqing, as if a palm is clenching his heart. Every time the heart beats, it seems that it is about to explode directly. That's outrageous. 5 Stark Ling presses around himself, and blue rays of light shroud him, offsetting this oppressive force. Fortunately, before I came, I had already returned to the blade in advance. He raised the musket in his hand and locked on Su Feng below. Try this. Just when Su Feng was about to raise his knife and slash at Zamari in the distance, a blue aurora flashed across the sky and instantly approached him. Boom. Su Feng casually fanned the attack and landed on the side, directly blasting the scorched black pit, and the soil poured out. His sudden move surprised the other Espadas. Having been Espada for such a long time, they also know more about Stark's character. Has always hated trouble and was reluctant to fight. But only this time, he actually rescued Zamari. Really amazing. I forgot about you. 35 The Zanpakuto raised by Su Feng changed direction. The 5 wave imprints symbolizing the 5 great kings are listed vertically on the blade. The power of the spiraling wave absorbs all of it. The light above the blade became brighter and brighter. Then let's fight together. Su Feng was not afraid and attacked the 5 Espada directly. Advertisement Evil Light Slash. A 1,000-meter-long huge colorful sword flew out from the blade, and in an instant it reached the sky, before Espada. Death Sigh. Along with Baragan's long sigh, the black breath of death spewed out of his mouth, eroding away towards Evil Light Slash. Something unexpected happened. The speed of the Evil Light Slash shrouded in the breath of death did not decrease. Even the bright light on it has not diminished too much. Although there is a reduction of several meters, but that is completely harmless to the huge sword pressure that is thousands of meters long. Even with the naked eye to distinguish, it is difficult to see its impact. Is this arrogance? Su Feng pointed at Baragan with the same rhetoric. Zamari has proved the fate of not using all his strength with his actions. Does Baragan, the former king of Hueco Mundo, think the same? Baragan's face was flushed, but it wasn't much visible under his dark skin. But he was not ashamed because of Su Feng's words. Just because of, idiot, he cursed sharply. When are you going to see? Do you want to let the old man fight hard alone? 99. The other broken-faced espadas no longer hesitated, and immediately burst out with their own power. Sero. Countless blue beams blazed in Stark's musket, and in an instant it turned into a rain of light, covering the sky. Beneath the pure blue, there is an extremely terrifying destructive power. Just a breath. The huge sword pressure covering 1,000 meters was directly reached into the sieve. Without the stable structure, the evil light slash was completely dissipated in the air. As expected of Coyote Stark, Su Feng praised, Espada's #1 strength is really good, 39. Thank you for the compliment. Stark bowed slightly, then became a little cold, unfortunately. We are the enemy. He raised the musket in his hand again and locked on Su Feng, who was still standing there. Swa! Sero erupted, streaking blue arcs in the air and lacing straight towards Su Feng. The air was trembling, and the fiery power filled the surroundings with a faint, scorching smell. Su Feng raised his knife and chopped it down. The razor-sharp blade cut a fissure in the sky, traversing directly above Sero. Much stronger than other espadas Sero, this was the first feeling Su Feng felt when his blade fell. However, that's about it. Sero tore from the middle, fell on both sides with unabated power, and exploded again. Raised a lot of dirt. Don't hold back. Stark's tone was a little heavy. The strength of the invaders is too strong. There is simply no way to deal with it by any of us alone. 5. The expressions of the others also looked a little ugly. Block it, Black-Winged Demon. Ulquiorra didn't hesitate any longer when he was freed. The majestic spiritual pressure acted between the heaven and the earth, making the originally clear sky suddenly gloomy, and the dark clouds shrouded it, obscuring the only light. The surrounding airwaves are surging, blowing the clothes and making hunting sounds. Ulquiorra stood above the sky, under the dark clouds. The hem of his clothes was tilted. Black raindrops fell from the sky and splattered on the plain. With the last Ryotsu outbreak, the huge black wings were completely unfolded behind it, the white clothing was transformed into a one-piece robe, the black nails turned into sharp claws, and even the white bone mask on the top of the head was transformed into a helmet like horns. The black hair stretched and fell behind his back, and the tear marks on his face deepened and thickened, giving people a strong sense of oppression. Substantiated dark green Ryotsu surrounds it up and down, and the whole person is like a demon who has returned from hell. He stared at Su Feng in the distance with indifferent eyes. No nonsense. Wen even disappeared in place. When he reappeared the next moment, he was already behind Su Feng. The dark green spiritual pressure condensed on its black claws, as if the air had been torn apart, and stabbed towards Su Feng's throat. At the same time, Zamari in the distance also launched an attack again. The black mark on the lower part of the eye became deeper and deeper, and the powerful spiritual pressure surrounded it, forming a substantial form. Almost all the eyes on his body were looking at Su Feng's ankles, trying to influence Su Feng's actions. Even if it's just for a moment, it's enough. Chapter 125 Death Itself, an unparalleled double outbreak. As he wished. When Zamari broke out all Ryotsu, even at the expense of his own vitality, he released all his love. Su Feng's movements were indeed disturbed to a certain extent. But from start to finish, he didn't even think to dodge. Even if the attacker is Ulquiorra, it is still in the state of returning to the blade. The dangerous aura emanating from the black claws seemed to burn everything around. The terrifying Ryotsu spread, and even still affected the surrounding area. Since his return to the blade, the surrounding sky has become thicker and thicker, and the black raindrops that are splattering are all made of Reiki. The air behind him seemed to be burning. The huge black wings spread out, covering the light and covering it with shadows. When the sound of gold and iron interlaced echoed on the plain. Ulquiorra looked at his black claws with a stunned expression. An unremarkable Zanpakuto was just in front of him. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't break through Zanpakuto's defenses. The gap is actually so obvious sometimes. 35 Su Feng said without looking back, that's it. The power of his waves exploded, directly shaking Ulquiorra away, and the blade of his backhand fell. Only the gust of wind he carried was to lift him out. Are you still holding on? Su Feng noticed the force affecting his ankle. The sun-like black mark fell on the white socks, and countless Ryotsu seeped out of it, trying to seize the dominance of this part. Far away. Zamari clasped his hands together and clenched his teeth tightly, as if blood spilled from between his teeth, and more than 50 huge eyes were full of bloodshots, and bloodlines flowed out from the corners of his eyes. In order to control Su Feng, this guy has already used all his Ryotsu. Then let's start with you. Su Feng's expression was flat, as if he was just talking about a trivial thing. I saw him raise his palm and recite softly. The turbid coat of arms reveals a vague, rebellious and arrogant talent. 35. The tide, the denial, the paralysis, the momentary, the impeding the long sleep. The crawling iron princess, the clay doll who constantly self-mutilates. 35. With the chanting of the Kido mantra, the black torrent spread under Zamari's feet, like a living thing, covering it in just one breath. In the face of such an attack, Zamari naturally has no idea of hard resistance. In previous battles, he has really felt the power of Su Feng. It is definitely not comparable to the General Espada. Even, perhaps only Aizen can fight it head-on. Zamari continued to keep his hands folded, and his peach-colored pumpkin-shaped lower body exploded directly, completely wrapping himself in it. This is his defense. Keep the embryo attitude. In this state, even Neutra, known as the strongest steel skin, is far behind him in defense. Zamari shouted in his heart, Lord Aizen, grant me the power of faith. Although you can't fight to affect the enemy, you can still protect yourself from harm, so you can continue to be loyal to Aizen-sama. This is the most sincere thought in his heart. However, when the black torrent covered it all, the almost suffocating pressure made Zamari a little breathless. Puff, a black sharp blade appeared above the torrent, directly tearing his defensive posture. No, impossible. He widened all his eyes and exclaimed in disbelief. How could you cut my defenses so easily? Before he could finish his words, more sharp blades emerged from the black coffin. And Su Feng also chanted the last Kido mantra. Combine, bounce back, stretch to the ground, and know your own powerlessness. Hado number 90 black coffin. As the voice fell, countless crossed blades stood above black coffin like tombstones. Thousands of swords erupted in it. The sound of tearing, like a symphony, reverberated in the black coffin. Only for a moment. Just as Ulquiorra adjusted his state, he saw the moment black coffin dissipated. Zamari's guarding posture was completely broken, and large pieces of flesh and blood were scattered on the plain, among the green grass. Advertisement. He looked up reluctantly and looked in the direction where Su Feng was. Ugly, ugly Shinigami. It can never be compared to Aizen-sama. Long live, long live, long live Aizen-sama. Zamari raised his hands and shouted, his expression wildly frantic. However, the next moment, his whole person was like weathering, completely dissipating in the air. I didn't expect it to take so long to die. Su Feng said with some surprise. The defensive power of the so-called guarding posture is really unexpected. 99. In fact, he was not proud of what he said. As a high-end spiritual tool after several improvements by Nimori and Urahara Kazuki, the Wave Spirit Tool is not weaker than the so-called divine tools of the Shihuan family to a certain extent. After the Kido incantation is fully engraved in it. Su Feng uses the power of waves as energy to release Kido. Even Kido, the renunciation chant, is no less powerful than the full chants of other Shinigami. Even when it chants Kido, the Kido released by Su Feng has already reached the level of double chant. Double the power. Zamari can take this posture without being directly cut into countless pieces, which is already quite powerful. Another comrade has been killed. 35 Buragan said flatly, this guy's strength has exceeded expectations. 9. Although he is also Espada, he has no intention of being sad about Zamari's death. Not only him, but other Espadas as well, so-called companions. It was just a group that was reluctantly facilitated under the high pressure of Aizen's strength. No one's death will cause anyone else's grief. Don't hesitate any longer. Buragan stood up from the throne and then stretched his right hand over the throne. Accompanied by a crackling sound. The throne made of white bones turned into a huge axe, which was held in the palm of his hand. Buragan turned the axe down, the eyes at the center of it rolled, and a massive black aura suddenly burst out. 5b. Skull King. Along with the words of Guiblade Yu, the black aura was like a thick fog, completely shrouding him in it. Accompanied by a drop of black aura, it fell on the plain below. Immediately, large tracts of grass withered directly, and even the ground appeared to be deserted. What a terrible power. Yadomaru Lisa noticed this scene, and her expression was extremely solemn. How can such a twisted force exist? Yunohana Retsu lowered her eyes and analyzed softly. It's not the destruction, but the taking of their lives. It's like death itself is the same. A strange sound came from behind. The two of them looked back subconsciously, but they happened to see the strangely decorated Ni Yuli walking slowly from the passage. It's too much. Ni Yuli's fingers showed a distorted gesture. Urahara Su Feng actually let Urahara Su Feng deal with so many enemies alone. This is Jun Su Feng's own request. 99 Yunohana Retsu responded with a cold expression. She has always had no good attitude towards Ni Yuli. Apart from the fact that this guy often went to the 4th Division to steal experimental materials, it was more because the two did not deal with the poison. Nomori is in charge of researching poisons, while Yunohana Retsu is in charge of detoxification. The beam between the two is thus formed. It really fits this guy's wild personality. Ni Yuli didn't care too much, he had gained a lot before and this time was in a good mood. After solving Zaya Laporo, he realized that the direction he was heading was not the Palace of Void Knight, so he came to Su Feng's direction to help. And when he arrived here, he happened to see the battle scene in the distant space. Above that is Espada II, Buragan Louisenbairn. Naimori seems to be very familiar with Espada. This guy's power is aging, or it can be thought of as time. 39. It is an extremely powerful and absolute force. The force of death that precedes all life. Even in the Espada, he's an extremely dangerous guy. Yunohana Retsu and Yadomaru Lisa didn't say anything more, but there was a faint hint of concern in their shocked expressions. Even if it is violent at such a distance, one can feel the terrifying power of this force. Advertisement. What about Su Feng, who was on the battlefield? Far away. For flowers, the black aura of death wrapped around Buragan, and when it gradually dissipated, the huge Ryotsu stood on the ceiling, as if a domineering king had descended into the world. As the former king of the virtual circle, to a certain extent, he is indeed a king in the true sense. But, only this moment counts. Whether it was Aizen or Su Feng, they were crushed to death. This world. After all, it speaks of strength. Buragan, who was originally just a majestic old man, turned into a skeleton after returning to the blade, wearing a luxurious crown on the top of his head, wearing boots on his feet, and a dark purple coat wrapped in black flames. A golden chain hangs down from the corner of the crown, like death itself. Me true death. He raised his skull finger, put it to his mouth, and let out a long sigh. Suddenly, a huge and dim black aura emanated from its mouth, which was several times larger than the one released before returning to the blade. The black breath was like a thick fog, sweeping away in the direction of Su Feng. On the plain, after being brushed by it, large tracts of grass withered away, and even the soil was instantly desertified, turning into fine dust, floating in the air. And right now, a burly figure flashed behind Su Feng, the mouth of the blood basin opened wide, and the white gas emitting from it was faintly visible. Haha, let's die, Shinigami, Yami Ryalgo, Espada's 10th, or Espada's 0th. Zero like Arenilo, he has unlimited potential. It's just that Yami's way of becoming stronger is more convenient and quicker, and only anger is enough. There are no signs. In Yami's open mouth, a red light shone, and countless spirits condensed in it. Sero, farther away, above the sky. Hannibal, who had been fighting all the time, also raised the broad-bodied dagger in his hand, and a golden substantial spiritual pressure bloomed on it. Immediately, she swung her sword towards Su Feng from a distance, and the golden spiritual power was like a cannonball, drawing an extremely long arc in the air. Kongjin Cannon. The three Espada teamed up to block all areas where Su Feng could dodge. Yami's Sero and Hannibal's Kongjin Cannon first arrived at Su Feng's location. The violent momentum swept the surrounding air clean. There was a blazing ray of light that was almost like a flame, and under the heavy pressure, the soil tumbled and the ground collapsed. Only the place where Su Feng was standing was intact. That's the right way to expand. Su Feng raised Zanpakuto in his hand and pointed straight at the sky, with 5 wave imprints surrounding it, rotating at high speed, forming a thing like a halo. Volatility burst. Under the soft words, there's a terrifying force like the tide. When his voice fell, a raging storm swept across Su Feng. The air was trembling, and even the space was distorted by its sudden burst of mighty power. A terrifying skeleton appeared above Su Feng. The storm reversed, directly swallowing the Kongjin Cannon and Sero, turning them into the most basic spiritual child, and making them dissipate completely. The skeleton moved in the direction of Buragan, roaring silently, as if declaring war. And this time, the black death breath that was like a thick fog finally approached Su Feng's side. Although part of it was engulfed by the wave burst, there was still a considerable degree of death aura surrounding Su Feng. In the face of such an attack, Su Feng did not retreat but advanced, stepping forward. The violent wave force swept up from his body, turned into an endless storm, and directly met the fog-like aura of death. Killing intent fluctuation plus fluctuation burst. The power of the wave full of killing intent merged into the endless explosion. Like the eruption of an underwater volcano, the blazing and terrifying power engulfed everything around him. When the two collided, the roaring sound was incessant, rolling toward both sides. The ground was cracking, tearing open one after another hideous cracks, and countless mud boulders, in the collision of the two forces, all turned into the smallest spirits and disappeared in the air. Boom, in the sky in the distance. Buragan's skeleton-like face showed no emotional changes, but his heart was shocked beyond measure. The breath of death, which has always been unfavorable, was forcibly blocked from the clear blue light? What kind of power is this? Chapter 126. Unclosed pupils, realize my extreme fluctuations. Buragan could not understand, much less understand. What level of power can be immune to the erosion of time? Even Aizen couldn't completely ignore his power. Even when he seized the throne of the King of the Void, he still performed complete hypnosis with Kyoka Suigetsu. There has never been anyone like Su Feng. Fight head-on with energy. It is not a spiritual pressure, but it is higher than the spiritual pressure, which is simply terrifying to the extreme. It seems that time is also the power of that guy Urahara Su Feng that cannot be corrupted. 95. Ni Yuli let out a weird laugh. Even the former king of Hueco Mundo is still as weak as an unarmed child in front of him. It's pathetic enough. Yadomaru Lisa wrapped her arms around Nilu and said curiously. But now, Captain Su Feng doesn't have the upper hand either. And these Espadas seem to have some omissions in cooperation. Ni Yuli glanced at her with a strange look, but did not deny these words. Espada does appear to be more unfamiliar in terms of cooperation. Both Espada, they are not willing to trust each other. Like Nilu is the most obvious example. While believing in Neutra, he almost buries his own life. Her existence made those Espadas seem a little constrained when they cooperated, so that even the death of Zamari could not undo the situation. In the second half, I have no objection. Ni Yuli smiled strangely, but if you say that Urahara Su Feng did not have the upper hand, then you are wrong. The current performance is far from the limit of this guy. Boom. The moment the voice fell, the huge skull reappeared directly above Su Feng, as if the mountain peaks were 7 or 80, huge. The skeleton opened its mouth and let out a silent growl. The huge explosion on Su Feng's side has also raised a level again. Bursting light, dazzling. The roar was as if the sky was torn apart, and the wave burst devoured and overwhelmed the front. The black aura of death that was still holding on was wiped out at a speed visible to the naked eye. Just a few breaths of time. There were only a few strands of the black death aura that was like a thick fog, and it didn't have any of the previous power at all. Only the desertification scene formed by the large area of plain that it swept across can prove that it has appeared. How is this possible? Buragan was furious. How come the power of this old man? There's no need to make that expression anymore. Stark raised his musket, blue Sero light condensed at the muzzle. We already have a rough idea of the opponent's strength. Go all out, don't hesitate anymore. 99 as a Spada's first, the only self-destructing existence. Stark's strength is definitely the top among the Spada. Hunt, wolves. He groaned, and the musket in his hand spurted out a scorching blue flame. Countless Sero surged, completely submerging Su Feng in an instant. The ground, which was already overwhelmed, collapsed completely under this blow, forming a pit of several kilometers. A figure flew out above the light and shot straight into the sky. Ulquiorra followed closely, and the sharp claws that flashed dark green light again grabbed Su Feng's back fiercely. At least this moment, the cooperation of the two Espadas is already perfect. Su Feng twisted his body and used Zanpakuto to touch the black claws again with his backhand. The powerful force caused infinite sparks to burst into the sky at the moment when the two collided. Finally realize, Su Feng said with a smile, as if mocking, if you don't unite, you alone won't be enough to fight me head-on. 39. Between the words, full of confidence, Ulquiorra's eyes were low, resisting the pain that came from his claws. Dark green spiritual pressure burst out from his fingertips, instantly turning into a spear-like spiritual weapon. He held it with his backhand and pierced towards Su Feng's heart. Scoff the tearing sound resounded on his arm. Ulquiorra's eyes widened, almost unable to believe what was happening. Right in the midst of the lightning and flint, Su Feng oscillated with the blade, forcing it back a little, then lifted it up with a knife, and when the cold light flashed, his right arm was directly cut off. Blood splattered in the sky, mixed in the black raindrops, not eye-catching. The only striking. Only the broken arm. Losing Ulquiorra's control, the spirit spear in his palm also exploded directly, and the high concentration of spirit directly burned his arm into nothingness. The black wings fluttered and Ulquiorra dodged to the distance, watching Su Feng vigilantly. Where his right arm was broken, a large amount of flesh and blood surged, and in just an instant, an intact arm grew out. Advertisement among the Spada, the strongest high-speed regeneration. For Ulquiorra, as long as the brain and internal organs are not damaged, he can be restored through high-speed regeneration. Even injuries like broken limbs. What a horrible guy. Hannibal raised the broad-bodied dagger in his hand, and the golden Ryotsu surged. Do your best, everyone. Conquer him, Queen of the Shark. 39. The scallop-like waterflow wrapped and merged it, the huge waves rolled, and the water vapor in the surrounding air suddenly increased a lot. With the disappearance of the huge waves, Hannibal also appeared in the sky again. The original broad-bodied dagger turned into a shark-shaped giant sword, and the mask that originally covered the face and neck was only left on the neck and chest. The Espada clothing, which is very shallow and short, is even more eye-catching. Her green eyes stared directly at Su Feng in the distance. Hannibal raised the shark gill-patterned greatsword and slashed forward with all his might. Scorching current. 99. A huge amount of ocean current rushed out from the shark-sheep-patterned giant sword, occupying the entire sky in an instant. Like the reflection of the sea, it is overwhelmed. Unlimited reload of Sero. Stark held two guns and locked Su Feng above the sky and under the huge waves with Reishi. The blue light rhythmically swirled above the muzzle. This is where the extreme pressure comes, farther. Ulquiorra stood above the sky, the dark green Ryotsu covered all around him, and finally condensed into the palm of his hand. A large number of dark green spiritual pressure gathered together and turned into a spear-shaped spiritual weapon. Thundergun. Buragan's skeleton-like palm stretched out, and the breath of death rolled out from it, occupying half of the sky in an instant. Death is coming. The top four of Espada, in the empty Night Palace, reached the first time to join forces to deal with an enemy. The majestic spiritual pressure covered, the surrounding space trembled, the ground collapsed, the huge waves were mixed with black raindrops, and countless blue Seros rushed in between. The black aura of death covered down like a thick fog. Just a breath of time. This is enough to occupy the space of a city, and it is filled with their power. The mighty power fluctuations swept in all directions. As far as the eye can see, the black breath of death, the rolling sea currents, the endless Sero tearing apart the space, and the gun of thunder piercing the sky. As the four strongest beings in Espada, when they completely returned to the sword, the burst of power was enough to completely destroy the Void Night Palace. If not, there is Aizen's revamp of this, and Zalapuro's many improvements. It's just the aftermath of the battle. I'm afraid it won't affect the Suya Palace. Su Feng held Zanpakuto and stroked the blade with his left hand, and the abundant blue light flickered. Seeing all phenomena in the world, they are all waves. 55. As the voice fell, the originally ordinary blade also turned into a translucent crystal blade, as clear as jade. With the liberation of Zanpakuto, the power fluctuations in the majestic atmosphere has taken it to a higher level. The thunder light above Su Feng's eyes also became brighter. Suddenly, Endless darkness descends upon the world. As if the end was coming. What happened? Yadomaru Lisa's voice panicked. Why can't I see anything all of a sudden? It's as if all the light has been taken away. Yunohana Retsu also couldn't hide the surprise in his words. Weird. Ni Yuli said in an exploratory tone, how could this happen? This moment. Other Espadas have also noticed this. Originally, because of their spiritual pressure, the dark clouds brought by them blocked the artificial sun above the sky, making the environment in this space extremely dim. But far from what it is now, all of the light was suddenly wiped out. The sudden change caught everyone by surprise, yet they don't know. Far outside the Suya Palace, within the entire virtual circle, the moonlight that originally shone on the endless white sand was suddenly obscured by the dark curtain. The light in the entire virtual circle seems to have been taken away, leaving only the endless darkness. This scene happened. It also caused a lot of turmoil in Hueco Mundo, whether it was the lower-level virtual or Menos Grande. They all walked out of their original lair and looked towards the sky. The hideous mask that was originally tyrannical could not help but show a hint of fear at this time. They don't understand what's going on, just like the beginning of the world, or the end of the world. The virtual group stayed in place quietly, deeply occupied by the spreading fear and panic. Advertisement they are waiting, awaiting the judgment of fate. Su Feng stands proudly under the sky. The lightning flashes above his eyes became the only light in this space. Right now. Mutation. Su Feng's originally closed eyes slowly opened in the rustling thunder. This moment. In the black screen above the sky, a pair of red pupils gradually emerged. In an instant, everyone noticed this, and dozens of frightened eyes looked at Su Feng. They can't understand. When those eyes in the sky fell, it was as if fate was watching them. As Su Feng opened his eyes, the dazzling thunder light flashed away. An extremely terrifying feeling of oppression swept across the entire Void Night Palace in an instant and spread outwards. Within a range of hundreds of kilometers, all were shrouded in this terrifying sense of oppression. Whether it is Espada, or Yunohana Retsu et al., they all looked at Su Feng with horrified eyes. The feeling of terrifying oppression that has never been experienced before, neither Aizen nor Yamamoto Yuanyujai can break out the terrifying coercion. Its source turned out to be Urahara Su Feng, even more terrifying. Su Feng is just a Guanxi standing proudly above the sky, holding a transparent blade in his hand. Did nothing. It was just the coercion that was unintentionally released, as if it were about to destroy the world. In the distance, the rolling aura of death froze in place, circling towards the eroded ground. The infinitely refillable Sero was constantly torn apart by this coercion and reduced to hollow. The surging sea current turned into countless raindrops, mixed with black raindrops, and continued to drip down. Su Feng stood silently on the spot. It feels like a completely different world. The fluctuations of all things in the world are all in his eyes. Everything that exists, in its eyes, has a law to follow. Although the eyes cannot see things, they can perceive all things. Abandoning the light, the cultivation will not stop, and the darkness will be my friend in the end. Standing on the pitch-black sky and the shaking earth, exploring myself and my surroundings, I saw the eyes that I have given up. The endless black sky is wide, and countless pupils are floating. Watching everything from the beginning. Come, look at me, eye of wavering. Open eyes, realize my extreme volatility. Everything in the virtual circle was seen by Su Feng. He seems to have stepped on the throne of the sky, that Aizen said. When Su Feng looked at the espadas in the distance, he no longer had any other emotions. He, raising the Guanxi in his hand, pointed to the espadas in the distance. The turbulent power of the sky suppressed all the spiritual pressures. In this space, only 1.9 has endless fluctuations. Frightened emotions gradually spread in Espada. They don't understand why they have such emotions. They are obviously not afraid of death, so how can they be afraid because of the strength of the enemy? But even for all kinds of reasons, it is impossible to explain this situation. Until Yami, who had the worst mentality, turned into a giant demon like a mountain, and his arm was like a pillar supporting the sky, and he smashed it towards Su Feng. Puff bloodstains burst out, and the blood burst out from the broken arm like a river. Yami's eyes widened, completely unaware of when Su Feng chopped off, not even his movements. Shit, damn it. The anger accumulated, his body swelled and grew bigger again, the black skin turned into a cuticle, like armor, it was firmly against the sky cover. On its back, there are several towering sharp horns, and the spiritual pressure materialized and erupted on its body. Compared with other espadas, it is several times more terrifying. Even the arm that was cut off by Su Feng grew up again. And just as he was ready to continue the attack, Su Feng caressed the authentic Guanxi blade, and the layers of wave power rippled on it like flowing water. To live to the death, to break and then to stand, 35. The red and white sword pressure erupted violently around it. As if the sky and the earth were collapsing, Yami, like a mountain peak, engulfed it in an instant. Just a breath. A roaring sound began to erupt between the heavens and the earth, the entire Suya Palace trembled, and countless dust rose up. Boom. In an instant. The aftermath smashed the Void Night Palace completely, and the soaring dust erupted in the Hueco Mundo. Soaring into the sky, even if it was 100 kilometers away, the shocking scene could still be clearly seen. Chapter 127. The Dark Skywave's Eyes, witnessing the birth of the new king, Hueco Mundo. Su Feng slashed with a knife, allowing the red and white swords in front of him to flicker and explode, forming a torrent that engulfed everything and raged in front of him. In his eyes, this world seemed to be covered by his Zanpakuto space. Everything seemed to be frozen. Under fluctuations, all living beings are equal. Su Feng, who is in the state of the dark sky, seems to have transcended the boundary between Shinigami and the virtual, and has become a true transcendent existence. The sword pressure raged, engulfing Yami's flesh. No matter how angry he was in his heart, his strength was inflated to the limit, and his hideous appearance was like a demon returning from hell. Wherever the sword pressure passed, the flesh and blood were torn apart, and the ground was directly cut off, forming an endless abyss, and the surrounding white sand was engulfed by the abyss, as if it were endless. Yami's angry expression froze completely. The red and white sword slid across his skull, splashing out even more red and white things, like a fountain swaying into the abyss. Espada 0, Yami Realgo, die. The complete death of another Espada made the atmosphere here suddenly fall to the bottom. Under the oppression, the four broken-faced Espada, who seemed quite embarrassed, could not even have the slightest intention to fight Su Feng again at this time. They stared at the figure standing proudly above the sky in awe, and their hearts were occupied by inexplicable fear. From a long time ago, this kind of emotion that should have been wiped out actually returned to them again. In Hueco Mundo, outside the Palace of the Night. The black cavity was torn apart, and two figures stepped out of it. Short brown hair, white uniform, slender and tall figure, and an expression of indifference. The slightly narrowed eyes, the fox-like smirk, and the unconcealed shock in the depths of the eyes. It is Aizen Sosuke and Ichimaru Jin who have returned from this world. They stood in the distance and looked at the Suya Palace, which had completely turned into ruins. It's really exaggerated, Ichimaru Jin said in a relaxed tone. It was just one person who directly destroyed the entire Void Knight Palace. The Ryatsu of Yami and Zamari has completely disappeared. The tone of 23 was relaxed, but it was still possible to hear an unconcealed sense of wonder. Is this the true strength of Mr. Su Feng? Ichimaru Jin looked at Aizen beside him with a narrowed look. Lord Aizen, what do you think about this? Although he didn't know the specific upper limit of Aizen's strength, he also had an estimate in his heart. Because of this, Ichimaru Jin only asked such a question. What do you think? Aizen's eyes drooped slightly, covering the light. Perhaps, Jun Su Feng has already walked ahead of me, 35. The empty window period of the Sky Throne is about to end, but there can only be one person on the throne. While speaking, he reached out and pressed the blank space beside him. One after another cracks appeared in the space, and the black cavity was opened again. Aizen stepped inside and said without looking back. It must be me. Ichimaru Jin pulled the corner of his mouth towards the base of his ear, smiling exaggeratedly. He followed closely behind Aizen and said in an uncontrollable tone, looks like. It's time to hurry up and implement the next plan. Under the ruins of the Suya Palace, a transparent protective cover rises. Big event. Ni Miuri propped up an unknown black technology with one hand and protected Unohana Retsu and others under it. An earth-shattering event. His expression was excited, his eyes were bulging out, and the scene that was almost apocalyptic seemed to be worth celebrating in his eyes. Urahara Su Feng annihilated the Void Knight Palace with one blow. What I once said, finally reflects the part. Yadomaru Lisa's face was pale, looking at the dust rustling down outside the protective cover, and the ground that kept shaking and trembling, for fear that he and others would be buried here. Although she didn't know exactly what Nimori said. But what is certain is that if they don't leave here, they will definitely be buried alive. Nilu carefully wrapped her arms around Yadomaru Lisa, as if to comfort her. In his lake green eyes, there is an emotion that does not match his body shape. Under the coercion of the majestic wave force like the sea of stars, her memory recovered a little. If not greedy for this warm embrace, Nilu is now able to return to her normal body shape. She looked at the figure in the distance with some anticipation, and firmly remembered all the details in her heart. Unohana Retsu's eyes were bright, and she looked at the figure standing proudly in the sky, as if to imprint this scene in her memory. Even Yamamoto Uenujai, who was 1,000 years ago, has never been as shocked as it is today. Unabashedly powerful. Just standing on the sky, Su Feng gave Espada endless pressure. Advertisement such signs have never been seen before. Baragan's hands fell, his skeleton eyes staring at the figure in the distance. How long it has been? 100 years, 1,000 years. Or longer. The fear that spread from the depths of the heart completely occupied the heart, and even swallowed the original reason. Even when he faced Aizen back then, he had never felt a sense of fear. As the king of Hueco Mundo, that sentiment shouldn't exist. But Baragan couldn't control himself. Now he can't even raise the idea of shooting. Stark and Hannibal also have the same idea, and the enveloping spirit presses and protects their surroundings, so as not to be completely overwhelmed by this ubiquitous power of fluctuation. Only not far away, Ulquiorra with black wings fluttering has a different attitude. The terrifying oppression of the outside world prompted him to complete the second stage of returning to the sword. A state that even Aizen has never seen before. The clothes on the upper body disappeared completely, the hollow hole expanded, and black marks flowed out, and black feathers slowly grew out of other parts until it was completely covered. The lower body of Ulquiorra's robe is also divided into two halves, and the black wings are completely spread out, covering the sky like the sky. The original whites of the eyes turned into green eyes, and black liquid dripped from them, like tears, and the white bone helmet on top also turned into huge sharp horns. The black tail with white bones and sharp blades swayed continuously behind him, making a piercing sound. The strength of its spiritual pressure is even more than several times that of the previous one. But even with such a posture, Ulquiorra seemed rather insignificant when facing Su Feng. It's like an ant facing a giant dragon. The red eyes above the sky stared at Ulquiorra indifferently. CC Li Wang emerged in the darkness, like a wandering dragon in it. Su Feng didn't care about Ulquiorra's changes, but tried his best to perceive this completely different world in his eyes. The range of fluctuation perception has already spread to the entire virtual circle. Everything in the world is in sight. Ulquiorra's Ryotsu continued to climb. He is like the Bankai who has achieved Shinigami after returning to the second stage. The strength that was originally very powerful was strengthened at a speed that was visible to the naked eye. He stretched out his right index finger, and the blood on the palm dripped a little scarlet bloodline, which was suspended in front of the fingertips under the solidification of the spiritual pressure. Dark green light condensed in front of the fingertips. The huge Ryotsu, like an ocean, pressed down towards Su Feng in the sky. Under the endless darkness, the dark green flash became the only light except for the crimson pupil above the sky and Su Feng. As a broken-faced espada loyal to Aizen, Ulquiorra scrupulously followed the orders Aizen left before he left. The light became more and more blazing, but in the darkness, it became more and more insignificant. Countless pairs of red eyes stared at Ulquiorra as if they were judging him. I won't stop there. 55 in the indifferent voice, Ulquiorra's firm belief was revealed. Wang Shu's flash. Using the blood in the palm of his hand as a medium, Ulquiorra unleashes the strongest Sero that only Espada can use. Like a jagged dark green sphere, it was shaped at its fingertips. The huge Ryotsu it carried even twisted the surrounding space. Boom! Under the darkness, the storm rises again. The dark green light beam reflected by Wang Shu's flash finally broke through the endless darkness and reflected a little different light. Above the ruins, the dark green light beam went straight to Su Feng. Several eyes were fixed on Su Feng, wanting to see how he would respond. As one of Espada's strongest attacks, Wang Shu's flash is far more destructive than normal. What's more, Ulquiorra even reached the second stage. The power of its Wang Shu's flash has surpassed other Espadas. The dark green beam of light appeared extremely secluded against the darkness, surrounded by a twisted space, giving people a shuddering feeling. However, in the face of such a powerful attack, Su Feng is still standing in the same place. There has never been any change. The violent spatial fluctuations in front of him and the scorching hot airwaves rushing towards him seemed to him that they did not exist at all. In an instant, Wang Shu's flash was already close to Su Feng's face, sweeping the surrounding air and reflecting the dark green color around him. But right now, everything within Su Feng's radius seemed to have fallen into stillness. Facing such a strong impact, his Haori didn't even move at all, as if it didn't exist in this space. The red and white light wings unfolded behind Su Feng. The thorn wheel turns, tearing apart the space. In the countless crimson pupils, the power of fluctuations circulated, staring at Wang Shu's flash. I never even saw Su Feng's blade fall. Advertisement. The huge dark green light beam that runs through the sky is like a glass smashed by a stone, all shattered. With the last force, Su Feng looked at Ulquiorra indifferently. Give you death, 99. Soft whispered words emerged under the endless darkness. It's like ripples on the surface of the lake. Su Feng looked straight ahead, and the lightning flashed in his eyes. Raise your hand and cut it off. Click. The clear sound of shattering resounded above the ruins of the Suya Palace and spread farther away. The darkness in the virtual circle is also getting deeper and deeper. Everything under the pressure of darkness, the endless coercion solidified all. The cracking sound was like a signal. The already distorted space is even more so at the moment when the power of fluctuation erupts. Disintegration started. The zenith is crumbling, the space is torn apart, and an even more nihilistic darkness spreads from it. That is the boundary. The world that is overlapped by several layers of cut-off space, the necessary place for the black cavity and the gate to pass through. Is a place of exile. It is also a place with extremely high time density. For Shinigami or Bromian, it is not so difficult to enter the realm. But with brute force, the space is shattered, so that the broken world appears in Hueco Mundo. Undoubtedly a very outrageous thing. The large ruins of the 780 Void Knight Palace were sucked into it by the shattered darkness, and then shattered by the turbulent flow above the space. The shattering did not stop there, but spread and covered in a farther direction. Entel swallowed Ulquiorra into it, in the face of such an attack. Ulquiorra, who was under the second stage, didn't even have a chance to react, but was covered with cracks. Like a smashed glass, countless cracks were scattered all over his body. This situation, not to mention high-speed regeneration, even a complete regeneration of Aizen's level is irreversible. Ulquiorra's expression froze completely. Even the spear of thunder condensed in the palm of his hand was completely disintegrated, and there was no more power. Espada 4th, Ulquiorra Cipher. Utterly dead. The passing of another Espada made the remaining top 3 Espadas realize one thing again. The Shinigami standing proudly above the sky in front of him. It is by no means comparable to the Aizen of the year. When Su Feng faced Espada, he really had murderous intentions. And when you start, you will never have the slightest intention to keep your hands. Desperate emotions spread among the three. Even Ulquiorra, who had returned to the second stage, died in the opponent's hands without any suspense. Whether it's Baragan, who considers himself the king of Hueco Mundo, or Espada's first Stark, they have no confidence that they can escape in front of this killer. The strength that it has shown before is enough to defeat all their confidence. I gave up. Hannibal became the first to give up. She directly lifted the blade and looked at Su Feng in the most harmless state. I am ready to give you allegiance and to carry out any command you give. 35. As long as you're willing to let my subordinates go. Her eyebrows were lowered, and she had no arrogance in the previous battle. Well, this kind of thing. Stark became the second one. Aizen has nothing to do with me. Well, I'm the only one with a completely autonomous face. You can totally trust me when it comes to loyalty. 35. The Hueco Mundo is a place where the strong eat the weak.
He looks more bachelor, completely lacking the Espada first demeanor.
So ever. Su Feng's eyes glowing with lightning, looked at the last Espada. Baragan Louisenbairn. Facing the overwhelming terrifying strength, the former king of the Void Circle was constantly entangled and overturned in his heart. He finally lowered his proud head. Baragan Louisenbairn offers allegiance to you. The Great King of the Virtual Circle. Chapter 128 Aizen of the Attack, the ultimate goal. This grand battle is finally over. When Su Feng put the knife into the sheath, the sky was broken like glass. The empty Night Palace, which has lost the sky, faces the Hueco Mundo, with only a lonely moon. Above the ruins everywhere, several figures slowly fell. And Su Feng has also changed a lot from what he looked like before. Most notable, it was those eyes that were as bright as stars. Break and then stand, to die and live. Only after you lose it, do you know the value of having it. Although fluctuating perception is for Su Feng, it can still capture everything in the world. But, after all, it is not as real as the eyes seem. According to Ashura's practice, Su Feng is already in a state of awakening. The opened eyes seem to be due to the existence of dark skywave eyes. Although there was a discrepancy with his memory, Su Feng didn't care too much. No matter how, the current self is far stronger than before. But to his surprise, there was one more thing. Why is Bankai, who belongs to Guanxizhangzong, still unable to fully comprehend? Su Feng was suspicious and puzzled. Judging from the previous progress, after completing an awakening, that layer has already touched Bankai's window paper. Will be pierced. But even after awakening, Su Feng was still unable to know Bankai's real name in the depths of his heart. Which one mitigates the problem? Just as he was thinking. Several figures flew by in the distance, and they came to them in an instant. Mr. Su Feng. Unohana Retsu, although on the surface, is still as calm as at first. But her slightly urgent tone betrayed her mood. Having Su Feng face the battle of the 6 Espadas alone makes it hard for her not to worry. Fortunately, the results are gratifying. She stared at Su Feng's star-like eyes and smiled for a while. You're more beautiful than I thought. Su Feng is not stingy with some love words. Rare. There was a faint blush on both sides of Unohana Retsu's cheeks, which was indistinct. Under the ruddy complexion, there is a love that cannot be expressed in words. Hey, although it's a bit unpleasant, 35 Ni Yuli came from behind with a strange smile, but I still want to remind you, Urahara Su Feng, oh no. Perhaps it should be called, King of Hueco Mundo. Really majestic. There are still a lot of things that have not been resolved. If you can, it is not too late to return to Soul Society. 99. Su Feng restrained the slightly surging emotions in his heart. Although your reminder is well-meaning. He looked at Ni Yuli with obvious disgust on his face, but I also want to mention, your new look. Very ugly. Ni Yuli's expression suddenly stiffened. After solving Zael Aporo with superhuman medicine, he used it as inspiration to remake himself and shape again. As a result, the original headdress of the sunflower was also replaced with a big horn like a longhorn. It is indeed the first person to walk in the forefront of Soul Society fashion. If possible, I would like you to appreciate the ability to discriminate more. 35. Ni Yuli said with an expressionless face, don't grow a pair of eyes in vain, and it's not the same as before. Boom. As soon as he finished speaking, he was directly hammered under the white sand by Su Feng, and he had no resistance at all. Before saying these words, Su Feng said in a slightly sarcastic tone, I hope you'd better consider the strength gap between us. Don't collect information, and you will still be killed in one click. Ni Yinmeng's expression was indifferent, and she skillfully pulled Ni Mayuri out of the sand. This is not the first time the two have clashed, same. This is not the first time this has happened, so that Ni Yinmeng is unusually skilled in the business of pulling people out. What an irritable guy. Ni Yuli slapped the white sand on his body, turned his head to look at the 3 Espadas who were standing not far away, and looked at them with an awkward smile. This is the first time that Shinigami and Menos Grande get along so well. So much so that Stark and the others didn't know how to respond. Advertisement. What's even more embarrassing is that as soon as I came here, I saw Su Feng beating up his companions. This cannot help but make people feel a little worried. Could it be that the king of Hueco Mundo, this time is a tyrannical person? As a result, Espadas inevitably worry about their future destiny. Is the choice of yourself and others wrong? However, after thinking of the terrifying power that Su Feng had previously shown, the 3 of them gave up this useless idea. In Hueco Mundo, strength is the most respected. Only the strongest can become the king of Hueco Mundo. There is no doubt about that, however, relative to domination. Aizen is undoubtedly a good leader, at least he has no tyrannical tendencies on weekdays. Well, what should I do with you? Su Feng touched his chin and looked at the three espadas seriously. If you kill it, it definitely won't work. Hueco Mundo and Soul Society are relatively balanced existences, if one of them is too weak. It will inevitably lead to an imbalance in the world, which will lead to more serious disasters, such as the destruction of the world. However, this harsh condition is difficult to achieve. However, Hueco Mundo, as a side of the world, needs to be in control of its own hands. Since you have chosen to surrender, 35 Su Feng's posture is calm and his eyes are indifferent, then continue the rule of Hueco Mundo, in my name for the time being. Maintain the original order and guard the rightful rule. Whether it is the forest of Menos Grande or the palace of Void Night, it should be allowed to reappear on this desert. Hearing these words, the three of them were undoubtedly relieved. As long as it's not an unprovoked killing, that's fine. After all, Shinigami and Shu are born opposites. When they meet each other, they are all fighting endlessly. Only when one side falls can the battle be completely terminated. Now that a new Shinigami sits on the throne of Void, it's hard not to worry that he will order the massacre of the Void in Hueco Mundo. The best result, without a doubt, is now. Maintain the original order. As for Aizen, Su Feng frowned slightly, he knew no better than Aizen's strength. Not to mention the Aizen after the fusion of Hogyoku, just the Aizen in the normal state is still not something that Espada can match. One-handed Kyoka Suigetsu alone is enough to give the Espadas a complete funeral. To prevent Aizen from messing around in Hueco Mundo, I'll let Nomori set up a way to communicate with the Soul Society in Hueco Mundo. Su Feng frowned, as if thinking of something. Let's make a connection between Hueco Mundo and Soul Society. For Su Feng's proposal, the Espadas have no objection. What they surrendered was Urahara Su Feng, not the Soul Society. Even if a connection is established, it will only be communicated on an equal basis. Not to say, become an affiliate of Soul Society or something. Unless it is Su Feng's request. The only one who has an opinion is Ni Yuli. Hey, why do you want Uncle Ben to help you do these things? He said dissatisfiedly, I'm not your subordinate or something. If you don't do it, then I'll beat you up again. Su Feng spoke the harshest words in the most relaxed tone. In the case of defeat, even 99% of the black methods can't work. Nirvana can only choose to surrender. The three broken-faced espadas seem to be very bachelors. As for the details and the management of Hueco Mundo, Su Feng left it to Baragan to deal with it. As the former king of the former virtual circle, Su Feng said seriously, I think you should have more experience in managing Hueco Mundo than the two of them. He pointed to Stark and Hannibal. Baragan looked surprised and hesitated. Hueco Mundo doesn't need management. Whether it's Menos Grande or the lower level virtual, they all act on their own instincts. Eat or rest. For the emptiness, the ultimate goal is to evolve to a higher level or fill the void in the heart. Su Feng's heart moved slightly. Instead, I think of those souls that have become empty in this world. Because of the nostalgia for the present life, or other obstacles, it cannot be attributed to Rukongai. After years of torture, it finally degenerated into nothingness. And when they become virtual, the first thing is to end their nostalgia for the present world. Such as Inoue or Hime's brother, is a good example. Simply put, void is not a kind of existence with high wisdom, they just act by instinct. Only a small number of aliens possessed a considerable degree of intelligence before Ijukas. Advertisements such as Metastasia, Fishbone D, etc. Except for Broken Face and Menos Grande. 95 Baragan shook his head, it's not going to be managed deliberately. Even Jillian was imprisoned in batches in the forest of Menos Grande. As the former king of the former, Hueco Mundo, although Baragan has no ambitions, he is the one who knows Hueco Mundo best. Some secrets, even only he knows. There's a Shinigami in the forest of Menos Grande. Su Feng suddenly remembered this matter, do you know? And about Aizen's whereabouts, is it clear? To the crux of the problem. Baragan thought for a moment, then replied, if it's the Shinigami who broke in hundreds of years ago, there is some information. 35. Aizen once carried out a transformation and evolution plan in the forest of Menos Grande, forcibly elevating countless subordinates to the level of Jillian. 99. Although I didn't understand its intention at the time, I do understand it now. 35. What he said was naturally to use the power of Menos Grande's force to intercept Su Feng and others. Aizen had long expected that the Soul Society would send Shinigami to the virtual circle. But it didn't work. At that time, that Shinigami had a conflict with my subordinate, and after being executed by several Ijukas, he also escaped from the forest of Menos Grande wounded. There was a cruel light in Baragan's one eye. I ordered my subordinates to look for it in the Hueco Mundo, but I didn't find much. As for the trace of Aizen, he seemed hesitant. Let's be honest, Aizen isn't here. Su Feng has nothing to worry about. If Aizen was in the Suya Palace, he would have been discovered a while ago. About this, Baragan shook his head, I don't know. He never trusted me. If it was a more important task, it was always entrusted to Ulquiorra or Zamari. And these two guys, he wasn't talking. Its meaning is already very obvious. Both of them were slashed by Su Feng, what else is there to say? And right now, Ni Yuli suddenly retched, and spit out something similar to a snail from his mouth. There seems to be a new emergency. He ignored the disgusting eyes of others, and directly held the snail covered with mucus for a while. Hey, what a surprise. It's not inferior to the big event made by Urahara Sufeng. Ni Yuri smiled strangely. Aizen Sosuke went to this world not long ago, and intercepted all members of execution in Sōkyoku City, 99. It took away the power of the full existence technique in their bodies, which is the so-called power of the Spirit King. According to Urahara Kazuki's analysis, this guy should be for faster fusion of Hogyoku. Or, Zhao Qian's person, in order to achieve a higher level of evolution. The voice fell. There was a sudden silence in the field. No one would have thought that Aizen was willing to give up everything in Hueco Mundo, completely disregarding his plans. Even Su Feng looked surprised. He also had some impressions of the organization execution. Overall, nothing good, but it would be a pity if they all died. As for the power of the so-called full existence, he knew more about it. That thing was originally part of the Spirit King's power, and had a certain degree of similarity with Hogyoku in essence. As the creator of Hogyoku, both Aizen and Urahara Kazuki are well aware of this. Because of this, Aizen only went to intercept the members of execution. As to how he knew about the existence of these fullbringers, it was simpler. Tsuneyashiro Tokunada, and former execution member Michihane Ora. Su Feng believes in Aizen's execution ability, and even more in its efficiency in gathering intelligence. With Kyoka Suigetsu, he is the most powerful intelligence officer. At this point, even the entire 2nd Division team together is far inferior. It can only be said that it is Aizen. Su Feng sighed, but didn't take it too seriously. Although I don't really care, 35, but remind the Soul Society, 99. He looked at Ni Yuli and explained, you should know better than me about Captain Jashiro's secrets? As he who regards the Great Spirit Book Corridor as his backyard, he only thinks for a moment. That's the answer. Ni Yuli hesitated for a moment, then widened her eyes, as if she suddenly thought of something pure. The Spirit King's right arm. Chapter 129, Mimi Haki. The Spirit King's right arm. Yadumaru Lisa exclaimed. With the level she has come into contact with, it is indeed difficult to understand the so-called Spirit King's right arm. Even Yunohana Retsu doesn't know much about its specifics. As for the broken face Espada on the side, he looked at Ni Yuli and Su Feng with great interest. Obviously curious about it. On this point, we have to start from a much older time, 35. Ni Yuli also likes to answer others, so as to show his character. This should be a common problem for scientists. People like Aizen Sosuke, Zale Iporo, and even Urahara Kazuki have similar problems. The legendary Lord Mimihaki of the Soul Society, 35. Ni Yuli said seriously, about the one-eyed alien aboriginal god who is famous in the 76th district of East Rukongai. It is rumored that he is a god who will dedicate and protect everything he has except his eyes. There are even more rumors that the so-called Lord Mimihaji was an object that fell from the sky to pay homage to the right arm of the Spirit King in ancient times. Speaking of the rise, Nirvana's knuckles gently drilled on the temple, making a creaking sound. And our Captain Jashiro suffered from lung disease when he was young, and there was no cure, 99. His parents are very superstitious people, so they are helpless under the circumstances that the general representative of the Jeonyang Pharmaceutical Institute is helpless. Send young Captain Jashiro to Mimihaki's shrine. And he used his lungs as a sacrifice to pray, and then he survived successfully. Heard here, everyone also understood the reason. Jashiro Yukitaki was given a chance to survive at the expense of his lungs, but at the same time he became the carrier of the so-called Mimihaji. That is, the right arm of the Spirit King. The Espadas were also very curious about the Spirit King's right arm, but Nimori did not intend to explain any further. Some things are better known less. Otherwise, he was very worried about whether those guys in the Lingwang Palace would choose to keep their mouths shut. At the moment, judging from Aizen's actions alone, his purpose is everything related to the Spirit King. And Jashiro Yukitaki, the carrier of the Spirit King's right arm. I'm afraid it's not difficult to escape his poisonous hands. But don't worry too much for now. The corners of Ni Yuli's mouth grinned, and Wei 780 said with a smile, just now. I have notified Soul Society through this subpoena. He raised the snail covered with unknown mucus, its tentacles trembling slightly in the air. Let's just leave this thing in Hueco Mundo. Ni Yuli then played with the snail, putting it in dozens of different poses. But most of them are utterly bizarre. It is enough to pour a certain amount of spiritual pressure into the shell when using it. You can contact the Lingbo measurement section of the Technology Development Bureau at the first time, so as to pass the message you want to convey. Don't want, he wasn't finished yet. Hannibal stared at the ugly snail and refused firmly. Absolutely not, 39, too ugly, he seemed to have noticed Su Feng's gaze. Hannibal's tone suddenly softened a lot. This thing looks good, it's not as good looking as the lower class. Even in the forest of Menos Grande, you can't find one so ugly, 95. At least, I have to give someone a similar shape to Shu. Su Feng turned to look at the ugly snail covered in mucus in Ni Yuli's hand. There are black and gold interlaced spots growing on the two antennae, the twisted shell seems to be an ugly face, and even the snail itself is showing a split posture. Simply put, it has exceeded the limit of normal aesthetics. It's a little hard to accept for ordinary people, but it's become a treasure for Ni Yuli. However, when considering this guy's own aesthetics, he felt a bit taken for granted. Among his inventions, Nirvana Dream has become the most unique existence. However, even if it was a Nirvana Dream, its limbs and body also have different degrees of transformation, but nothing can be seen on the outside. If you look at it that way, Su Feng pondered, it's really outrageous to be ugly. 35. Make a new one. I think the communication device you used to communicate with Kazuki in the Tech Development Bureau would be good. 5. Prepare a similar one. In a few words, he threw away all of Ni Yuli's deeds. Looking at Ni Yuli's expression, if it wasn't because he couldn't beat him, he probably wouldn't have put Su Feng in the bottle too. Call the surviving broken faces. Su Feng turned to look at Baragan, a flash of lightning flashed in the depths of his eyes. Announcing everything that happened today, and confirmation about future plans. Advertisement. Baragan froze for a moment, then reacted. My subordinate understands. He got into the state very quickly. The reason why Aizen was not convinced before was entirely because Aizen used Kyoka Suigetsu on him. This makes Baragan, the king of Hueco Mundo, not convinced of his strength at all. Baragan still has full confidence in his master's power of decaying time. Even Taigu Shu, who appeared with him in Hueco Mundo at the beginning, couldn't resist the power of time that is generally ruled by this rule. Only Su Feng. Baragan thought of this, and there was a hint of melancholy on his face. What a powerful force. Whether it is the ultimate spiritual pressure, or the flash of Wang Shu, or the unique power he is proud of. In front of Su Feng, they were as weak as ants. Baragan believes that even thousands of years later, it is still impossible to forget what happened today. The previous scenes seem to have been firmly imprinted in his memory. Facing Su Feng, fear seems to have become an instinct. That kind of posture like a real god. Previously, Su Feng destroyed the entire Suya Palace with one blow, and naturally buried the broken faces who were in it. When Baragan and the others dug them out of the rubble, these guys were still in a dazed state. Who I am? Where am I? What happened? But there is one thing worth confirming. Regarding the subordinate officer of the second Baragan of Espada was wiped out under the explosion of Su Feng's fluctuation. Only Halibal and Neutra's subordinates remained. Apart from that, to Su Feng's surprise, when Grimjiao rushed back to the Suya Palace from outside, his subordinates also followed him with serious injuries. Yunohana Retsu didn't even kill them. This is simply an unprecedented thing. And Yunohana Retsu also gave her own explanation. Since Mr. Su Feng, you didn't kill Grimjiao. 39. She smiled softly. Of course I have to obey your ideas. Not much to talk about, just in terms of empathy. Yunohana Retsu is definitely one of the best. Grimjiao is not surprised that Su Feng is the new king of Hueco Mundo. Because even if it is far away from the Suya Palace, he is still in the endless darkness. In the darkness, there is a familiar power. The power was all too familiar to Grimjiao, who had been beaten. At that time, he had already made all the preparations. That immortal power like a god. The broken faces looked at Su Feng with some fear, as if they were looking at some monster. But it is clear that their appearance is more intimidating. After Ni Yuli passed back the speculation about Aizen's purpose, Su Feng and others did not rush back to Soul Society. That's Shinigami's territory after all, and Jashiro Yugataki is no soft persimmon. Even Blue, CDBJ, die. Under the premise that the other party is prepared, it is by no means an easy task to capture the Spirit King's right arm. Even with the support of Kyoka Suigetsu, at this point, Su Feng still has some confidence in them. The Suya Palace rebuilt the main hall. With a lot of hard work, it only took half a day. When Su Feng sat on the top throne, everyone's broken faces were a little dazed. Regarding the position of the king of Hueco Mundo, it seems that it has been replaced again. The originally gentle man was replaced by a more gentle, handsome and younger man, Shinigami. The only difference is the existence above the throne, in its eyes as bright as stars, constantly has the birth and death of thunder. Meet the king of Hueco Mundo, led by Baragan, Bromian and Menos Grande bowed respectfully above. After seeing the endless darkness that covered the entire virtual circle before. Whether the being sitting above, whether it is Shinigami or not, does not affect their respectful attitude. Hueco Mundo, after all, it is still a place where strength is respected. On this point alone, Su Feng believes that it is far superior to the Soul Society, which has been rotten from the root. For him, the banning of Room 46 was just the beginning. Advertisement. Now that he has completely stood on the opposite side of Aizen, it is better to see who can finally sit on the throne above the sky. Su Feng looked at the Menos Grande who were crowded in front of him, and his eyes became more and more profound. At the same time, the other side of Hueco Mundo. Haha, don't run away. The laughter like an evil ghost echoed in the empty desert. Come and fight with me. Zaraki Kenpachi held the wild sun, and his body was covered with ferocious wounds, and the blood color completely soaked the Captain Haori. It looked like a seriously wounded person who was dying. However, he was the most imposing presence on the battlefield. Opposite it, a figure wearing a false mask is constantly dodging and attacking. He has high-spirited red hair and wears a huge skull mask, a cape with 5 skulls and a fur draped over his shoulders. Most surprising. Even if his opponent is Zaraki Kenpachi, even Zaraki Kenpachi who lost the blindfold. During the battle, he was still unstoppable, and he was constantly adding new injuries to his wounded body. Certainly, it may also have something to do with how Zaraki Kenpachi fights. Before the battle begins, it is habitual to let the enemy slash on his own body first, in order to stimulate the desire to fight. But this time, he did not gain the upper hand in the battle. The opponent's combat skills are so refined that they even completely surpass the captain-level Shinigami. With little difference in strength, no matter how Zaraki Kenpachi erupts in Ryotsu, it is impossible to take it down easily. Unless the liberation of Zanpakuto takes place. But when the other party has not yet liberated, with Zaraki Kenpachi's character, it is even more impossible to liberate Zanpakuto. It's so fun. Scoff another wound, torn on Zaraki Kenpachi's chest cavity, and a large amount of blood spurted out from it, like a fountain. Bro, I'm curious about your name. Zaraki Kenpachi stared at each other like a ghost, and the serrated wild sun slashed towards its head fiercely. No intention of holding back at all. Correct a little first, 99. The opponent held Zanpakuto horizontally and held his blade against him. I am not false. Luo the brute force exploded, directly throwing Zaraki Kenpachi out. The occurrence of this scene made Zaraki Kenpachi's eyes brighten. This opponent is really too good for his temperament. Not to mention the perfect fighting skills, just its own strength is already powerful to the limit. Definitely not weaker than any captain except those two monsters. If possible, let this fight last longer. The other party's mood seems to be in the constant battle, and it seems a little manic. I am Shinigami. 99. He leaned forward, Zanpakuto lifted up and fell, the cold light flashed away, and a fiery sword pressure erupted. Ha ha. Zaraki Kenpachi stopped him abruptly, Shinigami or a broken face. As long as you can fight, there is no problem, although the purpose of this trip, a little deviation. But for Zaraki Kenpachi, extermination of Shu or Aizen or something has never been his fundamental purpose. Fighting is. If it wasn't for facing Su Feng, he didn't have much confidence. He had already raised a knife to challenge. In the face of such a fighting maniac, Asido was also extremely depressed. Originally, in the forest of Menos Grande, he kept slaughtering all kinds of ghosts for the purpose of guarding the present world. And in the constant battle, improve his strength. But things didn't last as he imagined. Dozens of broken faces poured into the forest of Menos Grande, and under the orders of an apparent leader of the broken faces, the phantoms of the forest of Menos Grande were transformed. A large number of inferiors were forcibly transformed into Jillian. There are even Jillians of varying degrees, who are arranged to devour evolution and become Ajukas. Just a few days. The forest of Menos Grande becomes the real forest of Menos Grande. All the lower-level virtuals were transformed into semi-finished Jillians. As the only Shinigami in the forest of Menos Grande, Asido was also discovered by the broken faces, and then started to hunt him down. After counter-killing a few broken faces in a row, Azador escaped from the forest of Menos Grande in good condition. And not long ago, he encounters Zaraki Kenpachi, who comes on a mission. Advertisement Chapter 130. Devour it, Wild Sun. Azador has never seen such a crazy opponent. When they met, they slammed into his Zanpakuto, forcibly leaving a huge wound on his chest that spanned half of his body. Change it to normal Shinigami. With such a wound lying in front of him, it is impossible to say whether he can continue the fight. Even life is unsustainable, but the guy in front of him let out a hideous laughter as if nothing happened. Then he took Zanpakuto and slashed at himself. Even after he explained his Shinigami many times, he still couldn't restore his Mad Blade's fighting spirit. A fight lasted almost a whole day. Even the existence of Asido, who has been in the forest of Menos Grande all the year round and whose combat power is comparable to that of the captain, is in a state of exhaustion at this time. He is very clear. Even if he is not injured, if he continues to fight like this, he will surely die in the hands of the opponent. In order to distract Zaraki Kenpachi's attention, Asido led him to the direction of the Suya Palace, where the terror and coercion had erupted earlier. In his view, rather than die at the hands of the other party, might as well fight it out. I hope that the existence of the previous outbreak of coercion is a Shinigami. Void Night Palace. After handing over most of the affairs to Baragan, Su Feng just remembered leisurely. He seemed to have forgotten something. Say. Su Feng looked at Ni Yuli, who was playing with the new communication equipment. Where's that guy Zaraki? Heard. Ni Yunli's movements were stagnant, and then he continued, if I remember correctly. Didn't that guy go to another fake virtual night palace? From Baragan et al. Aizen once set up 3 false virtual night palaces in the virtual circle. It is impossible to judge the true and false from the concentration of the spiritual seeds alone, and only when it reaches its location can it be distinguished. Because of the encounter with Zael Aporo, Ni Yuli did not arrive directly, but moved towards the real Void Night Palace. And his information obviously came from the mouths of those subordinate officials of Zael Aporo. As for Zaraki Kenpachi, Su Feng believed that this guy definitely didn't have that brain, so he would ask about Rumian or Menos Grande. Hopefully Yang Yin realizes that. Boom! Just as the two were talking, a violent shock appeared not far from the Suya Palace. The turbulent white sand was like waves in the desert. Su. Lord Su Feng. The skeleton like a horned sheep hurried in front of it and said respectfully and in a panic. 2 Shinigami broke into the confines of Suya Palace. One of them fits the look of Zaraki Kenpachi, and the identity of the other is unclear. This guy is Luther Ben, Broken Face number 61, and his sword is a skeleton tree. He has the ability to divide infinitely, although the strength is slightly weaker, but a broken face can be worth a legion. It can be quite useful. Su Feng is also very interested in his abilities, and once promised to help him improve his strength, so as to enter the level of Espada. Certainly, there are some little pains involved. In this regard, Lutheran readily agreed, and assured that no matter what kind of pain, he can bear it. And the motivation for all this comes from his longing for a spada. With a new commitment, Lutheran also worked harder when performing his own tasks. For him, it didn't matter to whom he owed his allegiance. Being able to become an espada is the supreme honor. Shinigami? Su Feng raised his eyebrows slightly, a little surprised. How did Zaraki Kenpachi fight with Shinigami? Could it be that new reinforcements have arrived in Soul Society? Or, he suddenly thought of a possibility, when even casting Shunpo disappeared in place. The sand waves rose into the sky, tearing the sand layer and shaking the storm. The two figures shuttled through the white sand scattered all over the sky, and from time to time more intense confrontations erupted. When the two broke into Su Feng's perception range, they directly let him determine the identity of each other. Hundreds of years ago, Asido who accidentally broke into Hueco Mundo because of chasing Shu. 7th generation Kenpachi, a friend of Kuriyashiki. Because of the death of his teammates, he was determined to stick to the existence of the forest of Menos Grande. However, due to Aizen's renovation plan, he left the forest of Menos Grande. He was able to meet Zaraki Kenpachi. It can't be said that it is good or bad luck. Simply back to the extreme, the explosive slash fell. Asido watched with a stiff expression as Zaraki Kenpachi resisted with his body, and then slashed at him with a backhand. Advertisement: there was no sign of being slowed down by the injury at all. It's just a monster. He cursed in a low voice, his eyes diverged, and he noticed Su Feng who was watching a play not far away. Shinigami? Asido couldn't help but his eyes lit up, and he threw out the number 163 Bakudo lockbar, temporarily fixing Zaraki Kenpachi in place. I'm the 11-team player Asido, who stumbled into the Hueco Mundo hundreds of years ago. He didn't have time to tell too much, because Zaraki Kenpachi used a violent golden ryatsu. He broke free from the golden chains in just a few breaths. At the next moment, he had already come to Azador's front. A ferocious smile appeared. Our fight is not over yet. No one can stop this battle. Boom. A dazzling golden light burst out from the wild sun, and it slashed towards the bottom. When? The sound of gold and iron interlaced echoed in the empty desert. It was you before. Zaraki Kenpachi looked at Su Feng with a grim smile. Oh, you can see it. It was a surprise. 99, however, if this is the case, then you can fight as much as you like. Asido looked at the scene in front of him in shock. The onlooker Shinigami, standing in front of him, didn't even draw a knife, and held the serrated blade with his right hand. The golden materialized ryatsu burst out from it, for this Shinigami. As if it didn't exist at all. Is it that strong? Asido was completely shocked. As a good friend of Kenpachi Kuriyashiki, he still has a certain understanding of the top combat power among Shinigami. Kuriyashiki Kenpachi had received an invitation from Team Zero. In terms of strength alone, it is definitely at the top level of Shinigami. But Asido can be sure that even if Kuriyashiki Kenpachi is here, he will never be able to achieve the scene in front of him. Monster. Asido whispered, and left the center of the battlefield as Shunpo in a flash. I thought it was outrageous to encounter a monster, but I didn't expect to encounter a more terrifying guy. Are they going to slaughter the entire Hueco Mundo? However, when Asido realized the coercion that covered the entire virtual circle before, it may be when the young man in front of him is released. Suddenly, I felt that this performance was somewhat taken for granted. Previous time, that almost divine power, it left an indelible impression on Asido's heart. If there is a choice, he would rather continue to fight Zaraki Kenpachi than face Su Feng. The two are not on the same level at all. However, the current captain of the 11th Division seems to be an extremely terrifying monster. After finding stronger opponents, he directly abandoned his previous opponent and attacked Su Feng instead. Humph. Zaraki Kenpachi snorted coldly. My uncle worked so hard to find that shabby void palace. It turned out to be a fake, not even a Menos Grande. He pressed his wild sun with all his might, and the golden light burst into a strong impact. Its power is strong. Even Su Feng frowned slightly. With the power of wave he unleashes at the moment, without Zanpakuto, it is not enough to physically resist Zaraki Kenpachi's Zanpakuto. I finally found an opponent, since you want to stop it. Zaraki Kenpachi let out a roar, then let you fight in his place. The golden spiritual pressure turned into a beam of light soaring into the sky. The wild materialized spiritual pressure turned into a ferocious golden skeleton in the air, sending out a deafening roar, surging around. Compared to the previous Zaraki Kenpachi, after experiencing Su Feng's beatings, he has lifted most of the seals and has almost reached a complete state. With the outburst of its ryatsu, the Bromian and Shinigami in the Void Knight Palace also came to the vicinity of the battlefield one after another. After Asido explained the situation to them, everyone also let go of their tense nerves. Turn to look at the battlefield. Zaraki Kenpachi at this time. Su Feng is hanging the hammer. No dignity at all. After releasing the Dark Sky Wave Eye, Su Feng's wave power has climbed a new level again, and has even reached the limit beyond Shinigami and Void. Became a true transcendence. In this step, he is faster than Aizen. Although Zaraki Kenpachi looks a bit miserable with the strength that burst out. Let the people present not dare to have the slightest underestimation. Even Espada's first Stark looked into the distance with a solemn expression. Katakana middle dot katakana middle dot katakana middle dot seeking flowers advertisement. The golden rays of light burst out, and just a random slash, leaving a deep ravine on the white sand. Such terrifying performance. Stark is self-confessed. Unless it is a full blow in the state of returning to the blade. Team, Captain. Toru Yuone came from Shunpo from a distance, panting. Yongyan? Yunohana Retsu reassured, isn't there any danger? Huchi Yongyan shook his head and hesitated, just say whatever you want to say. Yunohana Retsu smiled softly and said, Su Feng has solved the troubles of the Suya Palace and became the new king of Hueco Mundo. You don't have to worry about the Starks at all. Toru Yuyan looked at his captain with a strange look. This ostentatious and proud tone has several meanings. Could it be that you are already claiming to be your wife? No, we must not give up on this. She cheered herself up in her heart, Yongyan, don't be afraid, the captain is very good. 5. Even if you give half of it to yourself, it's no problem. Happiness is earned by oneself, not by others' charity. Although the idea is good, but when Toru Yumi saw Yunohana Retsu's gentle smile, most of his courage suddenly dissipated. Psychological shadows accumulated over the years. It really cannot be eliminated in a day or two. Ahem, Captain. Tiger Toru Yongyan continued with his previous words, I haven't encountered any danger. Point 0. It's just that Captain Zaraki didn't listen to my directions at all and was running around in Hueco Mundo, looking for Menos Grande or Broken Face. Then we got lost with him. After noticing the battle that broke out here, I rushed over as soon as possible. A small pink head emerged from its shoulders and said excitedly. That's right, that's it, Kaolu Bachanliu was also lost together because he had been following Tiger Toru Yongyan. Yunohana Retsu nodded slightly and gestured. That's not surprising. Captain Zaraki has always been like that. The espadas on the side listened, and the corners of their mouths twitched slightly. Obviously, the understanding of Shinigami has also deepened a lot. Among Shinigami, there are also many unreliable guys. Boom. Zaraki Kenpachi holds Zanpakuto in both hands, and cuts through the desert in a terrifying scene like a canyon in the form of kendo and severance. Its powerful strength is vividly displayed in Hueco Mundo. Haha, 35, come and fight to your heart's content, 99. Zaraki Kenpachi was laughing wildly, even if he was at a complete disadvantage in the battle with Su Feng, he still had no regrets. On the contrary, his fighting spirit increased. The whole person is like a blood-soaked ghost, the blood is sprayed, and the golden color is pressed horizontally. Boom. Su Feng wasn't used to this guy either, dodging the golden slash at Shunpo's speed, and instantly approached him. Before Zaraki Kenpachi could react, the big foot was already kicked on his chest. Bang. Zaraki Kenpachi's burly figure, the golden materialized spirit pressed in front of Su Feng, like a piece of paper. The majestic power came. The whole person was like a cannonball, blasting directly into the distance. It slammed into the sand, stirring up sand waves dozens of meters high. Ha ha. Manic laughter emanated from the bunker. Zaraki Kenpachi rushed out of it faster, I knew you were the strongest, 35. Only in this way, it's more fun to fight, 35. The espadas looked at the scene in front of them in shock, completely unable to understand how such a monster could exist. Even Espada's fifth Noitra, like Zaraki Kenpachi, doesn't fight for the sake of fighting. The two figures were intertwined, and the golden and blue rays of light exploded in them. Boom. The white sand collapsed and the ravines crisscrossed. The destructive power of the two of them fighting was not inferior to Su Feng's previous battle. Just the aftermath that spreads out is to tear the sky. Even the earth is constantly whining, and the sand layer is directly broken, and countless cracks are spreading. Until Su Feng knocked Zaraki Kenpachi out again, and the swaying sand waves rose into the sky, forming a huge deep pit. Until all the white sand fell, Zaraki Kenpachi never rushed out of it. Just when everyone thought the battle was over, a hoarse roar came from the sand pit. Swallow it. Wild Sun, Chapter 131 The Guy Who Hangs Up, Yi Sun and Ba Qian Lu. The moment the voice fell, wild gold erupted in the deep pit, like the flames burning above the sun. Soaring to the sky, the surrounding white sand swayed and dispersed, revealing the figure of Zaraki Kenpachi among them. The gust of wind swept and roared with him at the center. The golden flames completely submerged it, and the raised white sand covered the sky and the sun, making the surroundings completely dark, as if the end of the world was coming. Zanpakuto in the hands of Zaraki Kenpachi is even more brilliant, like a dazzling sun. In the horrified eyes of the crowd, the original serrated rough Zanpakuto has skyrocketed several times in size, like an enlarged kitchen knife. The thick and long handle is wrapped with white cloth strips, the handguard is a three-dimensional polygon, and the blade is slightly rough, but it was flickering with a terrifying cold light. Zaraki Kenpachi's burly figure that is far beyond ordinary people, after carrying the wild sun, looks a little small. It's huge, you can see it. The whole body Ryotsu also showed several times of growth. Even the white sand at his feet was melted by the high temperature of the golden materialized spiritual pressure. Its power has far exceeded the limit that Espada can bear. Even Yunohana Retsu is no longer as calm as it once was. Compared to when she and Zaraki Kenpachi first fought. At this time, Zaraki Kenpachi was much stronger than then. Su Feng looked at his extremely oppressive figure, and there was lightning flashing in the depths of his eyes. It was really surprising. The corners of his mouth raised slightly, as if he was praising just one battle. He completely unsealed himself and knew Zanpakuto's real name. Zaraki, you've grown stronger than I expected, 35. HMPH, don't say those words that make people feel false. Zaraki Kenpachi Hirano-san pointed at Su Feng. In terms of the speed of becoming stronger, apart from Kurosaki Ichigo, there is no other guy who can compare with you. Bring it on. Free your Zanpakuto, let's keep fighting. 39. Su Feng knew that this guy was hot-blooded, and this battle was unavoidable. So he pulled Zanpakuto from the scabbard and said softly, "As you wish." The deep blue light flashed away on the blade body. There was no earth-shattering change, just the power of waves entangled. Guanxi completed the liberation. The translucent slender blade, under the reflection of the sky, reveals a little depth. Compared to Yi Sun's flamboyant expressiveness, Guanxi seems to be a lot more restrained. Certainly, this is also related to Su Feng's mastery of Shikai. As Shinigami learns more about his Zanpakuto, when it liberates Zanpakuto, it will also be easier, even omitting the Shikai language. That's right. 35 Zaraki Kenpachi grinned, white air appearing between his teeth. I'm up. Boom. A violent explosion of air erupted under his feet. Zaraki Kenpachi turned into a golden light beam and instantly approached Su Feng. In this raid, he didn't even use Shunpo, it was just the ultimate speed under the burst of fleshly body. Boom, white sand waves rushed out hundreds of meters high and swept in all directions. Yi Shai's huge blade smashed hard on the blade of Guanxi. There is a stark contrast in size between the two. However, no matter how Zaraki Kenpachi broke out his Ryatsu, he couldn't go further. This scene undoubtedly brought a strong visual impact to everyone. Two monsters. Ni Yuli gritted his teeth and said, "This uncle can't even get information." The Kido incantation appeared in his eyes, like a scanner, constantly recording the data of the battle between the two. But new problems have arisen. Ni Yuli's current methods are simply not enough to analyze the details of its power. Just like Su Feng's dark sky waving eye state, Ni Yuli didn't even have the idea of collecting. Because he is very clear, where is the upper limit of his analysis? For monsters like Su Feng, after several years of cooperation, Ni Yuli has completely abandoned the idea of targeting them. The power of volatility is strong, but it is not at the same level as Ling Ya Lingzi. To study the power of wave from the perspective of a spiritual child, even if it takes thousands of years, it will only be fruitless. Ni Yuli is a person who knows how to give up, but he doesn't give up other research possibilities. For example, formerly Zaraki Kenpachi's body and Ryatsu gave him inspiration and ideas for transforming the Jizo. Advertisement: this also makes the strength of the killing of Jizo far exceeds the strength of ordinary captains. But now, in Ni Yuli's eyes, countless Kido incantations circulated frantically, making his pupils turn from yellow to jet black. Can't analyze it. No idea at all. Ni Yuli said angrily, "Damn, it has completely exceeded the limit." 35. It may be because of Su Feng's influence, or because of Zaraki Kenpachi's own particularity. So that he cannot get a little useful information. "Captain Nirvana, please be quiet." 35 Unohana Retsu's tone was icy. "I don't want to hear any bad words again." 39. Killing intent shrouded. Ling Ni Yuli seemed to be enveloped by the cold, and shivered subconsciously. The grass deer Yachenliu was lying on the shoulders of Toru Yuyan, watching the battle on the field with excitement. Cheers from time to time. "Come on, little sword." Boom. Another turbulent impact spread out in all directions. A violent explosion erupted in the desert, forming a deep pit visible to the naked eye. If someone peeps from the sky at this time, it is bound to find that within 100 miles, there are only some dense pits. The battle between the two left an indelible mark on the desert of Hueco Mundo. Ha ha. Zaraki Kenpachi was laughing wildly. This is what fighting should be like. Knowing Zanpakuto's real name, he had worried that his opponent would not be able to match this mighty power. But after thinking about Su Feng, Zaraki Kenpachi put this concern behind him, and had no intention of worrying at all. After all, in his heart, the power of Su Feng is even higher than that of Yamamoto Yuan Lu Jai. "Come and try this." Zaraki Kenpachi roared as if unleashing all wild beasts. The roar shook the surrounding air. When he held Yi Shai's knife handle wrapped with white strips in both hands, the golden materialized spiritual pressure overflowed all over his body, as if he had transformed into armor, dazzling. A beam of light soaring to the sky burst out above the huge blade. It cut off the clouds in the sky, and even tore out the black traces on the sky. It's as if the sky is also cut off. Kendo double break. The only kendo mastered by Zaraki Kenpachi was also given to him by Professor Yamamoto Uenuzai, and the most suitable kendo for him. The unparalleled spiritual pressure is integrated into the wild sun. The space on both sides of the blade is twisting, and the air seems to be scorched by a terrifying spiritual pressure. Under the slightly nervous eyes of everyone, Zaraki Kenpachi locked Su Feng's position with Reishi and cut him down without hesitation. The violent power set off a raging wind in the desert, sweeping the endless white sand to form a tornado that runs through the sky, destroying everything around it to the fullest. Face the blow. Su Feng was not afraid at all, and caressed the blade with his left hand. The 5 paths symbolize the wave engraving of King Ming, and they are arranged on it in different postures. A large blue-purple formation instantly opened under his feet, covering a range of more than 100 miles. With the integration of the wave engraving, the blue light on the blade became more and more dazzling. When Nozai's huge blade fell, Su Feng also raised his sword, and 6 incomparably huge flame beads appeared instantly, facing the golden beam of light. Do not move Mingwang formation, far away. The people watching the battle were even affected. So much so that they had to retreat in a further direction until they disappeared. The burst of light made people's eyes almost impossible to open. The roaring sound made their eardrums even more painful. Magnificent view like never before. Zaraki Kenpachi explodes in a terrifying blow with all his strength. Boom. The beam exploded, and the impact visible to the naked eye spread out with the two at the center, tearing the sand, forming huge ravines. One after another, the flame beads melted in the golden light. But Zaraki Kenpachi's power is also being rapidly consumed. So much so that when the fourth flame bead met him, he had completely lost his ability to fight again. The whole person froze in place, bound by the power of the great formation, unable to even lift a finger. The three flame beads reflected on it and bounded into the air. Challenge me. Su Feng is still the same as the original posture. Even after a very hard battle in the eyes of everyone, it still didn't affect him. There's always a price to pay. Advertisement. He put the knife into the sheath and made a clear sound. The flame beads spun frantically at a speed that was indistinguishable to the naked eye. Zaraki Kenpachi was thrown back and forth like a weak guinea pig, with no resistance at all. With his current posture, it is difficult for people to think of the terrifying power that he had exploded before. If not for the surrounding ravines like canyons, if not the deep pit has not been filled with flowing white sand. Perhaps the people watching the battle really thought that the figure bound by the flame beads was a weak person. Until it shattered most of its bones. Su Feng just released the Fudo Mingwang formation and let Zaraki Kenpachi fall into the bunker. To the surprise of everyone, with such a terrifying injury, this guy has not completely lost consciousness. Huh, what a horrible guy. Zaraki Kenpachi coughed up blood and said with a wild laugh. A guy like you will definitely regret not being able to find an opponent. 5. Not being able to fight to your heart's content is by no means a pleasant thing. He lay on the ground, eyes like a beast, looking up to the sky. For some reason, Zaraki Kenpachi's heart was a little flustered. 8,000 streams. He suddenly shouted in the direction of everyone in the distance. And following his voice was a petite pink figure. When he saw this figure jumping in front of him, Zaraki Kenpachi closed his eyes with peace of mind and waited for his body to recover. Wow, Xiaojian was seriously injured this time. A serious injury that has never happened before. Kaolu Yachenliu stretched out his fingers and gestured, it's just a little bit worse. Xiaojian is dead. 99. Crap. Zaraki Kenpachi reprimanded without raising his eyes, and seemed very unhappy. But Su Feng clearly saw the slightly raised corner of his mouth. Zaraki, come to think of it, you should know the relationship between Yachiryu and Nozomi. 99. He said calmly, even before the battle, I asked Nimori to seal the device with the spiritual pressure, completely sealing the spiritual pressure and soul of the 8,000 streams. 5. If not, she will disappear completely when you are liberating. Su Feng has known about the relationship between Yi Sun and Bachenliu from the very beginning. And use this to verify your conjecture. Fortunately, Ni Yuli's technique is excellent, and his conjecture is correct. When Bachenliu was sealed with Ryatsu in her soul, she could no longer return to the wild sun. But at the same time, the power after Zaraki Kenpachi's Shikai will also be reduced. This is also the reason why he can't pass through the 6 flame beads of different Mingwang formations. If it is true liberation, Su Feng is estimated to be able to break 5 flame beads. Don't forget, Su Feng has already become a limiter. Even if he doesn't release the Dark Skywave Eye, he is still extremely powerful. Not into the 1.9 line Bankai's Zaraki Kenpachi, in front of him is still not enough to see. After hearing this, Zaraki Kenpachi fell into silence. A long time. A hoarse and low voice sounded, thanks a lot. Just 2 words, but it seems to have exhausted all his strength. Kaolu Bachenliu looked at Su Feng with a smile, bowed deeply and thanked. Thank you so much Su Feng. Yunohana Retsu hurried over to cover it directly with a beam of light. What a serious injury. Her expression was a little dignified, it can only be a miracle that he is still alive. 5. Or rather, it's because of Captain Zaraki's physique. Ni Maori stepped forward, took out the spare flesh tonic, and threw it to Yunohana Retsu. This thing should ease his injury. Yunohana Retsu didn't check, but sprinkled directly onto Zaraki Kenpachi's body. It's not that he trusts Nimori, instead, trusts Su Feng. Yunohana Retsu believes that as long as Su Feng is still standing here, Ni Yuli will definitely not cause any trouble. When the flesh tonic was incorporated into his body, most of the injuries recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. But because of its materialized spiritual pressure, the effect of meat supplements is also very effective. Not surprisingly, Zaraki Kenpachi will be in the 4th Division's comprehensive ambulance for at least a month. P.S. Regarding the identity of Yachin Ryu, I adopted the answer in an interview with a poet. Yachian Ryu was separated from the body of Noziri Bankai, and after getting the name given by Zaraki, it has the power of Shinigami. However, it is very interesting that the poet takes the representation of Yi Shai as the appearance of an adult woman. Chapter 132 Collection of Aizen solved Zaraki Kenpachi. Things in the virtual circle have also temporarily stabilized. As for Aceto, Su Feng sent him an invitation to return to the team. Originally, Aceto wanted to stay in Hueco Mundo and stay in the forest of Menos Grande. Stick to the previous agreement. In order to protect the souls of human beings, and to keep the promises made by the comrades who fought here, they have been fighting until now. Sorry to tell you. Su Feng shook his head, as long as you have a good class in the Spirit Art Academy, you should know. The birth of the virtual originates from the souls of human beings in this world after their death. Not in the forest of Menos Grande. He explained somewhat helplessly. On the contrary, in the forest of Menos Grande, whether it is a lower-level virtual or Menos Grande Jillian or an Ajukas, 35. They are the least threat to the world and the human soul. Because of the emptiness at this stage, the devouring of the same kind is no longer carried out all the time, in order to extravagantly seek higher-level evolution. Hear this. Asito's expression suddenly froze. You are here for hundreds of years. Su Feng brutally opened his wounds and sprinkled 2 handfuls of salt on him without hesitation. In fact, it is better to return to Soul Society, whether it is to become a member of the 11th team again, or to join another team. 9. It's much bigger than your current role. Asito's head was about to fall to the ground. After in-depth contact, this guy's personality is actually very similar to most of the 11th team members. The reason why he didn't speak much, 23. It's entirely because I haven't communicated with people for so long that I have forgotten how to say some things. One more thing. Su Feng continued to tell the cruel reality, the virtual group in the forest of Menos Grande has been almost completely destroyed. 5. That's it, Captain Su Feng is already the new king of the virtual circle. Yadomaru Lisa suddenly said, even if you stay at Hueco Mundo, you can only be with Espada and the others. Strictly speaking, everything in Hueco Mundo belongs to Captain Su Feng. Asito's expression was completely stiff. The whole person seems to be petrified, bowing to the ground, directly losing the faith in life. Until the end, when it was pushed into the black cavity. This guy still keeps his posture. Su Feng also reassigned Espada's position after handing over everything to Baragan. As Baragan wanted, and as Stark wanted. The two exchanged Espada serial numbers, but Hannibal was still third for Espada. As for Nilu, it was because she had not fully recovered. It was directly brought back to Soul Society by Su Feng. If she can fully restore her original form, she will be extremely powerful in Espada. At the same time, Su Feng also kept his promise and let Luther Ben take the 10th position of Espada temporarily. Grimjow is considered a pick among the lame, and was placed 4th in the Espada. So far, things come to an end in Hueco Mundo, for now. With the chanting of the Kido mantra, the black tune opens directly at the main hall of Suya Palace. The torn space is like shattered glass. What surprised Ni Mayuri even more was that. This time Su Feng opened the black cavity, but he didn't use his black cavity stone. Don't be surprised. Su Feng seemed to see his doubts and explained, a small increase in strength. What can be done, will become more. 35 advertisement. Ni Yuli's expression froze, and he whispered, monster. The timeline is pushed forward by half a day. Soul Society. Aizen walked slowly down the streets of Seredi, looking at the familiar scene around him. It's raining. He stretched out his hand to catch the slightly cold raindrops and felt the wetness of his fingertips. Even when I was in Soul Society, I rarely saw rainy days. Ichimaru Jin turned his back, watching the raindrops falling in disorder, making a crisp sound on the eaves. I didn't expect to meet you when I came back, surprisingly. The two walked along the street as if they were no one else, with Shinigami walking beside them. It's as if you can't see them. The Shinigami hurriedly dodged the falling raindrops, their feet messed up. The chill spreads across the street. Come on, Silver. Aizen's palm dropped, letting the raindrops fall. To the destination of our trip. Still smiling, Ichimaru Jin followed behind Aizen, walking slowly. And their direction. It is the Noble Street after the 6th Division team building. Noble Street. The most prosperous area. The vast aristocratic mansion, luxurious architectural decoration, and a deep and distant sense of age. Sarah, it should be here. 35 Ichimaru Jin put his hand on his forehead and looked out. The Urahara Clan, the head of the 5 noble families. 99. Although the population is sparse, it is unexpectedly prosperous. 35. Aizen said indifferently. Thousands of years of inheritance, accumulation of generations, rotten aristocrats lying in the entire Soul Society sucking bone marrow. The prosperity hidden in Suniashiro goes far beyond the surface. The records in the Great Spirit Book corridor are pitiful. Ichimaru Jin stared at the occasional figures appearing in the corridors of the mansion, and said in a low voice. The Suniashiro family, as the family in charge of the Great Spirit Book corridor, will naturally erase relevant information. 35. If it wasn't for the information we got from the execution organization a few years ago, it would be difficult for us to confirm it. Aizen walked towards Suniashiro's mansion. On its surface, a dense Ryatsu-like rainbow light appeared, and it covered Ichimaru Jin's body at the same time. Without hesitation, the two walked straight into it. As if not from this world, no one can see its traces. Even the powerful Suniashiro clansmen could not find it. A strange power. There seemed to be a bright light flickering in Aizen's eyes. It was here, the depths of Suniashiro's mansion. In a secret research institute hidden underground. A female figure wearing a full-body black costume shuttled through various experimental instruments. Complicated steps, mixed with all kinds of weird things. Let this experiment also develop in the direction of Nimori's experiment. She is Dohane Aura, the most powerful Fullbringer. Because she doesn't like things, she doesn't have the unique ability of Fullbring. Some are just the driving ability of souls and spirits. Enough to unleash a powerful Kido by itself, not even weaker than Aizen in Shinigami state. Because of the encounters in the early years, he lost some emotions. Advertisement then, at Tsuneyashiro Tokunada's invitation, he became his subordinate and faithfully carried out his orders. Just when she was about to pour some unknown liquid into the test tube, her body suddenly stiffened. You. Dao Yugen Aura didn't even have time to speak the complete words, the majestic Ryotsu was pressing down in the secret base. The terrifying oppressive force as if the sky is pouring, with a smashing posture. Directly knocks it unconscious. The last Fullbringer. Aizen took out the specialized foreign body extraction ring that he had researched spontaneously, and poured it all into the palm of his hand. A slight silver light. In the slightly dim research room, it is extremely eye-catching. The Knot of the Spirit King. Aizen has captured the power of Michihane Aura's Fullbring. Strong power. Even Aizen was a little surprised. The source of power of Dao Yugen Aura turned out to be the Knot of the Spirit King. For Shinigami, the knot means the root of Shinigami's power, and once destroyed, the master's power cannot continue. Su Feng once cut off Kurosaki Ichigo's chains in this world. But because the guy himself is not a normal Shinigami, the lock knot at the time was for him. Completely optional. As for the lock knot of the Spirit King, 780 is naturally extremely powerful. If it weren't for Dohane Aura's lack of emotion, he wouldn't be able to possess the unique abilities of a Fullbringer. This battle will never end easily. Captain Aizen. Ichimaru Jin reminded, when your Ryotsu erupted just now, we seem to have been discovered. There are footsteps from above. Aizen put away the power of the Spirit King that glowed brightly. It was sealed in a special container. Go on to the next goal. Aizen's expression was calm, and there was no hint of panic because of the exposure. Mr. Su Feng should be back soon. The voice fell. The figures of the two have disappeared in place. When Tsuneyashiro's clansmen rushed to the vicinity, only one breath of surviving Michihane Aura was found. Damn it. Tsuneyashiro Tokunada's eyes were gloomy, staring at Michiba Aura on the ground. Ryotsu has completely disappeared, and his power has been taken away. Aizen. 99 As a member of the Tsuneyashiro clan who wrote the Great Spirit Book Cloister, Tsuneyashiro Tokunada is naturally well informed. Just a little speculation is to determine who it was before. What the hell is this guy trying to do? Tsuneyashiro Tokunada narrowed his eyes, and a neighing voice like lion majesty resounded in the research room. Takes all the power of the Fullbringers. Does he want to replace the Spirit King and become the supreme being of the three realms? He paced back and forth in the room. The surrounding subordinates didn't even dare to look up at him. After becoming the head of the Tsuneyashiro branch, Tsuneyashiro Tokunada did not stop his steps. Although after being warned by Su Feng, he restrained a lot. However, he still uses various means to assassinate his own members. This also leads to Tsuneyashiro Tokunada's status in Tsuneyashiro's family grew more and more. His expression was extremely cold. Spirit King.